Trials and Temptations. Chapter 21, Overcoming the Trials. Adrian and Serena stepped out of the final chamber, the weight of their triumph settling over them like a comforting embrace. The long journey through the temple had been grueling, testing them at every turn. From navigating treacherous waters and solving intricate puzzles to confronting illusions and taming chaotic forces, each trial had pushed them to their limits. But through it all, they had relied on each other, adapting to challenges, leveraging their individual strengths, and growing stronger together. The sense of accomplishment they felt was not just from completing the trials, but from proving their worthiness to the ancient forces that guarded the temple's secrets. As they made their way toward the temple's exit, the echo of their victories resonated in their minds. The trials had tested their physical agility, their ability to communicate and work as a team, their perception in the face of illusions, and their inner strength when confronted with their deepest fears. The temple had not only been a test of skill but also of character, a measure of whether they were truly worthy of the knowledge and power hidden within. Each challenge had been designed to push them to confront their limitations, and they had emerged victorious, their bonds strengthened and their confidence renewed. With the trials behind them, they stood at the threshold of a new chapter in their journey. The path forward was clearer now, shaped by the wisdom and artifacts they had gained within the temple. But even as they celebrated their success, they knew that the true test was yet to come. The ancient knowledge they had uncovered would be crucial in their mission to break the curse that had haunted Serena for so long, and the challenges ahead would require everything they had learned. Their spirits were lifted by their victory, but their resolve remained unshaken. They were ready for whatever came next. As Adrian and Serena swam back into the central chamber, a strange but unmistakable sensation washed over them. The relic they had discovered earlier now seemed to shimmer with a renewed energy, as though it was reacting to their presence. Its once muted glow now pulsed with vibrant light, casting soft ripples across the chamber. The air around them hummed with an almost tangible magic, a quiet but powerful force that seemed to acknowledge their success in overcoming the temple's trials. It was as if the relic, much like them, had been waiting for this moment, and now, its purpose was becoming clearer. Spread out before them were the ancient artifacts and scrolls they had discovered in the final chest, their surfaces worn with the passage of time but still carrying an undeniable weight. The artifacts were adorned with intricate symbols that matched the markings they had encountered throughout their journey, hinting at a connection between them and the heart of the reef. The scrolls, tightly rolled and bound with worn leather, were filled with detailed inscriptions and diagrams. The delicate parchment seemed to hum with a history long forgotten, as if the very essence of the reef's ancient magic had been sealed within them, waiting to be unlocked by the worthy. Serena moved closer to the scrolls, her fingers brushing against the surface with reverence. As she unrolled one of them, the delicate symbols began to align in her mind, their meaning starting to form like a forgotten language resurfacing from the depths. She could feel the weight of the knowledge contained within these scrolls, a deep understanding of the curse and its origins beginning to take shape. The inscriptions spoke of a powerful force that had been intertwined with the reef for millennia, and the artifacts they had found were part of a larger mechanism designed to either break the curse or bind it forever. Adrian, meanwhile, was drawn to the relic at the center of the chamber. Its glow seemed to intensify as he approached, and he could feel a faint warmth emanating from it. He studied the symbols engraved on its surface, realizing that they were connected to the very prophecies Serena had been unraveling. The relic was not just an artifact. It was a key, a crucial piece that could unlock the hidden truths about the curse and the heart of the reef. The more he examined it, the more he understood that their journey was far from over. This relic, like the scrolls, held a power that could either help them break the curse or reinforce its grip on the reef. Together, Adrian and Serena began to piece together the puzzle, using the scrolls, the relic, and their own experiences to uncover the deeper layers of the prophecy. The symbols on the artifacts, the mechanisms they had activated within the temple, and the relic's renewed energy all pointed to one truth. The heart of the reef was more than just a source of power. It was a living, breathing force, capable of immense creation or destruction. The curse that had bound Serena was but a fraction of its potential, and breaking it would require them to understand the delicate balance between magic, sacrifice, and destiny. They knew the path ahead would not be easy, but now, with the relic and the artifacts in their possession, they were closer than ever to unlocking the truth. Adrian carefully unrolled one of the scrolls, the delicate parchment crackling softly under his touch, its edges curling slightly as he unwrapped it in the dim, flickering light of the chamber. The soft, glowing illumination from the relic bathed the scroll in an ethereal glow, revealing intricate diagrams and a series of elegant yet cryptic symbols. The symbols seemed to pulse with an ancient magic, their meaning eluding him at first, but slowly beginning to unfold as he studied the text. The script was a blend of arcane symbols and an ancient language, hinting at the nature of the curse that had bound the reef and those within it. The diagrams depicted scenes of powerful energy flows and magical bindings, hinting at a deeper, interconnected system that held the reef and its curse together. Serena, drawn to the scroll, leaned over Adrian's shoulder, her fingers gently tracing the intricate symbols and annotations etched along its length. As she touched the ancient text, she could feel a faint hum beneath her fingertips, the magic embedded in the script resonating with her. Her sharp mind began to piece together the symbols' meanings, recognizing familiar patterns from their previous encounters with the curse. These markings, she realized, weren't just a map or a set of instructions. They were warnings and guides, each symbol tied to a specific aspect of the curse's power and the steps needed to break it. She paused at one of the diagrams, where a series of interconnected lines formed a shape she recognized from their earlier encounters, the heart of the reef. As she continued to trace the scroll's contents, Serena's understanding deepened. The scrolls held more than just knowledge of the curse. They contained insights into the very structure of the reef's magic and the steps needed to restore balance. The path to breaking the curse wasn't straightforward. It required precise actions, understanding the deep connections between the reef's magic, the heart, and the relic they had found. With each line and symbol she deciphered, Serena could feel the weight of their task settling upon her. The curse that had plagued the reef for so long was complex, and the path to breaking it would require not only strength and resolve but also a deep understanding of the very forces that had created it. Serena's fingers paused as she carefully examined the scroll, her brow furrowing as she deciphered the ancient text. "This scroll describes the origins of the curse," she said, her voice filled with a mix of awe and reverence. "It's far older than I had imagined." The words on the scroll painted a picture of a time long before the reef had become a place of myth and mystery. The heart of the reef, once a central source of life and magic, had been a powerful force of creation, breathing life into the very waters that surrounded them. But as the heart's power grew, so too did its destructive potential. The scroll revealed that the heart was not just a wellspring of life, but a volatile force, capable of unimaginable destruction when its balance was disturbed. The curse, Serena continued, her voice steady but tinged with the gravity of the revelation, was cast to contain the heart's destructive capabilities. It was meant to restore balance, to prevent the heart from consuming the reef and everything within it. The more Serena read, the clearer it became that the curse was a delicate and dangerous solution, one that bound the heart's power, but at a great cost. The reef had been trapped in an endless cycle of magical restraint, with its full potential suppressed, leaving it unable to thrive in its natural state. The curse had sealed away the destructive aspects of the heart, but in doing so, it also imprisoned its creativity and life-giving force. The reef, once teeming with vibrant life and endless possibility, had been reduced to a shell of its former self. Serena's eyes widened as she read further, discovering the true extent of the imbalance that had been created. "The curse didn't just bind the heart," she said softly, her voice almost a whisper. "It also fractured the very fabric of the reef's magic. The source of creation and destruction, once intertwined, had been separated. The curse severed that connection, leaving the heart in a dormant, unstable state. If we're to break the curse and restore balance, we need to understand how to reunite these forces." The weight of their task settled heavily on Serena's shoulders, but there was also a spark of hope. The knowledge contained in the scroll offered them a glimpse of a way forward, a path to healing the heart and unlocking the true power of the reef. Adrian nodded thoughtfully, his gaze fixed on the scrolls as the pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place. The depth of the curse's origins and the magnitude of their task became clearer with every word Serena read aloud. The trials we faced, Adrian murmured, were meant to test our understanding of this balance. He paused, reflecting on the intense challenges they had endured, each one designed not only to test their physical abilities but also to challenge their minds and spirits. By proving our worthiness, he continued, his voice steady, we've shown that we're ready to confront the curse and restore harmony. He glanced over at Serena, his eyes filled with determination. Everything we've been through has led us to this moment. We can't turn back now. Serena's focus shifted from the scrolls to Adrian as she absorbed his words. His insight had a certain clarity, one that tied together everything they had encountered. The trials had tested them in many ways, forcing them to face their fears, rely on each other's strengths, and unlock the knowledge hidden within the temple's ancient walls. Each trial had been a step toward understanding the true nature of the curse, and now, with the scrolls in hand and the heart's magic laid bare before them, they had a clearer sense of their purpose. You're right, she said, her voice filled with resolve. We've passed the tests, and now we must use everything we've learned to undo the damage caused by the curse. The heart's balance must be restored. Adrian took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over the artifacts they had uncovered. The knowledge within the scrolls was invaluable, but it was only a fraction of the puzzle they still had to solve. We've come this far, Adrian said, a quiet fire building in his voice. But the real challenge begins now. The curse was cast for a reason, and its power still holds sway over the reef. We need to find a way to reunite the forces of creation and destruction. Only then can we restore harmony. He turned to Serena, his eyes filled with an unwavering determination. Together, we can finish what was started long ago and free the heart of the reef from its chains. Serena gently unrolled another scroll, her eyes tracing the faded script with careful attention. As she read, a deep sense of awe washed over her. This scroll contains details about the prophecy, she said softly, her voice filled with reverence. It speaks of a chosen pair who will unite the elements of the heart and restore its balance. Her fingers lingered on the delicate parchment, as though absorbing the weight of the words. It seems that the prophecy was not just about finding the keys, she continued, her gaze meeting Adrian's, but also about the synergy between those who seek to break the curse. The realization settled heavily in the air between them, its implications profound. They were not merely individuals chasing a shared goal. They were destined to work together, bound by fate, to restore what had been broken. Adrian leaned closer, studying the scroll alongside Serena. His brow furrowed as he absorbed the meaning behind the prophecy. A chosen pair, he murmured, his voice low. It makes sense, though. We've always known that the power to break the curse wasn't something that could be done alone. He glanced up, his expression intense. The heart is not just an object or a force, it's a living, breathing entity, and it needs more than just a person with strength to control it. It needs unity. He looked back at the scroll, his thoughts racing. The keys, the trials, everything we've done so far, it was all to bring us here, to this moment where we're meant to work together, to complete the balance. Serena nodded, her mind racing as she connected the dots between the prophecy, the trials, and their journey. The synergy between us, between the elements we represent, is the key to breaking the curse. It's not just about brute force or intellect, it's about harmony. She paused, letting the weight of her words sink in. Everything we've done, every challenge we've faced, has been preparing us for this final task. It's not about defeating the curse. It's about restoring the balance, uniting the forces that were once torn apart. Serena's gaze met Adrian's, her heart swelling with a sense of purpose. We were chosen, not by chance, but because we are the ones who can bring the heart back into equilibrium. Adrian's gaze shifted as the full weight of their journey settled over him, his expression softening with realization. Our journey, our connection, he murmured, almost to himself. It was all part of this prophecy. The words lingered in the stillness of the chamber, as he processed the deeper meaning behind their trials and the bond they had forged along the way. Each challenge, each decision, had been more than just a step toward finding the keys. It had been a step toward understanding that their shared strength was the missing piece needed to restore balance. The realization spread through him like a current of energy, connecting everything they had faced to this moment. He turned to Serena, his eyes intense with a newfound understanding. "We were meant to face these trials together," he continued, his voice steady with conviction. "Every step we've taken, every struggle we've endured, has led us to this point. It wasn't just about surviving the tests, it was about how we complemented each other, how we brought out the best in each other. That's what the prophecy was really saying. Our bond, our connection is the key." The words rang true in his heart, a powerful affirmation of what they had unknowingly been preparing for all along. They had been shaped by their experiences, their trials, and by each other, all to fulfill a destiny that neither had anticipated but now could see so clearly. Serena met Adrian's gaze, her heart echoing the truth in his words. "Our bond is a crucial element in breaking the curse," she said quietly, her voice filled with certainty. She had felt it, the way their actions had always been intertwined, their strengths amplifying one another. From the very beginning, they had been two halves of something larger, something meant to restore harmony. Now, standing on the precipice of their final challenge, she understood that they were not just partners in this quest. They were the heart of the solution. "Together we'll restore the balance," she added, her voice steady with the weight of their shared purpose. Their journey had led them here, and now, they would fulfill the prophecy. The room felt charged with a quiet sense of accomplishment, a palpable energy that hummed in the air around them. Every artifact and scroll laid out before them seemed to resonate with significance, offering crucial insights that illuminated the path ahead. The ancient symbols and texts were no longer just mysterious clues. They were pieces of a puzzle that had come together, forming a clearer picture of their quest. The trials they had faced, each one testing a different aspect of their strength and unity, had not only proven their worthiness but had also granted them the knowledge they needed to continue their journey with newfound purpose. It was as though the very walls of the temple had acknowledged their efforts, rewarding them with the clarity they had long sought. As they stood amidst the relics, the weight of their experiences began to settle in, and with it, an overwhelming sense of understanding. The challenges of the temple had been far more than mere obstacles. They had been a rite of passage, a necessary part of their journey. The ancient forces that had created the trials had shaped them in ways they couldn't have fully understood before. Now, they saw the trials as a way of preparing them for what lay ahead, forging them into the people they needed to be to face the curse and fulfill the prophecy. Each trial had contributed something essential to their growth, whether it was physical agility, mental clarity, or the strength of their bond. The room, with its soft, ethereal light and the artifacts that now held the answers they sought, felt like a place of transition. They had crossed a threshold, not just in their quest, but in their understanding of the larger forces at play. They were no longer just two individuals with a shared goal. They were a unified force, ready to confront the curse with the knowledge and strength they had gained. The temple had revealed its secrets, and with that revelation came the clear sense that they were on the right path. The challenges they had faced had been necessary, and now, with this deeper understanding, they were prepared to face whatever came next. Serena's fingers gently traced the surface of the final artifact, her gaze fixed on the intricate symbols etched into the amulet. The craftsmanship was exquisite, the metal glowing faintly with an otherworldly energy that seemed to pulse in time with her heartbeat. She recognized the symbols immediately. They were the same ones that had appeared on the relic they had discovered earlier in their journey. The connection was unmistakable. The amulet, like the relic, was a piece of the puzzle that would help them unlock the secrets of the heart of the reef. Its power, she sensed, was not just symbolic but deeply rooted in the ancient magic that had once governed the balance of the sea. "This amulet must be one of the 4 keys," Serena said, her voice a mixture of awe and certainty. She held the amulet up to the light, the symbols reflecting a soft glow that seemed to grow stronger as she spoke. The magic embedded within it was undeniable. This was no ordinary artifact. It was a crucial element in their quest to break the curse. The amulet's power was tied to the heart of the reef, and with it, they would be able to unlock the next phase of their journey. Serena felt a surge of both excitement and responsibility. This was the key they had been seeking, and now that they had it in their possession, they could continue forward with a renewed sense of purpose. The realization that they had found one of the 4 keys was both a triumph and a reminder of the challenges still ahead. The amulet, imbued with ancient magic, would aid them in ways they could not yet fully comprehend. Serena could sense its potential to unlock hidden doors, whether literal or metaphorical, and to guide them in their quest to restore balance to the heart of the reef. But they knew that they couldn't rely solely on the amulet's power. They would need to continue their journey with the same determination and unity that had brought them this far. With the key in hand, they were closer than ever to unraveling the mystery of the curse and fulfilling their role in the prophecy. Adrian's eyes gleamed with resolve as he looked at Serena, the weight of their journey settling into his chest. The trials they had endured had not only tested their physical endurance, but also their trust in each other and the strength of their bond. They had faced each challenge head-on, overcoming obstacles that seemed insurmountable, and now, with the knowledge they had gained, the path ahead was clearer. The amulet they had discovered, along with the other artifacts and scrolls, had unveiled the depths of the curse and the true nature of the heart of the reef. It was a force of creation and destruction, and only by uniting the remaining keys could they hope to restore its balance. "We've proven ourselves worthy," Adrian continued, his voice steady and confident. "The trials were more than just tests. They were steps toward understanding the heart's true power. We've learned about the prophecy, the curse, and how our connection plays a crucial role in restoring what's been broken. But our work is far from over." He glanced down at the amulet, feeling its weight in his hand. It was a tangible reminder of the responsibility they now carried. Their journey had led them to this moment, but the remaining keys were still out there, hidden and protected, waiting to be found. With each key they collected, they would come closer to unlocking the heart's potential and breaking the curse that had plagued the reef for centuries. Serena nodded, a shared determination igniting between them. They had come so far, and though the road ahead was fraught with unknowns, they now understood the importance of what they were doing. Their purpose was clearer than ever. They needed to find the remaining keys, one by one, and unite them to unlock the heart's true power. Only then could they restore the balance that had been disrupted so long ago. The knowledge they had gained in the temple had provided them with the map to navigate the challenges still to come. Together they would press on, facing whatever trials lay ahead, and fulfilling their destiny to restore harmony to the heart of the reef. The weight of the prophecy settled over Adrian and Serena like a heavy but undeniable truth. They had known that their journey was important, that their quest to break the curse and restore balance was a matter of life and death for the reef. But this new revelation added a deeper layer of meaning. The trials had not only been physical tests, but had been designed to confirm their place in an ancient narrative that had shaped the course of history. The realization that they were part of something so grand and far-reaching stirred a sense of awe and responsibility in both of them. It was no longer just about them. Their actions would affect the very fabric of the heart of the reef and all that it protected. As they reflected on the journey thus far, Serena couldn't help but think of the many moments when their connection had seemed to transcend mere partnership. The trials had revealed not just their individual strengths but the strength of their bond. Together, they had overcome seemingly impossible obstacles, relying on each other in ways that had made them stronger than they had ever been alone. This bond, forged in the fires of adversity, was now an essential element of their mission. The prophecy had foretold the union of two individuals whose combined strength would be the key to restoring balance. And now, more than ever, they understood that their relationship was not just a personal connection, but a vital part of the forces at play in the heart's restoration. Adrian's thoughts mirrored Serena's, but with a growing clarity that the trials had not just confirmed their worth, they had cemented their destiny. The trials had revealed that they were more than just adventurers or allies. They were the chosen pair in the prophecy, the ones who would reunite the elements of the heart and break the curse that had plagued the reef. Their bond had been tested, and they had passed each challenge with unwavering resolve. Now, as they prepared to continue their journey, they understood the gravity of their mission. The prophecy had set their path, and it was up to them to fulfill it, with every trial they faced bringing them closer to unlocking the power of the heart and restoring harmony to the world. As Adrian and Serena gathered their belongings, preparing to leave the temple, a sense of quiet reflection settled between them. They had come a long way since the beginning of their journey, and the weight of everything they had endured was finally sinking in. The trials had been grueling, pushing them to their limits in ways they had never imagined. Yet, despite the challenges, they had persevered, drawing strength from each other and from the knowledge that they were meant for something greater. Now, standing at the threshold of the temple, they felt the magnitude of their accomplishment. They had not only survived but had emerged stronger, more resolute, and with a clearer sense of purpose. The lessons they had learned in the temple were etched into their minds like permanent imprints. Each trial had tested them in different ways, forcing them to rely on their wits, their abilities, and the deep bond they shared. The first trial had honed their teamwork, the second their perception, and the third their physical endurance and perseverance. And the final trial had proven their inner strength and commitment to their cause. The knowledge gained from the ancient scrolls and artifacts had deepened their understanding of the curse and the prophecy, offering them the tools they needed to continue their mission. It was a pivotal moment in their quest, one that would guide their every decision from here on out. With the temple behind them, Adrian and Serena felt the weight of their responsibility, but it was no longer a burden. The clarity they had gained from the trials had given them the confidence to face what lay ahead. They knew the remaining keys had to be found, and the balance of the heart had to be restored, but they were no longer uncertain of how to proceed. Their bond, forged through the fire of the temple's challenges, was now their greatest strength. Together, they had faced the worst the temple could throw at them and had come out victorious. With unwavering determination, they set their sights on the next step of their journey, ready to confront whatever trials awaited them. With the amulet now securely in their possession and the weight of the prophecy fresh in their minds, Adrian and Serena stood at the threshold of the temple, ready to face whatever came next. The knowledge they had gained from the ancient scrolls and the trials had unlocked a new understanding of their mission. The prophecy, with its clear vision of two individuals uniting the elements of the heart to restore balance, had become their guiding star. The relics, symbols, and clues they had uncovered were not just pieces of a puzzle. They were the keys to breaking the curse that had long plagued the reef. Their journey had shifted from a mere quest to a mission with a purpose far greater than they had initially realized. As they prepared to leave the temple, the bond between them felt stronger than ever. The trials had tested their resolve in ways they never thought possible, but each challenge had only reinforced their connection and their shared commitment to the cause. The trials had shown them the depths of their own strengths, as well as their dependence on each other. Serena's calm wisdom and Adrian's quick thinking had been the perfect complement to one another throughout their journey, and now, with the amulet in hand, they knew that their unity was their greatest asset. The heart of the reef, with all its power and danger, was no longer an insurmountable force. It was something they were prepared to confront, side by side. With renewed determination, they set their sights on the path ahead. The amulet was a powerful symbol, but it was also a tangible reminder of the work still to be done. They knew that finding the remaining keys would not be easy, and the trials they had faced so far were only a fraction of the challenges still in store. Yet, as they swam into the depths of the ocean, their hearts were filled with a fierce resolve. The knowledge of the prophecy and their unbreakable bond had prepared them for whatever lay ahead. The curse that had held the heart in its grip for so long would be broken, and balance would be restored. Together, they would see it through, no matter the obstacles. As Adrian and Serena swam through the magical reef, the shimmering water surrounding them seemed to hum with the same energy that pulsed within their hearts. Their connection, both to each other and to the mission they had taken on, had deepened with each trial they had faced. The hardships they endured in the ancient temple, the tests of mind, body, and spirit, had transformed them. The bond they shared had become an unspoken understanding, a partnership forged in the heat of adversity. Each challenge had not only strengthened their resolve but had also revealed the true depth of their commitment to the prophecy and to breaking the curse that had haunted the reef for so long. The trials had been a turning point in their journey, marking the moment when they fully grasped the significance of their role in the prophecy. What had once been an abstract task, a quest to find the keys, had now crystallized into a clear and unwavering mission. The elements of the heart and the curse that bound it were no longer mysteries they needed to solve. Instead, they had become a responsibility that they could no longer ignore. With the knowledge of the ancient temple and the amulet in hand, they now knew exactly what was at stake: the balance of the reef, and the fate of the magical world they had come to care for. As they ventured deeper into the reef, their purpose had never been clearer. The unity between them, their shared resolve, was more than just a bond of friendship. It was a force that would carry them through whatever lay ahead. They were no longer just two individuals on a quest. They were the chosen pair from the prophecy, and their combined strength was the key to restoring balance to the heart of the reef. With each stroke, they moved closer to the next phase of their journey, their hearts brimming with both the weight of their mission and the fire of determination. Whatever challenges awaited them, they knew they would face them together, with purpose, unity, and the knowledge they had gained from the trials. Chapter 22: A Betrayal Uncovered. In the days following their success in the temple, Adrian and Serena felt a surge of determination that propelled them forward with a sense of renewed urgency. The trials had not only tested their strength and resolve but had also confirmed their place in the ancient prophecy. Now, with the amulet in their possession, they were more focused than ever on their mission: to find the remaining keys and break the curse that had long plagued the magical reef. Every stroke they made through the shimmering waters felt like a step closer to their ultimate goal, the weight of their responsibility mingling with the excitement of their progress. The reef, once a vast and mysterious expanse, now seemed to pulse with a quiet energy, as though it too recognized the importance of their journey. Adrian's eyes constantly scanned their surroundings, while Serena kept a steady hand on the amulet, sensing the subtle currents of magic that seemed to respond to its presence. The ancient artifact had already proven to be more than just a relic. It was a beacon, its power guiding them along the right path. The magic within it resonated with the energy of the reef, offering them clues and nudges as they navigated its labyrinthine depths. Each new day brought them closer to the location of the next key, though the journey was far from straightforward. The challenges they had faced in the temple had prepared them for what lay ahead, but the reef's mysteries were ever-changing. The waters shifted unpredictably, and the currents seemed to lead them in different directions, as if testing their resolve. Yet, with the amulet as their guide and their bond stronger than ever, they felt increasingly confident. They understood now that their success depended not just on solving ancient riddles but on their ability to work together, to trust in each other, and in the magic that connected them to the reef itself. As they ventured deeper into the reef's heart, the urgency of their mission grew. Each new clue they uncovered, each discovery they made, pointed them toward the final pieces of the puzzle. But there was no time to waste. The curse that bound the heart of the reef still held sway, and the clock was ticking. Yet, despite the looming pressure, Adrian and Serena were no longer daunted. Their journey had transformed them, and with the amulet in hand and their resolve solidified, they were ready for whatever challenges the reef might throw their way. Together, they would find the remaining keys and restore the balance of the heart. As they swam deeper into the reef, their focus unwavering, a sudden shift in the currents alerted them to an unexpected disturbance. The water around them grew colder, and the once peaceful rhythms of the reef became erratic. Adrian frowned, sensing a disturbance not just in the environment, but in the very fabric of the magic that had guided them thus far. Serena, too, felt the change, her grip tightening around the amulet as if it were trying to warn them. They exchanged uneasy glances, their intuition telling them that something far more dangerous than they had anticipated was unfolding. It was then that a figure emerged from the shadows of the coral formations, a mysterious being that seemed to materialize from the very depths of the reef. Clad in flowing dark robes, the figure's presence radiated a menacing energy that set the water around them vibrating. The being's eyes glowed with an unnatural light, and its voice, when it spoke, was a low, unsettling echo that reverberated through the chamber. "You are not the first to seek the keys," the figure intoned, its words sending a chill down their spines. "And you will not be the last. But you will fail, just as those before you did." Adrian's heart sank, a sense of dread creeping over him as he realized that the figure was no mere illusion. It was a manifestation of the reef's darker magic. The revelation hit him like a wave. Their journey was not just about finding the keys and breaking the curse. They were being watched, and their every move had been anticipated. This being, perhaps a guardian of the reef's darker secrets, seemed to know far more about their quest than they had hoped. With every passing moment, their path forward seemed more perilous, and the stakes higher than they had ever imagined. Serena clenched her fists, her resolve hardening in the face of the threat. "We won't let you stop us," she said, her voice steady despite the rising fear. The figure's laughter echoed around them, dark and hollow. "We shall see," it murmured before disappearing into the swirling waters, leaving behind a lingering sense of foreboding. As the figure vanished, so did the sudden chill, but its warning lingered in the air. Adrian and Serena were now fully aware that their quest was not just about unlocking ancient secrets. It was a battle against something far more ancient and malevolent than they had ever anticipated. Their progress had been interrupted, and now, the true nature of the forces they were up against was becoming all too clear. The musty air of the library hung thick with the scent of old paper and salt, and the faint creak of wooden shelves echoed as Serena wandered between the aisles of maritime tomes. Her mind was still reeling from the encounter with the shadowy figure in the reef, but she pushed the unease aside, focusing on their next task. As Adrian scoured the library's far corner for any maps or documents that might give them more clues about the remaining keys, Serena's gaze landed on a narrow shelf tucked in the back, half hidden beneath a stack of leather journals. It was a set of documents, bound in a faded, leather cover that seemed to shimmer with an unusual energy, as though it had been untouched by time. Curiosity piqued, Serena carefully pulled the documents from the shelf, brushing off the dust that had settled over the years. The moment her fingers touched the worn cover, a pulse of energy surged through her, a faint echo of magic that seemed familiar yet foreign. She exchanged a quick glance with Adrian, who had now approached her side, his interest piqued by the way the documents seemed to hum with an almost sentient presence. As Serena opened the first page, the dense script revealed an intricate network of symbols and maps, many of which matched the markings they had encountered on their journey so far. It was as if this collection of papers held the final pieces to the puzzle they had been trying to solve, revealing not just the locations of the remaining keys, but also an ancient history that tied their quest to the very heart of the reef. The more Serena read, the more the documents seemed to hint at something much deeper than they had initially realized. The symbols depicted ancient rituals, not unlike the trials they had faced in the temple, but with a far darker connotation. The keys, it seemed, were not only meant to restore balance to the heart of the reef, they were also a way to unlock a power that had been dormant for centuries, a power that had the potential to either heal or destroy the entire realm. The last page, however, contained a cryptic warning that sent a chill down Serena's spine. "Beware the final key, for it is the key to both salvation and ruin." Adrian leaned over her shoulder, his brow furrowed as he skimmed through the pages. "This isn't just a map of where the keys are," he said, his voice low with concern. "It's a guide to something much more dangerous, something we may not fully understand yet." Serena nodded, her fingers lingering on the last line. The warning was clear. They weren't just racing against time to find the keys, but against something that could change everything they had come to know about the reef's magic. As they stood there, the weight of their discovery pressed down on them, and for the first time, they understood just how high the stakes truly were. The journey ahead was not just about finding the remaining keys. It was about surviving what would happen when they finally unlocked the heart's true power. Adrian took the book from Serena with a look of concern, his fingers brushing over the cracked leather cover as if it might reveal more than what was on the surface. As he opened the book, the pages crackled with age, but the ink seemed oddly fresh, as if someone had only recently penned these words. His eyes quickly scanned the pages, noting the strange mix of ancient symbols and more contemporary writing. The symbols were unmistakable. Those were the same marks they had encountered in the temple, the ones that had led them to the discovery of the amulet and its connection to the curse. But these texts felt different. They weren't just historical records. They were something more urgent, more dangerous. Serena hovered beside him, her eyes scanning the pages over his shoulder. "These symbols, they're not just part of the reef's ancient magic. They're connected to the prophecy," she said, her voice tight with the weight of the realization. As Adrian continued to flip through the book, they discovered references to the curse, but in a more personal light, suggesting that the curse was not just a random force of nature, it had been intentionally bound, waiting for someone to unlock it. The text described a ritual, a sequence of steps that would release the curse from its ancient chains, but it also hinted at a cost, something they would have to sacrifice in the process. A particular page caught their attention. It detailed the creation of the first key, which had been forged under the guidance of an ancient order known only as the Keepers of the Reef. According to the text, this order had once been tasked with maintaining the balance between the heart of the reef and the world above, ensuring that neither side fell into chaos. But something had gone wrong. The balance had been disturbed, and the keepers had disappeared, leaving behind only fragments of their knowledge. The text seemed to suggest that whoever could unlock the full sequence of the keys would either restore the balance or unleash an uncontrollable force. Serena's heart raced as she realized the enormity of what they were dealing with. If we follow these steps, we could be playing into the hands of something far more powerful than we realized, she said, her voice shaking slightly. Adrian closed the book slowly, the weight of her words sinking in. They had come so far, but this new revelation added a layer of danger they hadn't anticipated. The ancient symbols in the keys were not just keys to unlocking a treasure, they were keys to something that could reshape the very fabric of the reef and beyond. And now, the real test was whether they were ready to face whatever force they might unleash in the process. Adrian's fingers paused as he scanned the list of names, the ink seemingly darker on one entry, as though it had been written with an urgency not present in the rest of the text. His gaze fixed on the name, his pulse quickening. The name was unmistakable, Serena. It was her name, or at least a name so similar it couldn't be a coincidence. The page described a figure from ancient times, someone who had been pivotal in the history of the reef, and it seemed that their connection to the heart was not as distant as they had once believed. This individual, referred to only as the Chosen, was said to have been a key player in the formation of the curse, and according to the text, had vanished under mysterious circumstances. Serena leaned in closer, her heart racing as she read over Adrian's shoulder. Her hand trembled as she traced the letters of her name, still disbelieving. "This doesn't make sense. How could my name be here?" she murmured, almost as if speaking to herself. The document provided no clear answers, only that the Chosen was said to possess unique abilities tied directly to the heart of the reef. The text suggested that this person could either save the reef from its impending destruction, or be the one to unleash its ruin, depending on the choices they made. Serena's connection to the reef and the curse was growing clearer, and yet more complex than she had ever imagined. Adrian's mind raced as he tried to make sense of the discovery. "This could mean that your connection to the reef isn't just part of the prophecy," he said quietly. "You might have been part of the reef's history all along, or maybe you're even the key to breaking this curse. This Chosen, it could be you." His voice was steady, but the weight of the revelation hung heavily between them. What did this mean for Serena? For their quest? If she truly was the Chosen, it could change everything. They were no longer just seekers of the keys. They were playing a role in something far older and more dangerous than either of them had anticipated. Serena stood in silence for a long moment, the revelation settling in. Her thoughts swirled as she considered the possibilities. She had always felt a strange connection to the reef, but this was something different. This was a connection written into history, into the very fabric of the prophecy. She could feel the weight of the role she might be destined to play, and the uncertainty of what it might mean for her, for Adrian, and for the reef itself. "If this is true," she said softly, her voice barely above a whisper, "then I don't know if I'm ready for what comes next. But we have no choice. We have to follow the path, no matter where it leads." Adrian nodded, his eyes filled with determination. The pieces were falling into place, but they had yet to understand the full picture. And as the weight of the prophecy grew heavier, so did the stakes of their mission. Adrian's eyes widened as he stared at the name on the page, his voice thick with disbelief. He leaned closer to the book, his finger tracing the letters of the name. "This name, it's someone we know. Someone who's been assisting us all this time." Serena turned to him, her curiosity piqued, but her expression soon shifted to one of concern as realization. The name he had found was Dorian, the same person who had been providing them with information about the reef, the ancient texts, and even guiding them toward the temple where they had faced the trials. Dorian's role in their journey had seemed like that of a helpful ally, but now, seeing his name in the context of the prophecy, everything was suddenly in question. Serena felt a chill run down her spine. Dorian had always been enigmatic, his motives never fully clear, but he had been instrumental in providing them with resources, knowledge, and support. She had trusted him, believing that his actions were driven by the same desire to protect the reef as theirs. But now, seeing his name linked to the ancient texts and prophecy, a sense of unease began to settle over her. Dorian? But why is his name here? What does this mean for us? She couldn't fathom how someone they had relied on could be tied to something so deeply entrenched in the reef's history, and possibly its curse. Adrian's mind raced as he reread the text, searching for more details. The document didn't offer much, only stating that Dorian was connected to the Chosen, and that his role was critical in the outcome of the prophecy. There were vague references to his presence in the history of the reef, suggesting that he was more than just an ally. He might have a deeper, more personal stake in the outcome. Was he truly working with them for the greater good, or was his involvement part of a much larger, more complex plan? Adrian felt a knot tighten in his stomach as he considered the possibility that Dorian's true intentions might be far more complicated than they had ever imagined. Serena exchanged a wary glance with Adrian, her instincts warning her that their journey had just become even more dangerous. They had trusted Dorian, and now his name was entwined in the very prophecy they were working to unravel. What if Dorian had been guiding them all along for his own purposes? What if he had been manipulating them, using their quest to further a hidden agenda? We need to confront him, Serena said firmly, her voice cutting through the tension. We need to find out what he knows, and what his role truly is in all of this. Adrian nodded in agreement, his determination matching hers. They couldn't afford to ignore the possibility that their ally might not be who he appeared to be, and if he was tied to the fate of the reef, then they needed to understand his involvement before it was too late. Adrian's face tightened with a mix of disbelief and confusion as he pointed to the name in the book. It's Dorian, he said, his voice low but steady. The name had been staring back at him, almost as if mocking his trust in the man who had helped them through so many trials. Dorian, the seemingly helpful ally who had offered them guidance and information about the reef, had been a constant presence in their journey. Yet here, in the pages of an ancient text, his name was tied to something far more complicated and potentially dangerous. Adrian could feel a cold weight settling in his chest as the pieces of the puzzle began to shift, threatening to change everything they thought they knew. Serena's gaze darted between Adrian and the book, her mind racing. She had trusted Dorian. After all, he had provided crucial information about the prophecy, the reef's magic, and even led them toward the temple where they'd completed the trials. She couldn't reconcile the kind, knowledgeable figure they had relied on with the possible implications of his name appearing in the scrolls. Are you sure? Serena asked again, her voice tight with concern, as though repeating the question might somehow undo the growing suspicion in her heart. Why would his name be in this? It doesn't make sense. He's been helping us, guiding us. Her words trailed off, her thoughts swirling as she tried to make sense of the betrayal that seemed to be unfolding before her. Adrian's brow furrowed as he flipped through the book again, his fingers tracing the text. The more he read, the more unsettling the connection between Dorian and the prophecy seemed to become. Dorian's name was mentioned alongside the Chosen, those fated to restore balance to the heart of the reef. But it wasn't just his name. There were cryptic references to his role in the reef's history, suggesting that he was more than just an ally or a guide. It's like he's been involved in this prophecy long before we ever met him. Adrian muttered under his breath. But in what way? Is he one of the Chosen, or is he something else entirely? His words hung in the air, laden with the weight of uncertainty and dread. Serena's thoughts swirled as the realization began to sink in. Dorian's connection to the reef and the prophecy was far deeper than they had ever imagined. She had always sensed there was more to him than met the eye. But this new revelation turned everything they had trusted on its head. "If he's been part of this from the beginning," she said, her voice steady despite the storm of thoughts in her mind, "then we can't just let him continue to lead us without knowing where his true loyalties lie." Adrian nodded, his expression hardening with resolve. They had come too far to let their quest be manipulated by someone they thought was an ally. The next step was clear. They needed answers, and they needed to confront Dorian before it was too late. Adrian's eyes scanned the pages again, his disbelief growing with each passing moment. The realization hit him like a cold wave. "It's someone from the town," he repeated, shaking his head slowly. "An ally who has been helping us gather information and supplies." His voice faltered for a moment, as though the weight of the betrayal was sinking in. The name in the document was unmistakable. It was Dorian, a local scholar they had met early on in their quest. He had provided them with crucial information about the reef and its mysteries, guiding them toward the temple and offering advice at key moments. Now, this document suggested something far darker. Dorian wasn't just a helpful figure. He had been tracking their every move, subtly influencing their decisions, and manipulating events to fit a purpose they couldn't yet understand. Serena felt a chill run through her as she processed Adrian's words. She had always sensed that there was something elusive about Dorian, something that didn't fully align with his friendly demeanor. But she had trusted him when they had needed help, when they had needed guidance to navigate the dangers of the reef. "Manipulating events?" she echoed, her voice barely above a whisper. Her mind raced, replaying their encounters with Dorian. He had been there when they uncovered the first clues about the curse, when they had found the hidden temple, and even when they had faced the trials. His assistance had always seemed timely, always precise. But now, she couldn't shake the feeling that everything he had done had been with some greater agenda in mind, one that hadn't included them finding the truth. Adrian clenched his jaw, frustration and anger bubbling to the surface. "The worst part is that we don't know how deep his involvement goes," he said, flipping through the pages with a growing sense of urgency. "Has he been controlling us from the beginning? Was he the one who led us to the trials, knowing that we would succeed just to get us to this point?" His voice was laced with a mixture of betrayal and confusion. The more he thought about it, the more he realized that they had been manipulated by someone they had trusted. Every piece of their journey had been guided, but by whom, and for what purpose? The possibilities felt overwhelming, and Adrian could feel the weight of the decisions they would have to make. Serena exhaled sharply, a mixture of disbelief and resolve settling over her. "We need to confront him," she said, her voice firm now. "We've come this far, and if he's been pulling the strings all along, we can't let him control the outcome of this quest." Her fingers tightened around the edge of the document as she met Adrian's gaze. "We need to find out why he's been following us, what his endgame is, and whether he's working alone, or if there are others involved." Adrian nodded, his expression hardening with resolve. The road ahead had just become far more complicated, but one thing was certain. They couldn't move forward without confronting the truth of Dorian's involvement. Serena's heart sank as the weight of the revelation pressed down on her. She had trusted Dorian, relied on his knowledge and guidance, believing he was an ally in their mission. But now, the unsettling truth hung in the air like a dark cloud. If Dorian had been manipulating them all along, it meant their entire quest had been compromised. Every step they had taken, every decision they had made, could have been part of a larger, unknown scheme. The realization was a bitter pill to swallow, and it left Serena feeling betrayed. Their journey had been difficult enough without the shadow of doubt clouding their every move. Adrian's jaw tightened in response to Serena's words, the gravity of the situation sinking in. He had always trusted Dorian's advice, believing him to be a knowledgeable and well-meaning ally. But now, that trust was shattered. "We can't let this go unanswered," Adrian said, his voice low and resolute. "If he's been using us for his own purposes, then we need to confront him directly. We have to find out what his true intentions are and why he's been manipulating us." His hands clenched into fists, the need for answers burning in his chest. He couldn't allow their quest to be derailed by someone they thought was on their side. This betrayal had to be addressed, no matter the cost. Serena nodded, determination setting into her features. "We can't let him control the outcome of our mission," she said, her voice steady with resolve. "We've come too far to let this deception undo everything we've worked for." The documents they had uncovered provided only a glimpse of the truth, but they needed more. The thought of confronting Dorian was daunting, but Serena knew it was necessary. They couldn't move forward without understanding what he had been orchestrating from the shadows. Whatever his role in their quest, it was time to confront him and bring everything into the open. Together, they knew they couldn't afford to hesitate. The stakes had never been higher, and the urgency of the situation pressed on them with increasing intensity. If Dorian was truly working against them, then their mission to break the curse and restore the heart of the reef was at risk. Serena glanced at Adrian, her gaze unwavering. "We need to find him," she said firmly, the determination in her voice matching his. "And when we do, we'll make sure we get the truth, no matter what it takes." With a sense of urgency weighing heavily on them, Adrian and Serena made their way through the winding streets of the town, their minds racing as they processed the implications of the betrayal they had uncovered. Every step felt like it carried them closer to a confrontation they weren't prepared for, but there was no turning back now. The friendly faces they had encountered throughout their journey now felt like masks hiding unknown motives, and the once comforting surroundings of the town now seemed cold and unfamiliar. They couldn't shake the thought that they had been manipulated, their every move watched and controlled by someone they had trusted. The thought of confronting this person, this ally, sent a chill through Serena's spine, but she knew they had no other choice. As they approached the modest home of Dorian, the man who had been a constant presence in their lives, both Adrian and Serena couldn't help but feel a growing unease. His home, with its simple charm and inviting atmosphere, had always been a place where they felt safe to rest and recover. Now, it seemed like the setting of a trap. Serena's hand instinctively tightened around the amulet they had recovered, her fingers brushing against the cool, ancient surface for reassurance. Adrian walked beside her, his expression grim but determined. His thoughts were a storm of confusion and anger, but he focused on the task at hand. They needed answers, and Dorian was the only one who could provide them. When they reached the door, there was a moment of hesitation, a silent exchange of glances that spoke volumes. Serena took a deep breath, steeling herself for the confrontation that was about to unfold. They had no idea how Dorian would react or what he would say, but they couldn't allow him to continue pulling the strings from the shadows. Adrian knocked sharply on the door, the sound echoing through the quiet street. His pulse quickened as he waited for a response, knowing that the answers they sought could change everything. The air around them felt thick with tension, as if the very town was holding its breath along with them. After a few moments, the door creaked open, revealing Dorian standing on the threshold. His expression shifted from surprise to something unreadable as he saw them standing there, both looking determined and a little wary. For a split second, there was an unsettling silence between them. Dorian's eyes flickered with something that could have been guilt or apprehension, but it quickly masked itself behind a carefully composed smile. "Adrian, Serena," he said with a smooth tone, as if nothing was amiss. "What brings you here?" His calm demeanor only served to fuel the suspicion building in Serena's chest. This was no longer the ally they thought they knew. This was the moment they had been preparing for, and there was no turning back. As Adrian and Serena neared the house, the faint glow of light spilling from the windows caught their attention. The usual calm of the quiet town was pierced by a subtle, unexpected energy. Through the half-drawn curtains, they could see shadows moving within, the faintest hint of activity that suggested someone was inside, likely expecting them, or perhaps not expecting them at all. The hairs on the back of Serena's neck stood on end as the weight of the situation settled in. Their hearts pounded in their chests, knowing that the confrontation they had long avoided was now inevitable. The once familiar house, a place where they had shared meals and exchanged ideas, now felt foreign, as if its walls were concealing truths they weren't ready to face. Adrian stepped forward, raising his hand to knock on the door with a firm, deliberate motion. The sound resonated through the quiet of the night, stark and commanding. A moment moment passed, then another, each second dragging with the tension that clung to them both. When the door finally creaked open, the face that greeted them was not the warm and friendly one they had grown accustomed to. Instead, Dorian stood there, his expression a tight mask of surprise that quickly shifted to apprehension. His eyes darted between them, betraying a flicker of something, perhaps fear or guilt, before he schooled his features into a semblance of composure. "Adrian, Serena," Dorian said, his voice smooth but carrying an edge of uncertainty. "I wasn't expecting you both so soon. Is everything all right?" The words were too carefully chosen, the tone too neutral, and in the pause that followed, the air between them thickened with the weight of unspoken questions. Serena studied him closely, looking for any hint of the man she thought she knew, but his face was a well-guarded fortress. There was no warmth in his eyes, only the coldness of a man caught off guard, but not yet broken. Every moment of their journey together, every scrap of advice he had given them, now seemed tainted by the suspicion that clung to the very air around them. Adrian didn't flinch under Dorian's gaze, but his jaw tightened. "We need to talk," he said, his voice low and controlled, though his mind raced with 1,000 possibilities. "There are things we need to clear up. Things we've learned." His words were simple, yet they held the weight of 100 revelations. Dorian's eyes flickered to Serena, a brief glance that did not escape her notice. The slightest tension tightened his posture, the hint of a man who realized the illusion was over. Serena felt the unease settle deeper in her gut as she exchanged a look with Adrian, silently steeling herself for whatever truths Dorian was about to reveal, or conceal. They were past the point of no return, and whatever secrets he held, they were about to be dragged into the open. Dorian's attempt at casualness fell flat, his voice carrying an edge that didn't match the seemingly innocent words. He leaned against the doorframe, his arms crossed in a way that felt more defensive than relaxed. The flicker of anxiety in his eyes was unmistakable, even though he tried to mask it with a forced smile. Adrian could see right through the act, the tension in Dorian's posture telling a different story than his words. It was clear that something was amiss, and the discomfort in the air grew thicker with every passing second. The cordial facade only deepened the suspicion that had taken root in both Adrian and Serena. Serena stepped forward, her expression steely. "We've learned a few things," she said, her voice measured but firm. "Things that don't add up." She watched Dorian closely as she spoke, noting the way his gaze shifted toward the hallway behind him, as if he were considering retreating, or perhaps searching for an escape. His smile faltered for the briefest moment, but it was enough to reveal the truth. Something was wrong. Serena's heart raced, the urgency in her chest pushing her to dig deeper, to uncover the answers that had eluded them for so long. She had trusted Dorian, but the revelation about his involvement in their journey's darker undertones was impossible to ignore now. Adrian's voice was low and steady, cutting through the silence that had settled between them. "We know about the documents," he said, his words deliberate, each one a weight in the growing tension. "We know you've been keeping track of our progress." He didn't flinch as Dorian's eyes widened, nor did he let the flicker of unease in Dorian's expression go unnoticed. Adrian stood tall, his gaze unyielding, refusing to back down now that the truth had been set in motion. He could feel the pressure building, the moment of reckoning approaching, and he knew that this confrontation was necessary if they were to understand the full scope of Dorian's betrayal. Dorian's expression shifted ever so slightly, from surprise to something harder, more calculating. The smile he had forced onto his face slipped away entirely, replaced by a guarded, almost resigned look. For a long moment, there was no sound, only the tense silence that stretched between them. Dorian looked at Serena, then back at Adrian, his lips pressing into a thin line. "I didn't want it to come to this," he finally said, his voice quieter, laced with regret that felt almost insincere. "But you have to understand I had no choice." His words hung in the air, heavy with the implication of decisions made in the shadows, decisions that were now laid bare. The truth was beginning to surface, and Serena could feel the gravity of the revelation pressing down on all of them. Dorian's eyes flickered nervously, but he quickly regained his composure, though his forced calmness only deepened the suspicion gnawing at Adrian. The weight of Adrian's words hung in the air like a thick fog, and Serena stood close by, her arms crossed in a posture that mirrored Adrian's, steady, resolute, and brimming with quiet intensity. She could feel the tension rising with each passing second, the air thick with unspoken truths. Dorian's usual charm seemed to have evaporated, leaving behind only the cold reality of the situation. He glanced briefly toward the hallway behind him as if considering running, but the look in Adrian's eyes kept him rooted to the spot. "We've seen the evidence," Adrian continued, his voice unwavering. "Documents, maps, names, things that connect you to more than just our mission. It seems you've been watching our every move, guiding us, or controlling us." He stepped forward, narrowing the space between them, his gaze never leaving Dorian's face. Adrian could see the guilt flickering in Dorian's eyes, and though the man tried to maintain his composure, the cracks were becoming impossible to ignore. Every word from Adrian seemed to cut deeper, peeling away the veneer Dorian had so carefully crafted. This wasn't just a betrayal, it was a manipulation on a level they hadn't anticipated. Serena's voice broke through the silence, sharp and full of accusation. "You've been keeping secrets from us, Dorian. We trusted you. You were supposed to be helping us, guiding us through the dangers we face. But now we know you've been pulling the strings from behind the scenes. What else were you hiding?" Her words were a sting, and she could see the way Dorian flinched, the guilt evident in the way his shoulders stiffened. He had miscalculated, thinking they would never uncover the truth. Now that they had, the gravity of his actions was setting in, and Serena wasn't sure if she was angrier at the betrayal or the deception that had clouded everything they had done together. Dorian took a deep breath, his gaze flickering between Adrian and Serena, as though weighing the cost of admitting the truth. Finally, he spoke, his voice tight with a mixture of regret and defiance. "I never meant for it to go this far," he said, the words heavy with something between guilt and justification. "But the truth is, I had my reasons. Things you don't understand. My involvement in this, it wasn't about betraying you. It was about survival, about protecting something much bigger than any of us." He paused, as though considering whether to share the full extent of his actions. The silence stretched out, and Serena could feel the truth just out of reach, waiting for Dorian to finally reveal what had driven him to manipulate them in such a way. Dorian's voice trembled slightly as he took a step back, his eyes darting toward the door behind him, perhaps weighing his options in an attempt to regain control of the situation. The casual facade he had worn so well cracked, leaving the vulnerability beneath exposed. The hesitation in his tone only deepened the suspicion in Serena's mind. She exchanged a quick glance with Adrian, both of them silently agreeing that this was the moment they would get answers, no matter how painful they might be. The revelations they had uncovered were just the beginning, and Dorian's confession, if he were to give it, could change everything. "Explain?" Adrian's voice was low, but there was an edge of impatience in it now. His patience was wearing thin, his anger simmering beneath the surface. "What's left to explain, Dorian? We know you've been tracking us. You've been involved with forces we don't even understand. Your reasons don't matter right now. What does matter is why you let us walk into danger without telling us the truth." Adrian's stance was firm, unyielding. He had given Dorian the benefit of the doubt for too long, trusting him as a friend and ally. But now all of that felt like a distant memory, dismantled by the web of lies that had been spun around them. Serena could feel her pulse quicken as she watched Dorian's body language shift under the pressure. His guilt was palpable, and the fear creeping into his expression made it clear that he hadn't expected this confrontation. "Dorian," she said, her voice measured but intense, "we're not going to let this go. Not without understanding why you've been playing both sides." She moved a step closer, her presence deliberate, as if to underline her point. The air between them was charged with tension, and though part of her wanted answers, part of her also wanted to believe that there was a reason, something they hadn't seen yet, that justified his actions. But as she stood there, every instinct told her that whatever explanation he was about to offer, it would be far more complicated and dangerous than they ever imagined. Dorian let out a long, shaky breath and finally lowered his gaze, unable to meet their eyes. "I didn't want this to happen," he confessed, the words falling from his lips in a rush. "I never meant to hurt you. But I had to protect someone. There are forces at work far beyond the curse, beyond anything you've seen. My involvement in your mission, it wasn't just about helping you. It was about making sure you didn't uncover too much too soon." He paused, his voice catching. "The prophecy, the keys, they're just part of a much larger game. And I've been playing it for far longer than you know. I had no choice but to keep you in the dark." His eyes finally met theirs, filled with the weight of his confession, and it was clear that there was much more at play than either of them had anticipated. Serena's words hung heavy in the air as she took another step closer, her stance unwavering. Every inch of her demeanor radiated determination, the same unyielding resolve she had shown throughout their trials. Her gaze locked onto Dorian's, her eyes narrowed with suspicion and hurt. "Don't think we haven't noticed," she continued, her tone laced with a quiet fury. "The timing of your help, the way you've steered us, it all adds up. You've been watching our every move. But why, Dorian? Why manipulate us if you were really our ally?" Adrian stood slightly behind Serena, his arms crossed and jaw clenched. His expression was a mixture of betrayal and frustration, and his presence was a silent but powerful reinforcement to Serena's words. He had trusted Dorian implicitly, and now that trust had been shattered piece by piece. He wanted to know the truth. He needed to understand what had driven their ally to such drastic actions. "You've been a part of this from the beginning," Adrian added, his voice cutting through the tension. "But we need to know your true intentions. What's your endgame?" The silence that followed felt suffocating, the weight of their unanswered questions pressing down on Dorian like an invisible force. Dorian swallowed hard, clearly struggling to find the right words. His hands fidgeted at his sides, the guilt still evident in his posture. "You have to understand, I never meant for you two to get caught in the middle of this," he said, his voice betraying his growing unease. He paused, seeming to gather his thoughts. "The prophecy, the curse, the keys, they're part of something much larger, something far more dangerous than you can imagine. I had to make sure that certain events unfolded in a very specific way, and that meant guiding you, steering you in the right direction, but also keeping you away from the truth. If you had discovered too much too soon, it would have jeopardized everything." Serena's brows furrowed as she processed his words, but it only deepened her mistrust. "So what? You've been manipulating us for some greater cause? All this time, you've been playing us like pawns in some game we don't even understand?" Her voice wavered slightly with the weight of her disappointment, but she quickly regained her composure. "What is it you're trying to protect, Dorian? Who are you working for?" The weight of Dorian's admission hung heavily in the air, and Serena's heart clenched with a mix of disbelief and frustration. The ally who had once been a friend, a trusted source of information and support, was now revealed to be an instrument of something far darker. Dorian's shoulders slumped, his eyes avoiding theirs as he spoke, the guilt in his posture evident. "I never wanted to betray you," he continued, his voice quieter now, almost pleading. "But I didn't have a choice. This figure, they're far more powerful than anything we've encountered, and their influence extends much further than I ever could have imagined." His words lingered, heavy with the unspoken truth of his involvement in something much larger and more dangerous than he had anticipated. Adrian's expression darkened as he processed the weight of the revelation. "So you've been spying on us, using us to achieve someone else's agenda?" His voice was filled with sharp anger, but there was a hint of hurt beneath it. "We trusted you, Dorian. We fought alongside you, shared our most vulnerable moments, and you were just playing a part in someone else's scheme?" His fist clenched at his sides, and for a moment, it felt like the ground beneath them had shifted, as if the very foundation of their journey had been cracked. His eyes bore into Dorian's, a silent demand for more answers. Dorian seemed to shrink under the weight of their accusations, his voice faltering as he struggled to explain. I wasn't lying to you, not in the way you think. I believed I was helping you, guiding you toward the right path. But the truth is, there are forces beyond what we can control, and they knew the prophecy would unfold this way. They knew what was going to happen, and they needed to make sure things didn't go off course. He took a breath, his gaze flickering nervously. The curse, the keys, they're not just about breaking some ancient spell. There's a greater purpose, one that I didn't fully understand until it was too late. Serena's mind raced, trying to piece together the fragments of the truth that Dorian had revealed. What greater purpose? She asked, her voice steady but sharp. What's at stake here, Dorian? What is this figure trying to achieve? Her eyes locked onto his, demanding the answers that had eluded them for so long. You've been keeping us in the dark, and now you expect us to trust you again? She didn't want to, not after everything, but the weight of the situation, of everything they had fought for, was too much to ignore. The path forward was murky, but she needed the whole truth if they were to have any hope of completing their mission. Adrian's voice trembled with barely contained fury. His hands clenched into fists at his sides as the weight of Dorian's betrayal settled over him. Why didn't you tell us? He demanded, stepping closer, his gaze sharp and unyielding. His normally calm demeanor had been replaced by a storm of emotion, the hurt and anger he felt for being deceived surging to the surface. We've been risking everything, every step of the way, and you let us believe that we were on the right path. You let us think we were fighting for something noble, while you were playing us for someone else's game. His words cut through the tension in the room, leaving a silence in their wake, the air thick with the implications of his betrayal. Dorian's face twisted with regret, his eyes darting nervously between Adrian and Serena, as if searching for some way to explain himself, to make sense of the mess he had made. I didn't want to put you in this position, he said quietly, his voice a mix of guilt and fear. I thought I could find a way to stop it without dragging you into it, but the longer I kept you in the dark, the more control they gained. There's more at stake here than just the prophecy, more than just breaking a curse. The figure I've been working for, they're after the power hidden within the heart of the reef. They want to harness it for their own purposes, to control the magic, to reshape the world in their image. His words hung heavily between them, the gravity of the situation sinking in with each passing second. Serena's expression darkened as she processed the information. So all this time, we've been working to break a curse that isn't just about freeing the heart, it's about controlling it, she said, her voice cold, though the fire in her eyes burned bright. The revelation cut deeper than any of the trials they had faced. Their entire mission had been tainted by the manipulation of someone they had once trusted, and the stakes were higher than they had ever imagined. And you let us play right into their hands, she added, the accusation biting. You kept feeding us bits and pieces of truth, just enough to keep us moving forward, while all along you knew what we were truly up against. Adrian's jaw tightened as he turned to Serena, the fire of betrayal still burning in his chest, but also something else, an uneasy realization. If what Dorian's saying is true, then we've been walking into a trap from the start. The prophecy, the curse, the keys, they were all part of this figure's plan. They manipulated the course of events, made sure we followed the path they set out for us. And now we're at a crossroads, where everything we thought we knew about our mission is called into question. His voice dropped to a more somber tone. The heart's power isn't just a source of creation or destruction, it's the key to something much larger, something dangerous. And now, we have to decide whether we can trust Dorian, and if we can, how we stop what's already been set in motion. The allies' voice quivered with regret as they spoke, each word laced with the weight of a decision that had spiraled out of control. I didn't know, they said, their gaze dropping to the floor as if the very act of looking Adrian and Serena in the eye might shatter what little trust remained. I was promised protection from my family, a future where we wouldn't have to fear the forces that lurked in the shadows. At first, it seemed like a simple arrangement, just gathering information here and there. But the deeper I got, the more I realized how dangerous the situation really was. By the time I understood the full extent of the consequences, it was already too late to back out. Their voice faltered, as if the realization had become too much to bear. Adrian and Serena stood in stunned silence, the gravity of the allies' confession weighing heavily on them. Serena's brow furrowed in disbelief, though her heart stirred with a mixture of sympathy and frustration. "So you were willing to put us all at risk, just to protect your family?" she asked, the sharp edge in her voice belying the hurt that simmered beneath the surface. "You played a dangerous game, not realizing that by helping them, you were only feeding into their plan to control something far more powerful than we ever imagined." Her words were calm, but there was a fire in her eyes, the anger of being betrayed by someone they had trusted. The ally nodded, their expression haunted. "It wasn't supposed to go this far. I thought I could control it, that I could keep my hands clean while still securing a better future. But the figure I was working for, they believe that the heart of the reef's power is the key to reshaping the world, to gaining dominion over the elements, and all the forces tied to it. They've been manipulating the prophecy for generations, using it as a roadmap to gain access to the heart's magic. They think that if they can control the heart, they'll be unstoppable." A shiver ran through them as they spoke, the magnitude of the power they had become entangled with finally sinking in. Adrian's face hardened with a mix of anger and disbelief, his mind racing to comprehend the implications of their betrayal. "You're telling us that everything we've been fighting for, everything we've worked towards, has been manipulated by someone who wants to control the heart of the reef?" he asked, his voice rising with intensity. "That all these trials, the prophecy, the keys, they were never about breaking a curse. They were about manipulating us into doing their bidding, leading us right to the heart." He shook his head in frustration, his fists clenching at his sides. "We've been pawns in a much larger game, and now we have to stop this figure before they can seize control of the heart's power." Serena's gaze was steady, her expression resolute as she met the allies' eyes. The betrayal, though painful, had only sharpened her focus. "We've been betrayed," she said, her voice unwavering. "But we can't let this stop us. We've come too far to turn back now." Her hand clenched into a fist at her side, the fire of her determination burning through her. "We need to expose this figure for who they truly are. We need to stop their plans before they can manipulate the prophecy and use the heart's power for their own ends." The weight of their task felt heavier now, but the clarity of their purpose had never been more focused. Adrian stood by her side, his face hardening as he took in her words. The betrayal had stung, but Serena's resolve sparked something within him. He knew what was at stake now, more than just their personal safety or the prophecy's success. The entire world could be at risk if this unknown figure succeeded in their ambitions. "We know what they want, and we know how they've been using us," Adrian said, his voice cold with anger but laced with determination. "We've proven ourselves worthy of the trials and the quest. Now, we must use that to our advantage and turn the tables. The heart of the reef belongs to no one but nature itself, and we will make sure it stays that way." The allies stood in silence, watching as the bond between Adrian and Serena solidified further. They had already been through so much, and now, in the face of betrayal, their unity was the one thing that couldn't be broken. "You're right," the ally said quietly, a note of regret still lingering in their voice. "You need to stop them. I never thought it would go this far, but now I see there's no turning back. If there's any chance to right this wrong, it's in your hands. You're the ones the prophecy truly meant for. You have the power to defeat them, to stop their plan." The allies' words carried an air of defeat, but also a sense of surrender, as though they were finally ready to help in any way they could. Serena glanced at Adrian, their eyes meeting in a silent understanding. The path ahead was clear, though fraught with danger. They had come to the brink of unraveling a great power, only to find themselves at the center of a much larger, darker plot. But together, they would face this new challenge as they had faced every trial before, with unwavering commitment and a shared purpose. "Let's move," Serena said, her voice quiet but firm. "We've got a world to save." And with that, they turned toward the next step in their journey, their resolve stronger than ever before. Adrian's jaw tightened as he processed the gravity of the situation. The betrayal was more than just a personal setback. It was a direct threat to everything they had worked for. His mind raced, considering their options, but his resolve was unshakable. "We need to find out who this person is and what their true intentions are," he said, his voice steady but laced with determination. "We've already faced enough challenges. We can't afford any more interference, especially not now." His gaze swept over their surroundings, as though the very air itself carried the weight of the stakes ahead. Every moment felt like it counted, and they couldn't waste any time. Serena stood tall beside him, the lines of determination etched across her face. The trust they had once placed in their ally had been shattered, but it had also fueled a new sense of urgency. "The prophecy has already been altered by this person's interference. We need to uncover the full extent of their involvement, who they're working for and what their ultimate goal is. Only then can we figure out how to stop them." She glanced at Adrian, their bond stronger than ever, and felt the weight of their shared responsibility. They were no longer just seeking the keys. They were fighting for something much greater than themselves, something that could affect the fate of the entire reef. Their minds were set on the same goal, but the path to uncovering the truth was clouded with uncertainty. They needed answers, but getting them wouldn't be easy. "If we're going to confront this figure," Adrian continued, his eyes narrowing, "we need to be smarter than they expect. We can't rush in blindly. There's a lot at stake, and I don't trust that we've learned everything we need to know yet." His voice was low but firm, and it was clear that he was prepared to go to whatever lengths were necessary to unmask the truth and protect their mission. He had always trusted their instincts, and now, more than ever, those instincts would be their guiding light. Serena nodded, her focus unwavering as she turned to the ally. "We'll need to gather more information, and we'll need your help," she said. The allies' past actions weighed heavily on her, but she knew they could not afford to let their past betrayal cloud the future. "We need to know everything you've learned, everything you've been told. If you want to make this right, this is where you start." There was no anger in her voice, only a quiet determination that mirrored Adrian's. The time for hesitation had passed. It was time to uncover the truth and forge ahead, no matter the cost. The allies' face was drawn with regret, their eyes filled with a mixture of guilt and fear. They shifted uneasily under Serena and Adrian's intense gaze. "I understand," they said softly, their voice cracking under the weight of their confession. "I'll help you with whatever information I have. I know I've betrayed your trust, and for that, I'm truly sorry." The words felt heavy, laden with the burden of their actions. "I only ask for your forgiveness," the ally continued, their tone earnest, "and that you ensure my family's safety. They've been innocent in all of this, and I fear for them if this situation escalates." Serena studied their face closely, her sharp eyes reading the sincerity behind the plea. She could see the remorse in the allies' expression, but she knew that actions spoke louder than words. Still, there was no room for hesitation. "You'll get your chance to make things right," she replied, her voice calm but firm. "But we have no time for mistakes now. If you want our help, you need to start by giving us everything. No more secrets, no more half-truths." She could feel the weight of her own anger simmering beneath the surface, but she tempered it with practicality. Their mission was too important to be derailed by emotions, no matter how justified. Adrian stepped forward, his posture tense but resolute. His gaze was unwavering as he locked eyes with their former ally. "We can't afford to let personal feelings cloud this," he said, his voice steady and filled with purpose. "If you truly want to help, you'll give us everything you know about this figure, who they are, where they are, and what they want. We need to act quickly, and we need to make sure we don't walk into any more traps." There was no room for compromise in Adrian's voice. The stakes were too high, and the allies' cooperation was now a critical element in their success. The ally nodded, their face pale and lined with fear, but there was a spark of determination in their eyes now as well. "I will," they said, their voice firmer than before. "I owe you both more than I can repay, but I'll start by telling you everything. I'll give you the information I've gathered, and I'll do whatever I can to help you stop this." With that promise, they turned and began rummaging through a pile of papers on a nearby table, clearly prepared to divulge everything they had once kept hidden. Serena and Adrian exchanged a look, knowing that this new, reluctant ally could be their only hope in the battle to come. Adrian and Serena stood in silence for a moment, processing the gravity of the situation. Despite the betrayal, they understood that their mission could not afford to waste time on vengeance. The allies' information, though earned through deception, was now crucial to their next steps. Serena's sharp mind was already piecing together the potential implications of what they had just learned. "We need to approach this strategically," she said, her voice calm but filled with urgency. "The sooner we expose this figure and stop their manipulation of the prophecy, the better." Adrian nodded, his expression determined. The anger from earlier still simmered beneath his composed exterior, but he knew that their best chance to succeed lay in using the allies' knowledge. "We'll need to be careful," he said, his voice low and deliberate. "We don't know who this figure is or how much influence they have, but we can't risk walking into a trap. We have to use the information you have to guide our next move." He turned to the ally, who was now seated at the table, quietly sorting through the papers they had pulled from their hiding spot. The weight of their past actions was clear in the allies' posture, but now was not the time for hesitation. The ally began to speak, their voice trembling slightly as they explained what they knew. "The figure who's been manipulating the prophecy is someone with considerable power, more than I realized at first. They've been orchestrating events from behind the scenes, ensuring that everything falls into place to serve their own ends. They want the heart of the reef's power to reshape the world according to their vision." As the allies spoke, Adrian and Serena listened intently, their minds already racing to connect the dots. The information was fragmented, but it provided a clearer picture of the danger they faced. "We need to find out who this is and where they are," Serena said firmly. "If we can track them down, we might be able to stop this before it's too late." With the allies' cooperation, they began to sort through the information. Maps were spread out on the table, and scrolls filled with cryptic annotations were carefully examined. Every scrap of information had the potential to reveal something important. Adrian's eyes narrowed as he traced his finger over one of the maps. "This location," he said, pointing to a marked spot on the map. "It matches the description we found in the ancient text, the one that spoke about the final key. This could be where they're hiding, or at least where we can find more answers." Serena nodded in agreement. "It's a lead, and it's the only one we've got for now. Let's prepare ourselves for whatever comes next." Together, they moved forward, knowing that despite the weight of betrayal and the danger ahead, they were more united than ever in their mission. As Adrian and Serena continued their investigation, the gravity of their situation grew clearer by the hour. Every piece of information they uncovered pointed to a far-reaching plot that threatened not only their quest but the very balance of the heart of the reef. The figure they had been chasing wasn't just a shadowy puppet master. They were a dangerous force with the means to manipulate the prophecy for their own gain. The more they pieced together from the allies' intel, the more they realized that this person's reach extended far beyond their initial suspicions, with networks of influence scattered across key regions connected to the heart. The deeper they dug, the more unsettling it became. It wasn't just about controlling the power of the heart. It was about reshaping the world according to this individual's vision, using the prophecy as a tool to unlock unimaginable power. Adrian's jaw clenched as he absorbed the implications. If they succeed in controlling the heart's magic, they could shift the balance of the entire realm. He murmured, eyes scanning the documents they had laid out. Serena's expression was equally grim, her thoughts racing as she tried to make sense of the complexities. "The prophecy was never meant to be manipulated like this," she said, the weight of their mission settling over her. "It was meant to restore balance, not to let one person control everything." Their ally, who had been following along quietly, seemed more and more uncertain as the details unfolded. "I never knew the full extent of their plans," the ally confessed, their voice tinged with guilt. "At first, it was just about tracking your progress. But then I realized they were planning to use the heart's power to rewrite the world's very foundation. And their voice trailed off, a mixture of fear and regret flickering in their eyes. Adrian's gaze softened, but his resolve didn't waver. "You're not the one pulling the strings here. We need to focus on stopping them, together." As they continued to connect the dots, Serena's mind was already working through the next steps. They were no longer dealing with isolated events. They were up against a powerful adversary with the means to manipulate not just their journey, but the fate of the entire realm. The stakes had risen exponentially. "We need to stop them before they can make their move," Serena said, her voice firm. "If they get their hands on the remaining keys, there's no telling what they could do." Adrian nodded in agreement, determination setting into his features. "Then let's find them first," he replied. "We can't waste any more time. It's all or nothing now." Their mission had never been more urgent, and they knew that the path ahead would be fraught with challenges they hadn't even begun to imagine. With the ally now fully committed to aiding them, Adrian and Serena set a plan in motion to uncover the mastermind behind the betrayal. They knew time was of the essence, and the web of deception they were tangled in had grown far more complex. Their focus shifted from gathering the remaining keys to unraveling the true identity and motives of the figure manipulating the prophecy. Each step they took, guided by the allies' insider knowledge, brought them closer to exposing the person who had been orchestrating events from the shadows. The danger that loomed over them now was greater than they had imagined, but it only steeled their determination. As they traveled, Serena's thoughts were never far from the prophecy. The weight of their new understanding pressed on her mind. This wasn't just about breaking the curse or restoring balance to the heart of the reef. It was about stopping a catastrophic shift in the balance of power. The powerful figure who had orchestrated the betrayal sought to use the heart's power for their own control, and that threat had become all too real. Adrian's presence beside her, his quiet strength and unwavering resolve, was a constant reminder that together they could face whatever challenges came next. Their bond had already proven to be a force that could not be easily broken, and it would be their greatest weapon in the battle ahead. With every piece of information they gathered, Adrian could feel the weight of the stakes growing heavier. Their journey had never been simple, but now it felt as though the entire world rested on their shoulders. The powerful figure behind the conspiracy was more dangerous than they had originally thought. Their reach extended into high places, and the threat of them obtaining the remaining keys loomed over everything they did. But Adrian refused to let that fear take root. He had seen the depth of Serena's resolve, and he knew that their combined strength would be enough to face whatever came next. They had come too far to back down now. Their journey was no longer just about gathering artifacts or solving riddles. It was a race to stop a force that would rewrite the very fabric of their world. As the days passed, their strategy began to take shape. They would track down every lead, expose every secret, and do whatever it took to ensure that the heart of the reef remained free from the grasp of those who sought to exploit its power. The ally had provided them with critical intelligence, but they still had to move carefully, knowing that the mastermind was likely watching their every move. There was no room for mistakes. Their mission had taken on a new urgency. But with each passing day, Adrian and Serena's resolve grew stronger, united in their determination to protect the heart and restore balance to the world. Chapter 23: Emotional Conflicts. The sun cast a warm, golden hue over the quaint seaside town, its rays shimmering across the cobblestone streets and the gently rolling waves of the sea. The idyllic setting contrasted sharply with the urgency that gripped Adrian and Serena as they continued their quest. With every step, they grew more focused on uncovering the true mastermind behind the betrayal that had threatened to derail their mission. The weight of their responsibility hung heavy on their shoulders, but they pressed on, knowing that the fate of the heart of the reef and the balance of their world depended on their success. Yet, despite their resolve, the shadows of uncertainty began to creep in, introducing an unexpected challenge neither of them had foreseen. As they walked through the town, their minds preoccupied with the task at hand, they were met with a familiar face, one that belonged to someone they had once considered an ally. It was the same person who had helped them gather information and supplies earlier in their journey. This encounter, however, was anything but a simple exchange. The air between them felt thick with unspoken tension, and a fleeting glance from their former ally raised new questions that made Serena's pulse quicken. There was something different about the way the person looked at them now, an unsettling shift that suggested more than just a passing hello. It was as if they were hiding something something that might alter the course of their mission in ways they couldn't yet comprehend. Adrian noticed the change too. His instincts were sharp, honed by their countless trials, and they screamed that something was off. He exchanged a wary glance with Serena, and they both understood without words that they needed to proceed carefully. The town, with its picturesque streets and peaceful exterior, had always felt like a safe haven. But now, it felt as though they were standing on the edge of a precipice, where one wrong move could send them tumbling into the unknown. They had trusted this person once, but trust was a luxury they could no longer afford. The sudden realization that they might be dealing with a deeper betrayal than they had originally suspected made the town feel more like a trap than a sanctuary. Despite their suspicions, they had little choice but to continue with their investigation. As they walked further into the town, their path leading them toward the library where they had uncovered the first signs of betrayal, the air seemed to grow thicker, as if the very atmosphere was closing in around them. They couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched, and every street they turned down felt like a new layer of complexity added to their already tangled mission. The warmth of the sun, once comforting, now seemed to mock their growing unease. The peaceful town had become a maze of uncertainty, where every friendly face could be hiding a dangerous secret, and every step forward brought them closer to a confrontation they were not yet prepared for. The challenge that had surfaced was no longer just about tracking down the mastermind behind the betrayal. It was about determining who they could trust in a world that was rapidly growing more treacherous. As Adrian and Serena exchanged looks, both understanding the weight of the situation, they realized that their journey had taken an unexpected turn. It was no longer just about the heart of the reef or breaking the curse. It was about survival, deception, and the slow, creeping realization that every ally could be a potential enemy. And in this shifting landscape, their bond had never been more critical. They needed each other now more than ever, not only to uncover the truth but to navigate the perilous road ahead. Their journey had taken them through countless trials, each one testing their strength, resolve, and unity. From the moment they set out together, there was a sense of camaraderie, but as the days passed, that bond deepened in ways neither had anticipated. The challenges they had faced had forged a connection between them that went beyond mere partnership or shared goals. The stakes were high, but so too were the moments of vulnerability they shared along the way, whether it was in the silence after a fierce battle or the quiet exchange of glances as they processed the weight of their mission. It was in those fleeting moments that their understanding of each other grew, creating a bond rooted in trust, respect, and a shared purpose. The emotional connection between Adrian and Serena had blossomed in unexpected ways. They had begun to rely on each other not just for support in their quest, but also for emotional grounding in a world that was increasingly uncertain. Serena had always been strong and independent, but in Adrian's presence, she had found someone who understood her deeper fears and desires. Adrian, too, found solace in Serena's unwavering determination and strength. Their mutual respect had slowly turned into something more profound, a connection that had started as a partnership and evolved into something that neither could ignore. They were no longer just companions on a dangerous journey. They were becoming something more, something neither of them had fully anticipated when they first met. As their emotional connection grew, so did the complexity of their feelings. What had once been clear and straightforward now seemed clouded by the weight of their growing attachment. They had both come to care deeply for each other, but amidst the chaos of their quest, it was becoming increasingly difficult to navigate those emotions. Every touch, every shared glance, felt charged with unspoken meaning. In the quiet moments between tasks, when they weren't strategizing or fending off new threats, the tension between them simmered just beneath the surface. Neither of them had the luxury of time to fully process their feelings, but it was clear that the bond they shared had moved far beyond mere friendship. Despite the growing emotional closeness, both Adrian and Serena remained focused on the mission. The stakes of their quest could not be ignored, and the power of the heart of the reef was still at the forefront of their minds. Yet, it was becoming harder to keep their emotions in check. There were moments when the shared weight of their bond felt like an unspoken force between them, making it hard to separate their personal feelings from the larger, more dangerous reality they were navigating. Each time they faced a new challenge, they were reminded that the curse, the prophecy, and and their mission to restore balance were matters that transcended their growing feelings for each other. But in the moments of quiet solitude, it was hard to ignore the fact that their partnership was evolving into something more profound. The growing emotional connection between them became both a source of strength and a complication. They had learned to rely on each other in ways that were essential to their survival. But now, those same feelings were creating an internal struggle. As they moved forward, they were forced to confront the reality of their bond. Would they continue to focus solely on their mission, or would they allow their connection to evolve and complicate the path ahead? Each day brought them closer to their goal, but it also brought them closer to each other in ways that were both beautiful and fraught with tension. It was a delicate balance they would have to navigate, one that would ultimately shape the rest of their journey. As Adrian and Serena walked through the town's cobbled streets, the weight of their growing emotions was hard to ignore. The town, with its quaint houses and the scent of the sea in the air, seemed to mirror the shift in their dynamic. Once, their conversations had been focused on their mission, the details of their quest, the information they had uncovered, and the steps they needed to take next. But now, those conversations had taken on a more personal undertone. They found themselves sharing more than just strategies and plans. They spoke of memories from their past, their hopes for the future, and the quiet dreams they had kept hidden for so long. These conversations, once practical and task-oriented, had shifted, revealing a vulnerability neither had expected. The change in their relationship was evident in the little things. The way their laughter now came more easily, filling the spaces between their words with warmth. It wasn't just the usual banter that accompanied their shared moments. It was a deeper sense of camaraderie, an understanding that had grown out of their shared experiences. Each time they laughed together, it felt like a small reprieve from the weight of their mission, a reminder that there was more to life than the ever-present danger surrounding them. Their concern for each other had become more pronounced as well, each one noticing the smallest shifts in the other's mood or health. It was as if their emotional connection had given them a heightened sense of empathy, making them more attuned to each other's needs and struggles. Their glances, too, had begun to linger a little longer than before. What had once been quick exchanges, moments where they merely acknowledged the other's presence, had now become something deeper. When their eyes met, there was an unspoken understanding that passed between them. Sometimes, a glance would be enough to convey a shared thought, a silent communication that had evolved from their earlier partnership. And other times, those lingering glances spoke volumes of the unacknowledged feelings they were both wrestling with. It was a subtle but undeniable shift, one that neither could fully explain but both were keenly aware of. The quiet moments between them had taken on new significance. When they paused in the middle of their tasks or walked side by side through the town's winding streets, the silence was often comfortable, filled with a sense of connection that transcended words. It was as if the very air around them was charged with the unspoken bond they shared. In the past, silence might have felt awkward or uncomfortable, but now it felt natural, like an extension of their growing relationship. They found themselves walking a fine line between the necessity of focusing on their mission and the deepening emotions that were threatening to pull them further from their goal. The uncertainty of how to navigate these feelings weighed on both of them, but the connection they shared made it difficult to pull away from. Despite the quiet tensions that arose from their growing emotions, Adrian and Serena continued to work seamlessly together. Their partnership, forged through trials and danger, remained at the core of their relationship. They were still united in their quest to break the curse and restore balance to the heart of the reef, but the path forward had become more complicated. With each passing day, the lines between their personal feelings and their mission blurred more, leaving them to wonder how their bond would ultimately shape the outcome of their journey. The road ahead was fraught with danger, but the connection between them had become a strength they couldn't ignore, nor did they want to. One evening, as the soft, golden light of the setting sun bathed the small seaside inn, Adrian and Serena sat on the porch in an unusual silence. The waves lapped gently against the shore, their rhythmic sound the only noise that interrupted the stillness. The sun's descent painted the sky with shades of pink, purple, and amber, yet the beauty of the moment did little to ease the weight pressing on their hearts. It was a rare moment of peace amidst the chaos of their quest, but the serenity only seemed to highlight the unrest within them. Serena's eyes remained fixed on the horizon, yet her gaze was distant, as if the view before her held no answers to the questions swirling in her mind. Her thoughts, far from the tranquil scene before her, were consumed by the complexities of their journey. The challenges they had faced, the betrayal they had uncovered, and the growing tension between them all seemed to weigh heavily on her. The deeper connection she felt for Adrian was undeniable, but it also created a storm of emotions she wasn't sure how to navigate. What had once been clear, working together as partners to complete their mission, had now become tangled with feelings she had tried to suppress. How could they continue their quest with such a connection between them? And what did it mean for their mission if these feelings, this bond, was something more than either of them had anticipated? Serena's fingers drummed absently on the armrest of the chair, her mind racing with conflicting thoughts. She had always prided herself on her clarity, on her ability to focus on the task at hand, but now that focus was slipping. Adrian had become more than just an ally in their shared mission. He had become a presence she couldn't ignore. The quiet moments they spent together, the unspoken understanding they shared, had drawn her in, but the fear of what that might mean for their quest held her back. What if this bond, this growing attraction, was a distraction? She couldn't afford to lose sight of the bigger picture, no matter how strong the pull between them. Adrian, sensing the shift in the air, watched her closely, his own thoughts mirroring hers. He could see the tension in her posture, the way she seemed to distance herself, even as they sat side by side. He had noticed the changes in their relationship too, how the quiet moments had become charged with something unspoken, how their partnership had evolved into something more. He had tried to focus on the mission, to keep his emotions in check, but the truth was that being near Serena, working alongside her, had brought out feelings he couldn't ignore. Yet he feared that giving in to those feelings might jeopardize everything they had worked for. The heart of the reef, the curse, and the prophecy were too important to allow personal emotions to interfere. The silence between them stretched, filled with unspoken words and heavy thoughts. Neither of them knew how to broach the topic that had become so difficult to ignore. Finally, Serena broke the stillness, her voice low and uncertain. Adrian, do you ever wonder if we're becoming too close to this? To each other, I mean. Her words hung in the air, fragile and vulnerable, as if daring the evening to swallow them. It was a question neither had dared to ask out loud, but it was the one that had been on both their minds for days. The truth was, they were standing at a crossroads, and the path forward was unclear. Would they continue to walk together as partners, or would the weight of their emotions tear them apart? Adrian's voice broke the heavy silence between them, low and filled with an intensity that Serena hadn't expected. He turned to face her, his gaze unwavering as he spoke. Serena, we've been through so much together. I can't help but feel something more than just camaraderie. His words hung in the air, charged with an honesty that made the evening feel heavier, the weight of them pressing into the space between them. Serena's breath caught slightly as she turned her gaze from the horizon to him, her heart skipping a beat at the unexpected admission. For a moment, neither of them spoke, as if the world had paused to allow the words to settle. Serena's mind raced, her pulse quickening. She had known, deep down, that the connection between them had shifted in subtle ways over the past weeks. It had started with small moments, shared looks, lingering touches, and gradually it had grown into something undeniable. But to hear Adrian voice it so plainly, so vulnerably, left her momentarily stunned. She had tried to suppress the emotions that had been quietly blossoming between them, focusing instead on the mission and the trials they had yet to face. Now, with his confession, everything felt more complicated. Serena swallowed, her throat tight as she gathered her thoughts. She had never been one to shy away from difficult conversations, but this was different. This wasn't just about their quest anymore. This was about their bond, about the feelings they both seemed to be trying so hard to ignore. Adrian, she began, her voice soft but steady. I've felt it too. I've tried not to, but... Her words trailed off, and she looked down at her hands in her lap, unsure of how to put the tumult of emotions into words. She could feel the weight of their shared journey pressing on her, the knowledge that they had been through so much together only to now face this new, unexpected challenge. What did this mean for them, for their mission? Adrian's gaze softened as he listened, the rawness of her response striking a chord within him. He reached out, his hand resting gently on hers, an unspoken gesture of understanding and solidarity. "I know it's complicated," he said quietly, his thumb tracing small circles over the back of her hand. "This quest, this prophecy, it's everything we've worked for, and I don't want to jeopardize it. But I also don't want to keep pretending that what we feel isn't real." His voice was steady but filled with a quiet intensity, the truth of his words sinking into both of them. For a moment, the world outside seemed to fade as they were left alone in their thoughts and emotions, the quiet sounds of the waves no longer filling the silence in quite the same way. Serena's heart pounded in her chest, the conflict within her growing stronger. Her eyes lifted to meet his, and for the first time in a long while, she allowed herself to truly look at him, not just as a partner in this journey, but as someone who had become a pivotal part of her world. She could feel the magnetic pull between them, stronger than the tides that rolled in and out before them. "I don't know what to do with this," she admitted, her voice vulnerable. "I don't want to lose sight of what we're here to do, but I can't ignore what's happening between us. It feels like we're at a crossroads, and I don't know where it leads." Adrian nodded, his hand still resting on hers, the warmth of it grounding her in the moment. "Neither do I," he said, his voice a little more distant now, as if the weight of their shared dilemma had settled into his chest. "But we can't ignore it anymore. Whatever happens, we face it together. We'll figure this out, Serena, just like we've done everything else. And no matter where it leads, we'll keep moving forward, one step at a time." The sincerity in his words was unmistakable, and in that moment, Serena realized that, regardless of the uncertainty that lay ahead, they had already crossed the threshold together, one that no trial or challenge could take away. Serena's heart raced as she turned to face Adrian, her breath catching in her throat. The confession she had been too hesitant to acknowledge now hung between them, and she felt the weight of it pressing against her chest. "I've felt it too," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking the truth aloud would make it even more real. Her eyes met his, and for a brief moment, the world outside seemed to disappear, leaving only the two of them standing on that porch, bound by something deeper than mere duty. "Our connection has grown stronger, but it's difficult to reconcile these feelings with the urgency of our mission." The words felt heavy, a mixture of longing and frustration wrapped into one, as she tried to navigate the turbulent waters of her heart. The silence that followed was thick, each of them processing what had just been said. Serena could feel the tension between them, not in a negative way, but in the realization that what they shared was undeniable and yet fraught with complications. Their quest, their purpose, the very reason they had come together, was still urgent, still consuming. She had never expected to find something like this amidst the chaos and the danger, and now it felt like a new obstacle, one she wasn't sure how to face. She had tried to keep her emotions in check, to push aside the growing affection that had blossomed over the course of their trials. But now, it was impossible to ignore. Adrian's gaze softened, and he took a step closer, his presence comforting despite the weight of the conversation. "I understand," he said quietly, his voice steady, yet filled with the same uncertainty she felt. "This mission means everything to us. I know the stakes. But I also know that what we've built between us, the bond we share, is just as real. I can't pretend it's not there, and I don't want to." His words were sincere, a quiet confession of his own. There was a vulnerability in the way he spoke, as if he, too, was struggling to make sense of it all. "I don't want to lose focus, Serena. But I also don't want to keep ignoring this, whatever it is between us." Serena swallowed, her thoughts racing. She wanted to say so many things, wanted to find the right words to express the confusion and the depth of her feelings. But it was as though the gravity of their mission, of the curse and the prophecy, was constantly pulling her back, reminding her of the path they had chosen to walk. "I don't know what this means for us," she admitted, her voice raw with emotion. "We can't afford to be distracted, not now, not with everything at stake. But I can't deny that I feel something, Something that goes beyond just being partners in this quest. She looked at him, her expression softening. What if it jeopardizes everything? What if these feelings become a weakness? Adrian reached for her hand, his touch grounding her in a moment. We won't let it jeopardize the mission, he assured her, his thumb gently brushing over her knuckles. But we can't ignore it either. We've faced so much together, Serena. We've shared victories, losses, and everything in between. This bond between us is part of that. Whatever it is, we'll find a way to make it work. We'll keep moving forward together, and we'll deal with whatever comes next when the time comes. His words were simple, yet powerful, and Serena felt a spark of hope flicker inside her. Maybe they didn't have all the answers yet, but she knew one thing for certain. They weren't alone in this. And for now, that was enough. Adrian's expression softened, a mixture of longing and concern etched across his face as he spoke. His eyes met Serena's with an intensity that made her heart flutter, but also filled her with an uneasy tension. I've been trying to keep my focus on our goal, he continued, his voice steady yet tinged with vulnerability. But it's hard to ignore what's happening between us. His gaze flickered away for a moment, as if searching for the right words, before returning to her. It's as if our emotions are complicating everything. The weight of his words settled in the space between them, and for a brief moment, Serena could feel the unspoken tension that had been building between them. It was clear that he, too, had been grappling with the same feelings, even if he hadn't yet fully allowed himself to acknowledge them. Serena took a deep breath, trying to steady the racing thoughts in her mind. She understood exactly what he meant, how the connection they had forged during their journey had become something more than just camaraderie. It had grown into something deeper, something neither of them had expected. The emotional bond they shared was undeniable, and it seemed to be creeping into every decision they made, every moment they spent together. She had tried to maintain her focus on the mission, to block out the feelings that were growing stronger with each passing day, but it was becoming more and more difficult to push them aside. I know, she admitted quietly, her voice tinged with the same uncertainty. It's been hard to keep it separate, hasn't it? I thought if we just focused on the task at hand, the rest would sort itself out. But it hasn't. She looked away for a moment, her gaze fixed on the horizon as if seeking answers from the sea. I don't know how to reconcile it all. Our feelings, the mission, the danger. Adrian's voice was gentle when he spoke again, as if he was afraid of adding to the weight of her thoughts. Maybe we're not meant to sort it out right now, he suggested, his tone soft but firm. We've been through so much together, Serena, and I don't want what's between us to become a burden. I don't want to lose sight of why we're here. There's too much at stake. He paused for a moment, his fingers lightly brushing against the edge of her hand. But I also don't want to keep pretending that this connection we have doesn't exist. His voice faltered slightly, as if he, too, was trying to make sense of the whirlwind of emotions swirling between them. Serena turned back to face him, her heart heavy with the realization of just how much their journey had changed them. She had always known there would be challenges, both external and internal, but she hadn't anticipated the way her feelings for Adrian would grow so complicated. It feels like every decision we make now is influenced by this tension, she confessed, her voice barely above a whisper. Like no matter how hard I try to keep my emotions in check, they keep seeping through. And I don't want it to be a distraction, Adrian. I don't want it to jeopardize everything we've worked for. Her eyes searched his, looking for understanding, hoping that he could see just how much the weight of their mission meant to her. Adrian squeezed her hand gently, his touch both reassuring and comforting. We'll figure it out, he said quietly, his voice filled with resolve. Together, we'll keep moving forward. Whatever this is between us, it doesn't change our mission. It doesn't change what we need to do. We're in this together, Serena. And no matter what happens, we'll face it side by side. His words, simple yet powerful, seemed to calm the storm inside her. For a moment, everything else faded away, and all that remained was the undeniable connection between them. It was a bond that couldn't be ignored, but perhaps it didn't have to be. As long as they stood together, they would find a way to navigate the challenges ahead, both in their quest and in the feelings that had bloomed between them. Serena's gaze flickered to the ground, her brows furrowed in thought as she struggled to put her feelings into words. The weight of their mission loomed large, overshadowing everything else. "I feel the same way," she admitted, her voice tinged with a quiet vulnerability. "Our feelings for each other are growing, but I don't know how to reconcile them with the urgency of what we're facing." She met Adrian's eyes, her own filled with a mixture of uncertainty and resolve. It wasn't that she didn't want to acknowledge the bond between them, she felt it deeply, growing stronger with each passing day. But the path they were on was fraught with danger. The curse, the prophecy, the threat looming over the heart of the reef, all of it was too important to risk. She couldn't afford to let their personal connection derail them. Adrian, sensing her inner conflict, stayed quiet for a moment, his fingers resting against the railing of the porch. He, too, felt the undeniable pull between them, the connection that had only deepened as they faced the trials together. But Serena's words struck a chord within him. They both knew how fragile their situation was, how every choice they made could bring them closer to either success or failure. He turned toward her, his voice low but filled with the same determination. "I get it," he said, his tone understanding yet firm. "We can't let our emotions get in the way of our mission. I don't want to be distracted either. But it's hard to ignore what's between us, Serena. It feels like something we can't just push aside." He paused, choosing his next words carefully. "But I understand. We'll keep our focus on the curse and the heart of the reef. Nothing else matters right now." Serena took a deep breath, trying to calm the turbulent thoughts in her mind. It wasn't just the mission that weighed on her. It was the fear of what might happen if they allowed their emotions to grow unchecked. They couldn't afford to be sidetracked. The prophecy and the curse were bigger than any personal connection they shared. Yet, every time she looked at Adrian, the connection between them grew harder to ignore. The laughter, the quiet moments of shared concern, the way their eyes would meet in the midst of their conversations, these things felt significant, like they were building towards something neither of them had expected. But was it the right time for it? Could they afford to let it change the course of their journey? "I don't want to jeopardize everything we've worked for," Serena continued, her voice barely above a whisper, the weight of her words heavy in the air. "We're so close to breaking the curse, to finally restoring the balance. We can't let anything, especially not our feelings, get in the way of that." She turned away from him for a moment, her eyes drifting back to the horizon. The sun had dipped lower, casting long shadows across the water, and she felt a pang of longing. The quiet beauty of the scene seemed to mock the storm inside her, the storm that raged not just from the dangers they faced, but from the emotions that threatened to become more than just a fleeting distraction. It wasn't just a matter of keeping their focus. It was a question of whether they could manage their hearts, while everything else seemed to spiral out of control. Adrian's hand, warm and steady, found hers. He gave it a reassuring squeeze, grounding her in that moment. "We will get through this," he said with quiet resolve. "We'll face everything together. We've made it this far because we've trusted each other, and that trust, that connection, it's what's kept us moving forward. I won't let anything pull us away from our mission. But I also won't pretend that this..." He gestured between them with a subtle nod. "Doesn't matter. We'll figure it out as we go. The curse is our priority, but we don't have to deny what's happening between us, Serena. We'll keep our focus, and we'll handle everything else as it comes." His words settled over her like a soft but firm promise, and for a brief moment, Serena allowed herself to feel the weight of that promise. They would face whatever came next, together. Adrian reached out, his hand brushing against hers with a tenderness that spoke volumes. Serena looked down at their joined hands, feeling the weight of the moment settle over her like a warm embrace. His words lingered in the air, carrying a gentle insistence. "But what if our feelings are a part of this journey?" he asked, his voice softer now, as though testing the very possibility of what he was suggesting. "What if they're meant to help us navigate the challenges we're facing?" He paused, watching her intently, his eyes searching for some hint of understanding, some indication that his thoughts were resonating with her. Serena's mind raced as she turned his words over in her mind. Could it be true? Was there more to their connection than just the bond forged in the heat of battle and the trials they had faced together? She felt the truth of their shared experiences, the depth of their partnership, but she had never allowed herself to consider that their growing feelings for each other might be a part of their mission, a necessary strength in the face of the curse and the obstacles they still had to overcome. She looked back up at him, seeing the sincerity in his gaze, and a flicker of uncertainty passed through her. Was it possible that the emotions she had tried so hard to keep in check might actually be the key to their success? Adrian gave her hand a reassuring squeeze, as if silently urging her to consider what he was suggesting. "I don't want to rush you or make this harder," he continued, his tone gentle but persistent. "But I believe that our connection, our bond, it's stronger than just a distraction. We've already faced so much together. Maybe this is part of the reason we were chosen for this journey. Maybe our feelings will give us the strength we need to face what lies ahead." His words were quiet but filled with conviction, and Serena couldn't help but feel the pull of what he was saying. The challenges they had already faced had only brought them closer, and perhaps, just perhaps, there was something more at play than just the prophecy and the curse. Serena remained quiet for a moment, her thoughts a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. She had always kept a part of herself guarded, focused solely on the mission, unwilling to let anything cloud her judgment. But Adrian's words were making her rethink that stance. Perhaps the emotional bond they shared wasn't something to be feared or dismissed. It could be the very thing that allowed them to push through the challenges ahead. She could feel it now, in the way their hands fit together so naturally, in the way their hearts seemed to beat in sync when they were close. It wasn't just an attraction, it was a deep, unwavering connection that had been forged through the fire of their trials. Could this connection truly be a part of their destiny? Finally, Serena met Adrian's gaze, her eyes softer now, the tension that had plagued her slowly easing. "Maybe you're right," she said quietly, her voice steady but tinged with vulnerability. "Maybe we're meant to face this together, not just as allies, but as something more. But we can't lose sight of the mission. The heart of the reef, the prophecy, everything we've worked for, it's still the most important thing." She squeezed his hand, her fingers entwining with his as a promise, not just to him, but to herself. They had a destiny to fulfill, a curse to break, and no matter what emotions lay between them, they would face it together. And maybe, just maybe, their bond would be the very thing that saw them through to the end. Serena looked down at their intertwined hands, her gaze fixed on the way their fingers meshed together, a simple but intimate connection that felt both grounding and unsettling. Her heart hammered in her chest as she tried to sort through the turmoil of emotions stirring within her. The closeness she shared with Adrian had grown over time, blossoming from a partnership forged in the heat of battle into something more, something that now felt both inevitable and dangerous. She had never been one to let personal feelings interfere with a mission, and yet, with each passing day, it was becoming harder to separate the person standing beside her from the partner she had sworn to protect. "I don't know," she said softly, her voice strained with uncertainty. "It feels like every time we get closer, it complicates things." She paused, taking a deep breath as she tried to collect her thoughts. The weight of their quest was always present, a constant reminder that they were racing against time to break the curse and restore balance to the heart of the reef. Their bond, which had grown through shared struggles, had now become something more fragile. Serena couldn't shake the nagging feeling that their emotions, however real and deep, could become a weakness, something their enemies could exploit. The forces they were up against were not merciful, and those who sought the heart's power would stop at nothing to gain the upper hand. "Our emotions could be a vulnerability," she continued, her voice tinged with caution. "Our enemies might see it as a weakness and use it against us." Adrian remained silent for a moment, sensing the inner conflict she was grappling with. He understood her concerns, he shared them. The stakes were high, and every decision they made could alter the course of their mission. Yet, despite the danger that loomed over them, he couldn't deny the pull of the bond they had forged. He could see it in the way Serena's eyes softened when they spoke, in the way their conversations had grown more personal, more meaningful. There was no denying the strength of what was between them, but he knew the risks. He could feel the tension in her words, the fear of being vulnerable, of letting emotions get in the way of their greater purpose. He had seen it before, the price that came with letting one's heart lead the way. But isn't it possible that our connection could also make us stronger? Adrian asked quietly, his voice tinged with both hope and apprehension. He gently lifted her chin with his free hand, guiding her to meet his gaze. We've faced so many trials together, each one testing not just our strength, but our trust in each other. I believe that what we have between us could be the key to facing what's to come. The curse, the prophecy, it's all part of this, and we're part of it too. If we let fear dictate our actions, we might miss the very thing that will help us succeed. Serena's thoughts swirled in a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. Adrian's words, though comforting, brought no easy answers. The weight of their mission, the magnitude of the stakes, pressed heavily on her chest. Yet, there was something undeniable in the way their connection had grown, something more than just mutual respect or camaraderie. It was a force that had shaped their choices, their actions, and now, it seemed to be guiding them towards something greater. I don't want to lose sight of why we're here, she said finally, her voice firm despite the uncertainty. But maybe we can't ignore what we feel. Maybe our bond is part of this journey. She looked up at him, her expression softened by vulnerability and resolve. We'll have to be careful. We can't let it cloud our judgment, but maybe we need it, too. We need to find a way to balance both, to use our connection to fuel us, not hinder us. Adrian nodded, his expression a mix of understanding and relief. He could see that Serena's resolve had softened, that she was beginning to accept what they shared, not as a burden, but as a source of strength. We will, he agreed, his voice steady and reassuring. We'll find a way to make it work. Together. There was no turning back now, not from the mission they had set in motion, nor from the bond that had emerged between them. Whatever the future held, they would face it side by side, determined to succeed, not just for the heart of the reef, but for the connection that had grown between them. And that, he realized, might just be the key to their ultimate success. The air around Adrian and Serena seemed to crackle with unspoken words as they sat side by side, the weight of their shared silence pressing down on them. The tension between them was palpable, thick and suffocating, as if the very space they occupied was filled with the gravity of their internal struggles. Every glance exchanged, every word spoken, seemed charged with emotions they were both reluctant to acknowledge, but couldn't fully suppress. Their journey, so focused on the quest to break the curse and restore balance to the heart of the reef, had led them to this moment where personal feelings began to blur the lines of their mission. They were no longer just two allies working together. Something deeper had blossomed between them, something that neither of them had anticipated. Yet neither could fully embrace it without questioning the consequences of such a connection. Their conversation, sparse and carefully measured, was a reflection of the battle raging inside each of them. They both understood the risks involved, the stakes of their mission growing more critical with each passing day. Yet, there was an undeniable pull between them, something that seemed to bind them together not only in their shared purpose but in a way that reached beyond it. Adrian's voice was steady, but the vulnerability in his eyes betrayed the conflict within him. He had always been one to focus on the task at hand, to keep his emotions in check for the sake of the greater good. But now, with Serena by his side, he couldn't deny the way his heart quickened whenever their hands brushed, or how every shared moment felt like it was meant to lead them to something more. We can't let this distract us, he said, his words firm but laden with the weight of his own uncertainty. Serena, too, felt the strain of their growing bond. She had always prided herself on her ability to compartmentalize, to keep personal feelings separate from the mission. But as their journey had progressed, and as they had faced trial after trial together, that separation had become increasingly difficult. She could feel the warmth of Adrian's presence even when they were apart, could hear his voice in her mind when things grew uncertain. The affection she felt for him was becoming impossible to ignore, and yet, every time she allowed herself to give in to it, a voice inside her warned her of the dangers it posed. I know, she replied softly, her gaze fixed on the distant horizon. But it's hard. Every time I think I have it under control, it slips away again. It's like I'm losing focus. And I can't afford to do that. The bond between them had grown from mutual respect and shared goals into something far more complex. Their shared moments of laughter, their quiet exchanges of concern, and the way their eyes would meet in the midst of danger had all contributed to a deepening connection that neither of them had sought but both now felt undeniably. And yet, despite the warmth of their closeness, there was a lingering fear that this very connection could be their undoing. Serena's fingers curled around the fabric of her sleeve, a small, unconscious gesture of her internal conflict. She wanted to believe that what they shared could be a source of strength, but there was a constant fear that their emotions would cloud their judgment when they needed to be at their sharpest. If we let ourselves become too entangled in this, whatever this is, it could be used against us, she said, her voice trembling slightly with the weight of her fears. Adrian, sensing her hesitation, reached out and gently placed a hand over hers, grounding her with a simple touch. It was a small act, but one that spoke volumes in the silence between them. "We've made it this far because we've worked together, Serena," he said, his voice low but steady. "Our bond, whatever it is, hasn't made us weaker. If anything, it's made us stronger. But I understand your fear. I feel it too. The stakes are high, and we have to stay focused. But we don't have to do it alone. We have each other." Serena met his gaze then, and for the first time in what felt like days, the uncertainty seemed to lift slightly. There was truth in his words, a truth that resonated deep within her. They were in this together, and whatever emotions they had to navigate, they would face them side by side, stronger because of their connection, not despite it. The path ahead was unclear, but with Adrian by her side, Serena knew one thing for certain: she was not alone. The days that followed were marked by an unmistakable shift in the dynamic between Adrian and Serena. Their conversations, once straightforward and practical, began to carry an unspoken weight, a layer of tension that neither of them could completely ignore. While they still pressed on with their mission, scouring the town for information and preparing for the next phase of their journey, their interactions became more fraught, as if the very air between them had thickened with feelings they hadn't fully addressed. Every exchange, no matter how trivial, seemed to linger longer than necessary, charged with a quiet intensity that made it harder to concentrate on the task at hand. As they moved through their days, the emotional undercurrent between them became more evident. The quiet moments, where they would pause to rest or take in their surroundings, were often filled with unspoken words and sidelong glances. A simple touch on the arm, or a look exchanged over the maps would cause their hearts to race, and the intensity of their emotions often caught them off guard. The uncertainty that had plagued them before now seemed to be an ever-present companion, creeping into their conversations and decision-making. They found themselves second-guessing each move, unsure whether their motivations were being influenced by their growing feelings or the necessity of the quest itself. The struggle to maintain focus on the mission while managing their burgeoning emotions was increasingly difficult. Adrian, typically the more pragmatic of the two, found himself distracted by thoughts of Serena. His mind straying to moments when their hands brushed or their eyes met with unspoken understanding. The bond between them was undeniable, yet he questioned how much of it was built on the strength of their partnership and how much was driven by something deeper. Every time he felt a surge of affection or desire, he reminded himself of the danger they faced, the curse, the prophecy, the elusive figure they were chasing. Yet the pull of his emotions seemed impossible to ignore. Serena, too, wrestled with the tension that simmered between them. As someone who had always prided herself on her ability to compartmentalize, she found herself struggling to keep her emotions at bay. The more they worked together, the more her feelings for Adrian deepened, and it became increasingly difficult to push those feelings aside. She found herself distracted by his presence, the way his voice lingered in her mind even after he had spoken, or how his laughter seemed to bring light into the darkest corners of their journey. But just as quickly as her heart warmed at these thoughts, she was reminded of the stakes they faced, the curse, the deception, the greater mission at hand. Could she allow herself to become entangled in something that might weaken their resolve? Or was it possible that their connection could make them stronger? The emotional tension between them began to have a subtle yet undeniable impact on their decision-making and communication. Where they had once been able to strategize with ease, now there were moments of hesitation, of looking at one another as if searching for reassurance or confirmation of something neither of them could quite define. The ease with which they had once navigated their mission seemed to falter at times, as if the weight of their emotions had altered their judgment. They knew that their growing feelings were complicating things, yet neither was willing to confront them directly. For now, the unspoken tension remained, lingering between them like an invisible thread that both bound them together and kept them apart, making each moment feel as if it were teetering on the edge of something neither of them was ready to face. The weight of the growing tension between them finally broke when Serena, unable to contain her frustration any longer, snapped during one of their strategy discussions. The room, already filled with the pressure of their mission, seemed to crack under the intensity of her words. "We need to concentrate on finding the remaining keys," she said, her voice sharp, a raw edge of emotion cutting through the otherwise tense air. Her eyes, usually calm and measured, now burned with frustration as she met Adrian's gaze. "We can't afford to let personal feelings cloud your judgment." The words hung heavily in the air, and for a moment, there was a sharp silence as both of them processed the weight of what had been said. Adrian was taken aback by the sudden outburst, the sting of her words lingering longer than he cared to admit. He had felt the same emotional turbulence between them, but hearing it voiced aloud made the reality of their situation even more difficult to ignore. He opened his mouth to respond, but the words caught in his throat. There was a part of him that knew Serena was right. Their emotions were becoming a dangerous distraction, threatening to undo everything they had worked for. Yet, there was also a part of him that resented being told to push aside what had become such an undeniable force in his heart. His fingers gripped the edge of the table, a mixture of frustration and confusion tightening his chest. Serena, seeing the brief flash of hurt in his eyes, immediately regretted her outburst, but her frustration had reached a boiling point. She had tried to keep her emotions in check, to stay focused on the mission, but everything felt so tangled now. The constant push and pull between their growing connection and the urgency of their quest was eating away at her resolve. She knew that if they were to succeed, they needed to remain unclouded by distractions, but it was becoming more and more impossible to separate her feelings from the reality of their situation. She exhaled sharply, her body tense as she turned away, trying to regain control over the emotions that threatened to spill out. The silence stretched on, thick with unspoken words, until Adrian finally spoke. His voice was quieter than usual, his tone more measured, but there was an unmistakable edge of vulnerability beneath the surface. "I know you're right," he said, each word heavy with the weight of their unaddressed emotions. "But it's not that simple. These feelings, they're real, Serena. I can't just turn them off." The admission hung in the air, and Serena felt her heart tighten at the sincerity in his voice. She had been so focused on maintaining their professionalism that she hadn't truly allowed herself to acknowledge the depth of what was happening between them. Now that he had said it, the truth was undeniable. Serena turned back to face him, her expression softening, though the tension remained. "I didn't mean to hurt you," she said, her voice quieter now, filled with an unexpected vulnerability. "But I'm scared. Scared that if we let our feelings get in the way, it will all fall apart. We've come too far to let anything derail us now." Adrian nodded slowly, understanding the fear behind her words, and for the first time in days, they found a brief moment of understanding between them. The unspoken tension had not disappeared, but there was a new awareness, a recognition that their bond, whether they liked it or not, was an integral part of their journey. They had both been avoiding it for too long, but now they had no choice but to face it together. Adrian's words came out sharper than he intended, a reflection of the frustration and confusion churning inside him. He was trying to remain focused, to keep his head clear for the sake of their mission, but it was becoming increasingly difficult. Every time he looked at Serena, he was reminded not only of their shared goals but of the connection that had grown between them. Her presence, once a comforting constant, had become a source of both strength and complication. "I'm trying, but it's not easy," he said, his voice tight, the rawness of his emotions leaking through. "Every time I look at you, I'm reminded of how much I care, and it's hard to separate that from our mission." Serena felt her breath catch at the vulnerability in his tone. She had known that their connection was deepening, but hearing him express it so openly made the reality of their situation hit her like a wave. The intensity of his feelings mirrored her own, and in that moment, she realized just how much she had been trying to suppress her emotions. Adrian's words forced her to confront the truth she had been avoiding, that their growing bond was no longer something they could ignore or easily compartmentalize. She lowered her gaze, unsure of how to respond. She wanted to comfort him, to reassure him that everything would be okay, but the weight of their mission still loomed large. The silence between them grew heavy, neither one of them knowing how to bridge the gap that had formed. Adrian was fighting to keep his composure, but the frustration was evident in his clenched fists. His heart was torn between two conflicting desires, to protect Serena and to see their mission through to the end. He couldn't afford to be distracted, but it felt like his feelings for her were becoming an inseparable part of the journey. The more they traveled together, the more the lines between duty and desire blurred. He wanted to be the person she needed, but at the same time, he couldn't deny the pull of his emotions, the undeniable draw he felt toward her. Serena, on the other hand, was struggling to find the right words. She understood the conflict in his voice, because it mirrored her own internal battle. The connection they shared was undeniable, but she had always prided herself on keeping her emotions in check, especially when it came to their mission. Now, faced with Adrian's raw honesty, she couldn't keep pretending that she was unaffected by their growing bond. She had been trying to separate her feelings from the task at hand, but it was impossible to ignore the truth any longer. She wanted to be there for him, to support him, but she also feared that if they didn't focus on the mission, they would both lose everything. Finally, Serena spoke, her voice softer, more vulnerable than it had been in days. "I don't want to lose sight of what we're doing, Adrian," she said, her words laced with quiet determination. "But I can't deny that. I care about you too, and it's confusing. It's all so much to carry." She glanced up at him then, her gaze searching his face for understanding. She had always been the practical one, the one who kept a level head, but in this moment, she wasn't sure if she could continue to compartmentalize her emotions. What they were experiencing, this growing bond, this deepening connection, was becoming impossible to ignore, and she wasn't sure how much longer they could keep pretending it didn't matter. The stakes of their mission were high, but so were the stakes of the emotions they were both grappling with. The argument, though short, was like a storm that left both of them feeling emotionally exhausted. Each word had been charged with the weight of their conflicting feelings, Adrian's frustration, Serena's confusion, and the unspoken tension that had been building between them for days. It wasn't just about the mission anymore. It was about something deeper, something neither of them had fully confronted until now. As the words hung in the air, the silence that followed was almost suffocating. Neither one of them could find a way to calm the storm that had erupted between them, and it left them both feeling raw and vulnerable, as though the air itself had shifted. Serena's heart still pounded, the sting of their exchange lingering in her chest. She hadn't wanted the argument to escalate, but there was so much at stake. The confusion, the frustration, it all boiled over. She wasn't sure how to reconcile her feelings for Adrian with the intense mission that lay ahead. She wanted to trust him, to rely on their partnership, but the personal connection they shared had started to blur the boundaries. She wasn't used to letting emotions run so freely, and the clash had forced her to confront the truth she had been avoiding. She wanted to be strong, to be the steady hand guiding them, but in that moment, she felt as if the ground beneath her was shifting too rapidly. Adrian, too, felt the weight of their argument bearing down on him. He was torn between his duty to their mission and the deep affection he had come to feel for Serena. Their relationship, once clear and professional, had become tangled with emotions he wasn't sure how to handle. Every time he tried to focus on their goal, thoughts of her, of the connection they shared, crept in. It wasn't just distracting, it was making him question his own priorities. The argument had revealed how difficult it was for them to maintain a professional distance while navigating their growing feelings for one another. It felt like a delicate balance that was rapidly slipping out of his grasp. As the tension between them slowly dissipated, both Adrian and Serena found themselves wondering whether they were still capable of working together as seamlessly as they once had. The strain of their emotions was becoming more visible, and the unspoken worry about their ability to function effectively as a team began to creep in. They had faced trials and challenges together before, but this was different. The growing personal divide, though unspoken, had begun to seep into their every decision, every strategy. What had once been a unified force was now splintering under the weight of their inner turmoil. In the quiet that followed their argument, they both realized that something had to change. They couldn't continue down this path, torn between their feelings for each other and their duty to the mission. It was clear now that they had to address the emotional weight they carried, or risk letting it consume them entirely. The mission was far too important for distractions, but they couldn't deny the bond that had formed between them. As they stood there, unsure of the next step, both Adrian and Serena knew that they needed to find a way to navigate this new terrain together. The question was whether they could reconcile their personal feelings and their shared goals without losing sight of what they had set out to accomplish. Later that evening, the atmosphere in their room was thick with unspoken words. The dim light from a single lantern cast soft shadows across the walls, the quiet of the night amplifying the tension that had settled between them. Serena sat across from Adrian, her posture rigid, her hands clasped tightly in her lap as if trying to keep control over the emotions that threatened to spill out. The weight of their argument still hung in the air, unacknowledged yet present in every glance, every pause in their conversation. It was clear that something had shifted between them, and the fragility of their situation only made it harder to find a way forward. Adrian, his mind racing with conflicting thoughts, couldn't stand the silence any longer. He had spent hours going over the conversation in his head, replaying every word, every moment of doubt. Finally, he broke the stillness, his voice steady but laced with a vulnerability he rarely allowed to show. "We need to address this," he said quietly, looking directly at Serena. "Our feelings are real, and we can't keep ignoring them. But we also can't let them derail our mission." His words were deliberate, each one weighted with the gravity of their situation. Adrian had never been one to shy away from difficult truths, but acknowledging their growing connection was something new, something that required a level of honesty he had been avoiding. Serena met his gaze, her heart pounding in her chest. She had known, deep down, that this conversation was inevitable, but hearing the words spoken aloud made the reality of it all hit her in a way she hadn't expected. The conflict within her was palpable. Her feelings for Adrian were undeniable, but she had always prided herself on her ability to compartmentalize, to keep emotions separate from the mission. This, however, was proving to be a challenge she hadn't anticipated. She had seen the way Adrian had looked at her in moments of vulnerability, how their connection had deepened in ways either of them could have predicted. But as much as she cared for him, they were still on a mission, one that had the potential to change everything. The silence lingered for a moment before Serena finally spoke, her voice softer than before but firm. "I know," she replied, her eyes searching his face for any sign of uncertainty. "I've been trying to figure out how to balance this too. We've both changed over the course of this journey, but this mission, it has to come first. The curse, the heart of the reef, everything, it's bigger than us." Her words were laced with the weight of responsibility, but there was a flicker of something else in her eyes. Something that spoke to the bond they had forged, the trust that had grown between them despite the chaos that surrounded them. Adrian nodded, his heart heavy with the same sense of duty that Serena felt. Yet, beneath that, there was a quiet longing, a yearning to bridge the gap between them, to allow themselves the space to acknowledge what had grown in the silence of their shared moments. "I understand," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "But we need to figure out how to move forward. We can't let our emotions be a distraction, but I also don't think we should suppress them completely. They're part of us now, part of this journey." He leaned forward slightly, his expression earnest. "We need to find a way to keep going, together, without losing sight of what we're here for." Serena nodded slowly, feeling a quiet resolve settle in her chest. It wasn't going to be easy, but she could see now that they needed to confront this head-on if they were going to stay true to their mission and to each other. The path ahead was uncertain, but at least they were taking it together, acknowledging the bond they shared while still holding on to the larger goal that had brought them here. The journey ahead was complicated, but for the first time in days, Serena felt a flicker of hope that they could navigate it, as long as they faced it side by side. Serena nodded, her gaze steady but filled with understanding as she absorbed Adrian's words. The weight of their conversation was not lost on her, but a part of her felt relief that they were finally speaking openly about the tension that had been growing between them. She had felt the pull of their connection for a long time, but acknowledging it aloud brought a clarity she hadn't expected. She understood the delicate balance they now faced. "You're right," she said, her voice quiet but resolute. "We need to find a balance. Our feelings for each other are important, but we need to ensure they don't compromise our quest." The words hung in the air, and as she spoke them, she knew that this wasn't just a promise to Adrian. It was a promise to herself and to the mission they had embarked on together. Adrian studied her face closely, looking for any sign of doubt or hesitation, but all he saw was determination. Serena had always been someone who took her responsibilities seriously, and even now, in the face of their growing connection, she hadn't wavered from her commitment to their goal. He could feel the tension in his chest ease slightly as he realized she understood the gravity of their situation just as well as he did. He had been afraid that their feelings might cloud their judgment, but hearing her speak so plainly about it gave him hope. Perhaps this was a challenge they could face together, rather than letting it drive a wedge between them. "We've come this far because of our trust in each other," Serena continued, her voice steady and strong, though there was a trace of emotion beneath her calm exterior. "Our bond has been our strength, but it has to be one that supports our mission, not distracts us from it." She looked at Adrian with an intensity that left no room for ambiguity. "We can't afford to lose sight of what we're fighting for. The heart of the reef, the curse, it's bigger than us. But that doesn't mean what we feel isn't real. We just need to keep it in perspective." Her words felt like a declaration of intent, a resolve to honor their emotions while still pushing forward with the responsibility they had undertaken. Adrian took a deep breath, feeling a renewed sense of clarity. Serena's ability to articulate their shared understanding gave him a sense of peace he hadn't realized he needed. He had been consumed by fear that their growing connection might cause them to lose focus. But now he could see that it wasn't a weakness. It could be a source of strength, if they allowed it to be. "I agree," he said, his voice firm but gentle. "Our feelings are a part of this journey, but we can't let them control us. We have a responsibility to the people depending on us, and to each other. We owe it to ourselves to stay true to our purpose." As they sat in the quiet of the room, their words settled between them like a shared understanding, a foundation they could now build upon. The air felt lighter, and though the path ahead was still fraught with uncertainty, they both knew that they could face it without letting their emotions derail them. Serena's expression softened, a small but genuine smile tugging at her lips. "We've got this," she said, her voice filled with a quiet confidence that mirrored Adrian's own. "Together, we can do this. We just have to remember why we started." With that, they both stood, ready to continue their journey with a renewed sense of unity and purpose, their connection stronger than ever, but their focus unwavering. Serena nodded, her eyes locking with Adrian's, her expression steady but softened with understanding. The weight of their conversation settled in the air between them, but a sense of relief also flooded through her. For so long, they had danced around the growing tension, neither willing to confront the feelings bubbling beneath the surface. But now, with this moment of honesty, a new clarity emerged. She had felt the undeniable pull of their connection for what seemed like forever, but putting it into words brought something unexpected, a resolution. She knew, in that instant, that they had to find balance. "You're right," she said, her voice calm but resolute. "We need to find a balance. Our feelings for each other are important, but we need to ensure they don't compromise our quest." Her words were more than just a reassurance to Adrian. They were a vow to herself, a promise that they would not lose sight of the mission that had brought them together. Adrian studied Serena carefully, searching her face for any sign of doubt, but he found none. There was only a fierce determination in her eyes, a reflection of the woman he had come to respect deeply over the course of their journey. Even now, when emotions could easily cloud judgment, she was unwavering in her commitment to their cause. His own worries, which had been gnawing at him for days, began to fade. Serena understood the gravity of their situation, perhaps even more so than he had feared. Her words were the confirmation he needed, that their feelings, while powerful, would not derail them. He had been terrified that their growing bond would become a distraction, a vulnerability that their enemies could exploit. But now, with Serena's quiet strength, he felt a spark of hope that maybe this, too, could be part of their journey, something that would help them grow stronger, together. "We've come this far because of our trust in each other," Serena continued, her voice gaining strength, though there was a touch of emotion hiding beneath her calm exterior. "Our bond has been our strength, but it has to be one that supports our mission, not distracts us from it." Her gaze didn't waver from Adrian's, her words cutting through the air with an intensity that made it clear she was committed, without reservation, to their cause. "We can't afford to lose sight of what we're fighting for. The heart of the reef, the curse, it's bigger than us. But that doesn't mean what we feel isn't real. We just need to keep it in perspective." In that moment, her words didn't just speak of a mission, but of the deeper commitment between them, one that would have to withstand the trials ahead, while remaining grounded in their purpose. Adrian's heart felt lighter as he listened to her, the storm of uncertainty he'd been carrying easing with every word. Serena's ability to express their shared understanding made everything clearer, and for the first time, he felt that their connection didn't have to be a threat, it could be a strength. The fear that had kept him on edge now seemed unnecessary, for he could see that their bond would not weaken their resolve, but reinforce it. "I agree," he said, his voice firm but gentle. "Our feelings are a part of this journey, but we can't let them control us. We have a responsibility to the people depending on us, and to each other. We owe it to ourselves to stay true to our purpose." The sincerity in his words resonated with Serena, and in that moment, they both knew they were more aligned than ever before. Their connection was something they could use to fuel their mission, not something that would divide them. As the conversation wound down, the quiet settled comfortably around them, an unspoken understanding between them. The weight of the world still pressed upon their shoulders, but now, they felt a little less burdened. Together, they had confronted the challenges not just of their quest, but of their hearts, and had emerged with a deeper sense of unity. Serena's expression softened, a faint but genuine smile forming as she looked at Adrian. "We've got this," she said, her voice a quiet declaration of confidence, a reassurance that, despite the obstacles, they were ready. "Together, we can do this. We just have to remember why we started." As they stood up, the air between them felt lighter, charged with the understanding that, no matter the obstacles ahead, they could face them with strength, purpose, and a shared bond that would guide them through the trials to come. Serena nodded, her eyes meeting Adrian's, her expression steady yet soft with understanding. The air between them grew heavier with the weight of their conversation, but at the same time, a wave of relief washed over her. For so long, they had danced around the growing tension, unwilling to acknowledge the feelings stirring beneath the surface. But now, with the truth out in the open, something shifted between them. The moment of honesty brought a new clarity. She had felt the pull of their connection for what seemed like an eternity, but putting it into words made it real, and with that reality came a sense of resolution. "You're right," she said, her voice calm yet firm. "We need to find a balance. Our feelings for each other are important, but we need to ensure they don't compromise our quest." Her words were not just for Adrian. They were a promise she made to herself, to their mission, and to the path they had chosen together. Adrian studied her closely, searching for any hint of doubt or hesitation in her eyes. But all he saw was unwavering resolve. There was no second-guessing, no faltering. Serena's gaze held a fierce determination that reaffirmed his respect for her. Even now, when emotions threatened to cloud their judgment, she remained steadfast in her commitment to their cause. Adrian's own anxieties, which had been gnawing at him for days, began to subside. Serena understood the gravity of their mission, perhaps even more than he had feared. Her words were the confirmation he needed, that their bond, while powerful, would not distract them from their purpose. In fact, he now saw it as something that could strengthen their resolve, not weaken it. The fear that their growing connection might become a vulnerability began to fade, replaced by a quiet hope that this challenge could be something they could face together. "We've come this far because of our trust in each other," Serena continued, her voice now gaining strength, though it still carried a thread of emotion. "Our bond has been our strength, but it has to be one that supports our mission, not distracts us from it." She didn't look away, her eyes fixed on Adrian, her words cutting through the silence with an intensity that made her commitment clear. "We can't afford to lose sight of what we're fighting for. The heart of the reef, the curse, it's bigger than us. But that doesn't mean what we feel isn't real. We just need to keep it in perspective." In those few sentences, Serena spoke not just of their mission but of the deeper bond between them, one that had to endure the trials ahead while remaining anchored in their purpose. It was a promise that their emotions, though important, would not overshadow the importance of their quest. Adrian felt a sense of relief wash over him as he listened to her, the uncertainty that had been clouding his thoughts slowly lifting. Serena's ability to articulate their shared understanding made everything feel clearer. For the first time, he saw their connection as a strength rather than a potential threat. The fear that their feelings would derail them now seemed unnecessary. Instead, he realized that their bond could reinforce their mission, fueling them through the challenges ahead. "I agree," he said, his voice steady yet gentle. "Our feelings are a part of this journey, but we can't let them control us. We have a responsibility to the people depending on us, and to each other. We owe it to ourselves to stay true to our purpose." His words, spoken with sincerity, resonated with Serena, and in that moment, they both knew they were more united than ever. Their connection, now understood and respected, would be an asset to their cause, not a hindrance. As the conversation tapered off, an unspoken understanding settled between them. The weight of their shared responsibility still pressed heavily on their shoulders, but they no longer felt so burdened. Together, they had faced not just the challenges of their quest, but the complexity of their emotions, and emerged with a deeper sense of unity. Serena's expression softened, a small yet genuine smile curving her lips as she looked at Adrian. "We've got this," she said, her voice steady but filled with confidence. It was a quiet affirmation that, despite the obstacles ahead, they were ready to face whatever came their way. "Together, we can do this. We just have to remember why we started." With those words, they both stood, their resolve strengthened, ready to continue their journey. The air between them was lighter, filled with the understanding that their bond, rooted in trust and purpose, would guide them through the challenges still to come. Chapter 24: The Enchanted Garden. The ancient temple had already yielded many long-hidden secrets, but Adrian and Serena could feel that the most crucial discovery was still out of reach. Their journey through its labyrinthine halls had brought them closer to the truth behind the betrayal that had threatened to tear them apart. They had faced not only external dangers but the internal turmoil of their growing feelings for each other. Despite the emotional weight they carried, their resolve remained unbroken, and they knew they had no choice but to continue. The stakes were higher than ever, and with the betrayal unveiled, their next step was clear. They had to push forward, following the faint trail of clues that had led them deeper into the temple. Their latest lead pointed to a hidden part of the temple, a place shrouded in mystery and whispered about only in the oldest texts. This was not a place that many dared to venture, for it was said to be filled with powerful magic, both a boon and a danger. The air around it seemed thick with an unseen force, and those who had sought to uncover its secrets before had either vanished or returned changed, haunted by visions and insights that were more than they could bear. Despite the risks, Adrian and Serena knew they had little choice but to seek out this hidden chamber. The temple had been their guide so far, and it seemed that the answers they sought, answers that could alter the course of their quest, lay within this fabled, mystical place. As they approached the entrance, the atmosphere grew heavier, charged with an energy that neither of them could explain but both could feel. The walls around them seemed to pulse, as if the very stones of the temple were alive, whispering ancient words of power. not just from the excitement of the discovery, but from the knowledge that this place could hold the answers they needed, or it could be their undoing. Serena stood by his side, her gaze determined, her hand gripping the hilt of her sword in readiness. Together, they had faced so much already, but the path ahead was uncertain, filled with potential dangers and revelations that could change everything. Yet they pressed on, driven by the need to uncover the final truth that lay hidden in the heart of the temple. Following the cryptic clues they had deciphered from the ancient scrolls and artifacts, Adrian and Serena ventured further into the heart of the temple. The labyrinthine passages twisted and turned, each step taking them deeper into the forgotten corners of the structure. The air grew cooler, thick with the scent of age and mystery. The walls, adorned with intricate carvings and faded murals, whispered secrets of a time long past, but none offered answers to the questions that plagued their minds. They were no longer just chasing a trail of knowledge, they were chasing their fate, one that had been set in motion long before their arrival. Their journey through the winding corridors led them to a stunning discovery, a grand, ornate door. It stood at the end of a narrow hallway, its presence commanding attention, as though it had waited for them for centuries. The surface of the door was etched with exquisite symbols, flourishing vines, blossoming flowers, and vibrant creatures, depicting life and vitality in intricate patterns that seemed almost alive. The craftsmanship was unlike anything they had seen before, the details so fine it made the door appear to pulse with a quiet energy. Serena paused, her hand hovering just above the surface of the door, as a strange warmth seemed to emanate from the symbols, filling the space with a soft, welcoming hum. It was as though the door itself recognized their presence and invited them to step forward. The energy in the air thickened, a gentle hum vibrating through the stone beneath their feet. Adrian and Serena exchanged a glance, both aware of the significance of this moment. There was something undeniably magical about the door, something that hinted at the deeper powers at work within the temple. The way the door seemed to respond to their presence was unsettling, yet it also offered a strange comfort. It was clear that they had reached a pivotal point in their quest. Whatever lay beyond this door, it was bound to bring them closer to the answers they sought, and perhaps to the key that would either save or doom them. With hearts pounding in anticipation, they knew there was no turning back. Together, they pushed the door open, stepping into the unknown with a mix of resolve and trepidation. "This must be it," Serena whispered, her voice filled with awe as she stepped into the hidden sanctuary beyond the ornate door. The moment they crossed the threshold, the air changed. It was as if they had entered a world apart, untouched by time. The enchanted garden stretched out before them, bathed in the soft glow of a light that seemed to emanate from nowhere and everywhere at once. Lush, vibrant plants grew in abundance, their colors more vivid than anything they had ever seen. Flowers with petals that shimmered like precious gems bloomed around them, their fragrance intoxicating, while trees with silvery leaves towered above, their branches intertwined to form a natural canopy. A quiet hum resonated through the space, as though the garden itself was alive, breathing in harmony with their every movement. As they ventured deeper into the garden, Serena's gaze fell upon the peculiar plants and creatures that surrounded them. Strange, glowing vines twisted up from the earth, their tendrils reaching toward the sky as if drawn by some unseen force. Birds with iridescent feathers flitted between the trees, their songs echoing like a melody in a forgotten language. There were creatures too, small, mythical beings that seemed to flicker in and out of existence, barely visible but always present. They were like nothing Adrian and Serena had ever encountered, adding to the sense of wonder and mystery that permeated the air. Each step they took seemed to pull them deeper into the magic of the place, and for a moment, the weight of their quest seemed to lift, as though this garden held some key to understanding their journey. Serena paused, her eyes scanning the garden, sensing something hidden beneath its beauty. The enchantment was undeniable, but there was a presence here that felt more than just mystical. It was ancient and powerful. "This garden, it's not just a sanctuary," she murmured, almost to herself. "It's a test." Adrian nodded, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, his senses alert. The tranquility of the garden was both a gift and a warning. They had come this far, but they could not forget the danger that still lingered in the shadows. Whatever secrets this place held, they knew it would not offer them freely. They would have to earn it, just as they had earned every step of their journey. Together, they pressed forward, aware that the garden's true purpose was still hidden, waiting to reveal itself when the time was right. Adrian nodded, his eyes reflecting the same sense of wonder as he gazed around the enchanted garden. The world they had entered seemed like something out of a dream, its beauty and otherworldliness both captivating and unsettling. The vibrant colors of the plants and the gentle, otherworldly hum of the air filled him with awe, but he knew they couldn't afford to be lost in the wonder of it all. The mission remained, and this place, as magical as it seemed, could hold the answers they had been seeking or dangers they hadn't anticipated. His hand instinctively brushed the hilt of his sword as he stepped forward, prepared for whatever lay ahead. "Let's see what it holds," he said, his voice low but filled with determination, as they both continued deeper into the heart of the garden. The further they ventured, the more the garden revealed its hidden layers. At first, it appeared to be a simple sanctuary, but as they walked among the twisted vines and luminous flowers, Adrian began to notice the subtle signs of something more. Strange symbols were carved into the trunks of trees, glowing faintly as though alive with energy. The path seemed to shift underfoot, winding in unexpected directions, drawing them toward an ancient stone structure at the center of the garden. It was a temple of sorts, its weathered stone covered in moss and ivy, but the carvings that adorned its surface were intricate and detailed, depicting scenes of long-forgotten rituals and mythical creatures. The air around it buzzed with an eerie anticipation, as if the temple itself was waiting for their arrival. Serena, ever watchful, took in the details with a keen eye, noticing how the flowers seemed to close as they passed, as if in response to their presence. "This is no ordinary place," she murmured, her voice tinged with awe and caution. "It's alive, connected to something older than we can comprehend." Adrian looked at her, his expression one of quiet resolve. This place was more than just a garden. It was a living testament to the magic of the past, and its secrets were waiting to be uncovered. As they approached the temple, the sense of wonder mixed with a tightening in Adrian's chest. Whatever answers they were searching for, they were close. But he knew that finding them would come at a cost. He shared a look with Serena, and together they stepped toward the stone structure, ready to face whatever lay ahead in the heart of the garden. With a deep breath, Adrian and Serena shared a look before they pushed open the door, its heavy wood creaking softly on its hinges. As the door opened fully, they were immediately met with a wave of fragrant, floral air that seemed to wrap around them, carrying with it a sense of tranquility and mystery. The scent was sweet and intoxicating, unlike anything they had ever encountered before, and for a moment, they simply stood there, letting the atmosphere wash over them. It was as if the garden itself was welcoming them into its hidden depths, its magic pulsing in the air with every breath they took. The familiar weight of their mission remained, but the wonder of this place made it momentarily feel as though the world outside no longer existed. Stepping into the garden, they were greeted by a sight that defied description, a landscape of unimaginable beauty and otherworldly serenity. Luminous flowers bloomed in every hue imaginable, their petals glowing softly, casting a gentle light on the stone path beneath their feet. Shimmering pools of crystal clear water dotted the terrain, their surfaces reflecting the ethereal glow of the flowers, adding a layer of enchantment to the scene. Towering trees with iridescent leaves swayed gently in an unseen breeze, their branches reaching toward the sky in intricate patterns. The garden stretched out before them, a vibrant tapestry of colors and life, each element more mesmerizing than the last. It was a place that seemed suspended in time, untouched by the world outside. The air itself felt alive with magic, a subtle yet palpable force that made their skin tingle as they walked deeper into the garden. The gentle hum of enchantment vibrated softly in their bones, resonating with the very core of their being. Every step they took felt like an exploration of not just the physical space but of something far more ancient and profound. Serena's eyes gleamed with awe as she took in the sight, while Adrian remained focused, his gaze scanning the surroundings for anything that might hold a clue to the mysteries they sought to unravel. The beauty and power of the garden were undeniable, but in the back of his mind, the weight of their quest pressed on. Whatever answers lay hidden here, they would have to navigate through the garden's enchantments, and uncover the truths it had kept hidden for so long. As Adrian and Serena ventured deeper into the garden, they couldn't help but notice that the flora around them seemed to respond to their every movement. The air was thick with magic, and with each step they took, flowers that had once been closed began to bloom in vibrant displays of color. Petals unfurled slowly, as though reaching toward them, releasing a soft, intoxicating fragrance that filled the air with even more wonder. It was as if the very garden itself recognized their presence, eager to reveal its secrets. The effect was subtle but profound, a silent acknowledgement that they were part of something far greater than they had imagined. The trees, too, seemed to respond to their passage. Towering above them, their iridescent leaves shimmered, and the branches began to sway rhythmically, almost as if moved by an unseen force. The motion was slow and deliberate, as if the trees were dancing in time with the hum of magic that pulsed through the garden. As the light filtered through the leaves, it created a play of shadows on the ground, casting intricate patterns that shifted with every movement. It was a mesmerizing sight, one that made the entire garden feel alive with purpose, as if every element within it was working in harmony to create a living, breathing tapestry of enchantment. Despite the beauty that surrounded them, Adrian remained vigilant, his eyes scanning the landscape for anything that might offer insight into the mysteries they sought to unravel. But Serena couldn't help but pause every few steps, drawn in by the natural beauty and the sense of wonder that seemed to pulse from every leaf and petal. The garden was unlike anything they had encountered before, a place that felt both ancient and alive, steeped in magic but filled with an inviting warmth. As the flowers bloomed and the trees swayed in their rhythm, it became clear that this was a place of power, a sanctuary where the natural and supernatural intertwined in perfect balance. Adrian's voice was filled with awe as he took in the breathtaking sight before him. His eyes swept over the vibrant expanse of the garden, each detail more mesmerizing than the last. The air shimmered with magic, and every step they took seemed to stir the very essence of the place. "This place is incredible," he murmured, his tone soft yet filled with a sense of reverence. The garden, with its luminous flowers and glowing pools, felt like something out of a dream, as though they had crossed into a realm untouched by time and the ordinary world. The colors were richer, the scents more intoxicating, and the beauty so profound that it made the surrounding world seem distant and unreal. Serena, too, was struck by the sheer magnificence of their surroundings. She could feel the magic in the air, tangible and alive, as if it were woven into every leaf and petal. Adrian's words echoed in her mind as she allowed herself a moment of wonder. It did feel as though they had stepped into another world, one that existed apart from everything they had known. There was a quiet, almost sacred energy that seemed to hum beneath the surface, a reminder that they were in a place of great significance. The paths that wound through the garden, the soft glow of the pools, and the gentle sway of the trees all combined to create an atmosphere that was both serene and charged with ancient power. As they moved further into the garden, the sense of being in a different world became even stronger. The sounds of the outside world, the crash of waves, the rustling of wind, seemed muted, replaced by the gentle rustling of leaves and the faint, melodic hum of the garden itself. Adrian found himself unable to tear his gaze away from the beauty around them. "It's like we're the first ones to see it," he said, almost to himself, his voice tinged with wonder. Every step felt like an exploration into the unknown, but in that moment, neither he nor Serena felt afraid. The magic of the garden seemed to embrace them, filling them with a sense of purpose and quiet anticipation, as though they were exactly where they needed to be. Serena's steps were slow and deliberate as she moved toward the crystalline pool at the heart of the garden. The water's surface shimmered with an otherworldly golden glow, almost as if the pool itself contained the essence of light. As she crouched beside it, the air around her seemed to grow still, holding its breath in anticipation. The pool was unlike anything she had ever seen. Its calm surface felt alive, vibrating with quiet power. The golden hue that danced across the water gave it an ethereal quality, as though it were a gateway to another realm, a place where reality and magic blurred. As Serena gazed into the depths of the pool, the water began to stir. At first, the ripples were faint, a subtle undulation that spread outwards like a whisper. Then, gradually, images began to form on the water's surface, The shapes were hazy at first, blurred glimpses of distant lands and ancient cities, landscapes she had never encountered. Shadows danced across the water, fleeting glimpses of figures that seemed both familiar and foreign. Serena's heart raced as she tried to make sense of the images, but they shifted too quickly, too fluidly, to capture any one detail. There was a sense of urgency in the visions, as though the pool was trying to show her something crucial, yet elusive. The figures in the water became clearer with each passing moment. Dark, ominous shapes began to take form, powerful forces that pulsed with an energy Serena could feel deep within her. The shadowy figures appeared to be plotting something, their presence menacing and filled with intent. She could sense their connection to the very mission that had brought her and Adrian to this temple. A chill ran down her spine as she realized that these were not just visions, they were warnings. The pool was revealing the forces that stood in their way, the very powers they had to face in order to protect the heart of the reef. Serena's hand trembled as she reached for Adrian, silently urging him to look. The future was unfolding before them, and the stakes were higher than they had ever imagined. "These visions," Serena murmured, her voice tinged with awe and concern. "They seem to be showing us glimpses of the future, or perhaps insights into the curse we're trying to break." Her eyes remained fixed on the shimmering surface of the pool, captivated by the fluid images swirling before her. Each vision seemed to reveal something new, yet each was cloaked in mystery. The images were fragmented, like pieces of a puzzle that, when assembled, might provide them with the answers they desperately sought. Serena's mind raced as she tried to connect the dots. How did these visions relate to the curse, to the heart of the reef, and to the betrayal they had uncovered? The weight of their mission seemed heavier now, as if the very fabric of fate itself was beginning to unravel before them. As the water shifted again, more scenes emerged, their vividness growing with each passing moment. She could see dark clouds swirling over the heart of the reef, a symbol of the curse's power threatening to consume everything in its path. There were flashes of figures, some familiar, others unrecognizable, moving in the shadows, their intentions shrouded in secrecy. Serena's heart pounded as she realized that the people involved in the curse were not just distant adversaries. They were close, perhaps even hidden among those she had trusted. The visions did not offer solutions, but instead painted a picture of an impending catastrophe, urging them to act before it was too late. The pool's revelations were both a warning and a guide, urging them to be vigilant and prepared for the darkness that lay ahead. Her thoughts were interrupted when Adrian's voice broke through the silence. "Do you think these visions are meant to lead us? To show us what we need to do next?" His question echoed in the stillness, his tone filled with a mixture of hope and apprehension. Serena looked up at him, her mind grappling with the implications of what they had just witnessed. The visions felt purposeful, as if they were being shown a path they could follow, but that path was fraught with peril. She turned back to the pool, her reflection merging with the visions in the water, and for the first time, she felt the full weight of their destiny. The choices they made in the coming days would not only affect their journey but would determine the fate of the heart of the reef, and perhaps the world itself. Adrian joined her by the pool, his eyes fixed on the shifting images, his brow furrowed in concentration. The visions in the water danced before them, each one more vivid and complex than the last. He could feel the weight of the unknown pressing down on him, but there was a strange sense of purpose in these glimpses of the future. The swirling images seemed to beckon them forward, urging them to decipher the hidden meanings before the pieces of the puzzle slipped away. Adrian's mind raced, trying to make sense of the fragmented scenes. The heart of the reef, the curse, and the shadowy figures all seemed connected, but how? He could see no clear path, only the fragmented symbols of a destiny that seemed just beyond their reach. Serena's gaze never wavered from the water, her thoughts clearly mirroring his. She spoke quietly, almost to herself. "There's something familiar about these images, like I've seen them before, but in a different context." Her fingers brushed the surface of the water, and the visions seemed to respond, rippling around her touch. Adrian watched her, noting the quiet intensity in her movements. It was as if the pool itself was communicating with her, the magic of the garden responding to her presence. He wanted to help her unlock the meaning of what they were seeing, but the images remained elusive, like shadows slipping through their fingers no matter how hard they tried to focus. They had to keep looking, keep searching for the thread that would lead them to the truth. Finally, Adrian spoke, his voice steady despite the rising tension. The curse. It's not just something we can break by force or by chance. These visions, they're telling us that we need to understand it, to learn its true nature. He paused, watching the pool, as if trying to find clarity in the ever-changing water. Maybe the answers aren't all in front of us, maybe we have to make the right choices, piece by piece. Serena nodded slowly, her face reflecting the same resolve. The sense of urgency that had clung to them since the beginning was now sharper than ever. Each passing moment felt like a step closer to something monumental, and they both knew they could not afford to make a misstep. Whatever was coming, they would face it together, but first, they had to decipher the mysteries that lay before them. The visions in the water were both beautiful and unsettling, their vivid clarity laced with a sense of foreboding. They saw the heart of the reef in its prime, a place of radiant light and abundant life. Its waters shimmered with an otherworldly glow, teeming with vibrant flora and fauna, all dancing under the sun's golden rays. The images were mesmerizing, offering a glimpse of what the heart had once been, a paradise brimming with magic and vitality. But those images were quickly overshadowed by the stark contrast of its current decay. The once glorious waters were now dark and murky, the coral reefs lifeless, the creatures distant and still. The stark juxtaposition of beauty and decay weighed heavily on them, a stark reminder of the damage the curse had inflicted and the impossible task that lay ahead. Among these fleeting scenes, Adrian and Serena caught glimpses of themselves, but the visions were not as clear as the landscapes. In some, they were seen standing together, their faces determined, yet there was a certain distance between them. In others, they were engaged in various trials, running through dense forests, battling shadowy figures, and standing at the edge of crumbling cliffs. There were moments of triumph, too, where they could see themselves standing victorious, arms raised in unison, yet the victory always seemed bittersweet. The triumphant moments were fleeting, overshadowed by the shadows that crept in around them. Each image was laden with significance, but none of it made sense. They knew that they were being shown something important, something crucial to the curse's unraveling, but the meaning remained elusive. Serena's heart raced as she watched the visions, her mind struggling to connect the dots. She could feel the weight of their journey in the images, every trial, every victory, every moment of doubt reflected in the pool before her. Adrian, too, was lost in the images, his face a mask of concentration as he searched for any thread of understanding. The visions had shown them not just the path they had already walked, but the path they would have to continue to walk, fraught with danger, uncertainty, and difficult choices. The images suggested that they were not just passive participants in their own fate, but active agents in the restoration of the heart of the reef. Their choices, their actions, would shape what came next. And with that realization came an overwhelming sense of responsibility. They weren't just fighting for themselves. They were fighting for the world they had glimpsed in those visions, a world that was slipping further and further away with each passing moment. One vision stood out among the swirling images in the water, a dark figure looming before the heart of the reef. Its presence was suffocating, the very air around it charged with malevolent energy. The figure was cloaked in shadow, its form indiscernible, but its aura was unmistakable. A force so dark and consuming that it seemed to threaten the very heart of the world they were fighting to protect. The heart, once vibrant and full of life, pulsed weakly beneath the shadow, its brilliance flickering like a candle in the wind. The sense of danger was palpable, as if the figure itself was the curse personified, a destructive force bent on unraveling everything they had fought for. The image sent a shiver down Serena's spine, and her heart pounded in her chest, the weight of its meaning settling heavily in the pit of her stomach. As the dark figure began to fade, another image emerged from the pool. This one was a striking contrast. The same figure of Adrian and Serena, standing side by side, their hands firmly clasped together. They were facing the darkness, a united front against the encroaching evil. In the vision, their resolve was clear, their determination unmistakable as they stood strong, despite the overwhelming force looming before them. Their connection, their bond, was the only light in the face of the consuming dark. It was a symbol of hope, of strength, and of unity in the face of insurmountable odds. The sight of their hands joined, their silhouettes framed by the looming danger, was a powerful reminder of the path they had chosen together, one where they would face the darkness not as individuals, but as a team. The vision left them both breathless, their minds racing to process what they had just witnessed. The image was not just a glimpse into the future, but a reflection of the challenge they were about to face. Serena turned to Adrian, her eyes wide with the gravity of what they had seen. She could feel the weight of the moment pressing down on her, the realization that their journey had brought them to this point. They were not just fighting for the heart of the reef anymore, they were fighting against the force that sought to consume everything they held dear. And yet, in that moment, standing together, hand in hand, Serena felt a renewed sense of clarity. She knew that the vision had shown them what they needed to do, face the darkness together, without fear, and trust in the strength of their bond to guide them through the trials that lay ahead. Adrian's voice broke the silence, his words echoing with a mixture of awe and apprehension. "This vision seems to suggest that we are crucial in restoring the heart," he said, his eyes still locked on the shimmering surface of the pool. There was a tremor in his voice, the weight of the revelation settling heavily on him. The visions had not only shown them the past and present state of the heart of the reef, but also hinted at their pivotal role in its restoration. It was both a daunting realization and a flicker of hope. He could feel the responsibility pressing down on his shoulders, but there was also a sense of purpose that came with knowing they were part of something so much larger than themselves. The image of them standing together, united against the darkness, seemed to affirm that their bond was not just emotional but essential to the success of their mission. Serena's gaze lingered on the pool as well, her mind racing to process the vision they had witnessed. The garden, with all its magic and wisdom, seemed to be guiding them toward a greater understanding of their role. "It's as if the garden is showing us our role in overcoming the darkness," she murmured, her voice filled with both wonder and uncertainty. The images had been vivid, but they also carried an unspoken message. The darkness wasn't just a physical threat, it was something that threatened to consume the very heart of their world, and they had to be the ones to stop it. But how? The connection they shared, the bond they had cultivated over their journey, seemed to be the key. Yet, with that realization came the fear that their feelings for each other might become a liability in the face of such immense danger. For a moment, they were both silent, each lost in their thoughts as the gravity of the vision settled over them. Adrian's hand instinctively reached for Serena's, his grip firm yet comforting. They had been through so much together, and now, with this new understanding of their roles, it felt like the stakes had never been higher. The heart of the reef, the very essence of their world, was teetering on the brink of destruction, and their connection, though fragile and uncertain at times, was the key to restoring it. Serena squeezed his hand, her gaze steady and resolute. "We'll face this together," she said, her voice carrying a quiet strength. "Whatever comes, we can't let the darkness divide us. We have to stay focused on what's at stake." Adrian nodded, his heart swelling with a renewed sense of determination. They had seen their part in the journey, and now, there was no turning back. Together, they would face whatever came next. Serena's eyes flickered as she processed the visions, her thoughts weaving through the fragmented images they had witnessed. The weight of their meaning settled heavily on her mind, but there was also clarity within the confusion. She nodded slowly, her gaze fixed on the shimmering surface of the pool. "The visions might be guiding us toward what we need to do next," she said, her voice quiet but certain. Her fingers brushed against the smooth stone at the pool's edge, as if grounding herself to the reality of their situation. The visions had shown them the dangers that lay ahead, the darkness threatening the heart, the trials they would face, and the pivotal moment when they would have to stand united. All of it was leading them towards something crucial, something they had yet to fully understand. Her expression softened, but there was no mistaking the resolve in her eyes. "They're showing us the stakes and the path we must take," she continued, her words gaining strength as they formed in her mind. Each image had been a piece of a larger puzzle, one that was slowly coming into focus. She knew that the heart's restoration wouldn't be easy, but glimpses they had seen of their roles in these visions were enough to convince her that they were meant to play a central part in the healing of their world. It wasn't just about defeating the darkness. It was about restoring balance, reclaiming what had been lost, and rekindling the light that had once flourished in the heart of the reef. The visions, though unsettling, weren't simply warnings. They were guiding lights in a world shrouded in uncertainty. Adrian turned toward her, his expression matching the depth of her realization. The significance of their journey was becoming clearer with every moment they spent in the garden, every vision they uncovered. They weren't just two travelers on a mission anymore. They were the key to the restoration of something far greater. He met her gaze, his grip on her hand tightening ever so slightly, as if grounding himself in their shared understanding. "We need to trust what we've seen," he said, his voice steady but filled with the weight of their responsibility. "The path isn't fully clear, but the way forward is shaped by what we've just witnessed. Together, we'll face whatever comes, and we'll do it with the strength of our connection to each other." Serena's resolve mirrored his, and for the first time in a long while, they both felt a sense of certainty. Whatever the future held, they would face it united, guided by the visions that had set them on their path. As they ventured deeper into the garden, the vibrant surroundings gradually gave way to a quieter, more secluded space. The air grew still, and the soft glow of the flowers seemed to fade, allowing them to focus on the sight before them. Nestled against a backdrop of creeping ivy and moss-covered stones, they discovered an alcove that felt untouched by time. Ancient runes, intricately carved into the stone walls, pulsed faintly with an otherworldly light, their meanings unclear but undeniably powerful. At the center of the alcove stood a pedestal, crafted from the same polished stone as the runes, and atop it lay a book. The book was bound in dark leather, its cover embossed with the same symbols they had encountered throughout the temple, the signs of the heart, of balance, and of the forces that had once shaped their world. Serena approached the pedestal cautiously, her fingers lingering just above the book as if drawn to it by an unseen force. The symbols on the cover seemed to shimmer under her gaze, as though alive with the magic that filled the garden. The book appeared ancient, its edges worn, but it was clear that it had been carefully preserved, its contents holding a significance beyond their understanding. She glanced at Adrian, her heart beating faster with the realization that this might be the key to unraveling the mysteries they had been seeking. "This is it," she whispered, her voice reverberating softly against the stone walls. "The book must hold the answers we need." Adrian stepped closer, his eyes narrowing in thought as he studied the book. The air around them seemed to grow heavier, as though the garden itself was holding its breath in anticipation. He felt a strange sense of reverence in the presence of the book, as though it were an artifact from another time, a piece of the ancient knowledge that had once been lost to the world. The symbols on its cover were a puzzle, but now, standing before it, Adrian felt a deep, undeniable pull toward the book, toward the truth it promised to reveal. Together, they had faced countless trials, but this moment, this discovery, felt different. Whatever lay within the pages of this book, it was clear that it would be their next step in the journey to break the curse, and to restore the heart of the reef. Adrian's fingers trembled slightly as he reached for the book, the weight of the moment settling heavily on him. He carefully lifted the cover, the ancient leather creaking in protest as if reluctant to reveal its secrets. As he flipped open the first page, a sense of awe washed over him. The pages were adorned with intricate illustrations, delicate yet vibrant depictions of the heart of the reef in its prime, glowing with radiant life. The drawings seemed almost alive, each stroke of ink imbued with a depth of history that left Adrian spellbound. Alongside these illustrations were meticulously written texts, their words both cryptic and profound. They spoke of a time long before the decay had begun, of the heart's creation and its connection to the forces of nature, the balance of the seas, and the magic that held the world together. Serena leaned over Adrian's shoulder, her eyes scanning the pages alongside him. The words were written in a language both familiar and foreign, each symbol carrying the weight of ancient knowledge. As they deciphered the text together, they began to unravel the prophecy that had guided their quest. The heart of the reef was not just a source of power, it was a living entity, a heart of the world itself, bound by a delicate balance that had been disturbed long ago. The book spoke of a curse, one that had been placed upon the heart to prevent its magic from being misused, but also one that had caused its slow decline into darkness. The prophecy hinted at a pair of individuals, Adrian and Serena, who were fated to restore the balance and break the curse, but it was clear that the path ahead would not be without its trials. As Adrian turned the pages, they found more details about the ancient magic that held the heart together, an intricate web of forces tied to the land, the sea, and the very fabric of life itself. The power of the heart was both a blessing and a curse, and its restoration required more than just physical strength. It demanded a unity of purpose, a deep understanding of the forces at play. The text described rituals and tests, each one more daunting than the last, that would test their resolve and their bond. As Adrian read, a chill ran down his spine. The weight of their mission had just become much heavier, but the knowledge they had uncovered gave them a glimmer of hope. They were not alone in their struggle. This book, this knowledge, was guiding them, revealing the path they needed to take. The magic that had once sustained the heart was within their reach, but it was clear that their journey was far from over. Serena's voice was filled with a mixture of awe and determination as she stood beside Adrian, her eyes fixed on the pages of the ancient book. The air around them seemed to hum with a quiet energy, as though the book itself was alive with the knowledge it contained. She leaned in closer, tracing her fingers lightly over the delicate illustrations, each one revealing more about the heart of the reef and the prophecy that had guided their journey. The symbols and writings were like pieces of a puzzle, each new page offering a glimpse into the heart of the mystery they had been chasing. The weight of their mission had always been heavy, but now, with this book in their hands, it felt as if they were standing at the edge of something monumental, just one step away from unlocking the key to the heart's restoration. Adrian nodded in agreement, his mind racing as he processed the information before him. The book wasn't just a collection of old words and drawings. It was a roadmap, a guide to the magic that had once protected the heart and the world around it. As he read on, he began to see the connections between the ancient rituals described in the text and the challenges they had already faced. It was as if the answers had been right in front of them all along, hidden beneath layers of time and mystery. They had always known that the heart was more than just a powerful object. It was the heartbeat of the entire world, and its restoration was crucial not just for them, but for the future of everything. With each turn of the page, Adrian felt a growing sense of purpose, and though the path ahead was still unclear, he could feel the weight of their destiny settling around them. Serena's eyes shone with determination as she scanned the pages alongside him. "We've already faced so much," she murmured, more to herself than to Adrian. "But this, it feels like it's all been leading us here." Her fingers brushed against the page, lingering on a particularly intricate drawing of the heart, surrounded by symbols of balance and energy. She couldn't shake the feeling that the garden, the visions, and the book were all pieces of a larger puzzle, one that was slowly falling into place. The magic of the heart wasn't just about power, it was about understanding, unity, and the connection between all things. Serena's heart raced as she realized that they had finally found the answers they had been seeking. The next steps were clear, and though they would be difficult, they now had the tools to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Together, they would restore the heart and break the curse that had plagued it for so long. As Adrian continued to pore over the pages, the ritual described within the book became clearer. The text outlined a series of intricate steps that, when completed correctly, would restore balance to the heart of the reef. Each word seemed to pulse with importance, and as he read, he could feel the weight of the responsibility settling on their shoulders. The ritual required more than just knowledge, it demanded the physical components of the keys they had been gathering, each one representing a different elemental force. The alignment of these forces was critical. They would need to bring together the powers of earth, water, fire, and air at precisely the right moment to unleash the magic capable of healing the heart. The thought of aligning these elements seemed impossible, but the certainty in the book's words made Adrian's resolve firm. This was the final step in their journey, the culmination of everything they had faced so far. Serena leaned in closer, her eyes narrowing as she took in the details of the ritual. The components were not just physical. They required a deep understanding of the ancient magic that had once been used to protect the heart. The book described a powerful connection between the elements and the natural world, each one feeding into the next in a delicate balance. To restore the heart, they would have to connect with the very forces that govern the land and sea. The ritual was a delicate weave of energies, with each element complementing and amplifying the others. Serena felt the weight of the task ahead, but there was also a spark of hope igniting within her. They had come so far, and now they were so close. The path was daunting, but the book had shown them a way forward, and that was more than they had ever hoped for. The final section of the text described the specific conditions under which the ritual could be performed. It was clear that they couldn't rush this process. The alignment of the elements would require patience, precision, and above all, trust. Trust in themselves, in each other, and in the magic they were about to wield. The keys were more than just artifacts. They were anchors to the very forces that sustain life. The book warned that if the ritual was attempted without proper preparation or if any part of the process was disrupted, the consequences could be catastrophic. Serena's hand tightened on the page as she absorbed the severity of the warning. They were on the cusp of something extraordinary, but it was not without its risks. Still, with the final pieces of the puzzle laid before them, she knew they could not turn back. They had a duty to the heart, to the world, and to themselves. Together, they would see this through to the end. Adrian's fingers traced the lines of text as he absorbed the gravity of the book's contents. "We've been missing some pieces of the puzzle," he said, his voice low but filled with realization. The fragments of information they had gathered up until now, scattered clues, ancient relics, and the keys, had felt disjointed, like a map with pieces still left to uncover. But now, reading through the detailed descriptions in front of him, everything was starting to fall into place. The ritual wasn't just a way to access the heart's power. It was the key to unlocking the magic that had kept the curse intact for so long. The puzzle pieces that had once seemed separate were now revealing their interconnectedness. This ritual, with its specific requirements, was the missing element they had been searching for all along. Serena stood beside him, her gaze flicking between the pages and Adrian's face as he absorbed the depth of the knowledge before them. The realization hit her as well. The heart of the reef, which had once thrived and now lay in ruin, could only be restored by completing this ritual. It wasn't just about finding the keys. It was about understanding how to use them in harmony with the elemental forces that bound the heart to the world. The book made it clear that only by performing the ritual with precise care could they break the curse that had drained the heart of its power. Serena felt both awe and trepidation rise within her. This was their last hope. If they could succeed, they would heal the land and rid it of the darkness that had plagued it for centuries. As Adrian continued reading, he pointed to a passage that outlined the exact timing needed for the ritual to be successful. It wasn't just about gathering the keys or aligning the elements. It was about waiting for the right moment, when the forces of nature would be in balance. The pages also warned that failure to align the elements correctly could trigger irreversible consequences, strengthening the curse rather than weakening it. Adrian closed the book, his mind racing with the implications. They had come so far, but the final step was the most dangerous. Serena met his gaze, her resolve as strong as ever. They had the knowledge now, but the real test would be executing the ritual. The burden of this task was immense, but together, they were determined to see it through, no matter what it took. Serena's eyes gleamed with a renewed fire, the weight of their mission settling with newfound clarity. "We need to find the remaining keys and prepare for the ritual," she said, her voice steady, yet charged with purpose. The garden had revealed far more than they had expected, offering not only a glimpse into the future but also the direction they needed to take. Its ethereal beauty, its magic, had not just been a test or a mystery. It had been a guiding force, one that had illuminated their path forward. The visions in the pool, the books they had uncovered, all pointed toward one undeniable truth: the heart could be restored, but only if they gathered the remaining keys and used them at the right time, with the ritual as their final act. The pieces had fallen into place, and now they knew exactly what they had to do. Adrian, who had been absorbing her words, nodded in agreement. The sense of urgency that had been building between them now carried a sharpened edge. They had learned much, but the completion of their quest now depended on finding the final elements necessary to bring the ritual to life. The knowledge of the garden, combined with the ancient text, had set them on a clear course. But they could not afford to waste any more time. Every passing moment brought them closer to a reckoning, to a confrontation with the forces that sought to undo everything they were trying to restore. The garden showed us what's at stake, Adrian said, his expression darkening with resolve. We can't afford to fail now. Serena glanced back at the garden one last time, as if drawing strength from its peaceful, radiant energy. Though the journey ahead was fraught with danger and uncertainty, the garden had reminded her of the larger purpose they were fighting for, the restoration of balance, not only for the heart of the reef but for the entire world. With the knowledge they had gained, they now had the power to face the challenges ahead. Serena tightened her grip on the book and turned back to Adrian, her voice strong. We'll find the keys, no matter where they are. And when the time comes, we'll perform the ritual. Together, we can do this. The weight of their mission was immense, but in that moment, standing side by side, they both felt that they were ready to face whatever came next. As Adrian and Serena carefully absorbed the ancient knowledge from the book, the garden around them began to react in subtle yet unmistakable ways. The once soft, glowing light from the flowers seemed to intensify, casting an almost ethereal brilliance over the landscape. Each bloom shimmered with renewed energy, as though the garden itself was acknowledging their understanding. The air, which had once carried the fragrance of 1,000 blossoms, now hummed with a deeper resonance, a vibration that seemed to echo the significance of the moment. The garden, long a place of mystery, was no longer just a setting. It had become an active participant in their quest, its magic aligning with their newly discovered purpose. Serena felt a change in the atmosphere as well, her skin tingling with the sensation of power building around them. The weight of their shared resolve had woven itself into the fabric of the space, heightening the enchantment that enveloped them. The trees, their iridescent leaves rustling softly in a gentle breeze, swayed with more intent now, as if guiding them, encouraging them. The soft hum of magic that had once seemed like a distant murmur now pulsed through the air, vibrating with an energy that matched their own growing determination. The garden, once a quiet haven, now felt alive with purpose, as if it too recognized the importance of the path they were about to take. The sense of anticipation was almost tangible. It was as if the garden was holding its breath, waiting for them to take the next step. Serena exchanged a glance with Adrian, a silent understanding passing between them. This was no coincidence. The garden had not only provided them with answers, but it was now preparing them for the challenges ahead. Their knowledge, their connection to the heart of the reef, had sparked something within the garden, and in turn, it seemed to be offering them its full support. The energy around them pulsed with an almost sentient awareness, urging them forward. They had come for answers, but now, they were being shown the power that lay within them and the path they must follow. With a renewed sense of purpose, Adrian and Serena stepped out of the enchanted garden, their minds alight with the weight of the revelations they had uncovered. The air outside felt different, charged with an energy that had not been present before, as though the garden's magic had followed them into the world beyond its walls. Every step they took seemed filled with a quiet urgency, their thoughts focused on the path ahead. The garden had not only offered them answers, but had also deepened their understanding of the stakes they were facing. The visions and insights they had received now felt like a guide, each clue and symbol urging them forward in their mission to restore balance and break the curse that had plagued the heart of the reef. Serena walked with a steady confidence beside Adrian, her eyes scanning the surroundings with a sharp awareness. The burden of their quest had not lessened, but the weight of uncertainty that had once clung to their every decision had now been replaced by a clearer sense of direction. They had a tangible plan, a ritual to perform, and the knowledge that the remaining keys were the crucial components to unlocking the heart's salvation. As they moved toward the next phase of their journey, the garden's gifts, its guidance, its magical presence, remained with them, anchoring their resolve and strengthening their bond. They had seen the potential for success, but also the cost that lay ahead, and both were determined to face whatever trials awaited them. The deeper implications of the garden's revelations began to sink in as they continued their journey away from its hallowed grounds. The visions they had witnessed lingered in their minds, the image of themselves standing united against the darkness of the heart of the reef, a constant reminder of their shared responsibility. With the pieces of the puzzle now falling into place, Adrian and Serena knew the path would not be easy. But they had the strength of their newfound knowledge and the unwavering bond that had carried them this far. As they ventured into the unknown, their resolve was unshakable. They would find the remaining keys, complete the ritual, and restore the heart, no matter the challenges that stood in their way. As they retraced their steps through the temple's labyrinthine corridors, Adrian and Serena felt a surge of energy coursing through them, their spirits lifted by the revelations they had discovered in the enchanted garden. The oppressive weight of uncertainty had lifted, replaced by a renewed sense of clarity and purpose. Each echo of their footsteps along the ancient stone floors seemed to carry the weight of their newfound knowledge, propelling them forward with greater conviction. They had glimpsed the future, seen the path they needed to take, and were more certain than ever that they were on the right course. The garden's magic had not only shown them what needed to be done, it had reaffirmed their bond, their commitment, and their belief that they could succeed. With each step, their shared resolve grew stronger. Serena's gaze was focused, her every movement deliberate as she absorbed the lessons the garden had imparted. The ritual, the keys, the alignment of elemental forces, all of it had become clearer in their minds, and they now had a concrete goal to strive toward. There was no turning back now. The prophecy had set their course, but it was their own actions, fueled by their newfound purpose, that would determine the outcome. The future seemed less like a mystery and more like a challenge they were ready to face head-on. They knew that obstacles lay ahead, but they also knew they had the strength to overcome them, together. The temple, once a place of uncertainty and shadows, now felt more like a sanctuary, a place where answers and guidance awaited them at every turn. The visions from the garden lingered in their minds, the images of the heart of the reef in its prime, the darkness threatening to consume it, and the powerful bond between them. It was clear that their role in the prophecy was integral, that they were not mere bystanders but the key to restoring balance and breaking the curse. As they moved deeper into the temple, its ancient walls seemed to echo with their purpose, as if the very stones were aligning with their mission. With the garden's magic still alive within them, Adrian and Serena walked forward, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead with unwavering determination. Chapter 25: A Dangerous Encounter. The journey through the temple had become more challenging with each passing hour, yet Adrian and Serena pressed forward with a renewed sense of purpose. The dark, winding corridors seemed to stretch on forever, their footsteps echoing off the cold, stone walls, but neither of them faltered. The weight of the task ahead hung heavy, yet the revelations from the enchanted garden, those crucial insights from the glowing pool and the ancient book, kept their spirits high. They had learned of the ritual that could break the curse and restore balance to the heart of the reef, and it was clear that the final piece of the puzzle was within their grasp. The only thing standing between them and the ritual's completion was one last artifact, a relic of immense power, said to be guarded by a creature unlike any they had encountered before. As they moved deeper into the temple, the air grew heavier, thick with the ancient magic that pulsed through the very stones beneath their feet. The walls seemed to close in, as though the temple itself was aware of their presence, aware of their mission. The further they went, the more they could feel the ominous energy of the creature that guarded the artifact. It was no ordinary guardian, but a being born of dark magic, bound to protect the relic for centuries. The legends spoke of its fierce strength and cunning, and Serena felt a tightening in her chest as she thought about the dangers they would soon face. But even in the face of this formidable challenge, she felt an unshakable confidence in their ability to succeed. They had come this far, and the strength of their bond would see them through, she was certain of it. Adrian, too, felt the weight of the approaching confrontation, but the uncertainty that once clouded his mind had been replaced with clarity. He had always feared the unknown, but now he embraced it, knowing that each trial they faced was a step closer to breaking the curse. He glanced at Serena, his resolve hardening at the sight of her determination. Together, they had overcome so much already. They had navigated treacherous waters, deciphered cryptic clues, and unraveled the mysteries of the ancient garden. This final challenge would be no different. He reached out, briefly touching her hand, a silent promise to face whatever came next side by side. Their journey had not only brought them closer to the relic but had also solidified the depth of their connection. They had learned to rely on each other in ways they never thought possible, their shared trials binding them in a way that words could not fully capture. The creature that awaited them was just another test, a test of their strength, their courage, and the power of their unity. As they continued down the darkened hallway, they knew that the final step in their quest was fast approaching. Whatever the creature had in store for them, they were ready. With the knowledge of the ritual and the strength of their bond, they would face the challenge head-on, determined to unlock the final piece needed to break the curse and restore the heart of the reef. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the dense forest as Adrian and Serena emerged from the temple's depths. Their bodies were fatigued from the long journey, their clothes dusty and their minds preoccupied with the task ahead. Yet, the sight of the lush, dark forest before them seemed to awaken a new surge of determination. The trees loomed high above, their twisted branches entangled in a canopy that filtered the fading light, creating an eerie, twilight atmosphere. The air felt thick with an ancient energy, as though the very forest was alive and watching them, its silence pregnant with an unspoken warning. The artifact they sought was rumored to be hidden within a secluded grove deep in the heart of the woods, guarded by forces as old as the land itself. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the atmosphere grew heavier, more oppressive. The air was damp and cool, filled with the scent of earth and decaying leaves. Every step they took seemed to disturb the stillness, the rustling of their footsteps the only sound that echoed in the otherwise quiet forest. The trees here were larger, their trunks gnarled and twisted in unnatural shapes, their bark blackened and scorched in places, as though they had witnessed something far more sinister than the passage of time. Serena glanced nervously over her shoulder, the feeling of being watched growing stronger with each passing moment. It was as if the forest itself knew of their quest and resented their intrusion. Yet, despite the growing sense of unease, she pressed on, her resolve unwavering. They had come too far to turn back now. Adrian kept a steady pace beside Serena, his senses heightened by the unnatural silence that surrounded them. The forest seemed to hum with a quiet, ominous energy, as if the trees and the earth were alive with secrets that only those brave enough to seek them would uncover. His grip tightened on the hilt of his sword as they moved deeper, the path growing narrower and more overgrown. The leaves above them rustled in the wind, though there was no breeze to account for it. The forest felt as if it was alive, a living, breathing entity that held both wisdom and danger within its depths. He exchanged a glance with Serena, his eyes reflecting the same unease. They had faced many dangers, but there was something uniquely menacing about this place, something that hinted at the ancient power that lay hidden within its heart. Finally, they arrived at the edge of the secluded grove, the last stretch of their journey before reaching the artifact. The grove was bathed in the dim, fading light of the setting sun, and yet it felt as if time itself had slowed down within its borders. The air grew colder, a shiver creeping up Adrian's spine as they crossed the threshold into the grove. The ground beneath their feet was soft, covered in thick moss and tangled vines, and the trees that surrounded the clearing were ancient, their trunks wide and twisted, their branches stretching toward the heavens like skeletal arms. It was here, in this sacred space, that the artifact was said to lie. The presence of something powerful, something ancient, pulsed in the air, and the silence was thick, almost suffocating. Adrian and Serena exchanged a look, knowing that this was the moment that would either make or break their mission. The artifact was within reach, but so, too, was the danger that lurked in the shadows, ready to defend the secrets it held. As Adrian and Serena made their way deeper into the forest, the atmosphere grew heavier, thickening with an unsettling stillness. The once tranquil surroundings had become increasingly oppressive, as if the very land itself was aware of their intrusion. The towering trees above them twisted and contorted in unnatural shapes, their gnarled branches stretching out like skeletal fingers, blocking out what little light remained from the fading sun. Each step they took felt as though they were being drawn further into the heart of an ancient, forgotten world, where the laws of nature had been bent and broken. The air grew thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, and there was a lingering chill that seeped into their bones, making them both shiver despite the warmth of the day. The path beneath their feet grew more treacherous, the ground uneven and unevenly covered by a thick undergrowth of tangled roots and sharp brambles. Every step required careful navigation to avoid tripping or stepping into hidden pitfalls. The forest floor was slick with moisture, and every step seemed to sink deeper into the earth. As they moved, their feet sank into the thick, damp fog that clung stubbornly to the ground, swirling around their ankles like an insidious presence. It felt as though the mist was alive, trying to drag them down into its depths, obscuring their vision and making it difficult to see more than a few feet ahead. The fog curled around their legs like spectral hands, making each step forward feel like a small victory against the unseen forces of the forest. Serena's senses were on high alert, her hand instinctively reaching for the dagger at her belt as the oppressive atmosphere seemed to grow thicker with each passing moment. She felt eyes upon them, though she saw no one. It was as if the very forest was watching them, judging their every move. The silence was eerie, broken only by the soft rustling of leaves high above or the occasional snap of a twig beneath their feet. The deeper they went, the more the forest seemed to close in around them, as if it were swallowing them whole. It was a place where the world of man had long been forgotten, replaced by something darker and far older, something that didn't take kindly to visitors. Serena glanced at Adrian, whose brow was furrowed, eyes scanning the shadows with suspicion. They were not alone, she felt certain of it. The further they pushed into the heart of the forest, the more the air seemed to thicken, heavy with unseen pressure. It was as if the very land itself was holding its breath, waiting for them to make a mistake. The fog swirled more aggressively now, the thick tendrils of mist curling up around their waists and clinging to their limbs, making their progress slow and labored. Every sound, every movement seemed to echo through the quiet forest in sharp contrast to the oppressive stillness that surrounded them. The air was thick with the promise of danger, yet nothing materialized. The forest was alive with an unseen presence, one that did not reveal itself but made its presence felt with every creaking branch and rustling leaf. It was a land of secrets, one that would not easily yield its mysteries. Serena's voice barely rose above a whisper as she studied the map in her hands, her eyes scanning the intricate lines and symbols that seemed to shift beneath the dimming light. She could feel the weight of the task ahead pressing down on her, but there was a quiet determination in her stance. The map, a gift from the enchanted garden, had led them here, deep into the heart of this mysterious forest where shadows clung to the trees and the air felt thick with magic. Her finger traced the path marked by an ancient symbol that indicated the grove where the artifact lay hidden. The map was old, its edges frayed and torn, but it pulsed with an energy that seemed to resonate with the very land around them. "This is the place," she repeated, her voice firm but laced with a sense of awe. "The artifact should be somewhere in this grove." Adrian stood beside her, his gaze sweeping over the area with a mixture of anticipation and wariness. The grove stretched before them, a circle of ancient trees whose twisted trunks and dense canopy obscured much of the sky. The ground was soft beneath their boots, carpeted in thick moss that muffled their steps. The atmosphere felt charged, as though the grove itself was alive, holding its breath as they ventured further into its depths. The air was heavy with the scent of earth and dampness, yet there was a subtle undertone of something else, something ancient and forgotten. Adrian's hand rested on the hilt of his sword, his senses heightened, alert for any signs of danger. The grove seemed peaceful at first glance, but he knew better than to trust appearances in a place like this. As they stepped further into the heart of the grove, the trees began to change, their branches intertwining above them, creating a canopy that shut out the last of the fading light. The fog, which had clung to the forest floor, began to thicken, swirling in eerie patterns around their feet. The air grew colder, and a low hum filled the space, vibrating through the ground and into their bones. Serena could feel the magic growing stronger with every step they took, an ancient power that seemed to be waiting for them. The map had led them here for a reason, and they could sense that whatever lay ahead would not be easily claimed. But they had come too far to turn back now. The artifact was within their reach, and with it, the key to breaking the curse that had haunted the heart of the reef. The silence of the grove was deafening, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves in the wind. Serena's heart beat steadily in her chest as she led the way, the weight of their mission driving her forward. As they approached the center of the grove, she could make out the faint outline of a pedestal, half hidden by vines and overgrowth. The air seemed to pulse with energy around it, the power of the artifact drawing them closer. She could feel the ground beneath her feet shift slightly as she stepped closer, and a sudden chill ran down her spine. Whatever waited at the center of this grove, she knew it would be guarded by the forces of nature, magic, or something far more sinister. She glanced at Adrian, meeting his gaze for a brief moment. Together, they were ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, knowing that the fate of the heart of the reef rested in their hands. Adrian's eyes flicked from one shadowed corner of the grove to another, his posture tense and alert. Every muscle in his body seemed to vibrate with the need to stay on guard. The air around them was thick with an oppressive stillness, as if the very forest was holding its breath. The ancient trees loomed over them, their twisted branches intertwining to form a dense canopy that blocked out the sky. Adrian's hand rested lightly on the hilt of his sword, his fingers instinctively brushing the familiar steel as his senses prickled. He had been in dangerous places before, but something about this grove felt different, darker. "We need to be cautious," he murmured to Serena, his voice low and steady. "The book mentioned that the guardian of the artifact is dangerous." His words hung in the air between them, a quiet warning of the peril that lay ahead. Serena, though no less aware of the tension in the air, nodded in agreement, her own eyes scanning the eerie silence around them. The grove felt alive, almost sentient, as though it were watching them, waiting for them to make a misstep. The fog that had clung to the ground now seemed to swirl around their feet, its tendrils curling like fingers reaching for them. The path ahead grew increasingly obscured, the once clear trail now shrouded in mist and shadow. With every step they took, the forest seemed to close in, its ancient magic pressing against them. It was as if the very ground beneath them was shifting, testing their resolve. Serena's fingers tightened around the map in her hand, her mind racing through the information they had uncovered. The guardian of the artifact was no mere myth. It was something born of the temple's magic, a protector bound to the relic and the curse it guarded. They pressed on, moving deeper into the grove, the tension between them rising with each step. Every rustling leaf, every whisper of whine through the trees made them both freeze momentarily, eyes darting, searching for any sign of movement. Adrian's every instinct told him that they were being watched, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pinpoint where the threat might be coming from. His breath was steady, his mind calculating. The book had warned them that the guardian would test their worthiness, but what that test entailed was still unclear. There were no clear signs, only the growing sense of dread that filled the air. His hand tightened on his weapon, prepared for whatever might leap out of the shadows. He wasn't sure what form the guardian would take, but he knew one thing for certain: it would not be easy to defeat. The further they ventured into the heart of the grove, the more palpable the weight of the magic became. The trees seemed to pulse with life, their gnarled roots twisting beneath the surface of the ground as if the earth itself was alive. A strange energy hummed around them, growing stronger with each step they took. Serena felt it in the air, the same tingling sensation she had felt in the enchanted garden. It was a warning, but also a reminder of the powerful forces they were dealing with. "We're getting closer," she whispered, her voice almost drowned out by the eerie hum that filled the grove. Adrian nodded, his gaze narrowing as he scanned the shadows, ready for whatever might emerge from the depths of the forest. They had come this far, and they would face whatever challenges awaited them. The artifact was within reach, but the true test had only just begun. As Adrian and Serena emerged from the dense fog, they found themselves standing at the edge of a small clearing. The fog seemed to part around them, revealing a scene that felt almost otherworldly. The air was thick with magic, and the ground beneath their feet was soft, covered in a carpet of moss and fallen leaves that muffled their steps. The trees surrounding the clearing were ancient, their trunks thick and twisted, their branches reaching high into the sky. In the center of the grove, a large stone pedestal rose from the earth, its surface weathered by time yet still sturdy, as if it had stood there for centuries waiting for this moment. Upon it rested the artifact, a dazzling crystal that seemed to capture and refract the very light of the moon. It pulsed gently, radiating a soft, ethereal glow that bathed the clearing in an almost celestial light. The artifact was beautiful, mesmerizing, but there was a palpable sense of danger around it, a warning that it was not to be approached carelessly. Serena's breath caught in her throat as she took in the sight of the artifact. It was unlike anything she had ever seen, pure, crystalline, and alive with energy. The soft light emanating from it seemed to pulse in rhythm with the beating of her own heart, as if it were calling to her. Her eyes narrowed as she noticed the protective barrier that encased it. A swirling mass of energy shimmered around the crystal, a barrier of magic so powerful that it seemed to hum in the air, vibrating with an intensity that made the hairs on the back of her neck stand up. The magic around the artifact was ancient and formidable, and it was clear that no one would be able to simply take it without confronting the force that guarded it. Serena's mind raced. What kind of power could protect such a relic, and how were they supposed to breach it? Adrian stepped forward, his eyes scanning the pedestal and the surrounding area with caution. Every instinct told him that this was no ordinary artifact, and the magical barrier surrounding it only confirmed that they were on the edge of something monumental. He could feel the weight of the moment pressing on him, the understanding that they were close to obtaining the key to breaking the curse, but that it would not come without its own trials. His hand hovered near his weapon, not out of fear, but readiness. He knew that they would have to face whatever challenge was presented to them, whether it was a test of strength, wit, or something else entirely. "We're close," he said, his voice low, eyes never leaving the artifact. "But this isn't going to be easy. We need to figure out how to get past the barrier." The air around them seemed to thrum with an ancient energy, and Serena could feel the magic of the grove responding to their presence. She stepped closer to the pedestal, her eyes locked on the crystal. Despite the danger, she felt an overwhelming sense of connection to it, as if it were calling to her directly. The book from the Enchanted Garden had spoken of the need for the remaining keys to unlock the power of the heart, and it was clear now that this artifact was one of those keys, one that could turn the tide in their mission. But how to reach it? Serena reached out with her senses, feeling the pulse of the barrier in her mind. It was not something that could be brute force. They would have to be clever, patient, and attuned to the magic surrounding them. "We need to figure out how this barrier works," she said, her voice filled with resolve. "This is the final piece. Let's find a way to take it." The moment the ground trembled beneath their feet, a shiver ran down both Serena and Adrian's spines. A low, guttural growl reverberated through the air, shaking the very earth beneath them. The sound was primal, full of menace, and it seemed to come from deep within the heart of the forest, as if the very woods themselves were warning them. Adrian instinctively moved to stand between Serena and the clearing's edge, his hand tightening around the hilt of his weapon, ready for whatever might emerge. Serena's breath caught in her throat, her instincts telling her that this was no mere guardian, but a creature born from the depths of the earth itself, as ancient and powerful as the artifact they sought to claim. From the shadows of the trees, a massive form began to emerge, its presence almost suffocating. The creature slithered from the darkness like a living nightmare, its enormous serpentine body undulating with unnerving grace. Its scales gleamed like polished obsidian, shifting with the light as it moved, reflecting the faint glow of the artifact in the distance. The creature's long, coiled body seemed to fill the clearing with an oppressive weight, its movements almost hypnotic, as if it were an extension of the darkness itself. As it drew closer, its eyes locked onto Serena and Adrian, glowing with a fierce, intelligent light that sent a jolt of fear through their bodies. This was no mindless beast. It was a sentinel, a guardian bound to protect the artifact at any cost. The creature's maw opened with a low hiss, revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs that dripped with venom, the liquid glistening in the dim light. The venom seemed to shimmer in the air, hanging like a dangerous mist around its mouth, a reminder of the deadly force it wielded. Every inch of the creature's body radiated power, a living embodiment of the magic that had kept the artifact protected for centuries. Serena's mind raced, trying to calculate their options. She had read of creatures like this in the ancient texts, but nothing could have fully prepared her for the sheer presence of the guardian standing before them. This was a test, one that would require more than just strength or strategy. It would demand everything they had. Adrian's jaw clenched, his mind working quickly to assess the situation. The creature was formidable, but they had come too far to turn back now. He knew that defeating or bypassing the Guardian was their only option. The Guardian's presence seemed to saturate the air with tension, its every movement a challenge, its eyes never leaving them for a moment. "We need to act fast," Adrian whispered, his voice low and steady, though the fear was palpable in the way his body tensed. Serena nodded, her hand subtly brushing the hilt of her dagger as she prepared herself for the confrontation. The Guardian had made its presence known, and now they would have to face it head-on if they were to claim the artifact and complete their quest. Adrian's voice was tight with urgency as he assessed the looming figure of the Guardian, his eyes never straying from the creature's piercing gaze. He could feel the weight of its intelligence bearing down on them, as if the serpent knew exactly what they were thinking. The air around them seemed to crackle with tension, the forest itself holding its breath as the Guardian remained perfectly still, waiting for their next move. The soft glow of the artifact, still encased in its protective barrier, flickered in the distance, almost mocking them with how close it seemed, yet how impossible it felt to reach. Adrian's mind raced, weighing their options carefully. They couldn't afford to waste time or make any mistakes. They needed the artifact, and they needed it now. Serena's gaze never wavered from the Guardian as she slowly took a step closer to Adrian. The creature's eyes tracked her movements, its nostrils flaring, as though it could smell her every intention. She swallowed, trying to steady the pounding in her chest. This wasn't a mindless beast. They weren't dealing with a simple animal, but a being bound by ancient magic and purpose. Serena glanced at the pedestal, studying the artifact's protective barrier, then back at the serpent-like creature. "The book mentioned the balance between forces," she said quietly, her mind working through the cryptic words. "The artifact isn't just protected by this Guardian, it's tied to the magic of the heart of the reef itself. We need to find a way to align the forces, not fight them directly." Adrian's eyes narrowed as he considered Serena's words. He had sensed the subtle hum of magic in the air, felt the barrier of energy pulsing like a living thing. It was as though the Guardian's magic and the power of the artifact were inextricably linked, and the Guardian was merely a physical manifestation of that magic's defense. "So, we can't just overpower it," Adrian muttered, the realization dawning on him. "We have to use the magic somehow to bypass the Guardian. But how?" He felt the pressure of time weighing on them. The longer they stood here, the greater the risk of the creature becoming more aggressive. Its fangs gleamed menacingly as it hissed again, its muscles coiling as if preparing to strike. They had no choice but to find a solution quickly. Serena's eyes lit up with a spark of understanding. She recalled a passage in the book that spoke of the harmony between the elemental forces, water, air, earth, and fire, each playing a part in maintaining the balance of the heart. Perhaps the barrier protecting the artifact was not just a physical defense, but also an elemental one. Serena took a deep breath, focusing her energy. "The magic," she whispered to herself. "We need to work with it, not against it." She reached out with her senses, attempting to attune herself to the flow of energy that permeated the grove. If she could connect with the magic of the garden, maybe she could shift the balance enough to allow them to pass. "We need to work together," she said to Adrian, her voice low but resolute. "If we can synchronize our intent with the magic, the Guardian might step aside." Adrian nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. The battle was not physical. It was about alignment and control of the very forces that surrounded them. Together, they would have to weave their strength with the ancient magic to move forward. The creature's eyes gleamed with an almost unnatural intelligence as it fixated on them, its gaze unblinking and intense. A low, rumbling growl vibrated through the air, sending a shiver down Adrian's spine. The serpent-like Guardian's immense body coiled tighter, the muscles rippling beneath its obsidian scales in preparation for an attack. Its fang maw parted slightly, revealing venom dripping from the sharp tips of its teeth, a silent threat of what awaited them if they made a wrong move. The air thickened, the sense of impending danger hanging heavy in the oppressive stillness of the clearing. They had only moments before the creature struck. Each second counted. Serena's pulse quickened, but she forced herself to stay focused. Her gaze flickered to Adrian, their shared determination fueling her resolve. They had come this far, found the clues, and navigated the temple's labyrinth. But this creature was unlike anything they had faced before. It wasn't simply a guardian, it was the physical embodiment of the very magic that had protected the heart of the reef for centuries. The thought made Serena pause for just a moment, but then she steadied her breath. They couldn't hesitate now. They had a purpose, a mission, and the fate of the reef rested on their shoulders. "We need to find a way to reach the magic," she murmured to Adrian, her eyes narrowing as she studied the creature's movements. Adrian didn't respond immediately, his mind racing as he tried to recall everything from the book they had discovered in the enchanted garden. The artifact, the ritual, the guardian, everything had been connected, each step a crucial piece of the puzzle. But none of it had prepared them for a creature like this, a being born of ancient power and unyielding protection. He could feel the weight of its presence, like an immovable force pressing down on them. Still, Adrian's instincts kicked in. There was a flicker of possibility in the air, a pulse that resonated with the magic of the heart, and for a moment, he felt the barrier between them and the artifact seemed just within reach. But the Guardian's intense gaze made it clear, any misstep would spell disaster. They needed to align with the magic, not fight it. Serena's eyes softened with understanding as she connected the dots. "We can't overpower it," she said, her voice steady now, more a declaration than a question. "We need to flow with it, not against it." She extended her hand, fingers trembling with anticipation as she reached toward the air, sensing the ebb and flow of the elemental forces around them. The wind whispered through the trees, the earth beneath their feet humbling in its quiet strength. She turned to Adrian, who nodded in agreement. They had to work together, harnessing the power of the environment, channeling their combined will to access the magic that bound them to this place. If they could synchronize their energy with the Guardians, maybe, just maybe, the creature would allow them passage. With the ground trembling beneath them, they knew there was no time to waste. Serena's heart raced as she took a tentative step forward, her eyes never leaving the Guardian. The creature's dark, intelligent gaze followed her every movement, its massive form coiling like a spring ready to strike. She could feel the heat of its venomous breath as it exhaled, the air thick with the scent of earth and danger. Her instincts screamed at her to retreat, but she resisted, refusing to let fear dictate their actions. The artifact, their only hope for breaking the curse and restoring the heart of the reef, was within reach, and she couldn't afford to fail now. "We need to think this through," she muttered under her breath, her thoughts racing as she searched for any sign of weakness in the creature. Adrian stepped up beside her, his posture tense, every muscle coiled in preparation. His eyes flicked between the Guardian and the artifact, searching for a solution. "It's more than just a Guardian," he said softly, his voice edged with a realization. "It's tied to the magic of the heart, like the rest of the temple's defenses." He studied the creature's movements carefully. It wasn't attacking yet, but its posture remained threatening, the way it swayed gently, like a predator measuring its prey. The realization hit him like a jolt. The creature was reacting not just to their presence, but to their intentions. They could not force their way past it. They needed to outsmart it. The question was, how? Serena's mind raced as she watched the Guardian's body move in fluid, serpentine motions, its coils shifting as if anticipating their next move. Her fingers twitched, the faintest spark of a plan taking shape. "We can't overpower it directly, but we might be able to distract it long enough to get close," she said, her voice steady with new determination. She glanced at Adrian, meeting his eyes with a silent understanding. The garden, the book, the visions, they had all pointed to the same conclusion. Their power was not just in their strength, but in their ability to adapt, to work in harmony with the forces surrounding them. "If we can disrupt its focus, we can create an opening." Adrian's face hardened with resolve as he began to piece together a plan. The magic of the temple pulsed around them, the air thick with ancient power, and he could feel it. There was a rhythm to the creature's movements, a pattern he could exploit. "I'll create a distraction," he said, his voice low and commanding. "When it's focused on me, you move toward the artifact. Use the environment, the trees, the earth, whatever you can, anything to divert its attention." Serena nodded, her body tense but determined. It was risky, but there was no other choice. The time for hesitation had passed. With one last glance at each other, they set their plan into motion. The fate of the heart of the reef, and the curse they had sworn to break, rested on their ability to outweed the Guardian. Adrian's grip tightened around his weapon as he readied himself. His muscles were tense, every instinct on high alert. He had fought countless battles, but this felt different. This was no mere foe, but a creature that was intrinsically connected to the very magic of the heart of the reef. His eyes flicked to Serena, who was already moving into position, her focus unwavering. "Be careful," he said, his voice steady but filled with unspoken concern. He knew the risk they were taking. If this plan failed, they would not just lose the artifact, they might lose everything. But there was no time for doubt. This was their moment, and they had to take it. With a swift motion, Adrian advanced, stepping into the clearing with deliberate confidence. The Guardian's eyes followed him immediately, its reptilian pupils narrowing as it recognized the new threat. Its body shifted, coiling tighter, preparing to strike. Adrian stood tall, unwavering, hoping to draw its attention completely away from Serena. His mind raced as he calculated every move, each one designed to keep the creature occupied while giving Serena the chance she needed. His weapon was ready, but he would not strike unless absolutely necessary. His goal was distraction, not destruction. He moved to the left, feinting an attack, watching as the Guardian responded with a sharp, deadly lunge toward him. The creature hissed, its fangs bared, as it lunged toward Adrian with terrifying speed. He sidestepped just in time, feeling the rush of air as its venomous maw missed him by mere inches. The ground trembled with the force of the Guardian's movement, and Adrian's heart raced. He could feel the intensity of the creature's power, its fury. It was fast, far faster than he had anticipated, but he was relying on his agility and the creature's own unpredictability. As he darted to the side again, he saw Serena moving into position, slowly, carefully, as she made her way toward the pedestal. She was nearly within reach of the artifact, and he pushed aside the knot of fear in his stomach. This had to work. The Guardian was relentless, its movements calculated and precise as it attempted to corner Adrian, its massive body shifting and twisting through the fog. Adrian kept his footing light, moving swiftly, staying just out of the reach of its deadly strikes. His mind remained sharp, watching for any sign that Serena was closing in on the artifact. The energy in the air seemed to hum with tension as the creature's growls echoed through the clearing. With every moment, the distance between Serena and the artifact grew smaller, and Adrian's heart beat faster with the hope that they might just succeed. He needed to keep the creature's attention. He needed to make it believe that he was the only threat. If he could keep it focused on him just a little longer, they might have a chance to retrieve the crystal and break the curse. As the massive serpent lunged, its jaws wide and ready to snap shut around Adrian, time seemed to slow. With a swift, practiced movement, Adrian darted to the side, his body agile and precise. The creature's fangs missed him by inches, but the force of its strike sent a gust of wind through the clearing, rustling the fog. Adrian didn't hesitate. As he landed in a roll, he reached for the small, enchanted smoke bomb strapped to his belt. His fingers found their target, and with a fluid motion, he threw the first bomb at the ground between him and the creature. A sharp hiss sounded as the bomb cracked open, releasing a cloud of dark smoke that billowed out in all directions, instantly enveloping the Guardian in a thick, impenetrable mist. The Guardian recoiled, disoriented by the sudden surge of smoke. Its glowing eyes flickered as it struggled to track Adrian's movements, its senses now overwhelmed by the cloud that clouded its vision. Adrian took a deep breath, his heart pounding, but his focus remained steady. He had done this countless times, fighting with distractions and misdirection, but this was different. The stakes had never been higher. The smoke filled the clearing, swirling and thickening, cutting off the Guardian's sight and giving Adrian the precious seconds he needed to stay one step ahead. He moved swiftly, his steps careful and silent, trusting in the temporary advantage the smoke gave him. Through the haze, Adrian could hear the creature's growls and the rustling of its massive form as it slithered through the fog, trying to regain control. The Guardian snapped its jaws in frustration, its senses still clouded by the smoke. Adrian's heart raced as he darted to the left, keeping his movements unpredictable. The Guardian's strikes were wild and erratic, its fury growing as it failed to land a hit. Adrian could sense the creature's confusion, its battle instincts overridden by the sudden sensory overload. He kept his distance, using the smoke as a shield, but every moment was a gamble. He had to trust Serena was nearly at the artifact and that she would move quickly once the distraction reached its peak. As the smoke cloud lingered, Adrian's mind focused on his next move. He could hear the Guardian's frantic hissing, its body shifting as it tried to find him. The thick mist made it impossible to see, but Adrian could feel the heat radiating from the creature's body as it surged. Just as he prepared for the next phase of the plan, he caught a glimpse of Serena, moving with determination toward the pedestal in the center of the grove. The sight gave him the surge of confidence he needed. The creature was disoriented, and Serena was so close to achieving their goal. Adrian moved quickly again, staying light on his feet as he continued to use the smoke to his advantage, keeping the Guardian off balance. This was their moment. If they could outlast the creature's rage just a little longer, they could secure the artifact and complete the ritual. Seizing the moment, Serena moved swiftly toward the pedestal, her heart pounding with the urgency of the task. The air around the artifact hummed with an intense, otherworldly energy, and she could feel the protective barrier vibrating against her skin. It was as if the magic was alive, resisting her presence, its force palpable and heavy. The barrier shimmered with a translucent glow, swirling with the same symbols they had seen in the enchanted garden, marking the artifact's importance and the power that shielded it. Serena's gaze locked onto the crystal at the center of the pedestal. Its glow pulsed steadily, as though it was aware of her approach, and she knew this was the key to their success. With a deep breath, Serena placed her hands at her sides, steadying herself as she began to chant the incantation. The words flowed from her lips, ancient and foreign, learned from the book they had discovered in the garden. She spoke with precision and focus, her voice carrying a quiet but powerful force. As the syllables echoed through the grove, the air around her began to vibrate in response, and she felt the magical barrier stir, as though it were awakening to her presence. The protective energy crackled, resisting her at first, but with each word she spoke, Serena could sense the barrier weakening, the shimmering light flickering in response to her power. She poured everything into the incantation, willing the magic to bend and break under her will. The barrier shimmered and swirled, its glow flickering like a dying flame. Serena's brow furrowed in concentration as she pushed further into the chant, her voice growing more confident with each passing moment. The force of the barrier was immense, but she felt a pull in the magic, a tug that suggested her words were having an effect. She focused on the rhythm of the chant, the ancient syllables aligning with the energy of the grove, channeling the power of the garden into the incantation. Her hands began to tingle with a sharp, tingling heat as the barrier reacted to the pressure she was applying. The air felt thick around her, charged with magic, and for a brief moment, Serena wondered if the very fabric of the grove was beginning to bend to her will. Then, with a final, resounding word, the barrier faltered. The glow around the artifact dimmed, flickering erratically before suddenly dissipating entirely, leaving the artifact exposed and unguarded. Serena stood breathless, her heart racing with the adrenaline of success. The artifact was now within reach, vulnerable and waiting. She stepped forward, her hand reaching toward the crystal, the weight of the moment settling over her. The energy of the grove seemed to pulse around her as she moved, as if the very trees and plants were holding their breath, awaiting her next move. Serena knew that securing the artifact was only the first step, but it was a victory, a crucial part of the puzzle they had been trying to solve for so long. The path ahead was still fraught with danger, but with the artifact in hand, she felt one step closer to breaking the curse and fulfilling their destiny. The Guardian, now blinded by the thick smoke, writhed and twisted in fury, its massive body sending waves through the fog. Its low, guttural roars reverberated in the air, each growl a promise of imminent danger. The serpent-like creature thrashed wildly, snapping its enormous jaws in every direction, trying to find the source of its torment. Adrian, with his heightened senses and quick reflexes, darted around the clearing, staying just out of reach of the creature's deadly strikes. Every time the guardian lunged, he rolled or leapt aside, narrowly avoiding its sharp fangs and coiled body. The smoke, while disorienting the creature, only added to the chaos, thickening the air and making it harder to predict its next move. Adrian's heart raced as he circled the guardian, studying its movements with the precision of a seasoned fighter. The creature's scales, dark and glistening like obsidian, reflected the dimming light of the grove, making it difficult to pinpoint weak spots. Each time he approached, he aimed for its vulnerable underbelly, delivering quick, precise strikes with his weapon. Yet, the guardian's thick, armored skin barely flinched. With every blow, the creature seemed only more determined, its slithering body tightening like a coil ready to snap. Adrian could feel the weight of the battle growing heavier, the creature's strength and tenacity forcing him to expend more energy than he had hoped. Despite the frustration of his limited progress, Adrian remained focused, evading the guardian's swift and unpredictable strikes. His mind raced as he looked for an opening, analyzing the creature's movements with military precision. The battle was wearing him down, but his resolve did not waver. He was aware of Serena's progress at the pedestal and knew that every second he bought her was crucial. He couldn't let the guardian reach her, couldn't let its wrath thwart their mission. The guardian's roars and snapping jaws were constant reminders of the peril they faced. But Adrian pushed past the fear, using his agility and the environment to his advantage. He ducked beneath the creature's swinging tail, his senses tuned to the slightest movement, always one step ahead. The guardian, though enraged and relentless, began to show signs of fatigue as the battle wore on. Its thrashing grew more erratic, its movements less precise, as the confusion of the smoke and Adrian's persistent attacks took their toll. Each strike that landed, though small, chipped away at the creature's defenses, and with each near miss, Adrian's confidence grew. He knew the creature's strength was formidable, but its fury was its downfall. As he dodged another wild strike, he realized that he had to push harder, to force the guardian into a mistake. The smoke was starting to thin, and he knew that their window of opportunity would soon close. With a final, determined surge of energy, Adrian prepared to make his next move, ready to turn the tide of the battle in their favor. As Serena's voice trailed off, the last words of the incantation echoed softly through the clearing. The air around the pedestal seemed to hum with energy as the protective barriers surrounding the artifact began to flicker and shift. For a moment, it appeared as though the barrier would remain intact, a shimmering wall of light and magic too powerful to breach. But then, the energy rippled, faltered, and the glowing force field weakened. Serena's heart raced as she felt the surge of power flow through the air, knowing that the moment of truth had arrived. She took a cautious step forward, her breath held, aware that every movement could trigger a reaction from the guardian, or worse, cause the barrier to spring back into full force. Her hand hovered inches from the artifact, the warmth radiating from its surface palpable even before she made contact. The crystal pulsed with an almost sentient energy, a rhythm that seemed to sync with her heartbeat. As her fingers brushed against its smooth surface, she felt an electric jolt shoot up her arm, a powerful connection between the relic and herself. It was as though the artifact recognized her touch, acknowledging the power she had just unlocked. Serena's grip tightened around the artifact, her body trembling slightly as the realization set in. This was the key to restoring the heart of the reef, to breaking the curse that had haunted the lands. But with that knowledge came an overwhelming sense of responsibility, a weight that settled deep in her chest. With a careful, deliberate motion, Serena lifted the artifact from the pedestal. The moment it left its resting place, the barrier disintegrated into sparks of fading light, leaving only the eerie silence of the grove in its wake. The artifact's soft glow illuminated the surrounding area, casting a gentle light over Serena's face. She could feel the pulse of its magic still, strong and steady, but now more subdued, as if it was waiting for the next step to be taken. The air around her seemed to change, the very atmosphere of the grove thickening with the importance of the moment. Her eyes never left the crystal, her mind racing as she processed the weight of what she had just accomplished. They had the artifact, but the real challenge was only beginning. As she turned to face Adrian, the artifact clutched securely in her hands, she was met with a fierce sense of determination. The battle was far from over, but they had gained a crucial victory. She could see the strain in his posture, the sweat on his brow from his fight with the Guardian, but his eyes held a spark of hope that mirrored her own. Serena stepped forward, holding the artifact out toward him, knowing that this object, this powerful relic, was their next step in the ritual that would restore balance to the heart of the reef. There was no time to waste. They had what they came for, and now, it was time to face whatever came next. The instant Serena extended the artifact toward Adrian, the Guardian's eyes snapped toward her, its fury reigniting with a terrifying intensity. With a guttural roar that shook the very air around them, the creature coiled its massive form and launched itself at her, its fangs bared and tail lashing like a whip. The ground seemed to tremble beneath its weight as it closed the distance with frightening speed. Serena's heart raced as she instinctively took a step back, her grip tightening around the artifact. The sheer force of the Guardian's assault was enough to send waves of fear through her, but she refused to let go of her resolve. She knew they had to act fast, or they would lose the precious artifact, and perhaps their only chance to restore the heart of the reef. Adrian saw the shift in the Guardian's focus in the same moment Serena did, and without hesitation, he sprang into action. His muscles tensed as he surged forward, his weapon drawn with deadly precision. He timed his movements perfectly, charging toward the Guardian just as it prepared to strike Serena. With a battle cry, he swung his weapon with all the force and skill he had honed during their long journey. The blade connected with the Guardian's scales with a resounding clang, but it was the weight of his determination that made the difference. The creature's dark, glowing eyes locked with his for a split second before the strike drove deep into its side, causing the Guardian to stagger backward in a stunned roar of pain. The force of the blow seemed to momentarily incapacitate the Guardian, its massive body faltering as the scales around the wound began to crack and bleed a dark, venomous ichor. Adrian didn't hesitate. He pressed forward, relentless in his assault, dodging the creature's desperate thrashes and sweeping tail. With another quick and calculated strike, he aimed for a vulnerable spot, the area just beneath its jaw. His weapon sank in, and the Guardian let out a deafening screech, its body shuddering as it fell to the ground with a heavy thud. The ground shook as the massive creature crumpled, its once powerful body now motionless, lying in a heap of twisting coils. Adrian stood over the fallen Guardian, chest heaving from the exertion, his grip tight on his weapon as he surveyed the creature's lifeless form. His eyes briefly flicked to Serena, who still held the artifact with a fierce sense of purpose. A sense of triumph surged within him, but he knew their journey was far from over. With the Guardian defeated, they had one more hurdle to overcome, the ritual to break the curse and restore balance. He nodded at Serena, a silent acknowledgement of the victory they had earned. Together, they had faced a monstrous threat and emerged victorious. Now, with the artifact in hand and the path ahead clearer than ever, they could move forward, stronger, and more determined than before. Breathing heavily, Adrian rushed to Serena's side, his heart pounding in his chest as the adrenaline of battle began to ebb. The grove, once filled with the deafening roars of the Guardian, was now eerily silent, save for the soft rustling of leaves in the wind. The weight of the moment settled over him as he knelt beside Serena, his gaze scanning her face for any sign of injury or distress. The artifact still pulsed in her hand, its glow faint but steady. He reached out, placing a hand on her shoulder, feeling the warmth of her skin under the cool touch of the evening air. His voice was tense, filled with the urgency of the situation. "Is it over?" Serena, her breathing labored but steady, turned to him, her expression a mixture of exhaustion and relief. Her eyes, wide with the shock of what they had just faced, softened when she met his gaze. The weight of the artifact in her hand seemed to ground her, offering a sense of purpose in the midst of the chaos they had just survived. She nodded slowly, her lips barely moving as she spoke, her voice hoarse from the tension. I think so, she whispered, her fingers brushing over the smooth surface of the artifact. The Guardian, it's gone. She hesitated, glancing over the lifeless form of the serpent creature in the clearing. But we've only just begun. Adrian followed her gaze, his eyes lingering on the Guardian's defeated form. The creature was truly still now, its once menacing presence no longer a threat, but the atmosphere of the grove still felt heavy. The realization of what they had accomplished hit him in waves. Though they had triumphed over the Guardian, the true test still lay ahead. With the artifact in hand, they were one step closer to completing the ritual that would break the curse and restore the heart of the reef. But the weight of their task was far from over, and Adrian couldn't shake the feeling that the hardest challenges were still yet to come. Turning his attention back to Serena, Adrian saw the determination in her eyes, the same fire that had driven them both through every trial they had faced. He knew the road ahead would be fraught with peril, but there was a quiet confidence in Serena now, a sense of knowing that they had the strength to overcome whatever lay in their path. With a deep breath, Adrian offered her a small, reassuring smile. "We've come this far," he said, his voice steady, "and we're going to finish this together." Serena met his gaze with a nod, the weight of their shared mission settling around them like a mantle. The battle was over, but their journey was far from done. The heart of the reef awaited them, and the fate of their world rested in their hands. Serena nodded, clutching the artifact tightly in her hand, feeling its pulse steady beneath her fingers. The power it held was undeniable, but so was the danger. Her heart raced as she surveyed the clearing one last time, the faintest tremor of unease flickering within her. The Guardian had been formidable, but even now, she could feel the residual energy of the creature lingering in the air. She glanced at Adrian, his expression just as tense, and knew that time was of the essence. "We have it," she said, her voice low and determined. "We need to get out of here before the creature recovers." Adrian didn't need any further prompting. He moved swiftly, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings for any sign of danger. His senses were still on high alert, his body coiled like a spring, ready for any threat that might arise. The fog that had once thickened the air was beginning to lift, but the forest remained shadowed and heavy, as though it knew they were on borrowed time. He kept his hand on the hilt of his weapon, prepared for another confrontation, but his focus remained on Serena, who was already taking cautious steps toward the edge of the grove. "Let's move," he urged, his voice sharp. "We don't have long." They moved quickly through the fog-shrouded forest, the dense trees seeming to close in around them as if to impede their progress. The ground beneath their feet was uneven, and the underbrush tangled at their heels, but they didn't stop to clear the path. The tension between them was palpable, a shared understanding that their success in retrieving the artifact meant little if they didn't make it out alive. The Guardian's defeat had been a narrow victory, and they both knew it. The creature had been powerful, but there could be others lurking in the shadows, or worse, the Guardian might recover faster than they anticipated. Every step felt like a race against time. The deeper they ventured into the forest, the more the sense of urgency intensified. The low growls of unseen creatures echoed in the distance, the rustling of branches signaling that something was watching them. Serena's grip tightened on the artifact, her knuckles white, but she refused to let the fear take hold. They had come too far to be stopped now. The faint light of the setting sun filtered through the canopy above, casting long shadows on the path ahead. They needed to make it back to the temple, where they could regroup and plan their next move. The fate of the heart of the reef rested on their shoulders, and nothing, not even the Guardian's wrath, would stop them from completing their mission. Adrian and Serena pushed forward, their movements swift and purposeful as they retraced their steps through the dense fog that still clung to the forest floor. The eerie stillness of the trees seemed to press in on them from all sides, but they kept their focus ahead, driven by the need to escape the reach of the enraged Guardian. The sounds of the creature's roars slowly faded into the distance, swallowed by the thick forest, but the tension in the air lingered, thick as a storm cloud. Every rustling leaf and snap of a twig sent their senses into overdrive, but neither dared to slow their pace. The path felt endless, each step heavier as they fought against the oppressive weight of the forest. Serena's breath came in sharp, steady bursts as she pressed on, the artifact still clutched tightly in her hand. The weight of it seemed to grow with each passing moment, its energy pulsing under her fingers, a reminder of the responsibility she carried. The fog, once an obstacle, now seemed to be thinning, and the oppressive atmosphere began to lift as they neared the edge of the forest. The pressure that had gripped their hearts throughout the battle with the Guardians seemed to ease just slightly, but they knew they couldn't stop. Not yet. There was still the long stretch of the journey ahead, and the night felt more uncertain than ever before. After what seemed like an eternity, the thick undergrowth finally began to give way, and the fog lifted enough for them to see the open expanse before them. The moonlight, pale and cool, bathed the landscape in a soft glow, casting long shadows across the ground. They emerged from the trees, their muscles aching from the sprint through the dense forest, but the sight of the open land ahead brought a brief moment of relief. The air felt lighter here, as though they had escaped the forest's suffocating grip. Serena took a deep breath, her lungs filled with the fresh air of the night, but her mind remained sharp, ever focused on their next steps. Despite their relief, neither of them slowed their pace. The distant echoes of the Guardians' roars reminded them that danger had not entirely passed. They had barely escaped the creature's wrath, and they couldn't afford to linger. As they moved further away from the forest's edge, the moonlight guided them through the open land, illuminating their path and providing a steady sense of direction. Their thoughts were already turning toward the next phase of their mission, the ritual that awaited them, and the forces they would face in the days ahead. The forest, with all its perils, was behind them now, but the greater challenge was still ahead, and they were prepared to face it, together. Adrian and Serena slowed their pace as they reached a small clearing, the moonlight streaming through the trees offering them a moment of respite. They sank to the ground, their bodies aching from the intense battle with the Guardian and the relentless trek through the dense forest. The weight of their exhaustion pressed on their limbs, but there was a shared sense of relief in the air. Serena held the artifact close, its glow still faint but steady in her hands, a symbol of their hard-won victory. Adrian wiped the sweat from his brow, his chest heaving with each breath, but his gaze remained fixed on Serena, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. As they sat in the quiet of the night, the adrenaline of the battle began to fade, replaced by a deep sense of weariness. Serena's fingers still tingled from the power of the artifact, its magical aura resonating within her. Despite the fatigue pulling at her, a spark of satisfaction warmed her heart. They had succeeded in their mission, against all odds, and the path forward seemed clearer now. Adrian leaned back, closing his eyes for a brief moment, savoring the stillness after the chaos. The shadows of the forest no longer felt as oppressive, and the weight of the night's events began to settle into a new reality. They had survived, and they had what they needed to continue their quest. "That was close," Adrian muttered, his voice laced with both relief and awe. "But we made it through." He cast a glance at the artifact in Serena's hands, its glow now softly pulsing like a heartbeat. The silence between them was comfortable, each of them lost in their own thoughts, yet aware of the magnitude of their accomplishment. Their bodies were bruised and battered, but the shared sense of triumph overshadowed the pain. In this moment, they had come through together, and that unity gave them strength. Serena's lips curled into a faint smile as she held the artifact with more confidence, her determination unwavering. Serena nodded, her gaze fixed on the artifact, her mind already turning toward the next step. "We've come this far," she said, her voice steady despite the exhaustion threading through it. "Now we just have to make sure we use this wisely." She could feel the artifact's energy thrumming in her hands, its power both humbling and empowering. The road ahead was fraught with challenges, but with the artifact safely in their possession, they had a fighting chance. They exchanged a look, one filled with shared resolve. Their journey was far from over, but in this moment, they had won a crucial victory, and that was enough to ignite the fire of determination that would carry them forward. Adrian leaned back against a nearby tree, his chest still rising and falling with the effort of their escape. The weight of the artifact in Serena's hands seemed to hold the world's potential, and for the first time in what felt like ages, Adrian allowed himself to relax. The harsh tension that had gripped him since they first embarked on this journey began to melt away, replaced by a deep sense of accomplishment. They had faced unimaginable challenges, and now, at least for a moment, the path ahead seemed more tangible. "We did it," he repeated, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he glanced at Serena. Serena, still catching her breath from their narrow escape, looked down at the artifact cradled in her palms. Its soft, steady pulse seemed to echo the rhythm of her own heart, and she couldn't help but feel a surge of hope. The air around them felt lighter now, as if the very forest itself was acknowledging their success. Despite the bruises and fatigue weighing heavily on them, the gravity of their achievement was clear. They had taken the first major step toward breaking the curse that had haunted the heart of the reef. It was a victory, albeit a small one in the grand scheme of their quest, but one that meant everything. Adrian's words were like a balm to her weary spirit. Their journey had been filled with moments of doubt, but now, with the artifact secured, there was no turning back. The pieces were coming together. Serena could already feel the shift in their momentum. Each success, no matter how small, pushed them closer to the ultimate goal. "One step closer," she echoed, her voice steady with newfound determination. She lifted the artifact slightly, its shimmering glow casting faint reflections across the forest floor. The weight of its power was undeniable, but with it, they now held the key to restoring the heart, to breaking the curse that had plagued them for so long. They sat in a moment of shared silence, the forest surrounding them seemingly holding its breath, as if acknowledging their triumph. Adrian glanced around at the stillness of the night, his eyes narrowing slightly as he considered their next move. "There's more to do, I know," he said, breaking the silence. "But right now, we've earned this." His voice was quieter now, reflective. Serena nodded, feeling the weight of their progress settle on her shoulders. They were far from done, but the journey ahead felt a little less daunting with the artifact in their possession. It was a moment of victory, a rare and precious gift amid the trials they had faced, and one that would carry them through the battles yet to come. Serena allowed herself a brief moment of peace, her smile reflecting the satisfaction of their hard-earned victory. The tension in her shoulders eased just enough to make her aware of the aching fatigue that had settled in her bones. The weight of the artifact in her hands, now a tangible symbol of their progress, grounded her in the present, but her mind couldn't escape the enormity of what lay ahead. "Yes," she said, her voice soft but firm. "But we need to stay vigilant." Even in this moment of triumph, the looming reality of their quest pressed on her, and she knew that the path to breaking the curse was far from over. The Guardian had been formidable, but there were no guarantees that the challenges ahead would be any less dangerous. Adrian, still catching his breath, nodded in agreement. The victory felt sweet, but it was also fleeting. The dark forces they were up against were powerful, and this was just the beginning. He understood the weight of Serena's words more than he cared to admit. Each step they took closer to their goal seemed to unveil even greater obstacles. "We've faced one Guardian," he said, the edge of caution still present in his voice. "But who knows what else is waiting for us?" His gaze drifted toward the distant horizon, where the faint glow of the moonlit reef shimmered. The artifact was one step closer to its true purpose, but there was still much more to uncover. And with each challenge, the stakes grew higher. Serena took a slow breath, wiping the sweat from her brow as she surveyed the forest around them. Despite the calm that followed their victory, there was an undeniable tension that lingered in the air. The dense forest, now quiet, felt almost too still, like the calm before a storm. She could feel the weight of their journey ahead pressing in on her. "The Guardian was only one of the challenges we'll face," she added, her voice steady but carrying the gravity of the situation. She had known from the start that this would not be an easy journey, but now, with each success, she found herself facing a growing sense of responsibility. They couldn't afford to let their guard down, not even for a moment. Adrian glanced back at her, sensing the exhaustion in her words but also the resolve that had carried them this far. He reached over, offering her a reassuring hand. "We've made it this far together. We'll continue to face whatever comes next." His words were more for both of them than for her, a quiet reminder that no matter how difficult the road ahead seemed, they were no longer walking it alone. As they stood in the quiet aftermath of their escape, the promise of what they could achieve together felt more powerful than the exhaustion weighing them down. Together, they would confront whatever challenges awaited them, and with the artifact now safely in their hands, their chances of success had never seemed more possible. With the artifact now securely in Serena's possession, the weight of their triumph settled over them, mingling with the knowledge of how far they had come. Adrian and Serena exchanged a brief glance, a wordless understanding passing between them. Their bond had only deepened through the trials they had faced together, and now, standing at the threshold of the next chapter in their journey, their resolve was unshakable. The encounter with the Guardian had been dangerous, pushing them to their limits, but it had also tested their courage and resourcefulness. They had proven to themselves that they were capable of overcoming even the most daunting obstacles. The road ahead was fraught with peril, but they now understood that together, they could face whatever came next. As they prepared to continue, the weight of the artifact in Serena's hands felt both like a blessing and a burden. It pulsed with power, a tangible reminder of the responsibility they now bore. Adrian glanced around the dimming forest, the shadows creeping in as the last traces of daylight faded. The world around them felt eerily silent, as though holding its breath in anticipation of what they would do next. Their path had become clearer with the acquisition of the artifact, and the knowledge they had gained from the enchanted garden had given them direction. Yet, despite this newfound clarity, the knowledge that their journey was far from over loomed heavily over them. They still had much to accomplish, and each step they took would bring them closer to the heart of the curse they sought to break. The challenges ahead would not be easy. Serena was acutely aware of that. She could still hear the sounds of the Guardian's enraged roars echoing in her mind, feel the remnants of the battle in her aching limbs. Yet there was a fire in her heart that had been kindled by their victory. They had faced something powerful and terrifying, and they had triumphed. That knowledge, more than anything, gave her the strength to keep moving forward. The journey was far from over, but they had crossed a significant threshold. The Guardian had been only the first of many trials, and Serena knew that the trials to come would be even more difficult. But now, with the artifact in their hands and the bond between them stronger than ever, she felt a renewed sense of purpose. Adrian, sensing the weight of the moment, reached out and placed a hand on her shoulder, his touch steady and reassuring. "We're ready," he said, his voice steady despite the storm of emotion swirling inside him. "We've come this far together. We can face whatever comes next." His words were a promise, a vow not just to Serena, but to himself. No matter how dark or dangerous the path ahead became, they would face it together. With the artifact in their possession and their determination unwavering, they turned away from the forest and toward the unknown, ready to take the next step in their quest to break the curse that threatened their world. Chapter 26: The Artifact's Power. Adrian and Serena stumbled out of the forest, their legs aching from the taxing journey and the intense battle they had just endured. The dense fog that had clung to the trees seemed to lift slightly as they emerged into the open, but the heavy weight of their exhaustion was impossible to shake. The adrenaline that had fueled them through the fight with the Guardian had begun to fade, leaving behind a deep weariness that made every step feel like a monumental effort. Their clothes were torn and bloody from the skirmish, and their faces were streaked with dirt and sweat. But despite the toll the battle had taken on them, there was a quiet pride in their eyes. They had succeeded. Against all odds, they had obtained the artifact they so desperately needed. Serena held the artifact tightly in her hands, its brilliance a stark contrast to the shadowed world around them. It pulsed gently with an inner light, its smooth surface warm to the touch, as though alive with magic. The artifact had cost them much, both in time and in effort, but now that it was in their possession, its significance felt even more profound. Its glow illuminated their surroundings, casting long, flickering shadows on the ground as the last traces of daylight faded into the horizon. The weight of the crystal seemed to carry a sense of purpose, and as Serena looked down at it, she could feel the heavy responsibility that came with such a powerful object. She had always known this journey would demand sacrifices, but in this moment, she understood just how high the stakes truly were. Adrian glanced over at Serena, noting the determination in her eyes despite the weariness in her expression. He could feel her strength, even in their moment of exhaustion, and it reminded him of why they had come this far. The artifact was vital, but it was not just the object that had brought them through the trials they had faced. It was their unity, their shared resolve, and the trust they had in one another. He could see that Serena was already focused on what came next, but Adrian also knew that this victory, small though it may seem, was a significant step forward. They had survived the trials of the temple and the Guardian's fury, and now they stood together, one step closer to breaking the curse that had threatened their world for so long. The air around them had begun to cool as night settled in, the oppressive quiet of the forest giving way to the sounds of distant wildlife. Though they had escaped the immediate danger, there was no sense of relief yet, only a pressing awareness of the dangers still to come. The path ahead was fraught with uncertainty, and their journey was far from over. They had fought hard to acquire this artifact, but it was only one piece of a larger puzzle. Serena's mind raced with the knowledge she had gained from the enchanted garden and the book they had found. The ritual they would need to perform still required other components, and the clock was ticking. There would be more obstacles, more guardians, and likely even greater sacrifices. Adrian's voice broke through her thoughts, steady and calm despite the exhaustion in his own voice. "We've come this far. We can't stop now." He met her gaze, and for a moment, the weight of everything they had endured seemed to vanish, replaced by a shared understanding. Their journey had become more than just a mission to break a curse. It was a fight for their world, for the future they hoped to build. The artifact was not just a tool, it was a symbol of their progress and the strength they had found within each other. Serena nodded, a small smile tugging at her lips. They had faced so much, but together, they would face whatever came next. Adrian and Serena moved in silence, each step drawing them closer to a serene cove by the edge of the reef. The path was winding and rocky, but the effort felt minimal compared to the ordeal they had just endured. The rugged landscape, with its darkened cliffs and jagged stones, softened as they neared the water's edge. The sound of the waves lapping against the shore was calming, a soothing balm to their frayed nerves. The full moon cast a gentle glow on the sea, its pale light reflecting off the water like a silver veil. For the first time in what felt like days, there was a sense of peace in the air, a welcome reprieve from the chaos of their journey. The reef stretched out before them, the moonlight revealing its vibrant coral and shimmering tide pools. Despite the exhaustion that weighed heavily on their bodies, there was a moment of quiet satisfaction as they took in the beauty around them. They found a quiet nook near the shore, nestled between the cliffs where the water lapped gently against the rocks. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the faint scent of salt and earth. It was a stark contrast to the tense atmosphere they had left behind in the forest. Here, there was no rush, no looming threat or looming adversary. It felt as if time had slowed, allowing them a brief moment of respite to catch their breath and reflect on everything they had just endured. Serena sat down first, her legs feeling like jelly as she lowered herself onto a smooth rock, the artifact carefully cradled in her hands. She marveled at its beauty, the soft, pulsating glow casting an ethereal light across her face. Despite the serenity of the surroundings, her mind remained sharp. The artifact's power felt both exhilarating and daunting, and she could sense the weight of the responsibility that had fallen upon her. It was strange. This small, radiant object held the potential to change everything, to restore balance and break the curse that had plagued the world for so long. But the cost of achieving that goal had been high, and there were still so many unknowns. Adrian took a seat beside her, leaning back against the rocks as he allowed the calm of the night to settle over him. The tension in his muscles began to ease, though the remnants of the battle still clung to him. His breathing slowed as he allowed himself a moment of quiet reflection, his eyes gazing out over the moonlit sea. The waves rolled in and out, rhythmic and endless, as if echoing the steady beat of his own heart. Despite the danger and the uncertainty of their path, there was something deeply reassuring about this place. The reef, with its constant ebb and flow, seemed to mirror their journey, constant, shifting, and always moving forward. He was grateful for this brief pause, but he knew they couldn't linger for long. They had come too far to let the artifact slip from their grasp now. With a deep sigh, Serena broke the silence. "We need to figure out what's next," she said quietly, her fingers still lightly tracing the surface of the artifact. "The Guardian was just one of many obstacles we'll face. The ritual isn't going to be easy, and we'll need everything we can gather to make it work." Her voice was steady, though there was a flicker of doubt in her eyes. The enormity of their task hung heavily on her shoulders, and though she was determined, she couldn't help but wonder what other trials awaited them. Still, the resolve she had carried through their journey was unwavering. She wouldn't allow the weight of their quest to break her now. Adrian nodded, his gaze still fixed on the horizon. "I know," he replied, his voice calm but filled with a quiet determination. "But we have what we need for now. This artifact, it's a key, Serena. It's going to help us, just like the book said." He turned to her, his eyes meeting hers, and in that moment, the depth of their bond was clear. The journey had tested them both in ways they hadn't anticipated, but it had also brought them closer together. Whatever lay ahead, they would face it as they always had, side by side. With a final, lingering glance at the peaceful scene around them, they both knew the calm wouldn't last. The next part of their journey would begin soon, but for now, they allowed themselves this brief moment of peace, gathering their strength for the challenges that awaited them. Serena leaned in closer, her fingers hovering just above the surface of the artifact as she marveled at its intricate design. The crystal seemed to pulse with an inner light, subtle but undeniable, as though it were alive with a quiet energy. She could feel the warmth emanating from it, a gentle heat that seemed to sync with the rhythm of her own heartbeat. Each time the moonlight struck its surface, the colors shifted, as though the artifact itself were responding to the world around it. The hues of blue and green swirled together, melding and separating in a hypnotic dance, while the flecks of gold glinted like distant stars, caught in an eternal swirl. Her mind raced as she examined the artifact more thoroughly, searching for any markings or symbols that might offer insight into its purpose. She ran her fingertips along the smooth surface, feeling the faintest engravings hidden within the crystal. They were subtle, almost imperceptible, and at first, she wasn't sure if they were part of the artifact's natural formation or deliberate inscriptions. But as her touch lingered, the markings became clearer, delicate, flowing patterns that seemed to tell a story, ancient and forgotten. The symbols were unfamiliar, but there was a deep, almost instinctive recognition within her, as if the artifact itself was calling to her, urging her to understand. Adrian, still seated beside her, watched with quiet intensity, his eyes never straying far from the artifact. He could see the concentration on Serena's face, the way her brow furrowed in thought as she tried to decipher the cryptic markings. There was a palpable tension in the air, the silence broken only by the soft sound of the waves lapping against the shore. It was clear that this was no ordinary relic. The power contained within it was ancient and potent, tied to forces beyond their understanding. Adrian had witnessed Serena's remarkable strength and intelligence throughout their journey, but even he felt a sense of awe as she connected with the artifact on a level that seemed almost mystical. Serena took a deep breath, her focus unwavering as she tried to decipher the flow of symbols. The markings seemed to pulse in time with the artifact's inner glow, and as she traced one symbol, a sudden shift in the colors caught her attention. The crystal seemed to react, its glow intensifying, and for a moment she thought she saw something, an image, a vision fleeting and elusive. It was gone before she could fully comprehend it, but she was certain she had glimpsed something profound. The vision had been of an ocean, vast and stormy, with a distant island looming in the distance. At the heart of that island was a glowing structure, its shape unmistakably similar to the heart of the reef. Serena exhaled slowly, her fingers still gently tracing the artifact. The vision, however brief, had given her a sense of direction, of something they needed to find, something crucial to completing their quest. She glanced at Adrian, who had no doubt seen the change in her expression. Her mind was already racing with possibilities, her instincts telling her that the next step was somewhere far from here. The artifact had revealed a glimpse of their future, one tied to a distant land, and Serena could feel the weight of their mission settling more heavily upon her shoulders. There was no turning back now. They were closer than ever to breaking the curse, but the path forward was still shrouded in mystery. Adrian, sensing the shift in Serena's demeanor, leaned forward slightly, his voice low but steady. "What did you see?" he asked, his gaze fixed on her face, searching for any clue to what the artifact had revealed. Serena met his eyes, her expression determined but also tinged with uncertainty. "A vision of an island and a structure. I think it's connected to the heart of the reef. Whatever is there, it could be the key to completing the ritual." Her words hung in the air, a mix of revelation and forewarning. As the moonlight bathed them in its glow, both of them knew that the journey ahead would be treacherous. But with the artifact in hand and the vision as their guide, they were more determined than ever to see it through. Serena's voice trembled slightly as she spoke, the magnitude of their discovery settling over her. She held the artifact in her hands with great care, her fingers tracing its smooth, shimmering surface. The colors within the crystal seemed to shift and pulse as she moved, almost as if it were alive, responding to her touch. The faint hum of magical energy resonated in the air, a quiet vibration that reverberated deep within her. The power radiating from the artifact was palpable, and she couldn't help but feel both awe and trepidation. It was clear that this was no ordinary object. It was a key to something much larger, something ancient and powerful. She could feel its connection to the curse they had been battling, and in her heart, she knew that this artifact was essential to completing their mission. Adrian, still recovering from their previous battle, watched Serena carefully, his expression thoughtful. He could see the determination in her eyes, the way she was already planning their next steps. He admired her focus and strength, but he shared the same sense of urgency. The artifact was an important piece, but how would it fit into the ritual? What role would it play in breaking the curse and restoring the heart of the reef? He took a step closer to her, his gaze shifting from the artifact to Serena's face. "We need to figure out how it fits into the ritual," he agreed, his voice steady. "The book we found mentioned the need for certain components, but it didn't go into specifics. We don't know enough yet." Serena nodded, her mind already racing through the possibilities. She had read through the book again and again, but despite its detailed descriptions, there were still gaps in their knowledge. The artifact was one piece of a much larger puzzle, but the pieces didn't seem to fit together yet. She glanced back at the artifact, trying to push past the awe that still gripped her. If this was the key to the ritual, they had to understand its power, its purpose, and how to unlock it. She focused on the markings that seemed to shimmer just beneath the surface, subtle patterns that she could almost decipher. It was as though the artifact itself was trying to communicate with her, but the message was cryptic, hidden behind layers of magic and ancient energy. "We need to find a way to tap into its power," Serena murmured, more to herself than to Adrian. "There must be a way to understand its full potential. The book mentioned that the artifacts have specific uses in the ritual, but it didn't explain how to activate them. I'm certain this crystal is the heart of it all, but it needs something more to unlock its power." She glanced at Adrian, her brow furrowing in concentration. The artifact was stunning, but Serena knew that its power could only be harnessed through knowledge and understanding. There was something about it that called to her, a sense of familiarity that tugged at her very core. Adrian watched her, sensing the same mix of urgency and determination. He reached out and placed a hand on her shoulder, offering a comforting touch. "We'll figure it out," he said, his voice calm but resolute. "We've come this far, and we've overcome everything the temple threw at us. This is no different. We just need to keep looking, keep studying. We'll find the answers we need." Serena smiled at him, grateful for his unwavering support. She knew that they would face many more challenges, but with the artifact in hand and their resolve stronger than ever, they were one step closer to breaking the curse. And no matter how difficult the journey, she knew they would face it together, uncovering the mysteries of the artifact and the ritual that would restore balance to the heart of the reef. Adrian's eyes flicked over to Serena as he settled next to her, his fingers absently tracing the worn edges of the book they had carried with them since the temple. The pages felt old beneath his touch, each one infused with the weight of countless centuries. He opened it carefully, not wanting to damage the delicate parchment. Serena leaned closer, her breath steadying as she read along with him. The faint glow of the artifact beside them bathed the pages in a soft, ethereal light, casting shadows that danced on the ground around them. The quiet hum of magic in the air seemed to intensify as the two of them examined the ancient text, their minds focused on the words that could hold the key to their success. Flipping through the book, Adrian found the passage that mentioned the artifact in question. The ancient script was dense, its meaning wrapped in layers of symbolism and forgotten language, but the essence of it was clear enough. The Heartstone, he murmured aloud, the words tumbling from his lips as he read. This artifact is said to possess the power to channel and amplify the energies of the elements, earth, water, fire, and air. It is not merely a key, but the conduit through which the elemental forces must be aligned in the ritual. He paused, letting the weight of this revelation sink in. It was more than just a magical object. It was a focal point, the catalyst needed to restore the balance that had been lost. Serena furrowed her brow as she processed the information. So, it's not just about having the artifact, it's about harnessing the elements? But how do we align them? The book didn't give specifics, did it? She shifted, her gaze flickering between the artifact and the book, trying to connect the dots. The more she thought about it, the more the ritual seemed like an impossible puzzle. Each piece of the prophecy and the ancient texts had hinted at the necessary components, but they had yet to fully understand the method by which the forces would be unified. Her hand hovered over the artifact, a sense of urgency rising within her. If this was truly the key, they needed to know how to wield it properly, or all their struggles would be in vain. Adrian's expression softened as he closed the book gently, his fingers still resting on the pages as he glanced at Serena. The rest of the text talks about the need for elemental anchors, physical manifestations of each element. We need to find these anchors to bind the Heartstone's power. It's all starting to make sense, but we're still missing key pieces of the puzzle. He stood, looking out toward the horizon where the reef stretched into the night. We'll need to visit the places tied to each element. The book mentioned certain locations, but we'll have to figure out how to unlock them, how to find the anchors and make them part of the ritual. The weight of the task was evident, but Adrian's voice was steady, his determination unshaken. Serena stood beside him, her gaze unwavering. We'll find them, she said with quiet conviction. We have to. The heart of the reef depends on it, and so does everything else. We've already faced so many dangers and come out stronger. Now, we just have to put everything together. She placed a hand on Adrian's arm, drawing strength from their shared resolve. The path ahead would be fraught with challenges, but Serena knew they were capable of overcoming them. The elements, the ritual, the guardians, they were all pieces of a greater whole, and together, they would piece them together, unlocking the power needed to restore balance to the heart of the reef and break the curse that had plagued it for so long. Serena's fingers hovered over the smooth surface of the crystal, feeling the warmth radiating from it. The engravings etched into its surface were delicate and precise, almost too intricate for human hands to have crafted. They resembled a series of flowing symbols, woven together like a complex tapestry of magic. As her fingertips brushed against the crystal, the patterns shifted slightly, glowing faintly in response to her touch. A soft hum seemed to emanate from the artifact, as if the crystal itself was alive, reacting to her presence. She leaned in closer, her brow furrowed in concentration, as the markings began to shimmer and pulse in rhythm with her heartbeat. The symbols were unfamiliar, but something about them felt ancient and powerful, drawing Serena in deeper. She could feel the pull of their magic, each line and curve resonating with an energy that seemed both foreign and familiar. As her fingers traced along the edges, she could almost hear the faint whisper of a language she couldn't understand, but that she somehow knew. The engravings felt like they were speaking directly to her, unlocking memories and visions she had never consciously known. The more she traced, the more a pattern began to emerge, as if the crystal was slowly revealing its secrets. Serena's mind raced, piecing together the connections, the way each symbol interlocked with another. Adrian, watching Serena's focused expression, couldn't help but be in awe of the way she connected with the artifact. He could see the subtle glow intensifying in response to her touch, and he knew that the crystal was revealing its power to her, just as it had done to those who came before them. "Do you think the markings are part of the ritual?" he asked, his voice soft as he stepped closer, not wanting to disrupt the delicate moment. Serena didn't answer immediately, her concentration too deep to be broken. Instead, she traced the final curve of one symbol, and suddenly, the entire crystal shimmered, as though it had come to life. A sudden surge of energy radiated from the crystal, sending a shock of magic through the air. The patterns along its surface glowed brighter, and the crystal seemed to hum with an almost sentient presence. Serena gasped, pulling her hand back as the crystal pulsed more intensely. She could feel the power coiling inside of it, like a river dammed, waiting to be unleashed. Her mind reeled with the implications of what she had uncovered. These engravings were more than just decoration. They were the key to unlocking the artifact's true potential. The symbols, when understood, would provide the means to activate its power, to channel it into the ritual they had yet to complete. Adrian moved closer, concern flickering in his eyes as he watched the crystal's reaction. "What's happening?" he asked, his tone a mix of caution and awe. Serena's eyes met his, filled with a mixture of realization and determination. "I think the artifact is reacting to the ritual's presence," she said slowly, her voice steady despite the rush of energy she could feel surging through the crystal. "The engravings, they're part of the ritual itself. We need to learn how to interpret them fully. This artifact, this heartstone, is not just a tool. It's a conduit, a bridge between the elements and the forces that control the balance of the world." The weight of the discovery settled heavily on her shoulders, but it was a burden she was prepared to bear. The path ahead was clearer now. They just had to figure out how to use the knowledge they had gained. Adrian's eyes scanned the page with a mixture of anticipation and urgency as he read aloud the passage he had uncovered. The words seemed to jump off the page, their significance heavy with the weight of their implications. "The Heartstone," he murmured, his fingers tracing the text as he absorbed every detail. "This artifact is more than just a powerful object. It's the linchpin of the entire ritual. It's the one that will channel and amplify the magical forces required to break the curse." The room seemed to grow still as the realization settled over them. This was what they had been seeking, the final piece that could tip the scales in their favor. Serena leaned in closer, her eyes narrowing as she studied the passage. The more she read, the clearer it became that the Heartstone wasn't just an item to be wielded. It was alive, attuned to the elemental forces of the world, and could only be properly activated when in harmony with the other components of the ritual. "It's a conduit," she murmured, almost to herself. "A bridge between the magical realms and the physical world." The thought filled her with awe. The stone had the power to connect them to the very forces that could restore balance, but only if they knew how to wield it correctly. The book went on to describe the artifact's history, its origins tied to an ancient civilization that had mastered elemental magic. The Heartstone had been forged by the highest order of mages, using the combined powers of the earth, water, fire, and air. These elements were woven into the very fabric of the stone, making it a key that could unlock the forces of nature itself. But there was a warning too: the stone's power was volatile, dangerous even, if not handled with the utmost care. Adrian's brow furrowed as he absorbed the significance of the warning. The ritual would demand precision, and one misstep could unleash forces beyond their control. Serena looked up from the book, meeting Adrian's gaze. "We can't afford any mistakes," she said, her voice tinged with determination. "We need to make sure we understand every aspect of the ritual before we attempt it. The Heartstone is too powerful to be used recklessly." Her fingers brushed the artifact, and she could feel the pulse of energy resonating within it, like the steady beat of a heart. The weight of responsibility settled heavily on her shoulders, but she knew they couldn't turn back now. Their quest had led them to this moment, and there was no room for hesitation. Adrian closed the book with a firm snap, his resolve hardening. "We've come this far," he said, his tone resolute. "We'll find the answers we need, and we'll do whatever it takes to break the curse. The Heartstone is the key, and we won't let anything stand in our way." His eyes shone with a fierce determination as he stood up, the weight of their mission grounding him. The path ahead was uncertain, but one thing was clear: they would succeed, or they would fall together. Serena's gaze shifted from the Heartstone to the pages of the book, her mind racing as the pieces of the puzzle fell into place. The realization was a sharp, electrifying moment. She could now see the intricate connection between the artifact and the ritual they had set out to complete. "The Heartstone," she said slowly, her voice filled with awe. "It's not just a vessel of power. It must be used to focus and direct the magical energies we need. It acts as a conduit, channeling the forces of nature itself into the ritual. Without it, we would be powerless." Her fingers brushed the artifact gently, and she could feel the hum of its power beneath her touch, as though it recognized her newfound understanding. Adrian, who had been listening intently, nodded thoughtfully. "It makes sense now," he said, his voice tinged with relief. "The Heartstone isn't just a key to unlocking the curse. It's the instrument that will channel all the elemental forces required for the ritual. We have to synchronize it with the other components we've gathered. Without it, the ritual would fall apart, and the curse would remain." His eyes lingered on the crystal, now glowing even brighter in the moonlight. Its beauty was hypnotic, but its true purpose was far more important. The book went on to explain that the Heartstone's power could only be fully activated when the forces of earth, air, fire, and water were in perfect alignment. Each element would need to be represented by the proper artifact or ritual participant. The stone itself would serve as the focal point, amplifying the energies of the surrounding components and guiding them to their intended target. "We've already found the components we need," Serena continued, her voice firm with determination. "Now, it's all about harnessing their combined power. This is our chance to finally break the curse." As the gravity of their situation settled in, Adrian couldn't help but feel a weight on his chest. The stone was an extraordinary weapon, but it also required an immense amount of skill and control to use properly. If they made a mistake, the consequences could be catastrophic. "We need to be ready," he said, his voice low and serious. "The ritual will require all of our focus. If we fail to direct the Heartstone's power correctly, we could unleash something even darker than the curse we're trying to break." Serena met his gaze, her expression resolute. "We'll be ready," she said, her voice unwavering. "We have no choice. The heart of the reef is dying, and the curse is growing stronger with every passing moment. We can't afford to wait any longer. The Heartstone is our only hope." As she spoke, the soft glow of the crystal seemed to pulse in agreement, its light brightening as if it too recognized the urgency of their mission. Together they stood, the weight of their quest heavy but manageable, knowing that the power to restore the heart and break the curse lay within their grasp, if they could wield it correctly. The book detailed every step of the ritual with meticulous precision, offering clarity in the midst of their uncertainty. According to its instructions, the Heartstone had to be placed at the center of a sacred circle, carved with ancient runes that would act as conduits for the elemental forces. The location itself was not random. The Heartstone had to be positioned at the very heart of the reef, where the land, sea, and sky converged. This was the only place where the stone could truly channel the full potential of the ritual and align the elemental powers. The coordinates for this location, hidden deep within the pages of the book, had been preserved through generations, ensuring that the forces of nature could be brought into balance at the right moment. As Serena read through the passage, she could feel the weight of responsibility settling over her. The Heartstone wasn't merely an object to be used, it was a catalyst for change, a pivotal element in the delicate dance of the ritual. To place it in the wrong spot or at the wrong time would disrupt the entire process, possibly worsening the curse or causing irreparable damage to the heart of the reef. The book's words were clear: only when all the components were in perfect harmony, with the Heartstone as the focal point, would the curse begin to break. The power was immense, and the stakes could not have been higher. Serena's fingers traced the map in the book that depicted the precise location, her thoughts racing to plan their next steps. Adrian leaned in, his eyes scanning the text as he absorbed the gravity of the situation. "This is it," he murmured. "We've been searching for the heart stone and gathering the pieces, but this ritual will require more than just the artifacts. We'll need to synchronize the elements and the forces of nature. Every step has to be perfect. He paused, taking a deep breath. The ritual would require all of their focus and trust, and there was no room for error. The book described how each of the four elements, earth, air, fire, and water, would need to be represented during the ritual. Each component they had collected, including the heart stone, had to be placed in a specific position within the circle to form a perfect alignment of the elements. Their success depended on their ability to harness these ancient forces and guide them to where they were needed most. The more they read, the more daunting the ritual seemed. The book also described how the heart stone would be activated through a series of incantations, each tied to a different element. The chant for each element had to be spoken at the precise moment when the heart stone reached its full potential. One misstep, one word spoken too soon or too late, could shatter the delicate balance they needed to restore the reef. Serena's heart pounded in her chest as she realized how much rested on their shoulders. It wasn't just their success that mattered, it was the very future of the heart of the reef, a place that had been cursed for centuries, that now depended on their ability to wield the heart stone correctly. As the night wore on and they continued to pore over the book, the sense of urgency grew. The book emphasized that the window of time in which the ritual could be performed was limited. If they failed to act quickly, the curse would strengthen, and the magical forces would slip beyond their control. But despite the tension rising in the air, Serena felt a spark of determination. The path was clear now, and though the ritual seemed perilous, they had come too far to back down. Together, they would face the elements, channel the powers of the heart stone, and with any luck break the curse that had haunted the reef for so long. Adrian's voice lowered as he read the next part of the passage aloud, his eyes widening with the revelation. The heart stone also has the power to reveal hidden truths and guide those who seek to restore balance, he said, the weight of the words settling in the air around them. It's not just a tool, it's a conduit for the ancient magic that governs the reef. Serena's breath caught at this new information, her gaze shifting from the book to the heart stone in her hands. She had always sensed that there was something extraordinary about the artifact, but hearing it described as a key to unlocking deeper mysteries of the reef only solidified its importance in their quest. The heart stone was more than just a physical object. It was an integral piece of the ancient magic that bound the reef, and perhaps its only hope of survival. The implications of this discovery were profound. If the heart stone could reveal hidden truths, it might allow them to uncover secrets that had been lost to time, secrets that could lead them to the very core of the curse that had plagued the heart of the reef. Adrian turned the pages of the book with a sense of urgency, searching for more details on how the stone might unlock these revelations. Serena felt her pulse quicken. This was no longer just a battle to break a curse. It was a chance to rediscover the lost history of the reef, to understand its true nature, and perhaps, to heal the rift that had torn it apart. Their journey had taken on a new layer of meaning, one that could change the fate of the reef itself. Serena's fingers tightened around the heart stone as she processed the information. If the artifact could guide them, it might show them the path to the ritual's completion and provide the clarity they needed to overcome the challenges ahead. She glanced at Adrian, meeting his gaze. "Do you think the heart stone could show us where the remaining components are hidden?" she asked, her voice filled with a renewed sense of purpose. The book hadn't mentioned the full extent of the stone's abilities, but if it could reveal hidden truths, it seemed possible that it might help them uncover what was still missing in their quest to restore the reef. They could not afford to waste any time. Every moment brought them closer to either success or failure. Adrian paused for a moment, contemplating her question. "It's worth trying," he said, his voice steady but filled with determination. "If the heart stone has the power to guide us, then perhaps it can lead us to what we still need. We've already faced so many challenges, and we're closer than ever to breaking the curse. If this artifact can show us what's hidden, it could be the key to everything." His words sparked a new sense of hope in Serena's heart. They had fought through so much to reach this point, and now, with the heart stone in their hands, it seemed as though they might finally have the tool they needed to unlock the final steps of their journey. As they sat together, the moonlight casting long shadows over the quiet shore, Serena felt a renewed sense of connection to the reef. The Heartstone wasn't just a symbol of the reef's power. It was a bridge to the ancient magic that had once thrived in the land and sea. It was a link to the forgotten stories and lost wisdom of a time before the curse. Serena knew that understanding its full potential would be crucial, and she was determined to tap into that power. With Adrian by her side, she felt ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The Heartstone might reveal the hidden truths they sought, but it was up to them to use that knowledge wisely, to restore balance and break the curse that had plagued the heart of the reef for so long. Serena took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling as she absorbed the gravity of their discovery. The Heartstone was not just a tool for the ritual. It was something far more powerful, a conduit to an ancient magic that had the potential to guide them in ways they had never imagined. The weight of their task felt even heavier now, but she also sensed a spark of hope. With the stone in their possession, they were no longer blindly fumbling through the darkness. They had a means to navigate the challenges ahead. This means that the Heartstone will not only help us with the ritual, but also provide us with guidance as we move forward, Serena said, her voice filled with a mix of awe and determination. She couldn't help but marvel at the artifact in her hands. It felt as though they had unlocked a greater purpose, one that extended beyond just breaking the curse. The implications of the Heartstone's power were immense. If it could truly guide them, it meant that every step they took from here on out had the potential to be steered by a force older than the reef itself. Serena thought back to the trials they had already endured, the perilous journey through the temple, the battle with the Guardian, and their constant struggle to decipher the ancient texts. They had been successful so far, but the path ahead was still fraught with unknowns. The Heartstone, now more than ever, was a lifeline they could not afford to waste. It wasn't just about surviving, it was about ensuring that every move they made brought them closer to their ultimate goal. She glanced at Adrian, her resolve hardening. They were in this together, and this new knowledge only strengthened their bond and their purpose. Adrian's eyes were fixed on the Heartstone as well, his brow furrowed in thought. "We'll need to be careful," he said, breaking the silence. The book mentioned that the Heartstone could reveal hidden truths, but that doesn't mean it will always be easy to understand. We'll have to trust it, but also remain cautious of what it shows us. He knew that the stone was powerful, but with great power came great responsibility. They couldn't let themselves be overwhelmed by the magnitude of its capabilities. They had seen firsthand how easily things could spiral out of control when they didn't fully grasp what they were dealing with. They had already been through too much to let one misstep undo all they had worked for. Serena nodded, her gaze unwavering as she contemplated his words. "You're right," she agreed. "We can't let the Heartstone's power blind us. We need to use it with care and respect. It will guide us, but we must be prepared to interpret its messages and act accordingly. If we rush or act out of fear, we could miss something important." The stakes had always been high, but with this newfound power, they had to tread carefully. The Heartstone had the potential to unlock the final pieces of the puzzle, but if misused, it could just as easily lead them astray. She wasn't about to let that happen. With their thoughts aligned, they both sat in silence for a moment, each contemplating the journey that lay ahead. The Heartstone was more than just an artifact. It was a beacon of hope, but also a reminder of the delicate balance they had to maintain. The weight of the task before them had only grown, but so too had their determination. Serena took another steadying breath and looked out over the horizon, where the first light of dawn was beginning to pierce the darkness. There was still much to be done, but with the Heartstone in their hands and the knowledge they had gained, they now had the means to move forward. The true test would come in how they used that knowledge and the power of the Heartstone. They had come this far, and now, with the stone as their guide, they would see their mission through to the end. Adrian nodded, his expression serious, as he processed the weight of their situation. He could feel the tension in the air, thick with the enormity of their task. "We have to be careful," he said, his voice steady but laced with an underlying urgency. The ritual they were preparing to undertake was not just a simple act. It was the culmination of ancient magic, the final step to breaking a curse that had plagued the reef for centuries. The stakes were immeasurably high, and the cost of failure was too great to even contemplate. Every detail, every movement during the ritual had to be precise. One wrong step could trigger catastrophic consequences, undoing everything they had fought for and possibly causing even greater harm to the reef they sought to protect. Serena met his gaze, understanding the gravity in his words. She had already witnessed how unpredictable the forces they were dealing with could be. The magic was old, deeply rooted in the fabric of the world around them, and the Heartstone, despite its potential, was still a mysterious element. They knew it was a key component in the ritual, but they didn't yet fully understand how it would interact with the other elements. The stakes had always been high, but now, with the Heartstone in their hands, the risks felt even more immediate. It was a powerful tool, but it came with its own set of dangers. They had to tread carefully, every decision calculated and considered. But with the Heartstone, Adrian continued, his voice growing more resolute, we have a better chance of succeeding. There was a flicker of hope in his eyes as he spoke. The artifact, now securely in Serena's possession, was more than just a magical object. It was their guide, their anchor in the overwhelming unknown. It held the key to channeling the energies of the ritual, amplifying their efforts and making the impossible seem within reach. But Adrian knew they couldn't rely on it blindly. The stone was powerful, yes, but it was also a tool that required great care. They would have to be attuned to its guidance, interpret its messages with precision, and use its magic only when the time was right. There was no room for error. Serena's gaze shifted to the Heartstone resting in her hands, its surface shimmering with an ethereal glow. The weight of the responsibility it represented was heavy, but so too was the sense of purpose it inspired. She could feel its power, pulsing softly as if it were alive, as if it were aware of the monumental task ahead. It was clear now that their journey wasn't just about physical endurance. It was about mastering the forces of magic that governed the reef and restoring balance to a world on the brink of ruin. She had always known their mission was significant, but with the Heartstone in their possession, the reality of their undertaking had never felt more real. We can do this, she said, her voice steady despite the storm of uncertainty swirling inside her. Adrian's eyes softened as he gave a reassuring smile. We will, he said, his confidence infectious. We have the knowledge, we have the Heartstone, and most importantly, we have each other. We're not alone in this. His words, simple yet powerful, cut through the tension. They had faced countless challenges together already, and although the road ahead would be even more treacherous, Adrian knew they could rely on one another. Their bond, forged through adversity, was their greatest strength. And as long as they stayed true to their purpose and worked together, they had a fighting chance. The Heartstone had brought them this far, but it was their unwavering resolve and unity that would see them through to the end. They spent the next few hours in intense concentration, the flickering light of the campfire casting long shadows around them as they sat in the quiet clearing by the reef. Serena and Adrian pored over the book, their eyes scanning the ancient text for any further clues that might shed light on the next phase of their journey. The weight of their discovery pressed heavily on their shoulders, but it also fueled a growing sense of urgency. The Heartstone, now resting between them, glowed softly in the dim light, its radiance pulsing like a heartbeat. Each time it shimmered, they were reminded of its immense power, a force that could either restore the heart of the reef or cause untold devastation if mishandled. As they studied the book's cryptic passages, they realized just how complex the ritual would be. The stone was far more than a mere artifact. It was the conduit for the ancient magic that governed the reef, and it would play a pivotal role in channeling the energies needed to break the curse. The pages they turned spoke of intricate rituals, ancient incantations, and powerful forces that could only be controlled by those who understood the depths of the magic they were wielding. The further they delved into the book, the more they understood that the Heartstone was not just a tool to be used. It was a living part of the magic itself, intertwined with the fate of the reef and its people. Serena's fingers gently traced the contours of the Heartstone as she sat in thoughtful silence. She had always known that their mission was critical, But now, with the stone before her, the reality of their task felt even more daunting. It was clear that its power wasn't something to be taken lightly. It had the potential to both heal and destroy, depending on how it was wielded. As she studied its glowing surface, she couldn't help but feel a deep sense of reverence. This wasn't just an object of magic. It was a key to unlocking the forces that had shaped their world for centuries. If they were to succeed, they had to approach it with humility, respecting its power and its place in the intricate web of the reef's history. Adrian, too, was acutely aware of the responsibility that now lay with them. He had always been pragmatic, but as he flipped through the book's pages, his mind raced with the possibilities and dangers. The Heartstone wasn't something that could be easily controlled. The text warned that even the smallest mistake in the ritual could lead to disastrous consequences. They would need to synchronize their efforts with perfect precision, channeling the energies in harmony with the stone's magic. Adrian knew that their connection to the Heartstone would be crucial, not just in terms of its magical potential, but also in terms of their ability to communicate and work together as a team. The stakes were higher than they had ever imagined. As the night wore on, the fire burned low, and the quiet sounds of the reef, gentle waves, distant rustlings, seemed to wrap around them like a blanket, calming their racing thoughts. But even in the stillness, Serena and Adrian both knew that the calm before the storm was just that, a temporary peace before the next challenge. They had studied the ritual and the Heartstone to the best of their abilities, but there were still so many unknowns. With dawn approaching and their next steps looming ahead, they knew they had little time left to prepare. They were on the precipice of something far greater than either had anticipated, and all they could do now was trust in each other and the knowledge they had gathered. Their success would depend on their ability to wield the Heartstone's power with both wisdom and caution. As the first light of dawn began to creep over the horizon, a soft glow spread across the land, casting the world in hues of pale gold and lavender. Adrian and Serena sat in quiet contemplation, watching the sky change, each lost in their thoughts as the weight of their journey pressed down on them. Despite their exhaustion from the trials they had faced, there was a tangible sense of renewal in the air, a sense that they had crossed a significant threshold. The Heartstone, still glowing faintly between them, seemed to pulse with a quiet energy, as if it too sensed the change. It was no longer just an artifact to be protected. It had become a symbol of their resolve, a tangible reminder of the task they had set out to complete. The night had been long, filled with moments of reflection and planning, but as the sun's rays began to spill across the land, Adrian and Serena felt the fatigue of their journey ebbing away. They had faced countless obstacles in their quest, each challenge testing their strength, their will, and their bond. But they had emerged stronger for it, each victory a stepping stone toward their ultimate goal. The Heartstone was the culmination of their efforts so far, and now it would guide them toward the final steps of their mission. With each passing moment, they grew more certain that they were on the right path, that their journey was far from over but that success was within reach. Serena, her gaze still fixed on the rising sun, felt a renewed sense of hope stir within her. The challenges they had faced had been harrowing, battles fought not only with their enemies but with their own doubts and fears. Yet with every hurdle they overcame, they had grown more united, their determination firmer. The Heartstone, in its gentle glow, had become a beacon of that determination. It was more than just an artifact. It was a symbol of all they had sacrificed and all they had yet to achieve. Serena could feel its power, and she knew that with it, they would be able to restore the heart of the reef and break the curse that had plagued the land for so long. Adrian shifted beside her, his expression reflecting the same quiet resolve. He had always been pragmatic, but the journey had changed him. The weight of the mission, the stakes of what they were trying to achieve, had a way of making everything feel more urgent, more significant. Yet, as he looked at Serena, he realized how far they had come. The Heartstone was now in their hands, and it was theirs to wield, to protect, and to use in the ritual that would reshape the fate of the reef. The road ahead was still fraught with danger, but the knowledge they had gained from the enchanted garden, the power of the Heartstone, and the trust they had built between them gave Adrian a sense of confidence he hadn't fully felt before. They were ready. With the first rays of sunlight casting their warmth over the land, they packed their things, the crackling fire dying behind them. Their path forward was now clear. The trials they had endured had tempered them, shaped them into the people they needed to be to face the coming challenges. The Heartstone was not just a key to the ritual, it was a reminder of their journey, a symbol of everything they had learned, and a guiding light for what lay ahead. The world around them had awakened with the dawn, and so too had their sense of purpose. They stood on the cusp of the final phase of their quest, ready to face whatever lay ahead, determined to see it through together. With the Heartstone securely in Serena's possession, the weight of their mission began to settle more firmly on their shoulders. The journey so far had been marked by uncertainty and peril, but now, as they prepared to move forward, there was a quiet determination in their hearts. The Heartstone pulsed softly in the cool morning light, its magical energy filling the air with a sense of promise. However, with its power now in their hands, the pressure to succeed was immense. They had learned that the Heartstone was not just a tool, it was the key to unlocking the ritual that could break the curse that had plagued the reef for centuries. But to wield that power effectively, they would need to approach the remaining trials with precision, focus, and a deep understanding of the ancient magic at play. As the days passed, they turned their attention to the next phase of their journey. The ritual was approaching, and with it, the final test of their strength, knowledge, and courage. The book they had discovered in the Enchanted Garden had provided them with crucial insights into the ritual's components, but they knew that deciphering its complexities was no easy feat. The Heartstone would guide them, yes, but they had to remain vigilant. They were still uncertain about the exact location where the ritual would take place, the precise timing, or what obstacles they might face along the way. The stakes had never been higher, and failure was not an option. Every decision, every move they made from this point forward would be critical to their success. Adrian and Serena spent long hours poring over the book and strategizing. They knew that to perform the ritual, they would need to gather the remaining components, the keys that had been scattered across the reef. But each key was guarded by powerful forces, and they had no illusions about how difficult it would be to obtain them. The Heartstone would help them locate the keys and channel the magic needed to unlock the curse, but only if they were able to face the dangers ahead. The trials that awaited them were not merely physical challenges. They would have to confront their own fears, doubts, and weaknesses. Yet despite the daunting path before them, there was a quiet resolve that settled between them, a shared understanding that they were not alone in this fight. The land around them seemed to shift as they planned, the weight of the coming ritual pressing on them in ways they couldn't quite explain. The reef, once a place of mystery and beauty, had become a battleground, one that would determine the fate of the entire land. Adrian often found himself staring out at the horizon, his thoughts racing as he tried to piece together the fragments of knowledge they had gathered. The power of the Heartstone was undeniable, but its true nature was still a mystery. Serena, too, felt the pull of the artifact, sensing its potential but also the immense responsibility that came with it. They were walking a razor's edge, and one misstep could change everything. Yet, as they stood together in the growing light of the morning, they found comfort in each other's presence. They had come so far, and there was no turning back now. The days ahead would be filled with challenges, some they expected, and others they could not yet foresee. But with the Heartstone as their guide and the lessons they had learned from the garden and the temple, they felt more prepared than ever. The ritual would demand everything they had: courage, wisdom, strength, and above all, trust in each other. There was no guarantee of success, but they were willing to face the trials head-on, knowing that together, they had the power to overcome whatever lay ahead. The final phase of their quest had begun, and they would not stop until the curse was broken and the heart of the reef was restored. As they packed up and prepared to leave the secluded spot by the reef, a quiet sense of reverence settled between Adrian and Serena. The Heartstone lay safely in Serena's hands, its radiant glow still pulsing with a quiet energy. The artifact was more than just a powerful relic, it had become a symbol of their purpose, a tangible manifestation of the ancient magic that coursed through the land. In their hands, the Heartstone held the promise of restoration, a beacon of hope in a world that had long been burdened by darkness and decay. The weight of their mission was not lost on them. They understood the magnitude of the task that lay ahead. Yet, as they exchanged a look of mutual understanding, a bond of unspoken determination passed between them. They knew they were no longer just two individuals on a journey. They were bearers of a crucial legacy, chosen to restore balance and harmony to a fractured world. The journey so far had tested their resolve, pushing them to the limits of their endurance, courage, and resourcefulness. Yet, through every trial and every hardship, they had emerged stronger, their connection deepened by the shared purpose that drove them forward. The Heartstone was the key to the ritual that would break the curse, but it was also the source of the ancient magic that governed the reef. It wasn't merely an object to be used, it was an active participant in their quest, a powerful force that would guide them toward the next steps of their journey. Serena felt the weight of that responsibility with every beat of her heart, knowing that the stone's magic could be the catalyst for the healing the reef desperately needed. But it was also a reminder of the challenges that lay ahead, challenges that would require every ounce of their strength and wisdom to overcome. As they began to move forward, the vast expanse of the reef lay before them, its beauty still tinged with an undercurrent of darkness that could only be dispelled by the success of their mission. The land was ancient, steeped in magic and mystery, and they would need to navigate its complexities with caution and care. The journey ahead was fraught with uncertainty, and they knew that the path to the ritual would not be an easy one. They had already faced powerful guardians, relentless forces that sought to prevent them from obtaining the artifact. But each victory had brought them closer to their goal, and the Heartstone's power gave them the confidence to continue. It was as if the artifact itself was leading them, its energy weaving a path through the trials they had yet to face. They trusted in its guidance, but they also understood that the choices they made along the way would determine the outcome of the ritual and the fate of the reef. In the quiet moments between their words and actions, both Adrian and Serena found themselves reflecting on the enormity of their task. The curse had plagued the reef for generations, and the balance of nature itself seemed to hang in the balance. Yet, as they stood side by side, ready to face whatever challenges awaited them, they felt an undeniable sense of unity. Together, they had proven that they were capable of overcoming the trials they had faced thus far. And together, they would face whatever came next, drawing strength from the Heartstone and from each other. There was a deep, abiding trust that had grown between them, a trust built not just on their shared experiences, but on their shared vision for a world healed of its suffering. They were not just fighting for the reef. They were fighting for a future where magic could flourish once more, where balance could be restored, and where the curse would finally be broken. With a final glance at the peaceful waters of the reef, Adrian and Serena turned away from their resting place, their steps steady as they resumed their journey. The road ahead was still uncertain, but with the Heartstone in their possession and the knowledge they had gained, they felt ready to face whatever came next. Their hearts were filled with a renewed sense of purpose, and as they ventured deeper into the unknown, they knew that they would not be swayed from their mission. The power of the artifact was undeniable, and with it, they would restore balance to the world. And no matter what trials lay ahead, they were bound by the unwavering commitment to their cause and to each other. Chapter 27: Strained Trust. The morning sun struggled to break through the dense canopy of trees, casting a pale, diffused light that filtered softly onto the ground of their temporary camp. The air was heavy with the dampness of the night, and a cool breeze rustled the leaves, but the quietness felt almost unnatural. Adrian and Serena sat a short distance apart, their bodies weary from the strain of their journey. The peacefulness of the reef, with its vibrant greenery and the rhythmic sound of distant waves, stood in stark contrast to the tension that simmered between them. The weight of their mission, the Heartstone they carried, and the challenges still to come filled the air with an unspoken heaviness. While the world around them seemed calm, within their hearts, turmoil brewed. Adrian's thoughts were a whirlwind, his mind constantly circling the impending ritual and the potential consequences of failure. He had seen the dangers the Heartstone could invoke, felt its immense power firsthand, but he couldn't shake the nagging fear that even with the artifact in their possession, success was not guaranteed. Serena, too, was wrestling with doubt. Though she remained resolute on the outside, her eyes betrayed a flicker of uncertainty. The weight of what they were about to attempt, the power they were about to unleash, was daunting. She had always believed in their cause, but now, faced with the truth of their undertaking, she found herself questioning whether they were truly prepared for the challenges that lay ahead. As they sat in the stillness, the peacefulness of the reef did little to calm the storm within them. It was as if the serenity around them only amplified the tension, making the urgency of their mission feel even more pronounced. They knew the stakes were high, that the success of the ritual was crucial not only for the reef's survival but for the restoration of balance to a world in desperate need of healing. But the fear of what might happen if they failed, the pressure of ensuring the Heartstone was used properly, weighed heavily on them both. And yet, as they glanced at each other, a shared understanding passed between them. No matter the fear or uncertainty, they had come this far, and they would continue. Together, they would face whatever came next. After their hard-fought battle with the Guardian and the successful acquisition of the Heartstone, Adrian and Serena had expected their path forward to become clearer. They had hoped that the artifact would provide the key to unlocking the next stage of their mission, and that the tension of their trials would give way to a renewed sense of unity. However, instead of bringing them closer together, the journey seemed to have deepened the rift between them. The weight of their mission, the responsibility of wielding such a powerful artifact, and the constant pressure of their looming ritual had started to erode the bond they once shared. Each new challenge seemed to create more distance, and what had once been a partnership built on trust and mutual understanding now felt fraught with unspoken tensions. Adrian could feel it most acutely, the subtle shift in their dynamic. Once, they had been able to rely on each other's strength and judgment without hesitation, but now doubt clouded their every decision. He had always been the more pragmatic of the two, but even his usual confidence had begun to falter under the weight of their mission. Serena, too, was struggling with her own inner turmoil. She had always been the heart of their alliance, the one who believed in their cause with unshakable resolve, but now she found herself questioning everything. Was she truly capable of seeing this mission through? Was she as committed as she once thought? These fears gnawed at her, and the isolation she felt, even in Adrian's presence, only deepened the growing divide. Their once seamless partnership, where they had relied on each other's strengths and balanced each other's weaknesses, now felt fragile. The weight of their fears, both personal and collective, had begun to create fissures that neither of them knew how to bridge. Though they both knew how vital their mission was, the strain on their relationship made everything more difficult. Words were left unsaid, glances filled with uncertainty replaced the knowing looks they once shared, and a quiet distance grew between them. In the midst of a quest that demanded their unity more than ever, they found themselves at odds, not just with the dangers ahead, but with the vulnerabilities they had yet to confront in each other. As they packed up their camp, the air between Adrian and Serena was thick with unspoken tension. Every movement felt deliberate, but devoid of the usual camaraderie they once shared. Adrian, usually the first to break the silence with a joke or a plan, was unusually quiet. His brow was furrowed in thought, and his normally upbeat demeanor had been replaced by a somber expression, one that seemed to weigh heavily on him. The quiet was palpable, the space between them stretching farther with each passing moment. His eyes occasionally flicked to Serena, but he quickly looked away, as though unsure of how to bridge the widening gap. Serena, too, found herself lost in her thoughts as they prepared to leave the campsite behind. The growing rift between them consumed her, like a storm cloud gathering on the horizon. She couldn't ignore the gnawing feeling in her chest, the creeping sense of doubt that had begun to overshadow her confidence in their shared mission. She had always been the one to keep their spirits high, to believe that together they could conquer any obstacle. But now, as she glanced at Adrian, the weight of their unspoken words seemed to hang between them like a barrier neither knew how to break. The distance between them felt like an insurmountable chasm, and she wasn't sure how to cross it. The task of packing up their camp felt like a finality, each item they stowed away in silence a reminder of the fractured state of their partnership. Every glance they exchanged seemed to carry the weight of things left unsaid, and neither knew how to mend the growing divide. As the last of the camp was packed and the fire extinguished, there was a finality to the moment. The peaceful surroundings, once a refuge, now seemed to amplify the quiet tension between them. Without a word, they both turned toward the path ahead, but the uneasy feeling lingered. like a shadow trailing them as they left behind the camp that had once been a symbol of their unity. "I think we should review the plan again," Adrian said abruptly, his voice cutting through the heavy silence like a blade. His words were a sudden shift in the air, and Serena's head snapped up, her thoughts interrupted. His eyes were focused on the path ahead, avoiding her gaze, but there was an edge to his voice that made her pause. It wasn't the suggestion itself that caught her attention, it was the way he spoke, as though he were trying to distract himself from something deeper, something unresolved between them. The tension in the air seemed to thicken, and Serena knew that the last few days had put a strain on their relationship, but she hadn't expected this. Serena took a slow breath, trying to gather her thoughts. She wasn't sure what exactly was happening between them, but she couldn't deny that something had shifted. The urgency in Adrian's request, though seemingly practical, felt like a way to avoid confronting the rift that had grown between them. She didn't want to ignore the tension either, but the mission, their purpose, remained at the forefront of her mind. She nodded, albeit reluctantly, and reached for the map, spreading it out between them. The quiet urgency in Adrian's posture made it clear that he wasn't just talking about their next step on the journey. There was something more he needed to address, though neither of them was quite ready to face it. As they both leaned over the map, their fingers brushed for a brief moment, but neither of them acknowledged it. The plan laid before them seemed as tangled as the emotions they weren't discussing, and Serena felt the weight of the unspoken words pressing in on her. Adrian's intent focus on the map was a shield, and she couldn't decide whether she was grateful for it or frustrated by it. The more they analyzed the route ahead, the more she realized that their success depended not just on the Heartstone or their skills, but on mending the fracture between them. And for the first time, Serena wasn't sure how to start. Serena looked up from the map, her eyes tired and frustrated, the weight of their mission bearing down on her more than ever. Her fingers hovered over the map, tracing the routes they had already discussed repeatedly, but it felt pointless now. The endless revisiting of their plan only seemed to highlight the underlying tension that had been growing between them. She could feel the frustration in Adrian's silence, the way he refused to meet her gaze, and it gnawed at her. She had hoped that after their victory with the Heartstone, their bond would be stronger, clearer, but instead, they seemed to be drifting further apart. "What's the real issue here?" Serena's words were sharper than she intended, but the strain of trying to push through this unspoken rift finally broke through her calm. She could feel her chest tightening as she spoke, the frustration bubbling to the surface. She wanted to move forward, to focus on their mission, but every step they took felt heavier with the distance between them. It wasn't just about the plan anymore. It was about their relationship, their trust, and the unsettling feeling that something vital had been left unsaid. Serena wasn't sure whether Adrian even knew how to confront what had shifted, but she couldn't ignore it any longer. Adrian looked at her then, his eyes weary and filled with uncertainty. He didn't say anything at first, and for a moment, Serena wondered if he was avoiding her question on purpose. But there was something else in his expression, something that mirrored the exhaustion in her own heart. Finally, he spoke, his voice low and hesitant. "I don't know. It's like, the more we keep moving forward, the more it feels like we're losing something important." His words hung between them, and for the first time in days, they were both forced to acknowledge the gap that had quietly grown between them. It was no longer just the mission. It was them. Adrian's jaw tightened, and for a moment, he looked away, as if searching for the right words. The silence between them was heavy, and it felt as though every unsaid thought lingered in the air, just out of reach. He shifted uncomfortably, feeling the weight of Serena's gaze on him. The mission had been relentless, and each trial had only added to the pressure that seemed to be building between them. His frustration, mixed with concern, was evident in his stiff posture, as though he couldn't contain the thoughts that had been building in his mind. "It's not just about the plan," he continued, his voice rough. "I feel like there's something we're not addressing. We've been through so much, and it's starting to affect us." Serena stood still, processing his words. She had sensed the tension between them but had been too focused on the task at hand to confront it. Now, with Adrian's admission, the truth seemed inescapable. Their journey had changed them both in ways they hadn't fully acknowledged. The constant danger, the weight of their mission, the endless decisions, they had all taken a toll. Serena's heart tightened as she realized that she, too, had been bearing the strain of their bond beneath the surface, unwilling to confront it until now. But as Adrian spoke, it became clear that they could no longer avoid what was slowly eating away at their connection. She exhaled slowly, her shoulders heavy with the realization that things were far more complicated than she had allowed herself to believe. "I know," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. "I've felt it too." There was a vulnerability in her tone that she hadn't let show before, a crack in the armor she had built up to keep them moving forward. The fear of failure, the fear of losing everything they had worked for, had been consuming her. But now she saw that the strain between them was just as threatening. Serena's hands trembled slightly as she folded the map, the weight of the unspoken words between them making it harder to breathe. They couldn't move forward without addressing what was happening between them. Not anymore. Serena's frustration boiled over, and she could feel the heat rise in her chest, the words spilling out before she could stop them. "Of course it's affecting us," she snapped, her voice sharp. "We're facing impossible odds, and it's taking a toll on both of us." Her gaze hardened, focusing on Adrian as if she could pierce through him with her words. The weight of their mission had become a constant burden, one that seemed to grow heavier with each passing day. They had been through so much, and yet instead of acknowledging how it was changing them, they'd been pretending like everything was fine. Her fingers clenched into fists, frustration bubbling up from deep within. But instead of talking about it, we're just avoiding the real issues. She paced in a small circle, her movements tense, every step a reflection of the inner turmoil she had kept bottled up for so long. Serena had always been one to push through adversity, to focus on the goal and keep moving forward, no matter what. But now, with the pressure of the journey weighing on her, she could no longer pretend that their unspoken tension didn't exist. "It's like we're walking on a knife's edge," she continued, her words quieter now but no less forceful. "I can feel it every time we disagree or avoid confronting what's happening between us. The cracks are starting to show, Adrian." Her heart pounded in her chest, a mixture of anger, fear, and helplessness. Serena stopped pacing and looked directly at him, her eyes searching for a response. "I know we have a mission, but we also have to deal with this," she said, her voice softer now, vulnerable in a way it hadn't been before. "We can't keep pretending that everything's fine while we're falling apart on the inside." The air between them was thick with the weight of her words, and Serena felt exposed, her walls crumbling as she finally admitted the truth to herself, and to him. Adrian's eyes flashed with hurt as Serena's words hit him harder than he expected. He had always believed that his focus on the mission was what would keep them moving forward, that the goal was what mattered most. But hearing Serena's accusation made him question everything. His chest tightened, and he instinctively stepped back, trying to distance himself from the rising emotions. "Avoiding?" he repeated, his voice tight with frustration. "I'm trying to keep us focused. We can't afford to let personal issues get in the way of our mission." The sharpness in his tone betrayed the hurt that lingered beneath the surface, the struggle to balance their growing tension with the urgency of their task. He crossed his arms, trying to steady his breathing, but his mind raced with all the doubts he hadn't voiced. He had been pushing his own concerns aside, burying his own feelings about their strained relationship for the sake of progress. Every time they stopped to talk about what was really happening between them, it felt like they lost valuable time they couldn't afford to waste. Adrian had thought that if they just kept moving, kept fighting, they could deal with everything else later. But now, the weight of their silence pressed on him, and he realized how much he had been avoiding as well. Adrian took a deep breath, forcing his gaze to meet hers, though it was a challenge to hide the vulnerability in his eyes. "I'm not saying we can't talk about it," he continued, his voice quieter now, but still laced with frustration. "But we don't have the luxury to unravel everything right now. The stakes are too high. We've come too far, and I'm not going to let anything jeopardize that." He paused, his gaze lingering on Serena, searching for some understanding in her eyes, as though hoping she could see the conflict that raged inside him. The mission had always come first, but the tension between them was becoming harder to ignore. Serena's voice rose in exasperation, the weight of her emotions finally breaking through the dam she had carefully built. The words came out in a rush, sharp and filled with a mix of frustration and fear. "And what about our feelings?" she demanded, her eyes locking onto his with an intensity that mirrored the turmoil inside her. "We've been pushing them aside, pretending like everything's fine. But it's not, Adrian. I'm scared." Her hands trembled slightly at her sides, and she could feel the pressure building in her chest, the fear that had been gnawing at her for days now spilling out. "This whole quest, the curse, it's all too much. It's like we're fighting an enemy we can't even see, and we're supposed to do it alone." Her breath hitched as the vulnerability she had been avoiding surfaced. Every step they took on this mission had led them deeper into danger, both from external forces and the growing rift between them. The weight of their mission had only compounded her own insecurities. Serena hadn't admitted it to anyone, not even to herself, but the idea of losing Adrian, of losing what little connection they had left, terrified her more than the looming curse ever could. The stakes had always felt personal, but now, with each passing day, it was becoming harder to ignore how much the pressure of the quest was suffocating them. Serena took a shaky breath, her gaze softening, though her words remained heavy. "I'm not saying we should ignore the mission. I know it's important, but we can't pretend like this," she said, motioning between them. "Isn't affecting us. I don't want to lose you to this curse, Adrian. I don't want us to be so focused on what comes next that we forget about the here and now, about what we're fighting for." Her voice was quieter now, a plea wrapped in the raw honesty of her fears. She wasn't asking for answers, but for a moment of understanding, something she felt they had been lacking for far too long. Adrian's face softened, his features tightening with a mixture of sympathy and frustration as he processed her words. He had never intended for Serena to carry the weight of their mission alone, yet that was exactly what had happened. His shoulders sagged slightly, the invisible burden of their shared journey pressing down on him. "I'm scared too," he admitted, his voice low and heavy with the truth he had been too afraid to speak. "But I thought if we just kept moving forward, if we focused on the task at hand, maybe we could handle it." His hands clenched, fingers brushing over the edges of his gear, as if the act of touching something tangible could steady him. "I didn't want to burden you with my own fears." He paused, the words feeling harder to say than he'd anticipated, as though voicing his vulnerability might make it too real. Adrian had always prided himself on being the steady one, the one who could keep moving even when the world around them seemed to fall apart. But the weight of their mission, the stakes of what they were facing, had slowly chipped away at that facade. He hadn't wanted Serena to see his cracks, to see the way the pressure was warping him, but now he realized how much that silence had cost them both. "I thought if I kept it together, we'd have a better chance of succeeding. But I see now that pushing everything down isn't the answer." His gaze softened as he met her eyes, the rawness of the moment breaking through the walls he had built. "I'm sorry," he murmured, his voice full of regret. "I should have told you sooner. We're in this together, Serena. I shouldn't have kept you at arm's length." The vulnerability in his voice was something he rarely showed, a quiet admission that, despite his determination, he, too, was struggling. He stepped closer, his hand reaching out slightly, as if to offer her something more than words, a silent promise that they would face the challenges ahead as partners, not just co-conspirators in a dangerous mission. Serena shook her head, the weight of everything they hadn't said settling heavily between them. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, the pressure of their journey and the unspoken tensions finally breaking through. "We can't keep doing this," she said softly, her voice trembling. "We need to face our fears and talk about what's really going on between us." Each word felt like a raw release, something she had been holding on to for far too long. The cracks in their relationship had become impossible to ignore, and as much as she wanted to focus solely on the mission, she realized that their partnership was slipping through their fingers. Her chest tightened as she continued, the emotions she had bottled up threatening to overwhelm her. "We're supposed to be partners," she said, her voice gaining strength, though it still carried the weight of frustration and hurt. "But it feels like we're drifting apart." The words felt like an accusation, but in truth, they were more of a confession, an admission of the distance she had been sensing between them for far too long. Despite all they had been through, despite the shared purpose they had once had, she now felt as though their connection was fraying, each moment of silence and avoidance pulling them further away from each other. Serena took a shaky breath, her fingers curling around the edge of her pack as she fought to regain control of her emotions. She had always prided herself on being strong, capable, but right now, she felt fragile, exposed. "We can't keep pretending everything is fine," she said, her voice more composed now, though still laced with the vulnerability she couldn't shake. "If we're going to make it through this, we need to be honest with each other, not just about the mission, but about what we're feeling." She looked up at Adrian, her gaze steady but filled with longing for understanding. "I don't want to lose what we have, but if we keep ignoring the truth, we might never find our way back." The silence that stretched between them was thick and suffocating, filled with the weight of everything they hadn't said. Neither of them moved, the air heavy with unspoken words and raw emotions. Adrian's jaw clenched, his mind racing through everything that had led them to this point, the shared battles, the victories, and the growing sense of disconnection that had crept into their relationship. It felt as though the distance between them had become a physical thing, an invisible wall that neither of them knew how to break down. His eyes remained fixed on the ground, avoiding Serena's gaze, not because he didn't want to face her, but because he feared what he might see in her eyes. Serena, too, was lost in her own thoughts, her emotions swirling in a chaotic storm. She had always prided herself on her ability to keep her composure, but the constant strain of the quest, the burden of their shared mission, and the ever-present fear of failure had begun to take its toll. What had once been a partnership based on mutual respect and trust now felt strained, fragile, as if it could shatter with the wrong word or gesture. She couldn't ignore the ache in her chest, the ache that came from feeling both deeply connected to Adrian and yet so far apart. The thoughts she had been suppressing for so long now clawed at her, demanding to be addressed. Both of them stood apart, their bodies facing opposite directions, yet their minds were caught in a similar battle. Adrian's insecurities gnawed at him, making him doubt his ability to protect Serena or to make the right decisions moving forward. Serena, meanwhile, struggled with the fear that the cracks in their relationship might be too deep to repair. Neither of them had the answers, and the uncertainty that hung in the air made it impossible to ignore the emotional rift that had begun to form between them. What had once been an unshakable partnership was now a fragile alliance, and the tension between them was a constant reminder of the delicate balance they were trying to maintain. After what felt like an eternity, Adrian's voice broke the silence, soft and full of sincerity. "I never meant to distance myself from you," he said, his words heavy with emotion. He turned to face her, his eyes searching for understanding, though he wasn't sure he could find it. His usual confidence had given way to vulnerability, and it felt strange, unfamiliar. "I just didn't know how to deal with everything that's happening," he continued, his words more rushed now, as if he were trying to explain something that had been buried too long. "I thought if I stayed focused on the mission, it would help us both." He ran a hand through his hair in frustration, the weight of his confession hanging in the air. Serena stood motionless, her heart aching at the honesty in his voice. She could see the struggle in his expression, the internal conflict that had been eating away at him. It was clear that Adrian had been trying to carry the burden of their mission alone, convinced that if he kept his emotions in check, everything would fall into place. She felt a pang of guilt, knowing she had been just as guilty of avoiding the hard conversations. But hearing him admit it aloud, the pain and fear that had been driving him, made the truth even harder to ignore. She had always known Adrian was strong, but now, she could see how much the weight of their quest had worn him down. The silence between them stretched again, but this time it was different. It was not a wall, but a space where understanding began to grow. Serena's eyes softened as she processed his words, her heart filling with a mixture of empathy and longing. She wanted to tell him that it was okay, that they could face it together, but the words caught in her throat. Instead, she nodded slowly, acknowledging the vulnerability that had surfaced between them. "I understand," she said quietly, her voice gentle but firm. The distance between them hadn't disappeared, but in this moment, it felt a little smaller, less insurmountable. And for the first time in a long while, she felt the stirrings of hope that they could find their way back to each other. Serena's expression softened, but the pain still lingered in her eyes. She took a step closer, her gaze meeting his with a mix of tenderness and resolve. "I understand that you were trying to protect me," she said, her voice quieter now, filled with the weight of the unspoken truth. The depth of his effort to shield her from his fears didn't escape her, but the realization only made her heart ache more. She had felt his distance, the walls he built around himself, and she had carried the burden of that unacknowledged pain, even as she fought to protect him in return. The tension between them had grown too thick, and she knew that this unspoken strain was becoming just as dangerous as any external threat they faced. "But we need to be honest with each other," she continued, her words firm but compassionate. She took another slow step forward, her hands unconsciously tightening around the edges of her cloak. It was clear now that honesty was the bridge they needed to cross if they were to remain partners, not just in their quest, but in the rawness of their shared experience. "We need to confront our fears together, not hide from them," Serena added, her voice gaining strength with each word. The realization had settled deep within her. They couldn't move forward in silence, with so many things left unsaid. They needed to face the reality of their situation, the personal fears and vulnerabilities that they had kept hidden, in order to build the trust that had once been the foundation of their bond. Adrian stood motionless, his breath catching slightly as he absorbed her words. The vulnerability in her voice cracked through the barrier he had erected around himself, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. He had never intended to shut her out, but in his attempt to protect her, he had inadvertently done the opposite. The weight of her plea settled over him, and he realized she was right. They couldn't keep carrying their fears alone. They had to face them together, as they had done with every other challenge that had come their way. Slowly, Adrian took a step forward, meeting her halfway, his eyes soft with remorse and understanding. For the first time in a long while, he felt the walls between them begin to crumble, replaced by the fragile but powerful connection of shared vulnerability. Adrian nodded slowly, his shoulders slumping as the weight of her words sank in. It was as if a heavy burden had been lifted, replaced by a quiet sense of relief that he could finally admit the truth to her. The regret in his expression was unmistakable, the sharp realization that in his attempt to protect her, he had inadvertently created distance between them. The mission had consumed him, driven him to a point where he had forgotten what they were truly fighting for, not just the success of their quest, but the strength of the bond they shared. The realization stung, but it was also a necessary step forward. "I've been so focused on the mission," Adrian continued, his voice low, filled with self-awareness. The words tumbled out as if the confession had been waiting at the edge of his mind, longing to be spoken. His gaze dropped for a moment, regret flickering in his eyes. He had let the task at hand overshadow the very thing that had made them partners in the first place, the trust and connection they had built over time. All his efforts, all his planning, had been aimed at achieving the goal, but somewhere along the way, he had forgotten that their strength was in their unity, in how they faced the challenges together, side by side. Looking up, he met her eyes with sincerity. "I've neglected the most important part, us." The simple statement carried with it the weight of his actions, but also a deep resolve to make it right. Adrian took a small step toward her, his voice steady now, filled with an earnest determination to restore what had been lost. "We can't do this alone, not like this. I've been fooling myself, thinking that I could carry everything on my own. But I need you, Serena. We need to be in this together, fully." His words were an apology, a promise, and a commitment all wrapped into one, as he stood before her, ready to rebuild the foundation that had cracked under the pressure of their mission. They sat down on a nearby rock, the weight of their conversation lingering between them like an unspoken understanding. The quiet around them felt heavier now, as if the world was holding its breath, allowing them a moment of peace to to process everything they had just shared. The morning light filtered through the trees, casting soft shadows on their faces, but it did little to ease the tension that had settled in their hearts. Both of them were exhausted, not just from their journey, but from the emotional toll of the last few days. They had fought side by side against dangers both external and internal, but this was a different battle, one that required vulnerability, honesty, and trust. The silence between them was no longer strained, but laden with the recognition of the road they needed to travel together, not just physically, but emotionally. Adrian's hand reached out slowly, almost hesitantly at first, but then with a quiet resolve. He gently took Serena's hand in his grip firm yet tender, as though grounding them both in that single, simple connection. His thumb traced small circles over her knuckles, the act soothing them both in its simplicity. His touch conveyed more than words could express, a silent promise to stand by her, to face whatever came next not as individuals, but as partners. It was an unspoken acknowledgement that the path forward wouldn't be easy, but as long as they held on to each other, they could navigate it together. Serena looked at their joined hands, feeling a sense of warmth and reassurance flood through her. The world around them had not changed, but something between them had. The distance that had grown between them seemed to shrink with every heartbeat, and for the first time in a while, she felt a glimmer of hope. She squeezed his hand in return, a simple gesture but one that carried the weight of her own promises to him. "We're in this together," she murmured, her voice steady, yet tinged with the vulnerability she had allowed herself to show. The words felt like a vow, a renewal of their bond. And in that moment, with the heartstone resting beside them and the weight of their mission still looming, they knew that their journey was far from over, but they would face it united, stronger for the understanding they had forged. Adrian's voice was soft, but there was a depth of sincerity in his words that made them impossible to ignore. He shifted slightly, turning toward Serena with an earnest gaze, his eyes filled with both regret and determination. "I'm sorry for not being more open," he said, the words heavy with the weight of all the things left unsaid between them. He had kept so much buried inside, thinking it was the only way to protect her. But now he saw how that silence had created a rift between them, leaving them vulnerable in ways that had nothing to do with their mission. "Let's promise to be honest with each other from now on," he added, his voice firm but gentle, as though he was pledging something sacred. "We can't let our personal struggles drive us apart." His hand tightened around hers, as if to seal the promise, the simple act of touching her grounding him in the resolve to change. Serena felt a tightness in her chest, but it was different now, a softening, a release of the tension she hadn't even realized she'd been holding. The sincerity in Adrian's apology struck her deeply, and she could feel the weight of his words resonating in her own heart. She had been so caught up in her own fears and frustrations, but hearing him speak from a place of vulnerability, acknowledging their shared struggles, gave her the space to breathe. She hadn't wanted to face their issues either, but hearing him admit the same made it easier to step forward. "I've been scared too," she confessed quietly, her voice barely above a whisper as she met his gaze. "I was afraid that if we kept pushing forward like this, we'd lose everything, even each other." They sat in silence for a moment, the world around them fading into the background as they simply allowed the weight of their emotions to settle between them. Adrian's apology, and the promise they were making to each other seemed to fill the air with a quiet sense of understanding, as though a fog had lifted and the path forward was no longer clouded with unspoken doubts. Serena's heart swelled with a sense of relief, knowing that they had both acknowledged the truth of their situation. They were no longer just two people on a quest. They were partners, and together, they would face whatever came next with the honesty and strength they had found in this moment. Serena took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the moment settle within her. She squeezed Adrian's hand, her fingers tightening around his as if grounding herself in the simple, steady reassurance of his presence. Her eyes met his, and for the first time in what felt like ages, she saw not just the man she had been fighting alongside, but the person she was fighting for. "I'm sorry too," she said, her voice steady despite the emotions swirling within her. Her heart ached with the realization of how much they had both been carrying alone, and she felt the sting of regret for not opening up sooner. I've been overwhelmed and scared, she confessed, her gaze softening as the vulnerability in her words became clear. She had been so caught up in her own fears, trying to keep them buried, but now she understood the importance of letting those fears be seen. But I should have communicated that better. The words hung in the air between them, heavy with their shared understanding. Serena's chest felt tight, but in the best possible way, as though shedding the weight of her silence was finally allowing her to breathe more fully. She had let the pressure of their quest, and her own anxieties, distance her from Adrian, but now she realized that shutting him out had only made things worse. She had built walls where there should have been openness, and she regretted that. But in the face of their struggle, and with the Heartstone now in their possession, she knew that they couldn't afford to continue down this path of isolation. "We need to face this together," she added softly, her voice strong with the weight of her commitment. The words weren't just a promise to Adrian, they were a pledge to herself, to the journey ahead, and to the strength they had found in each other's honesty. Serena's eyes stayed locked with Adrian's, and in that shared look, there was no longer a sense of distance between them. The tension, the unspoken fears, all of it had been laid bare, and in its place was a quiet resolve. They had both acknowledged their faults, their fears, and now they could move forward, not as individuals struggling alone, but as partners, united in their purpose. Serena felt a renewed sense of trust in Adrian, and a growing certainty that, together, they could overcome the impossible. The Heartstone was only the beginning of their journey, but with this newfound understanding between them, they were ready to face whatever came next. With their promises made, Adrian and Serena spent the remainder of the day talking, really talking, in a way they hadn't allowed themselves to before. The air around them seemed to hum with a quiet intensity, as they slowly began to unravel the fears and anxieties that had been building up inside them for so long. Serena spoke first, her voice tentative but resolute as she described the weight of the journey on her shoulders. She admitted how the constant danger, the pressure of their mission, and the unknowns ahead had made her feel increasingly isolated. Every decision felt critical, and yet she often felt as if she were carrying the burden alone. Her vulnerability was raw, and for the first time in a long while, it felt like a relief to share it. Adrian listened intently, his eyes never leaving her face as she spoke. When it was his turn, he opened up about his own fears. He confessed how he had tried to shield both of them from the emotional toll of their quest by focusing solely on the mission. But in doing so, he had unknowingly built a wall between them, thinking it was easier to deal with their struggles in silence. He explained how the idea of failure, of not being enough to protect Serena or break the curse, weighed heavily on him. The emotional distance that had formed between them was a result of his own internalized fears, and he finally understood how his silence had only made things worse. His words were heavy with regret, but as he spoke, there was a sense of catharsis in them, as if the act of sharing his burdens with her lifted a small part of that weight. The conversation was difficult. Every word seemed to peel away layers of pent-up emotion and unspoken hurt, but it was exactly what they needed. As the sun began to set, casting the world in a soft, golden hue, they both felt the strain of their strained trust slowly begin to heal. They had admitted their flaws, faced their fears together, and recognized the importance of leaning on each other. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, there was a sense of clarity between them. The emotional toll of the quest had not vanished, but now they had a better understanding of each other's struggles and a stronger bond of mutual support. What had once felt like an insurmountable divide now seemed like something they could bridge together. As evening descended, painting the sky with hues of amber and purple, a sense of renewed connection settled between Adrian and Serena. The weight of their earlier conversation hung in the air, but it no longer felt like an insurmountable burden. Instead, it was a bridge, linking them in a way that hadn't been possible before. They were more aware of each other's vulnerabilities, their fears no longer hidden but acknowledged. There was a quiet strength in the way they stood together, side by side, ready to face whatever awaited them on their journey. The intimacy of their shared understanding created a new foundation for their bond, one that felt more resilient than it had in days past. The road ahead was still uncertain, fraught with dangers and unknown trials. They both knew that the curse wasn't going to break itself, and the stakes of their mission hadn't changed. But the difference now was that they were no longer shouldering the weight of their fears alone. Their partnership had been tested, but in that test, it had grown stronger. The personal demons that had threatened to tear them apart had instead forged a deeper connection, one built on honesty and a renewed sense of trust. They were no longer just two individuals on a mission. They were a united front, capable of facing whatever came their way. The trust between them was fragile, as trust often is after it has been shaken. But as they moved forward, both Adrian and Serena understood that it could be repaired, piece by piece. They had made the first step toward rebuilding it with their open dialogue, and they were determined to nurture it as they continued their journey. They had learned that no challenge was too great if they faced it together, and that the foundation of any successful mission was the strength of the bonds between those who undertook it. Whatever lay ahead, they knew they were no longer alone in it. With their renewed commitment to each other, Adrian and Serena began to gather their belongings, preparing to face the next stage of their quest. The weight of their previous struggles still lingered, but there was a sense of clarity now that had eluded them before. They no longer had to shoulder the burden of their fears in isolation. As they packed their gear, their movements were purposeful, each action a testament to their shared resolve. They were no longer just allies driven by necessity, but partners who had seen the depths of each other's vulnerabilities and come through it stronger for it. The challenges ahead would undoubtedly test their strength, both physically and emotionally. The path they walked was fraught with danger, and the stakes of their mission had only grown higher with each step. Yet, as they set their sights on the horizon, there was a quiet confidence in the way they worked together. They had learned that their bond was an asset that would carry them through the trials to come. Their communication, once strained, was now more open, their trust more solid. They were no longer just two people battling the external forces of their quest. They were a team, united in purpose and understanding. The trials they would face in the coming days might be even more daunting than those that had come before, but they knew they were ready to confront them with a deeper understanding and trust in one another. The emotional barriers that had once divided them had been torn down, and in their place stood an unspoken promise. They would face the future together, no matter what it held. The road would be long and fraught with uncertainty, but Adrian and Serena now knew that, with each other's support, there was no challenge they couldn't overcome. They were no longer just surviving, they were ready to thrive as partners in their shared journey. Chapter 28: A Heartfelt Confession. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting a warm golden glow over the reef as Adrian and Serena made their way back to their camp. The soft hum of the waves against the shore filled the silence between them, and the fading light reflected off the water, creating a shimmering path beneath their feet. The world around them seemed to slow, as if mirroring the shift in their relationship. Despite the peace of the evening, the weight of the past few days still lingered, pressing against their hearts. There had been progress, certainly, but there was still an unspoken need for more, a deeper understanding of each other that neither had fully voiced. The conversation they had shared earlier had lightened the air between them, but it wasn't enough to erase all the unease. As they walked side by side, the space between them was filled with a quiet tension, not the sharp kind that had been there before, but a subtle, almost imperceptible pull. It was the kind of tension that only time and honesty could resolve, and they both knew that. There was a sense of anticipation, like the calm before a storm, as if they were both waiting for the next step, the next piece of the puzzle that would help them heal the distance that had grown between them. Serena glanced at Adrian, her thoughts swirling as she studied his profile in the dimming light. She saw the fatigue in his eyes, the same weariness that mirrored her own. Their journey had taken its toll, not just physically but emotionally. It was easy to get lost in the rush of the quest, in the urgency of their mission, but moments like these reminded her that they were more than just partners in a race against time. They were people with hearts that had been battered by fear, uncertainty, and unspoken doubts. It was only by facing those feelings head-on that they could move forward, not just in their quest, but in their relationship as well. As they neared the camp, the sound of crackling firewood greeted them, a familiar comfort amidst the uncertainty. The air felt cooler now, and the first stars were beginning to twinkle in the sky. Despite the unresolved tension, there was a quiet reassurance between them. They had come this far, and though the road ahead was still unclear, they had the foundation of trust to carry them through. There was more to be done, both in their quest and in their relationship, but for the first time in a while, they felt ready to face whatever came next, together. They had decided to take a break from their relentless quest, choosing instead to spend the evening by the shore. The decision had come after days of tension and uncertainty, a quiet acknowledgement that they needed to reconnect with each other and the world around them. The sun was setting behind them, casting a golden hue over the horizon as they found a quiet spot on the beach. The rhythmic sound of the waves lapping against the shore filled the air, their steady ebb and flow creating a calming backdrop to the moment. It was a rare opportunity for peace amidst the chaos of their journey. As they set up a small fire, the crackling of the wood added a comforting warmth to the cool evening air. The firelight danced across their faces, casting flickering shadows on the sand. Serena busied herself arranging the firewood, her movements slow and deliberate, as if she were savoring the simplicity of the task. Adrian, on the other hand, sat down on a nearby rock, his gaze lingering on the horizon. The exhaustion from their journey had settled deep within him, and for the first time in days, he allowed himself to relax, focusing only on the present moment instead of the looming challenges ahead. Once the fire was crackling steadily, they both settled onto the soft sand, the warmth of the fire contrasting with the cool breeze that swept in from the ocean. The vastness of the sky stretched out before them, the first stars beginning to appear as the twilight deepened. It was a peaceful scene, one that allowed them to forget, if only for a few hours, the weight of their mission and the struggles that had threatened to tear them apart. The sounds of the waves and the crackling fire were the only distractions, giving them space to breathe, reflect, and be present with one another. For a moment, they simply sat in silence, side by side, as the world around them seemed to slow down. It wasn't a silence of discomfort, but one of quiet understanding. Their earlier confrontation still lingered in the back of their minds, but here, by the shore, it felt distant and manageable. The fire cast a soft glow on their faces, and the quiet of the night wrapped around them like a blanket. They had faced battles before, but this moment of peace, was something they both needed. It wasn't a resolution to their problems, but it was a step in the right direction, a brief pause to gather themselves for what lay ahead. As they sat together, the fire crackling between them, Serena's gaze was fixed on the horizon, her thoughts far away. The last light of day stretched across the sky in brilliant hues of pink and orange, the colors slowly fading into dusk. The vibrant spectacle above seemed to mirror the tumultuous emotions churning inside her, feelings of doubt, fear, and the weight of responsibility. Each shifting shade in the sky seemed to echo the uncertainty she felt about the future, and yet, there was something oddly calming in the way the day surrendered to night. It reminded her that some things, no matter how chaotic, eventually gave way to rest. She didn't speak at first, lost in the beauty of the scene and the quiet within. Her fingers absently traced patterns in the sand, her mind wandering through the many layers of their journey. The path they had walked so far had been riddled with challenges, and each step seemed to carry more weight than the last. But beyond the mission, beyond the external struggles, there was a deeper, more personal battle raging within her, one that had to do with her own fears, her own uncertainties about whether she was truly capable of carrying the burden of this quest. Adrian sat beside her, his presence a steady comfort, though she knew that the quiet between them was still fragile. He had tried to be there for her, to support her, but she couldn't help feeling like she was pushing him away. How could she let him in when she didn't fully understand her own emotions? It was a battle between wanting to be close to him, to share everything with him, and the instinct to protect him from the storm inside her. She was aware that her silence could be as much a wall as it was a retreat, but for now, the words to explain herself seemed just out of reach. The fire between them crackled louder for a moment, the sound breaking through the silence, and Serena let out a slow breath. It wasn't just the mission or the artifact weighing on her mind, it was the connection she felt with Adrian. The trust they had built together had been tested in ways neither of them had anticipated, but the strength of their bond still pulsed beneath the surface. The question that lingered in her mind was whether they could continue forward, not just as companions in this quest, but as partners in something deeper. She wasn't sure yet, but in that moment, with the fire flickering and the night drawing near, it seemed like the first step toward finding that answer had been taken. Adrian's gaze lingered on Serena, his brow furrowed with quiet concern as he watched the distant look in her eyes. The soft glow of the fire danced across her face, casting fleeting shadows that seemed to deepen her pensive expression. He could sense the weight in the air, the way she was withdrawn, even though they had spent so many hours together, facing danger, surviving, and fighting side by side. But tonight, she was distant, her mind seemingly adrift in some far-off place. The gentle crackle of the flames was the only sound between them, amplifying the silence that hung heavy with unspoken words. He hesitated before speaking, choosing his words carefully. "You seem far away tonight," he said softly, his voice just above a whisper, as though afraid of disturbing the fragile peace they had shared. He knew something was troubling her, but he didn't want to pry. They had both carried their burdens for so long in solitude, but the moments of shared vulnerability had become few and far between. "Is there something on your mind?" he asked, his question sincere, his concern genuine. It was as much an invitation as it was a plea for connection, hoping she would open up, let him in, even if just a little. Serena felt the pull of his gaze, the warmth of his words reaching her through the fog of her thoughts. She knew he could sense the distance she had tried to keep between them. His question stirred something deep inside her, an ache she had been trying to ignore for days. She was tired, not just physically but emotionally, and the weight of their mission was beginning to feel like too much to carry alone. Yet she hesitated. She wasn't sure how to put her feelings into words, how to explain the torrent of emotions that had been building inside her. She wanted to share, to confide in him, but vulnerability felt like a fragile thing, something she wasn't sure she could afford in the face of their larger purpose. Taking a deep breath, Serena finally met his eyes, her gaze steady but uncertain. The openness in his expression, the patience that radiated from him, made her heart ache with a mixture of gratitude and guilt. She had never wanted to shut him out, but the pressure of the journey had worn her thin, and the fear of burdening him with her own fears had held her back. But in that moment, she realized that the walls she had built between them were only making the distance greater. "I'm just trying to keep everything together," she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. "And it feels like the weight of everything is becoming too much to bear. I don't know if I'm strong enough to carry it all." The admission hung in the air, raw and vulnerable, and she couldn't help but feel exposed. Serena's fingers tightened around the edge of the blanket she was sitting on, the cool fabric grounding her as she tried to steady her racing thoughts. The words felt heavy on her tongue, as though they had been building for so long that the mere act of speaking them felt almost impossible. She had always been someone who carried her burdens alone, but the silence between them had grown unbearable. She could feel Adrian's steady gaze on her, his unspoken concern pressing against her like a weight. The rhythmic crash of the waves against the shore seemed to mirror the turmoil she had been battling inside. Her chest rose and fell with a deep breath, and for the first time in days, she allowed herself to truly process what she had been holding back. "Yes, there is," she said quietly, her voice barely rising above the sound of the wind. She turned her gaze back to the horizon, not because she didn't want to meet his eyes, but because it was easier to speak when the distance between them felt less intense. The sky had softened into shades of purple and dark blue, and the fading light seemed to wrap around her like a veil, giving her the courage she needed. "I've been carrying a lot inside me," she continued, the words flowing with a mixture of relief and hesitation. "And I think it's time I shared it with you." Adrian's presence beside her felt like a steady anchor in the chaos of her thoughts. He didn't rush her, his silence a quiet invitation for her to continue at her own pace. Serena could feel his attention on her, his understanding in the way he simply waited, allowing her the space to find the words she needed. She knew he wanted to help, wanted to share the weight of the journey, but it was hard for her to let go of the need to keep things together, to maintain the facade of strength she had built around herself. Yet, as the quiet stretched on, she realized that the strength she had relied on for so long was no longer enough. Her voice wavered as she finally spoke the truth she had been burying. "I'm scared," she admitted, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "I'm scared of what this journey is doing to us, to me. And I'm scared that we're losing sight of each other in all of this. I don't want to be the one who drags us down, but I can't keep pretending everything's okay." The vulnerability in her words hung in the air like a fragile thing, but as she spoke them, something inside her seemed to ease. The weight she had been carrying began to lift, even just a little, and she realized that sharing her fears was the first step toward healing the rift that had grown between them. Adrian's words were gentle but firm, a soft assurance that wrapped around Serena like a comforting embrace. His gaze never wavered from her face as he turned to face her fully, his posture open and inviting. The flickering firelight danced across his features, casting shadows that seemed to emphasize the sincerity in his eyes. He had always been the one to keep them moving forward, to stay focused on the mission, but in this moment, he was offering her something different, his presence, his undivided attention. The weight of their shared journey had settled between them, but this moment felt like an opportunity to lay those burdens down, even if just for a while. Serena looked at him, her chest tightening as she searched his eyes for any sign of judgment or frustration. Instead, she found only understanding, an unspoken promise that whatever she said, he would be there to face it with her. She had always feared that opening up would push him away, that her weaknesses would be too much for him to bear. But now, as she took in the calm certainty in Adrian's expression, she realized that her fears had been misplaced. He wasn't looking for perfection, he was simply looking to be there for her in whatever form that might take. "I know things have been tense," Adrian continued, his voice steady. "And I'm not going to pretend I haven't noticed the distance between us. But I'm here now. I want to listen to everything you need to say." He reached out slowly, as if to offer a quiet invitation, and placed his hand near hers on the blanket. The gesture was simple but meaningful, an anchor in the midst of the storm of emotions that had surrounded them for so long. His touch was warm, grounding, reminding Serena that, despite all the uncertainty that lay ahead, they were still in this together. Serena's breath hitched as she looked down at their hands, the proximity of his touch offering a rare comfort. She had spent so much time pushing her fears and frustrations deep inside, but in the face of Adrian's unwavering support, the dam she had built around her emotions began to crack. She had feared vulnerability for so long, but Adrian's openness invited her to let go. With a shaky breath, she spoke again, her voice barely above a whisper. "I've been so afraid of what this journey is doing to us. To me. But you're right, we can't keep ignoring it. I need to share this with you. I need to trust that we can face it together." Serena's hands shook ever so slightly as she reached for the small locket that rested against her chest. The gold was worn, the chain thin but sturdy, and the locket itself had seen years of handling, its surface smoothed by time. She took a deep breath before gently prying it open, revealing a faded photograph tucked inside. The image, yellowed with age, showed a young girl with bright eyes and a mischievous smile, standing beside a woman whose warm, loving gaze was directed toward her. The woman's features were soft yet strong, the kind of expression that Serena had come to associate with safety and warmth. It was her mother, standing proudly beside her, as though nothing could break the bond between them. Serena's fingers traced the edges of the photograph, her mind drifting back to the days when the world seemed simpler, when the love she shared with her mother had been the one constant in her life. The pain of losing that connection still lingered within her, a sharp ache that she had buried deep beneath her focus on the mission. But now, as she looked at the photograph, the weight of her loss seemed heavier than ever. The journey they had undertaken, the curse they sought to break, the battles they had fought, had all been driven by the need to restore balance. But a part of Serena had never stopped mourning the absence of the person she had once relied on for guidance. Her voice was soft, barely rising above the crackling of the fire between them. "This is my mother," she said, her words almost lost in the evening breeze. She died when I was young. I was just a girl, barely old enough to understand. But her loss, It's something that stayed with me all these years. I've always felt like part of me is missing, like there's a piece of my past that I can't quite reach, no matter how hard I try. Serena paused, her throat tight as the weight of her confession settled around her. She hadn't intended to share this with Adrian tonight, but the openness between them now felt like a natural path toward healing. Adrian remained silent, his eyes fixed on the locket in Serena's hand, understanding the significance of the gesture. He could see how deeply the loss had shaped her, how much it still hurt her. He had always known that there was more beneath the surface of Serena's determination, but hearing it from her, seeing the vulnerability in her eyes, shifted something in him. He had his own fears and insecurities, but in this moment, he wanted nothing more than to offer the comfort and understanding she needed. Without a word, he gently placed a hand on hers, his touch a silent promise to stand by her, no matter the weight of the past or the uncertainty of the future. Serena's fingers lingered on the locket, her gaze never wavering from the photograph of her mother. The gentle glow of the fire flickered in her eyes, casting shadows that seemed to echo the heaviness of her words. "This is my mother," she began, her voice steady but laced with emotion. "She was a powerful mermaid, a guardian of the reef before me, a protector of its magic and all the creatures who depended on it." Her lips trembled slightly as she spoke, but she pressed on, the memories of her mother filling her heart. She was fierce in a way that only someone who loved something so deeply could be, but she also had a kindness about her, a tenderness that made her the heart of everything she did. She was the one who taught me how to harness the magic of the reef, how to protect it, how to be strong in the face of any danger. Serena paused, her eyes moving from the locket to the distant horizon, where the waves crashed with a rhythmic power. "But she was also bound by the same curse that has trapped me," she continued, her voice quieter now, as though the words themselves carried the weight of years of grief. "The same curse that hangs over this entire place, the one that forces guardians like us to carry the responsibility of protecting the reef for eternity." She swallowed hard, trying to keep the tremor in her voice at bay. "I never understood it completely back then. I was too young to see the full scope of what she had sacrificed. But I know now that her life, her freedom, was stolen from her, just like it's been stolen from me." The fire crackled in the silence that followed, its warmth doing little to ease the chill that had settled in Serena's chest. The pain of remembering her mother, of recounting the loss, seemed to deepen with every word. When she died, it wasn't just her life that ended. It was her legacy as well. The reef, it changed after her passing. I took her place as the guardian, and while I carry her spirit with me, I can't help but feel like I'm still trying to live up to what she was. She was so much more than just a protector. She was a beacon, a guide, and I've been trying to fill those shoes ever since. Adrian's expression softened as he listened, the weight of Serena's confession settling over him like a blanket. He could see the toll it had taken on her, the burden she had carried all these years, silently grieving and struggling to maintain the delicate balance her mother had once held. As the firelight danced in his eyes, Adrian understood now why Serena had been so determined, so unwilling to show weakness. The curse that bound her was not just the challenge she faced. It was the legacy of a pain that had been passed down through generations, one she had inherited without choice. In that moment, Adrian made a vow to himself, to stand beside Serena, not just as a partner in their mission, but as someone who would help her face the ghosts of the past and the curse that still haunted her. Adrian's voice was low, tinged with sympathy as he leaned in closer, his eyes filled with concern. The soft crackle of the fire between them was the only sound that punctuated the heavy silence, and his heart ached for Serena, whose pain was now laid bare before him. He had never fully understood the depth of her burden, the weight of the legacy that she carried with such quiet determination. He reached out, his hand resting gently on her shoulder, offering silent support as he spoke, his words fragile yet filled with care. "What happened to her?" he asked, the question more of a tender request for understanding than a mere inquiry. Serena's breath caught for a moment, her eyes flickering to the fire before they returned to the locket in her hand. The sadness in her gaze deepened as she hesitated, as if reliving the painful memories of her mother's final days. She exhaled slowly, gathering the strength to continue. She became weaker over time. She began, her voice steady but thick with emotion. The curse that bound her started to take its toll. It drained her energy, her will to live. But she didn't let it show, not at first. She kept up appearances, stayed strong for me, for the reef, and for everyone else who depended on her. But I could see the change in her, the way she started fading away, piece by piece. Serena paused, her hand trembling as she closed the locket, the weight of the memory closing around her. The curse, she continued, her voice faltering as the words slipped out. It's not just a physical affliction. It's an emotional one too. It pulls you into this endless cycle of responsibility, of being the guardian, and it makes you feel like you're never allowed to stop. It's like you're trapped in this role, bound to it, unable to truly live. Serena's eyes glazed over as she looked toward the horizon, as if the ocean might provide some sort of escape from the painful recollections. My mother fought until the very end, but it was too much for her. She eventually collapsed, and I couldn't save her. Her voice trembled at the last words, and she blinked back the tears that threatened to spill. Adrian remained silent for a moment, absorbing her words. His chest felt heavy with the weight of Serena's grief, her loss so profound that it had shaped the very core of who she was. He had always known that the curse was a dark and powerful force, but hearing the personal toll it had taken on her family, on her mother, brought the reality of it into sharp focus. "I'm so sorry, Serena," he said softly, his voice thick with empathy. He squeezed her shoulder gently, trying to offer her some measure of comfort. "I can't imagine the pain you must have felt, losing her like that, and carrying this burden on your own. But I'm here now. You don't have to face it alone anymore." Serena's voice cracked as she spoke, the weight of her words pressing heavily on her chest. Her fingers clenched around the locket, the small token of her mother's memory feeling suddenly too heavy. She was taken by the darkness that overtook the heart of the reef. She continued, her eyes distant as if she were reliving the moment. The tears that had begun to well in her eyes shimmered in the firelight, reflecting the deep sorrow that seemed to reside in her very soul. She sacrificed herself to protect the reef, to keep the curse from spreading, but in doing so, she became part of it. She bound herself to the heart, unknowingly chaining herself to the very curse she fought to prevent. Her voice faltered, the magnitude of her mother's choice filling the silence that stretched between them. Adrian's heart tightened at her words, the pain in Serena's eyes unmistakable. He had known of the curse's power, but hearing the personal cost it exacted from her family, from her mother, filled him with a deep sense of sympathy. Serena had inherited more than just the title of guardian. She had inherited the burden of her mother's sacrifice, and the weight of that responsibility seemed to be suffocating her. His eyes softened as he gazed at her, wishing he could take away the pain that she carried so quietly. He opened his mouth to say something, but the words felt inadequate, lost in the enormity of her grief. "I inherited the mantle of the guardian," Serena went on, her voice growing softer, tinged with regret. "But also the burden of her fate. When she died, I thought I could do it, that I could carry on her work, protect the reef as she had. But the curse, it's like a shadow that follows me, and I can't escape it. Every decision I make, every step I take, feels like I'm walking in her footsteps, doomed to the same end. It's hard, Adrian." Her shoulders slumped, as if the very act of speaking these words drained the last bit of strength she had been holding on to. The fire crackled quietly between them, and she took a shaky breath, trying to steady herself. Adrian reached out, his hand gently resting on hers, offering her a silent but powerful gesture of support. He didn't know how to fix the pain Serena was carrying, but in this moment, he knew that sharing her burden, even in small ways, was the only thing he could do. "You're not your mother, Serena," he said softly, his voice firm but kind. "You're your own person, and you don't have to carry the weight of her fate alone. I'm with you, and we'll face this together." His words, though simple, were filled with conviction, a promise to stand by her as she navigated the impossible road ahead. Adrian's voice was thick with regret as he reached out and gently took Serena's hand in his. The warmth of his touch seemed to anchor her, grounding her in the midst of the emotional storm that had been swirling inside her. His fingers curled around hers, offering a comfort she hadn't realized she needed until this very moment. She looked up at him, her tear-streaked face softening at the sincerity in his expression. She had spent so long carrying this weight alone, keeping the truth buried deep inside, that hearing his sympathy, his understanding, felt like a release she hadn't known she needed. "I'm so sorry, Serena," Adrian said, his voice low and full of remorse. His eyes, filled with concern, never left hers as he spoke. "I had no idea what you were carrying, what you've been through. I should have known that there was more to this curse than just the mission. I should have asked sooner." His words were laced with guilt, the realization that he hadn't been fully aware of her inner turmoil settling heavily on him. He felt a deep pang of sorrow for not being there in the way she needed him to be, for not seeing the signs that something was wrong. Serena felt her chest tighten as the weight of his apology washed over her. She had kept so much of her pain hidden, convinced that no one could possibly understand the burden she carried. But now, with Adrian's gentle touch and heartfelt words, she felt a flicker of something different, hope, perhaps, or the possibility of healing. She knew that the path ahead was still fraught with challenges, but for the first time in a long while, she didn't feel quite so alone in it. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "I didn't want to burden you with it. I thought I could handle it on my own." Adrian squeezed her hand slightly, his thumb brushing over her knuckles in a reassuring gesture. "You don't have to carry this by yourself, Serena," he said, his voice steady with resolve. "We're in this together, no matter how difficult it gets. You don't have to hide your fears from me anymore." He leaned in slightly, his forehead just brushing against hers, a gesture of intimacy that spoke volumes more than words could express. In that moment, they both understood that their bond had shifted, strengthened by the shared vulnerability and the promise of support in the face of everything that lay ahead. Serena nodded slowly, her eyes dropping to their entwined hands, a subtle tremor running through her fingers as she spoke. Her voice was soft but filled with an undeniable intensity, as though every word carried the weight of years of silence. "It's a part of my life I rarely talk about," she began, her words trailing off for a moment, as if she were gathering the courage to continue. The vulnerability she had kept hidden for so long was bubbling to the surface, and with it came a surge of emotion that she could no longer contain. "I've always been afraid that sharing my fears would make me seem weak or vulnerable," she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. "I thought if I kept it all inside, I could keep going, keep moving forward. But now, with everything we've been through, I can't keep it inside any longer." Adrian listened intently, his heart aching as he absorbed her confession. He had known Serena as someone strong, unshakable in the face of danger, always ready to push forward. But in that moment, he realized how much of that strength had come at the cost of her own well-being, how much she had been carrying alone. He could see the rawness in her expression, the vulnerability she was showing him now, and it struck him to his core. He could only imagine the weight of the burden she had borne for so long, and the relief she must have felt finally voicing it aloud. "Serena," he said gently, his voice full of understanding, "you're not weak for feeling this way. You're human, and you're not alone in this anymore." The silence between them stretched for a few moments, filled with the unsaid but deeply felt understanding that had begun to form between them. Serena's gaze lifted from their hands, her eyes meeting Adrian's with a mixture of uncertainty and gratitude. She had always prided herself on being able to stand strong, to keep the pain hidden from the world. But now, in this shared moment of openness, she felt a new sense of freedom, a weight slowly lifting from her chest as she allowed herself to be seen for who she truly was, scars and all. "I've been carrying my mother's legacy," she continued, her voice steadier now. "But it's more than just the curse. It's the fear of failing, of becoming what she became. I'm terrified of losing myself in the darkness like she did." Adrian squeezed her hand gently, his thumb brushing over her skin in a gesture of silent support. "You don't have to carry all of that by yourself. he said softly, his voice steady but filled with an emotion he couldn't quite name. You're not your mother, Serena. You're your own person, and you'll face this curse in your own way. I'm here, every step of the way, and we'll get through it together. His words were simple, but in that moment, they meant everything to Serena. The fear that had once kept her isolated, the fear that had kept her from truly opening up, began to fade, replaced by a deep sense of connection, one she knew would carry them both through whatever lay ahead. Serena's gaze lingered on Adrian, her eyes a delicate blend of sadness and hope. Her expression softened, and for the first time in a long while, she allowed herself to acknowledge the uncertainty that had been gnawing at her. I've also been afraid of what will happen if we don't succeed, she confessed, her voice fragile yet honest. The curse has been a part of my life for so long, it's almost become familiar. I've grown used to the idea of it being my fate, of it being something I could never escape. I've accepted it as something I had no control over, something that would always shadow me. She paused, her lips trembling slightly as she fought to keep her emotions in check. Adrian's heart tightened at her words, his understanding deepening. He had always known that Serena carried the weight of the curse, but he had never fully grasped the depth of her resignation, the way it had become a part of her very being. It was something she had lived with, quietly bearing the burden, not daring to dream of a future without it. But now, in the stillness of the night, he could see how deeply her fear ran, how much she had come to rely on the curse, even if it had shaped her in ways she never wanted. Serena let out a slow breath, her gaze shifting toward the distant horizon, as if searching for something she couldn't yet name. But now, she continued, her voice growing softer, with you by my side, I see a possibility for change, for breaking free from it, from everything that's kept me trapped. And that scares me just as much as it excites me. She glanced back at Adrian, her expression both vulnerable and filled with a flicker of something brighter, an ember of hope. I've never allowed myself to imagine a life without the curse, without this endless burden. And now that I can, I'm not sure if I'm ready for that. Adrian reached out, his hand gently brushing against hers, his touch grounding her in the present moment. You don't have to be ready all at once, he said softly, his words filled with compassion and understanding. It's okay to be scared, Serena. Change is always hard, especially when it means letting go of something that's been a part of you for so long. But you don't have to carry this alone anymore. Whatever comes, we'll face it together. I believe in you, and I believe in us. His words were simple, but in the quiet night, they held a depth that Serena had never felt before. For the first time in a long while, the fear that had kept her bound began to lose its hold, replaced by the strength of their shared resolve. Adrian's heart tightened with empathy as he listened to Serena's words, her vulnerability laid bare under the weight of the curse and the future they were attempting to change. He squeezed her hand gently, trying to convey all the support he felt for her in that simple touch. You're not alone in this, he said, his voice steady and full of conviction. I know we've faced countless challenges already, but we're in this together. Whatever happens, we'll face it side by side. His words were meant to reassure her, to remind her that she didn't have to carry the burden of the past alone. Serena turned to him, her eyes searching his face for any trace of doubt, but finding none. In that moment, his unwavering certainty seemed to melt some of the fears that had plagued her for so long. She had never truly let herself lean on someone before, especially not in matters as deep and personal as this. Yet, with Adrian by her side, she felt something stir inside her, something she hadn't realized she'd been missing. It wasn't just the prospect of breaking the curse that was daunting. It was the idea of truly embracing the life that could exist beyond it. With Adrian's words, that life felt more possible than ever before. For a long moment, they simply sat in silence, the crackle of the fire their only companion as the night deepened around them. Serena let her gaze fall to their intertwined hands, the warmth of Adrian's grip a quiet anchor in the swirling sea of emotions she had been fighting to keep at bay. She had always feared that if she allowed herself to hope, it would only set her up for heartbreak. But Adrian's steadfast presence offered a different kind of promise, one that was grounded in action, not just words. She felt a flicker of courage, a spark of belief that maybe, just maybe, they could succeed. Adrian's expression softened as he watched Serena, sensing the quiet shift in her demeanor. He knew the journey ahead would still be fraught with dangers, both external and internal, but in that moment, he felt a profound sense of unity between them. They weren't just partners in their mission anymore, they were allies in their lives. "Whatever happens, we'll make it through," he repeated, this time with a firmness that matched the certainty he felt deep in his chest. Together, they would navigate the twists and turns of fate, face their fears head-on, and build something stronger than the curse that had once held them both captive. Serena's eyes softened, the tension in her shoulders easing as Adrian's words settled over her like a soothing balm. A small, grateful smile tugged at her lips, fragile yet genuine. "Thank you," she said softly, her voice carrying a vulnerability she rarely let show. "I needed to hear that. I've been carrying the weight of my mother's legacy and my own fears for so long that I almost forgot what it felt like to share them with someone." Her gaze drifted to the fire, its flickering flames reflecting the flicker of hope within her. Adrian's presence was more than a comfort. It was a lifeline she hadn't realized she needed. For so many years, Serena had borne her burdens in silence, believing it was her duty to shoulder them alone. The legacy of her mother's sacrifice and the looming specter of the curse had felt like an immovable force, an unyielding destiny she was powerless to escape. But as she sat beside Adrian, she felt a shift, a lightness that came from speaking her fears aloud and knowing they were met with understanding instead of judgment. The loneliness that had haunted her began to wane, replaced by the quiet reassurance that she wasn't fighting this battle by herself. Adrian watched her closely, his heart swelling with admiration and empathy. He could see how much strength it had taken for her to admit her struggles, and it only deepened his respect for her. "You don't have to carry all of this on your own anymore," he said, his tone firm yet gentle. "We'll share the weight together, Serena. Your mother's legacy isn't just yours to bear, it's part of our fight now. And your fears? They don't make you weak. They make you human." His words lingered in the air, a promise and a truth that seemed to settle between them like a quiet bond. Serena turned back to Adrian, her smile growing just a little wider, her gratitude evident in her expression. For the first time in what felt like forever, she allowed herself to believe that she didn't have to face the future alone. "Sharing them with you makes me feel less alone," she repeated, her voice steadier this time. The crackle of the fire punctuated her words, its warmth mirroring the newfound connection between them. They sat there for a while longer, side by side, letting the unspoken understanding between them grow stronger as the night deepened, readying themselves for whatever lay ahead. Adrian leaned closer, his arms encircling Serena in a gentle embrace that spoke of both reassurance and solidarity. He held her as if anchoring her to the moment, his voice low and steady. "You don't have to carry it all by yourself," he said, the sincerity in his words wrapping around her as firmly as his arms. "We're partners in this quest, and that means sharing both the burdens and the hopes." The quiet conviction in his tone settled the air between them, dissipating the lingering tension and filling the space with an unspoken promise of unity. Serena hesitated at first, her body stiff with the instinct to maintain her guarded composure. But slowly, she allowed herself to relax against him. The warmth of his embrace was both foreign and deeply comforting, a reminder that she didn't have to face her struggles alone. "I'm not used to letting anyone in like this," she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. "But with you, it feels different. Like I can finally breathe." Her words carried a rawness that surprised even her, but the vulnerability felt less daunting with Adrian holding her so close. Adrian's hand moved in slow, soothing circles on her back, his steady presence grounding her. "That's what this is about," he said softly, his words a gentle murmur against the crackle of the fire. "Breathing, leaning on each other, and finding strength in the connection we have. We've already faced so much, Serena, together. And we'll keep doing that, no matter how heavy the road ahead gets." His grip tightened briefly, not in desperation, but in reassurance, as if solidifying the partnership they had just reaffirmed. For a moment, the world around them faded, the relentless weight of their quest temporarily lifted. Serena closed her eyes, savoring the rare sense of peace Adrian's presence brought her. She realized that the embrace wasn't just a physical gesture. It was a declaration, a reminder that they weren't just two individuals on a mission, but a team bound by trust and shared purpose. As she pulled back slightly to meet his gaze, there was a new light in her eyes, one of cautious hope and growing faith in their ability to face the trials ahead together. As they held each other, the warmth of their connection seemed to radiate outward, intertwining with the soft crackle of the fire and the rhythmic sound of the waves. The flickering glow illuminated their faces, highlighting the raw honesty they had unearthed. Serena felt the tension in her chest slowly begin to ease, replaced by an unfamiliar yet comforting sense of relief. For so long, she had carried her burdens in silence, her vulnerability locked away behind carefully constructed walls. Now, with Adrian's arms around her, she realized how liberating it was to share her fears with someone who truly understood. The moment felt fragile, as though it existed in a world separate from the chaos of their quest. Serena leaned into the embrace, her fingers lightly gripping the fabric of Adrian's shirt as if to anchor herself in this fleeting reprieve. "I didn't know how much I needed this," she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. "To feel understood, to not have to carry everything on my own." Her words lingered in the air, heavy with the weight of her guarded past but also laced with the hope that she might no longer have to face the future alone. Adrian's hold tightened slightly, a silent acknowledgement of her vulnerability and a promise that he would stand by her side. "You've been stronger than anyone should ever have to be," he said softly, his voice steady and full of conviction. "But you don't have to bear it all anymore. We'll face whatever comes next together, every fear, every challenge." The sincerity in his words filled the space between them, weaving a bond that felt unshakable despite the trials still awaiting them. As the fire continued to crackle, the night around them seemed to grow quieter, as if nature itself respected the intimacy of the moment. Serena finally pulled back slightly, her eyes meeting Adrian's. There was a newfound clarity in her gaze, a blend of gratitude and determination. "Thank you," she said, her voice steady despite the emotions swirling within her. "For being here, for letting me lean on you." Adrian offered a small, reassuring smile, and in that exchange, they found not only solace but also the strength to move forward, united in purpose and in trust. "I've been struggling with my own fears," Adrian confessed, his voice quiet and muffled against Serena's hair as he held her close. "I've always tried to be strong and focused, to give us both something steady to lean on. But the truth is, I've been scared too." His words hung in the air, raw and unguarded, as if they carried the weight of a secret he had long kept buried. He closed his eyes for a moment, as if bracing himself to continue. "I've been terrified of failing, of not being able to see this through, of letting you down when it matters most, and of what the future might look like if we don't succeed." Serena's arms tightened around him instinctively, her heart aching at the vulnerability in his voice. She pulled back just enough to look into his face, her expression a mixture of empathy and quiet strength. "Adrian," she said softly, her voice filled with a tender understanding, "you don't have to carry those fears alone. You've been so focused on protecting me, but it's okay to admit that you're afraid too." Her words were not a reproach but an offering, a reminder that their bond was built on mutual trust and support, not the impossible expectation of perfection. Adrian let out a shaky breath, the tension in his shoulders beginning to release. "I didn't want to burden you with my own doubts," he admitted, his gaze searching hers for reassurance. "You already have so much to bear, and I thought if I stayed strong enough, it might make it easier for you." His voice faltered, and he shook his head slightly, as if frustrated with himself. "But I see now that hiding my fears didn't help either of us. If anything, it pushed us further apart." His hand found hers, their fingers intertwining as if to solidify the unspoken promise of honesty and unity moving forward. Serena gave his hand a gentle squeeze, her lips curving into a small, reassuring smile. "We're both scared, Adrian. That's what makes us human. But facing those fears together is what will make us stronger." Her words were steady, a quiet resolve underlying them. She reached up to brush a strand of hair from his face, her touch light but full of meaning. We've come this far because we've supported each other, even when it wasn't easy. We can keep going, but only if we trust each other enough to share the hard parts too. In that moment, the lingering tension between them began to dissolve, replaced by a shared understanding that their partnership was not about being fearless but about standing firm together, no matter what lay ahead. Serena pulled back slightly, her gaze meeting Adrian's with a depth of understanding that made the space between them feel smaller, almost non-existent. We both have fears and doubts, she said softly, her voice steady but laced with emotion. But it's not about pretending they don't exist. It's about facing them together. That's what makes us stronger, Adrian. Her words carried a quiet conviction, the kind that came from someone who had spent too long carrying their burdens alone and was finally ready to share the weight. Adrian felt the impact of her words settle deep in his chest. He nodded, the lines of tension on his face easing as her acceptance washed over him like a balm. You're right, he admitted, his tone filled with a newfound clarity. I've been so focused on keeping us moving forward that I forgot what truly matters. It's not just about completing the quest, it's about how we do it. Together. His hand found hers again, their fingers intertwining in a gesture that felt both grounding and uplifting. For the first time in what felt like ages, he allowed himself to breathe deeply, the weight of his self-imposed expectations lifting just enough to let hope Indiana. Serena smiled faintly, a flicker of warmth breaking through the cloud of uncertainty that had lingered between them. We've both made mistakes, she said, her thumb brushing lightly over the back of his hand. But that doesn't mean we've failed. It means we're learning. And if there's one thing I've realized, it's that we're stronger when we lean on each other, not just when we try to shoulder everything alone. Her voice grew softer, but it didn't waver, every word carrying the strength of her resolve. The quiet determination in her eyes mirrored his, a shared acknowledgement that their partnership was built on trust, even in moments of doubt. The fire crackled softly beside them, its warm glow dancing across their faces as they sat in thoughtful silence for a moment longer. The weight of their conversation lingered, but it no longer felt suffocating. Instead, it felt like a necessary step toward healing the fractures that had begun to form. Adrian gave her hand a gentle squeeze, his expression softening. From now on, no more walls between us, he said with quiet determination. We face everything, fears, doubts, and challenges, together. Serena nodded, her smile growing as a sense of renewed strength settled between them. The road ahead was still uncertain, but for the first time in days, they felt ready to face it, side by side. Adrian nodded, his expression softening as he met Serena's gaze. His gratitude was unmistakable, a quiet yet powerful acknowledgement of her words. You're right, he said, his voice steady but laced with emotion. Facing these fears together is what will help us succeed. I've spent so much time trying to carry the weight of this mission on my own, thinking I had to be the strong one, but I see now how wrong that was. He paused, letting his words settle between them. We're stronger together, Serena. I truly believe that. Serena's lips curved into a faint smile, her earlier tension easing as she felt the sincerity in his words. And I believe in us too, she replied, her voice gentle yet resolute. I know this journey hasn't been easy, and there's so much ahead of us that feels overwhelming. But we've come this far because we've leaned on each other, even when things seemed impossible. That's not something we should ever lose sight of. Her hand squeezed his lightly, a simple gesture that carried all the reassurance and determination she felt. The fire crackled softly beside them, its warmth a quiet comfort against the encroaching night. Adrian's gaze drifted momentarily to the horizon, where the last traces of sunlight were fading into deep blues and purples. I believe we can overcome anything as long as we have each other, he said, returning his attention to her. His voice carried a quiet conviction, the kind that didn't need to be shouted to be heard. No matter what lies ahead, whether it's more trials, more danger, or even more doubts, we'll face it together. I won't let my fears stop me from being the partner you deserve. Serena felt a swell of emotion at his words, a renewed strength that pushed back the shadows of doubt lingering in her mind. And I'll be here every step of the way, she promised, her voice steady. We'll face it all, Adrian. Together. Their hands remained intertwined, a tangible reminder of the bond they had fought to preserve. In the quiet glow of the firelight, their partnership felt unbreakable, a steady beacon of hope against the unknown challenges ahead. As the night deepened, they sat side by side, fortified by the knowledge that their strength came not from individual resolve, but from the unwavering connection they shared. As the evening deepened, Adrian and Serena found themselves immersed in a conversation that felt as natural as the gentle rhythm of the waves. Their earlier tension had faded, replaced by a sense of ease that allowed them to share openly. Adrian spoke of his dreams for the future, a future beyond the curse and the trials they faced. He imagined a world where they could live freely, unburdened by the weight of their responsibilities. Serena listened intently, her eyes soft with emotion, as he described his hopes of exploring distant shores, finding a place to call home, and perhaps creating something lasting together. Serena, in turn, shared her own dreams, her voice carrying a mix of vulnerability and quiet strength. She spoke of her longing to see the reef restored to its former glory, a vibrant haven for life and magic. She talked about her desire to honor her mother's legacy, not through sacrifice, but through renewal and healing. For the first time, she allowed herself to imagine a life beyond the curse, a life where she could embrace her own destiny rather than being shaped by the shadows of the past. Adrian's attentive presence gave her the courage to voice these desires, and with each word, she felt a weight lifting from her shoulders. Their fears and vulnerabilities also surfaced in the conversation, but they were met with understanding rather than judgment. Adrian admitted his lingering doubts about his own strength, and the fear of failure that had haunted him throughout their journey. Serena confessed her struggles with the responsibility she bore as the guardian of the reef and her uncertainty about what the future held. Yet, as they spoke, the act of sharing their innermost thoughts brought a sense of clarity and solidarity. They realized that their fears, while daunting, were manageable when faced together. By the time the moon rose high above them, its silvery light casting a serene glow over the reef, Adrian and Serena felt a renewed sense of trust and connection. The fire between them crackled softly, a comforting reminder of the warmth they had rekindled. Their heartfelt confessions had not only strengthened their emotional bond but also reminded them of why they had chosen to fight this battle together. As they prepared to rest for the night, the weight of their burdens felt a little lighter, and the path ahead seemed a little less daunting. With their hopes and fears laid bare, they knew they had found something invaluable in each other, a partnership capable of enduring even the greatest of trials. The night sky stretched out like a vast canvas, each star gleaming with an almost otherworldly radiance. The clarity of the heavens mirrored the clarity that now existed between Adrian and Serena. They sat side by side, gazing upward, their hearts lighter than they had felt in weeks. The shared vulnerability of the evening had stripped away the walls they had built around themselves, leaving only the trust and companionship that had always been at the core of their bond. In the stillness of the night, they found solace in the unspoken promise that they would face whatever lay ahead, together. Adrian's gaze lingered on the stars, a quiet determination taking root in his chest. The road ahead was fraught with peril, but for the first time in a long while, he felt a sense of calm resolve. Beside him, Serena's presence was a steadying force, her strength and courage as inspiring as the endless expanse of the sky above them. He reached for her hand, intertwining his fingers with hers in a simple yet profound gesture of unity. The warmth of her touch was a reminder that, no matter how dark the path became, they would always have each other as a source of light. Serena turned to look at Adrian, her lips curving into a small, genuine smile. The tension that had once weighed heavily on her had eased, replaced by a quiet but fierce sense of purpose. For so long, the curse and its demands had felt like a solitary burden, an inevitable fate she had to shoulder alone. But now, with Adrian beside her, she no longer felt isolated. Their connection had become her anchor, a source of strength that made the impossible seem just a little more attainable. The stars above, witnesses to their journey, seemed to shine brighter as if encouraging them to move forward. As the hours stretched on, the fire beside them dwindled to glowing embers, and the chill of the night began to settle. Yet neither of them moved to leave, reluctant to break the spell of the moment. The challenges ahead still loomed, but they no longer felt insurmountable. Their bond had been tested, and though it had bent, it had not broken. Instead, it had emerged stronger, infused with the knowledge that their combined strength and shared trust could overcome even the gravest of odds. Together, they rose from their spot, the starlight guiding their steps as they returned to their camp, ready to face whatever awaited them at dawn. Chapter 29: The Curse's Source. The night enveloped the reef in a hushed stillness, broken only by the soft crunch of sand beneath their boots and the faint murmur of distant waves. Overhead, the stars glittered like tiny shards of light scattered across the heavens, their brilliance reflected in the calm pools that dotted their path. Adrian and Serena moved with a purposeful rhythm, their steps guided by the muted glow of bioluminescent flora. These gentle lights, sprouting from the surrounding coral and rocks, bathed the path in an ethereal blue, creating an otherworldly beauty that contrasted with the gravity of their mission. Serena's satchel hung securely at her side, the heart stone nestled within. Though unseen, its presence was unmistakable, radiating a subtle warmth that seemed to pulse in time with her heartbeat. She could feel its power resonating through the air, a constant reminder of its significance and the burden it carried. Her fingers occasionally brushed against the satchel's edge, as though reassuring herself of its safety. Adrian walked beside her, his lantern casting flickering shadows across the uneven terrain. Its light was faint compared to the glowing flora, but it gave him a sense of control in an environment that felt alive with mystery. Their path grew narrower as they ventured deeper into the reef. The towering coral formations around them cast strange, jagged silhouettes against the night sky, and the air carried a faint hum, as if the reef itself was alive and watchful. Adrian broke the silence, his voice low but steady. "We're close now," he said, glancing at Serena. "I can feel it." His words carried a mixture of anticipation and trepidation, reflecting the mix of emotions that had accompanied them since the start of their journey. Serena nodded, her own gaze fixed ahead, her expression unreadable but determined. As they continued, a faint mist began to rise, swirling around their ankles and lending the reef an even more surreal quality. The luminous plants seemed to glow brighter in the mist, their light dancing in fluid patterns that mirrored the ocean's currents. Adrian felt a pang of unease, his senses sharpening as he scanned their surroundings for any sign of danger. Despite the serene beauty of the scene, there was an underlying tension that neither of them could ignore. The Heartstone's power seemed to intensify, as if reacting to their proximity to the reef's heart. Finally, they reached a clearing where the path opened up into a vast expanse of water surrounded by glowing coral. In the center, a towering structure rose from the depths, its surface glistening as though it were encrusted with starlight. Serena's breath caught in her throat as she took in the sight. It was both magnificent and foreboding. Adrian stepped closer to her side, his lantern's light casting faint reflections across the water's surface. "This is it," Serena whispered, her voice filled with awe and determination. Together, they stood at the threshold of the reef's heart, ready to face whatever trials awaited them in the depths. Their emotional breakthrough had not only mended their bond but also brought a sharper clarity to their mission. Sitting under the stars that night, Adrian and Serena had pored over the fragments of ancient texts they had recovered, piecing together a narrative that hinted at the origin of the curse. The threads of history spoke of a profound betrayal, a guardian who had once sworn to protect the reef but had instead acted out of greed or desperation. Their actions had tainted the heart of the reef, turning it from a source of life into a vessel of darkness. This betrayal, steeped in sorrow and anger, had forged the curse that now bound Serena and threatened the reef's existence. As they journeyed deeper into the reef the following day, their conversation turned toward this revelation. "It wasn't just an act of betrayal," Serena said, her voice thoughtful as she navigated the uneven path. "It was a wound, a scar that never healed. The text suggests that the heart of the reef absorbed the pain and rage of that moment, and that's what gave the curse its power." Adrian nodded, his brow furrowed as he considered her words. If the curse is tied to the emotions of that event, maybe the key to breaking it lies in addressing those emotions, healing the wound rather than just trying to sever the curse. The idea filled them both with equal parts hope and apprehension. Healing a centuries-old scar was no small task, especially when its roots were shrouded in secrecy. As they walked, Serena's mind drifted to her mother, who had been consumed by the curse before her. Was her mother's spirit trapped within the heart's grasp, another victim of the betrayal? The thought sent a chill down her spine, but it also strengthened her resolve. "We have to find out more about this betrayal," she said firmly. "If we can understand it, understand why it happened and what it meant, we might have a chance." Their path led them to the remnants of an ancient altar, its surface covered in carvings and runes worn smooth by time. The air around it felt charged, as though the reef itself remembered the pain of the betrayal. Serena knelt before the altar, running her fingers over the faded symbols, trying to decipher their meaning. Adrian stood behind her, his eyes scanning the area for any sign of danger. "This must be where it all started," Serena murmured, her voice barely audible. "The guardian who turned against their duty, it happened here." She traced a particular rune that seemed to glow faintly under her touch, its light pulsing in rhythm with the heartstone in her satchel. Adrian crouched beside her, his hand resting on her shoulder. "If this is the origin, then this is where we'll find the truth," he said with quiet determination. They both knew that uncovering the truth would not be easy. It would likely force them to confront echoes of the betrayal and the emotions that had birthed the curse. But they were ready. Their bond, newly strengthened by their emotional breakthrough, would guide them through the challenges ahead. Together, they would unravel the mystery of the curse, not just to save the reef, but to honor the sacrifices of those who had come before and to create a future free of its shadow. Serena's voice broke the silence that had settled between them as they navigated the treacherous path toward the heart of the reef. Her words carried the weight of their mission, the knowledge they had gathered, and the daunting truth that lay ahead. "According to the records," she said, her voice steady despite the underlying tension, "the curse originated from an act of treachery by someone who once held great power over the reef. We need to find the exact source of this betrayal." She paused for a moment, her gaze sweeping across the darkening landscape. "Only then can we hope to break it." Adrian nodded, his jaw set in determination. The pieces of the puzzle were starting to fall into place, but the path to the answers was anything but clear. They had uncovered vague references to a betrayal so deep that it had twisted the heart of the reef into something dark and malevolent. But the details remained shrouded in mystery, as though the very nature of the act was too dangerous to be written in full. "Do the records say anything about who was responsible for the betrayal?" Adrian asked, his voice quiet but intense. Serena glanced down at the worn scroll she had been carrying, the ancient text now partially unfurled. "Not directly," she admitted. "It only mentions that the betrayal came from someone who once protected the heart, someone who was entrusted with its care and power. They abused their position for their own gain, allowing greed and ambition to cloud their judgment. The records hint that this person was once a guardian of the reef, like my mother." She stopped, her breath catching slightly at the mention of her mother. The weight of her legacy felt heavier now that the full extent of the curse's origin was coming into focus. "Do you think it could have been someone from your mother's time?" Adrian asked, his tone gentle as he reached out to place a reassuring hand on Serena's shoulder. The question hung in the air, a possibility that seemed both inevitable and devastating. Serena's mother had been a powerful and noble guardian, one who had sacrificed herself for the reef. Could her own mother have been betrayed by someone she had once trusted? Or had the betrayal been far more personal than they realized? Serena's heart was heavy with the possibility, but she steeled herself against the flood of emotions that threatened to overwhelm her. "It's possible," she said softly, "but I don't know. What I do know is that whatever happened back then has left a scar on this place, on the heart itself. If we want to break the curse, we need to understand who was involved and what their motives were. Only then can we hope to heal the reef, and me." She straightened, her resolve solidifying. The path forward would be difficult, but she was ready to face it with Adrian by her side, determined to uncover the truth and end the curse once and for all. Adrian's eyes flicked across the shadowy landscape, his senses sharp as he took in the winding path ahead. The path they were following was treacherous, the bioluminescent flora casting an eerie glow on the jagged rocks and the deep water that stretched out beneath them. His thoughts were focused on the ancient texts they had studied, the cryptic writings that spoke of a hidden chamber beneath the reef. The temple's records mentioned a hidden chamber beneath the reef, Adrian said, his voice steady, though the weight of the task ahead hung heavy in his tone. A place where the betrayal was sealed with dark magic. If we can find it, we might uncover the truth. Serena kept pace beside him, her gaze narrowed, scanning the surrounding waters as if the answers they sought might emerge from the depths. The path they walked was narrow and treacherous, the rocks slick with moisture and seaweed. The air felt dense with the weight of history, and the faint scent of salt water and earth mingled in her lungs. She could feel the pulsing resonance of the heartstone in her satchel, a constant reminder of the immense power they were dealing with. If the betrayal was sealed with dark magic, it might have left a trace, she murmured, her voice tinged with both fear and hope. Maybe we can find that trace, some mark left by the magic. Adrian's expression grew more focused, his mind already turning over the possibilities. He had spent countless hours poring over the texts with Serena, trying to piece together fragments of forgotten history. The records spoke of an event so powerful that it had corrupted the very core of the reef, twisting the heart into something far darker. But there was little detail, only that the betrayal had occurred in the deepest chamber, hidden from sight, its secrets guarded by the magic that had been placed over it. There has to be a way, Adrian said with a quiet determination. If we can find the chamber, we can uncover the truth and use it to break the curse. But we need to move carefully. This place is ancient, and the magic here is unpredictable. Serena nodded, feeling the weight of the decision settling within her. She knew that uncovering the truth behind the betrayal wasn't just about breaking the curse. It was about understanding the forces that had shaped her life and her destiny. The records say the chamber lies beneath the reef, but they don't mention how to find it. The temple's power is linked to the Heartstone. It might give us a way in, she said thoughtfully. But we'll have to be careful. Whatever was done in that chamber has twisted the magic, and if we're not prepared... She trailed off, her mind unwilling to complete the thought. The silence that followed was heavy with unspoken fears, but it was also filled with resolve. Adrian reached out, placing a steady hand on Serena's shoulder. We'll face it together, he said, his words simple but laden with meaning. Whatever we find, we'll figure it out. We're not walking this path alone. His words steadied Serena, and she found strength in the quiet conviction of his tone. They were partners, and together, they would find the chamber, uncover the secrets of the past, and if they were lucky, begin the process of undoing the darkness that had bound them both for so long. The sound of distant water flowing echoed through the stillness as Adrian and Serena approached the edge of the vast underwater canyon. The massive walls rose before them like ancient sentinels, their jagged contours casting long shadows in the dim light. The canyon's depths seemed to swallow the light that filtered through the water, and an eerie silence hung in the air, broken only by the occasional ripple of the current. Serena felt a shiver run down her spine as she stared into the dark abyss below, the weight of what lay hidden within the canyon pressing heavily on her chest. This was no ordinary place. It was a sanctuary for secrets long forgotten, a vault of ancient history and betrayal. The very walls seemed to whisper the stories of the past, tales of those who had walked this path before them and never returned. Serena's hand tightened around the Heartstone in her satchel, feeling its subtle pulse against her skin as if it too recognized the significance of this place. With a determined breath, she motioned for Adrian to follow her, leading him along the canyon's edge where the rocks grew more uneven and treacherous. The water around them became darker as they moved further into the depths, the sunlight above them slowly fading into nothing. At the base of the canyon, the terrain changed, and Serena's sharp eyes caught sight of something hidden in the shadow of a massive coral formation. There, she said, her voice barely more than a whisper. The entrance is just beyond the reef. It's easy to miss if you're not looking closely. They swam closer, and Adrian's heart quickened as they approached the concealed entrance Serena had spotted. The doorway was partially obscured by thick layers of coral and swaying seaweed, so perfectly camouflaged with the surrounding rock that it could have been easily overlooked by anyone unfamiliar with the area. Serena's hand moved with practiced precision, parting the seaweed gently, revealing the dark passage beyond. The opening was narrow, and the air inside felt heavy with the staleness of centuries. Despite the natural beauty that surrounded them, there was something unnerving about the entrance, as if it were a portal to a place that had been shut away for good reason. Serena hesitated for a moment, then looked at Adrian, her gaze steady but filled with an unspoken tension. "This is it," she said, the weight of her words sinking in. The Heartstone's faint glow seemed to flicker in resonance with the intensity of the moment. Beyond this entrance is the chamber where it all began, the place where the betrayal was sealed. We'll need to be cautious. Whatever magic lingers here is ancient, and it's not likely to be forgiving. Her voice was steady, but the unease in her eyes mirrored Adrian's own growing apprehension. They had come this far, but the path ahead promised to be more perilous than anything they had encountered before. Serena glanced one last time at Adrian, her expression a mixture of resolve and quiet fear. "Are you ready?" Adrian nodded, his pulse quickening as he took a step forward, feeling the pull of the unknown with every movement. The entrance beckoned them, but it was impossible to ignore the heavy atmosphere of ancient power that radiated from within. The silence that filled the space around them was suffocating, and the faintest sound of water trickling from within the cavern echoed in the dark recesses of the canyon. They could not turn back now, not when they were so close. Together, they entered the narrow passage, moving with careful precision as the walls around them grew tighter, the water colder. The deeper they went, the stronger the presence of the Heartstone seemed to become, its energy vibrating in the air, guiding them toward the hidden truth that awaited them at the end of this dark journey. Serena's voice echoed softly through the narrow passage, bouncing off the slick stone walls that pressed in around them. The air grew heavier as they advanced, thick with the ancient weight of forgotten secrets. The further they descended, the more the oppressive silence seemed to consume them, leaving only the sound of their steady breaths and the faint current flowing through the rock. The passage itself was tight, and the water around them chilled with each passing moment, sending a shiver down Serena's spine. Despite the determination she tried to maintain, a sense of foreboding gnawed at the back of her mind. The Heartstone, resting against her side, pulsed faintly in response to the unseen force ahead. It was as though the very magic of the curse was alive within these walls, waiting for them to uncover the truth. Adrian moved beside her, his eyes scanning the darkened path ahead. His usual confidence seemed tempered by the gravity of the situation, but there was no question in his mind. They had come too far to turn back now. His hand instinctively rested on the hilt of his sword, a comforting reminder of the strength they had fought with up to this point. Despite the danger they knew lay ahead, the bond between them felt stronger than ever. They weren't just partners in this quest, they were each other's anchor, and nothing could break that resolve. Still, there was an underlying tension in the air, an unspoken understanding that this moment held far more significance than they fully grasped. The further they moved, the more the passage seemed to shift, its natural curves growing sharper and the walls growing more jagged. In some places, the rock formations were covered with strange, phosphorescent markings that glowed faintly, casting an eerie light across the tunnel. The markings seemed to pulse in time with the Heartstone, their rhythm matching the quickening beat of Serena's heart. She couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched by unseen eyes, that the very walls of this ancient place were alive with the memory of betrayal. Her thoughts drifted back to the ancient texts, to the stories of those who had once come here, the ones who had failed to stop the curse. Their fate was a warning, one she hoped they could avoid. Eventually, the tunnel began to open up, revealing a large chamber ahead. The moment they stepped into the room, the oppressive atmosphere changed, becoming more intense. A strange energy hummed in the air, thick with the presence of dark magic. The chamber itself was vast, its ceiling disappearing into darkness, and its floor covered in strange, smooth stones that glowed with an inner light. At the far end of the chamber, an altar stood, bathed in the soft glow of bioluminescent moss, its surface marked with ancient runes that seemed to pulse with an unnatural life. It was here, Serena knew, that the betrayal had taken place, that the curse had been sealed. But the question remained, who had been the one to commit this act of treachery? And what would they find when they uncovered the truth? Serena's grip on the heartstone tightened, its resonance now pulsing almost in sync with her racing heart. She looked at Adrian, her eyes filled with both determination and fear. This was it, the moment they had both dreaded and sought. Whatever lay ahead, they had no choice but to face it together. The truth, for better or worse, was waiting for them in this chamber. The betrayal that had trapped Serena in its grasp for so long would finally be revealed, and the weight of its history would no longer be able to haunt her alone. "Are you ready?" she asked, her voice steady but laced with the tension of what was to come. Adrian nodded, his resolve as unwavering as hers. Together, they took a step toward the altar, ready to confront the darkness that had bound the reef and their fates. As they descended through the narrow entrance, the passage gradually widened, leading them deeper into the heart of the hidden chamber. The air grew heavier with each step, thick with the scent of ancient stone and salt water. The walls around them were adorned with murals, their colors faded with time but still hauntingly vivid in their depiction. Scenes of intense battles and moments of sorrow unfolded before their eyes, painted in meticulous detail. Warriors clashed beneath a stormy sky, their faces twisted in pain and rage, while figures cloaked in shadow whispered betrayals into the ears of trusted allies. The murals told the story of a once great civilization brought to its knees by treachery, their fates sealed in this very chamber. The weight of the history pressed on Serena and Adrian as they moved further into the space, each step feeling like they were walking through the echoes of forgotten souls. The murals continued around the chamber, wrapping their way across the walls in a continuous, tragic narrative. Serena felt an unease settle deep within her, as if the figures in the paintings were watching her, their eyes filled with silent warnings. The history of betrayal and loss seemed to have left an indelible mark on the very stones of the chamber, and it was clear that whatever had transpired here had forever altered the course of the reef's fate. The air seemed to hum with the weight of the curse, and Serena couldn't shake the feeling that this place was alive, that the secrets it held had been waiting for them. Adrian walked silently beside her, his gaze fixed on the murals, his hand brushing lightly against the stone as though trying to absorb the stories embedded within it. As they moved deeper into the chamber, their steps slowed in reverence. At the center of the room, a stone pedestal stood, worn by time yet remarkably intact. The pedestal was intricately carved with symbols and figures, the craftsmanship both beautiful and eerie in its precision. Resting upon the pedestal was a weathered scroll, its parchment yellowed with age and edges curled with the weight of centuries. The scroll was unlike any other Serena had ever seen, bound in an ancient material that seemed to pulse with a faint energy. The hard stone at her side reacted, its resonance growing stronger as they approached the pedestal, as though it recognized the presence of something powerful and long forgotten. Serena's breath caught in her throat as she stepped closer, her heart pounding in her chest. The scroll seemed to call to her, its presence heavy with a sense of inevitability. She reached out, fingers trembling, and slowly unrolled the ancient parchment. The text was written in a language she recognized but had never fully understood. It was a language of power, of old magic, and the words seemed to shimmer and shift as though alive with their own energy. Adrian stood beside her, his eyes scanning the room for any signs of danger, but his focus was just as riveted on the scroll as hers. Together, they read the ancient words, piecing together the fragments of history that had long been buried beneath the surface of the reef. As they deciphered the text, a story began to unfold, one of a betrayal so profound that it had altered the very essence of the reef itself. A powerful figure, once a protector of the seas, had succumbed to greed and darkness, using forbidden magic to bind the heart of the reef with a curse that would last for generations. This betrayal had not only tainted the natural balance of the waters but had also ensnared those chosen to guard the reef, including Serena's mother. The curse, it seemed, was a lingering consequence of that ancient act, and breaking it would require confronting the darkness at the heart of the betrayal. Serena and Adrian exchanged a silent look, understanding that the path ahead was far more dangerous than they had imagined, but they were resolute. Whatever the cost, they would face the truth of this betrayal and end the curse that had bound them all. Serena's fingers trembled as she reached out to grasp the edges of the ancient scroll. The weight of it felt both delicate and heavy in her hands, as though it carried the burden of centuries of forgotten knowledge. The faint hum of the heartstone in her satchel grew stronger as she carefully lifted the scroll from the pedestal, its energy seeming to resonate with the powerful magic contained within the words. Her breath caught in her throat, and for a moment she hesitated, as if the very act of touching the scroll might awaken something long dormant in the chamber. Her gaze flickered over the intricate carvings on the pedestal, the images of betrayal and sorrow etched into the stone, and she wondered if this was the moment everything would change. Adrian stood beside her, his expression a mix of awe and unease. His hand instinctively moved to the hilt of his sword, as though prepared for any danger that might arise from disturbing the sacred relic. He couldn't shake the feeling that the chamber was alive, that it was watching them, waiting for them to uncover the secrets that had been buried for so long. His gaze flickered from the scroll in Serena's hands to the murals on the walls, which seemed to tell a story of pain and loss that mirrored the tension building between them. As much as he trusted Serena, as much as he knew she had the strength to handle what lay ahead, the sense of foreboding in the chamber was undeniable. With a deep breath, Serena unrolled the scroll slowly, revealing the faded text written in an ancient, flowing script. The words seemed to shimmer under her touch, as though the parchment itself was alive with energy. The deeper she read, the more she felt the weight of the curse and the betrayal it described. The text told of a guardian, someone tasked with protecting the heart of the reef, who had betrayed their people in pursuit of forbidden power. The betrayal had not only cursed the heart, but it had also bound the guardians to an endless cycle of suffering. Serena's heart sank as she recognized the depth of the darkness they were dealing with. This wasn't just a curse, it was the foundation of the very struggle she had been facing her entire life. As Serena continued reading, she could feel Adrian's presence beside her, the silent support of his unwavering belief in their mission grounding her. His quiet strength steadied her as the words on the scroll painted a chilling picture of what had come before. The betrayal had been born from greed, from a thirst for power that had poisoned the very core of the reef. It was a betrayal so deep that it had torn apart the fabric of the very magic that had once protected their world. Serena's thoughts drifted to her mother, the guardian who had fought and ultimately sacrificed herself to stop the darkness from spreading further. The weight of that loss threatened to overwhelm her, but she pushed it aside, focusing on the task at hand. This was bigger than her, bigger than even her mother's sacrifice. They had to end it. The final lines of the scroll brought a sense of urgency. The curse could only be undone by confronting the source of the betrayal, by finding the dark magic that had been used to seal the heart of the reef. Serena knew in her heart that this was their moment, the moment when everything could be made right, but it would not come without great risk. As she carefully rolled the scroll back up, she looked to Adrian, their eyes locking in silent understanding. The journey ahead would not be easy, and there was still much unknown, but they now knew what they had to do. Together, they would find the source of the darkness and break the curse, no matter the cost. The scroll might hold the answers we need, Adrian said, his voice low but steady. His eyes were focused on Serena as she held the ancient parchment, the flickering light of their lanterns casting shadows across the stone walls. There was a quiet urgency in his tone, a sense that time was slipping away as they stood on the edge of something momentous. He could feel the tension in the air, thick with the weight of the secrets the scroll might uncover, and he knew that their next steps were critical. Every part of this journey had led them here, to this very moment where the truth of the curse, and the betrayal at its heart, lay just beyond their reach. Serena nodded, though her heart fluttered with a mix of excitement and fear. The ancient text in her hands seemed to hum with a low, almost imperceptible energy, as though the very act of unrolling it could unleash something both powerful and dangerous. She had never felt such a potent connection to the history of the reef before, to the forces that had shaped her destiny and that of those who had come before her. Her fingers trembled slightly as she began to read aloud, the words unfamiliar and laced with ancient magic, but there was a resonance in her voice that grounded them both. As the language of her ancestors filled the space between them, the murals on the chamber walls seemed to shift and move, as though acknowledging the power of the words spoken. Adrian watched her closely, his breath steady despite the mounting sense of dread that lingered in the chamber. He could see the way the words affected her, the subtle tension in her posture as she processed the text. Each sentence seemed to draw her deeper into the story of the betrayal, a story that now tied them both to the dark magic that had tainted the heart of the reef. He could feel the curse's grip tightening, and yet there was a flicker of hope that maybe, just maybe, they were close to unraveling the mystery. His thoughts drifted to the dangers they had already faced, to the moments when it seemed like they might not survive. But this felt different. It felt like the beginning of an end, and that was something he could not turn away from. As Serena read on, the details of the betrayal began to unfold. The scroll described a guardian, much like Serena, who had once been entrusted with protecting the heart of the reef. This guardian had been seduced by the promise of greater power, and in their hunger for control, they had betrayed their people, casting a dark spell that twisted the reef's magic into something unnatural. The curse that followed had ensnared the guardian's soul, and it had been passed down through the generations, affecting every protector who took the mantle. The more Serena read, the clearer it became that her mother's death, and Serena's own connection to the curse, had been part of a much larger, darker story. It wasn't just about her mother's sacrifice. It was about a cycle that needed to be broken. With a final, steady breath, Serena finished reading the last of the scroll's text. Her mind raced as the weight of what she had learned settled in her chest. The curse could only be broken by confronting the very magic that had bound the heart of the reef, by finding the source of the betrayal and undoing the dark spell that had seeped into the waters. It would not be easy, and the risk of failure loomed large, but Serena felt a new determination rising within her. She knew now that the only way forward was to face the past, to confront the betrayal head-on. Looking up at Adrian, she found a sense of clarity in his gaze. This was their fight now, not just hers, not just his, but theirs together. And no matter what, they would see it through. Serena unfurled the scroll slowly, the ancient parchment crackling softly as it unfurled in her hands. The faded ink was a testament to the passage of centuries, yet the writing remained legible, its words carrying the weight of history. As her eyes traced the text, she felt the deep connection to the past, to the ancestors whose lives had been shaped by the same curse that had ensnared her. The language was old, laced with an archaic beauty, but the story it told was dark and sorrowful. The first lines spoke of a time long ago, when the reef flourished, its waters teeming with life and magic. But beneath this vibrant harmony, there was a growing tension, a subtle undercurrent of discord. The sorcerer, once a revered guardian of the reef, had been corrupted by an overwhelming desire for power. His jealousy of the heart of the reef's untapped magic had festered until it consumed him. The sorcerer's transformation from protector to betrayer was painted in vivid strokes of ambition and greed. As Serena read, she imagined the guardian, once proud and noble, now a twisted figure blinded by the allure of power. He had spent years studying the ancient magics that protected the reef, seeking to unlock its deepest secrets. But what had once been a noble quest for understanding became an obsession. The heart of the reef, a source of immeasurable energy, was the key to his dreams of ultimate control. The sorcerer, in his envy, sought to seize that power for himself, willing to destroy anything that stood in his way. Serena felt a pang in her chest as she thought of her own role as the current guardian, inheriting a mantle shaped by this tragic betrayal. The sorcerer's actions had torn the very fabric of the reef's magic, unsealing a dark force that had been bound for millennia. The text described the curse in chilling detail, how the sorcerer's greed had unleashed a malevolent energy that corrupted the heart of the reef. The once vibrant coral gardens had withered, the waters had soured, and the merfolk who had once thrived were left in misery. The curse had slowly spread, its tendrils weaving into the very bones of the reef, affecting every guardian who came after the sorcerer. The once beautiful waters had become poisoned, the life-giving magic tainted. Serena's heart ached as she realized that the very curse she sought to break had been the result of one selfish act, a betrayal that had reverberated through generations. The scroll also spoke of the sorcerer's fate, a grim ending that had been sealed by his own treachery. In his final moments, as the magic he had sought to control turned against him, the sorcerer had been consumed by the very forces he had unleashed. His soul, bound to the curse, became part of the reef's corruption, his presence still lingering in the dark corners of the waters. The text suggested that the sorcerer's spirit had never truly left, his influence felt in the ebb and flow of the tides, ever present and insidious. The weight of this revelation pressed down on Serena, knowing that the ghost of the past had been influencing the present. She wondered if her mother had known this when she had taken up the mantle, whether she had felt the same oppressive presence that now haunted Serena's every step. With the final lines of the scroll, Serena learned the truth. The curse could only be undone by confronting the heart of the reef itself. The path to breaking the curse lay through the very magic that had been corrupted. Only by undoing the betrayal's source, by confronting the sorcerer's lingering essence, could the heart of the reef be restored. Serena felt a surge of determination. This was her fight, her responsibility. She wasn't just the guardian by title, she was the one who could break the cycle of suffering. She looked up at Adrian, her eyes resolute. They had found the source, the truth of the curse, and now they knew what had to be done. Together, they would face the sorcerer's lingering power, and they would restore the heart of the reef. Serena's voice trembled as she read aloud the first lines of the ancient text, the weight of the words sinking deep into her heart. The sorcerer, once revered as a protector of the reef, had been a figure of respect and authority. His knowledge of the ancient magics had made him an essential guardian of the waters, a force that upheld the delicate balance between the merfolk and the magic of the reef. But as Serena continued, the words painted a darker picture, one of a man whose pride and ambition slowly overshadowed the very qualities that had made him a trusted leader. The sorcerer's thirst for power had driven him to seek knowledge beyond what was meant to be known, to harness magic that was dangerous and forbidden. His desire for control over the heart of the reef, the source of all its strength, had consumed him entirely. Serena could feel the sorrow in the text, each word a reminder of the tragic downfall of a once great protector. The sorcerer had been blinded by his desire to possess the heart's power for himself. In his quest, he had turned against the very people he was sworn to protect, betraying the trust of his fellow guardians. His ambition had not only destroyed his own soul but had unleashed a curse that spread throughout the reef, infecting it with a dark, malevolent magic. The reef, once a thriving sanctuary, had become a shadow of its former self, its vibrant waters now tainted with corruption. Serena paused, her heart aching for the sorcerer's fall, and for the generations of guardians who had been forced to inherit the burden of his betrayal. The words in the scroll revealed the depth of the sorcerer's treachery. He hadn't simply sought power for personal gain, he had bound the curse directly to the heart of the reef, ensuring that the source of all life and magic within the waters would be irrevocably damaged. The heart was no longer just a beacon of strength, it had become a prison, its magic forever tainted by the sorcerer's actions. Serena's chest tightened as she realized that the very force that had given her strength, the heart of the reef, was also the source of her curse. The very thing she had sworn to protect had been marred by the same betrayal that had defined the sorcerer's legacy. As Serena read on, the text detailed the consequences of the sorcerer's actions. The curse that he had unleashed wasn't a simple spell, it was a binding force, intricately woven into the fabric of the reef. It had affected not just the physical world, but the spiritual realm as well, creating an imbalance that disrupted the lives of the merfolk and guardians alike. The curse's grip had never loosened, as each new guardian inherited the same fate, forced to carry the burden of the heart's corrupted power. Serena could almost feel the weight of generations of grief and loss, knowing that her mother, too, had faced this cruel inheritance. The curse was not just a remnant of the past, it was a living, breathing force, one that shaped the present and threatened the future. Serena's eyes narrowed as she reached the final part of the scroll. The curse could not be undone through simple magic or rituals. It required something far more profound. The sorcerer's betrayal needed to be confronted directly, and the heart of the reef had to be cleansed of its corruption. Only by uncovering the full truth of the sorcerer's actions, by breaking the bond he had created between himself and the heart, could the curse be lifted. Serena closed the scroll with a mixture of determination and fear. This was the challenge she had been dreading, but it was also the only path forward. She had to face the past, confront the lingering darkness of the sorcerer's legacy, and restore balance to the reef. She wasn't alone in this fight. Adrian was with her, and together they would find a way to heal the heart of the reef and end the cycle of suffering. Adrian's brow furrowed as the weight of the revelation sank in. The magnitude of the sorcerer's actions, the deliberate nature of his betrayal, became painfully clear. He had thought, for a long time, that the curse was simply a consequence of bad luck, something mysterious and chaotic that they had been caught up in. But now, as the truth emerged from the ancient text, it was evident that the sorcerer's treachery had been a calculated act, meant to create chaos, to tear apart the foundation of the very world they had sworn to protect. His ambition had been fueled by an insatiable desire for power, and the reef had been nothing more than a pawn in his twisted scheme. The heart of the reef, the very life force that sustained them all, had been corrupted by the sorcerer's greed. Adrian clenched his fists, a deep sense of anger and betrayal swirling inside him. Serena could see the storm brewing in Adrian's eyes. The realization that the curse had been no accident, that it had been planted intentionally, caused a deep sense of injustice to well up within him. This wasn't just some random tragedy. This was the result of a malevolent choice, one made by someone who had been entrusted with the reef's safety. Adrian's mind raced as he considered the consequences of that betrayal. It wasn't just the sorcerer's ambition that had caused harm. It was the ripple effect, the ongoing suffering of the merfolk, the generations of guardians like Serena who had been forced to carry the curse. The reef had been slowly dying, its magic slowly withering, all because one individual had sought to exploit its power for his own gain. Adrian's voice was low, filled with a grim understanding as he spoke again. He didn't just want to gain power for himself. He wanted to destroy the balance, to bring the reef under his control in a way that no one could challenge him. This was never just about personal gain. It was about breaking the heart of the very land we're trying to protect. The magnitude of the sorcerer's betrayal was more devastating than Adrian had imagined. The heart of the reef wasn't just a symbol of strength. It was the cornerstone of the ecosystem, the life force that kept everything in balance. By poisoning that heart, the sorcerer had launched a plan that went far beyond personal vendettas. He had set the stage for the reef's collapse, and in doing so, he had condemned generations of merfolk and guardians to live with the consequences of his actions. As the weight of these revelations hung in the air, Serena's gaze remained fixed on the scroll, her hands trembling ever so slightly. She had always known, deep down, that the curse was more than a random twist of fate, but hearing the full extent of the betrayal was something different. It wasn't just a curse they were trying to break, it was the result of an intentional, calculated act meant to undo the very heart of the reef's existence. For all the centuries of suffering and confusion, this betrayal had set the course for everything that had come after. And now, Serena understood that to end the curse, they would have to confront this act of destruction at its very core. Adrian looked at Serena, his eyes dark with resolve. He could see the turmoil within her, the recognition that this wasn't just a matter of breaking the curse. It was about confronting the force that had set everything in motion. We're not just dealing with the curse itself anymore. We're up against the consequences of that betrayal. The heart of the reef, its corruption, its pain, it's all tied to that moment, and to the sorcerer who betrayed us all. He reached out, placing a hand on her shoulder, offering her a silent vow of solidarity. But we can fix it. Together, we can right this wrong. We'll find a way to restore balance, to heal what was broken, and to put an end to this curse once and for all. The determination in Adrian's voice resonated in the stillness of the chamber, offering a glimmer of hope amidst the dark history they had uncovered. Serena's gaze shifted to the heartstone lying within her satchel, its soft glow pulsing as though in response to the conversation. The weight of their discovery settled heavily in her chest, but she didn't flinch. Her mother had warned her about the consequences of this curse, but now, with the truth laid out before them, she understood the full scale of the task ahead. The heart of the reef was not simply a magical artifact to be protected. It was the very lifeblood of their world. To restore it, they would have to undo the sorcerer's dark magic, the very magic that had seeped into every crevice of the reef, corrupting its essence. The thought of confronting that evil, of diving into the depths of that ancient malevolent force, both terrified and steeled her resolve. Adrian's expression mirrored Serena's, his jaw clenched in determination. He could feel the gravity of the situation settle over them, the enormity of the task weighing down on his shoulders. Restoring the heart of the reef would require more than just defeating an enemy. It would require unraveling centuries of malevolent power, confronting the twisted remnants of the sorcerer's curse, and ultimately, redeeming a world that had been scarred by betrayal. He had thought their journey would be difficult, but this revelation had brought a new level of urgency. They couldn't afford to hesitate. The reef, and all who lived within it, depended on their success. "We'll need more than just the Heartstone," he said, his voice steady but tinged with the understanding of the challenge ahead. "We'll need to find the source of the sorcerer's power, wherever it's hidden, and break it." Serena nodded again, the resolve in her eyes hardening as she stood tall. "The sorcerer's dark magic is woven deep into the reef, into its very heart. To break it, we'll have to confront the source of his betrayal directly. We can't just remove the curse. We have to cleanse the corruption from the very foundation of the reef." Her words felt heavy as they hung in the air, a reflection of the monumental task ahead. She had always known that her mother's legacy came with an immense burden, but now the burden felt even more pressing. The idea of cleansing such a deep-rooted evil, of confronting the very magic that had poisoned her people's home, was overwhelming. Yet there was no choice. It was the only way to restore balance, and she couldn't let fear stop her from doing what was necessary. Adrian stepped closer, placing a reassuring hand on Serena's shoulder, grounding her in the moment. "We've come this far, Serena. We've already faced countless dangers together, and we're still standing. If anyone can undo what's been done, it's us. Together, we can face the source of that magic and destroy it." His voice was full of conviction, as though his words could cut through the very darkness they were about to face. He believed in her strength, in the strength of their partnership. The road ahead would be perilous, and there was no certainty that they would succeed, but the bond they had forged in their shared struggles would guide them. This was no longer just about breaking a curse. It was about healing a wounded world, about honoring the sacrifices made and the legacy left behind. Serena met his gaze, feeling the warmth of his presence and the sincerity in his words. The weight of their mission pressed down on her, but in that moment, she felt a flicker of hope. They weren't alone in this. They were partners, and together, they could overcome the impossible. With a deep breath, Serena gathered her resolve. "You're right. We'll face this together, no matter what it takes. We won't let the sorcerer's legacy define the reef any longer. We'll restore its heart." As she spoke, the determination in her voice was unwavering. The path ahead would be treacherous, filled with obstacles and dangers, but Serena knew they had one thing that the sorcerer had never anticipated: the strength of their bond. And that would be their greatest weapon. Adrian's gaze lingered on the murals, his eyes tracing the intricate carvings that told the story of the sorcerer's rise to power and his eventual betrayal. The walls seemed to pulse with an eerie energy, as if the ancient magic still lingered, woven into the very stone. Each mural depicted scenes of the sorcerer's treachery, his face twisted with greed and malice, as he turned on those who once trusted him. The betrayal had not been a simple act of disloyalty. It had been a calculated decision, one born from an insatiable thirst for power. Adrian could feel the weight of the history pressing down on him as he took in the details. Every scene was a reminder of the devastation caused by the sorcerer's actions. And now, it seemed that this very history held the key to undoing the curse that had plagued the reef for centuries. His thoughts were interrupted as Serena moved closer to the murals, her hand brushing against the cool stone as she studied the images. The sorcerer's downfall was portrayed in vivid detail. Betrayed by his own ambition, he had met a tragic end. Yet the final image was the most unsettling. It showed a figure standing before the heart of the reef, surrounded by dark tendrils of magic that seemed to emanate from the stone itself. This figure, the sorcerer, was depicted with his hands raised in a final attempt to control the power of the Heartstone. but it was clear from the way the tendrils coiled around him that he had failed. His actions had irrevocably linked the Heartstone to the curse, and in his death, he had inadvertently ensured that the reef would suffer for generations to come. Serena's brow furrowed as she analyzed the details, her mind racing to make sense of the ritual described in the scroll. "There's something here," Serena said, her voice low but intense. The murals show that the sorcerer's downfall wasn't just the result of his betrayal, it was tied directly to the Heartstone. The curse he cast is bound to it, but the scroll mentioned a ritual to undo his magic. It must involve using the Heartstone in a way we haven't yet tried. She glanced at Adrian, her expression reflecting the gravity of their discovery. The ritual was their only hope of breaking the curse, but they still lacked the full understanding of what needed to be done. The murals provided clues, but they were fragmented and open to interpretation. "We need to decipher the exact steps of the ritual. Without it, we won't be able to sever the bond the sorcerer created with the reef." Adrian nodded, his mind already racing through the possibilities. "We know the Heartstone is central to everything. Its power is what binds the curse to the reef. But the scroll didn't provide enough details about the ritual itself. If we perform it wrong, we could make things worse." He paced around the chamber, his thoughts a whirlwind of uncertainty. They were so close to the truth, yet the path forward felt treacherous, like walking on a tightrope over an abyss. The stakes were higher than ever, and the weight of failure seemed to press down on him with each passing moment. He stopped, his gaze settling on Serena. "We can't afford to make a mistake. We need to figure out exactly what the ritual requires, every detail. The murals might hold the answers we need." Serena's eyes met his, and for a moment, there was a silent understanding between them. They were in this together, bound not just by the task before them, but by their shared determination to see it through. "Let's go over the scroll again," she said, her voice steady but tinged with the urgency of their situation. "We've missed something, I'm sure of it. There's a specific way the Heartstone must be used, and we need to find the missing pieces. If we can uncover the full ritual, we can break the curse and restore the reef." The resolve in her voice was unwavering, and Adrian felt a surge of hope. They had faced countless dangers already, but this, the breaking of the curse, was their true mission. With the murals in the scroll, they now had a chance to undo the sorcerer's betrayal and heal the damage done to the reef. Together, they would find a way to make it happen. As Adrian and Serena carefully pored over the scroll once more, a heavy silence settled between them. The ancient text, now familiar in its cryptic language, seemed to pulse with a sense of foreboding. Every word they deciphered revealed a new layer of complexity, and it became clear that the ritual they had to perform was unlike anything they had ever encountered. The scroll hinted at a delicate balance of magic, one that required the Heartstone to be in perfect alignment with the forces of nature that governed the reef. Serena's brow furrowed as she traced the words with her finger, her mind racing to make sense of the intricate instructions. The more she read, the more it became evident that they couldn't afford any mistakes. One wrong move, one misstep, and the curse might become even more potent, sealing the reef's fate forever. The murals on the chamber walls, which had once seemed like mere illustrations of history, now held critical clues. They depicted moments of celestial alignments, showing how the forces of magic and the Heartstone could be harnessed at specific times. The drawings were subtle but precise, patterns of light and shadow, specific phases of the moon, and certain tides that needed to be observed for the ritual to succeed. Adrian's eyes locked onto one particular mural, which showed an image of the Heartstone surrounded by tendrils of dark magic. In the center, a figure stood, their arms raised toward the stone in a commanding pose, while lines of power snaked through the air in a carefully orchestrated flow. He could sense that the figure was performing the ritual, using the magic of the reef itself to counteract the curse. "We need to align ourselves with the reef's natural forces," Adrian murmured, his voice filled with awe and determination. "The timing has to be precise, or we risk everything." Serena nodded in agreement, her pulse quickening as she grasped the enormity of their task. The Heartstone wasn't just a symbol of the curse, it was the key to breaking it. But to use its power effectively, they would need more than just the knowledge of the scroll. They would need to synchronize their own magic with the ebb and flow of the reef, drawing on the energy of the sea, the moon, and the land in ways they had never attempted before. The stakes were higher now. This wasn't just about defeating a dark sorcerer. It was about saving the entire reef, the very source of Serena's power and heritage. The ancient forces they were dealing with were vast and unpredictable, and the slightest error could undo everything they had worked toward. "We can't afford to fail," Serena said, her voice steady despite the weight of her realization. "We have to be in perfect harmony with everything around us." As the urgency of their situation set in, the pair became more focused on the task at hand. The time for studying and preparing was drawing to a close. Soon, they would have to act. Adrian's thoughts raced as he reviewed the scroll's contents once more. There were mentions of specific rituals, chants, movements, and symbols that had to be performed with impeccable timing. The heart stone was not a mere artifact. It was an entity in itself, one that required respect and careful handling. He could feel the weight of it on Serena's back, the stone pressing against her, its power both a gift and a danger. They had one shot, one chance to restore the heart of the reef. There could be no hesitation, no second guessing. "We need to be ready," Adrian said, his voice thick with resolve. "Every detail matters. We can't let our fear get in the way." Serena turned to him, her expression intense but calm. "We're ready. We've come this far, and now we understand what we're up against. The Heartstone, the reef, the curse, it's all interconnected. We can do this." Her confidence resonated through Adrian like a steady pulse, reinforcing his own determination. They had faced countless trials together, and now, with all the pieces falling into place, they could see the way forward. The ritual would be difficult, but the bond they shared, one built on trust, courage, and unwavering support, was the anchor they needed. As the final steps of their quest loomed large before them, Adrian and Serena knew that their combined strength would guide them through the storm. The reef's future, and their own, rested in their hands. With the scroll carefully rolled and tucked away, Adrian and Serena stood at the threshold of the ancient chamber, the weight of their discovery pressing down on them like an invisible force. The air around them felt thicker, as if the very walls of the chamber were holding their breath in anticipation. What they had uncovered, an ancient betrayal that had corrupted the heart of the reef, was both a revelation and a burden. The knowledge had unlocked the path forward, but it also laid bare the enormity of the task ahead. They had the power to undo the curse, but only if they performed the ritual correctly, aligning themselves with the ancient forces that still pulsed within the reef. The path before them was clear, but it was fraught with danger, and they could not afford to falter. As they stepped out of the chamber and into the dim light of the underwater passage, the quiet hum of the reef filled their ears. It was the same sound they had heard countless times before, yet it now carried a different meaning. The reef, once a source of serenity and life, had become a battleground between light and shadow. The curse had marred its beauty, and only by undoing the dark magic could they restore it to its former glory. Serena's gaze swept over the water, her eyes lingering on the distant, shadowed outline of the Heartstone, its power still radiating from the depths. The weight of her role as the guardian of the reef had never felt so heavy, but she knew she could not back down. She had come too far, and the reef's salvation lay in their hands. Adrian walked beside her, his every step deliberate, as if anchoring them both to the reality of what they were about to face. The scroll had given them the knowledge they needed, but the ritual's success hinged on timing and the mastery of forces they were still learning to understand. There would be no room for error. His thoughts raced, but he kept his focus, unwilling to allow fear to overtake him now. The bond they had forged during their journey, through every trial, every challenge, was stronger than ever. He reached out and touched Serena's arm lightly, a silent promise that they would face whatever lay ahead together. It was this unwavering partnership that would see them through. "We'll do this," he murmured, his voice steady. "We have no other choice." The deeper they ventured into the reef, the more the water seemed to change, as if the very current was aware of their intentions. The once calm waters now carried a sense of foreboding, the pressure building as the moment of the ritual drew near. Serena's heart beat faster with each passing minute. The Heartstone, the focal point of the curse and the key to its undoing, was closer now. Every instinct told her that they were on the cusp of something monumental. But with that knowledge came the realization that the ritual would test every ounce of their strength. They couldn't predict the consequences if they failed, only that the reef would remain in its corrupted state, its power forever locked in the grip of the curse. When they finally reached the Heartstone, its dark surface gleamed in the murky light, pulsing with the energy of the curse that had plagued the reef for so long. Serena could feel the stone's pull, a magnetic force that seemed to draw her in. Her hands trembled as she reached for it, the weight of the moment pressing down on her shoulders. She knew that once they began the ritual, there would be no turning back. The stakes were higher than they had ever been, but the path forward was now clear. They had uncovered the truth, they had prepared, and now it was time to restore the heart of the reef, and with it, the balance that had been shattered so long ago. Serena and Adrian exchanged one last look, a silent promise passing between them, before they stepped into the unknown. As Adrian and Serena ascended through the water, the pressure of their discovery weighed heavily upon them. The silent expanse of the reef stretched out beneath them, its once vibrant colors now muted under the dark shadow of the curse. Their breaths came in steady, synchronized motions, each knowing the enormity of what they had just uncovered. The heart of the reef, the source of the corruption, had become not only a symbol of Serena's personal burden, but a focal point for the entire ecosystem's suffering. The curse that had been a quiet, lingering force for so long now felt like an imminent threat, one that could unravel the delicate balance of life beneath the waves if left unchecked. Every step they took upward seemed to carry the weight of the reef's future, and with it, the responsibility to restore it. Their time spent together in the depths had forged a bond between them that was stronger than either of them had anticipated. What had started as a partnership driven by necessity had evolved into something deeper, a shared understanding and commitment to each other's cause. The quest had not only challenged their physical endurance, but had also forced them to confront their personal fears and doubts. As they emerged from the water and into the cool night air, the transition from the submerged world to the familiar land above felt jarring. The air was thick with the scent of salt and earth, yet the sense of urgency that had gripped them underwater followed them, a constant reminder that they could not afford to delay. Yet, despite their closeness, the revelation of the curse's true nature had left them both reeling. Serena, who had carried the weight of her mother's legacy for so long, now understood that her struggle was not only about her own redemption, it was about saving the reef itself. The curse had been set in motion long before her birth, and the imbalance that had followed was not merely a personal curse but one that had affected every creature, every plant, and every current within the reef. It was a tragic cycle that had gone on for too long, but now they had the power to change it. Serena's resolve hardened as she thought of all those who had been harmed by the sorcerer's treachery, and the depth of her mission became even clearer. Adrian, walking beside her, couldn't help but feel the weight of the world pressing down on his shoulders. The heart of the reef had always seemed like a distant myth, a place of power and mystery that was tied to Serena's lineage. But now, with the knowledge they had uncovered, it was no longer an abstract concept. It was the core of their struggle, the center of a curse that threatened everything. He had always known that their journey was dangerous, but now, with the truth laid bare, the stakes were far higher. The balance of life itself depended on their ability to restore the heart. There was no turning back from this responsibility, and Adrian couldn't shake the feeling that every decision from here on out would determine not just their fates, but the fate of the entire reef. As they neared their camp, the faint glow of their lanterns flickering in the distance, both Serena and Adrian realized that they stood at the crossroads of destiny. What lay ahead was not just a battle against an ancient curse, but a fight to restore a fragile ecosystem that had been on the brink of collapse for generations. The weight of the responsibility was enormous, but so was the hope that had begun to bloom in their hearts. The bond they had forged, the knowledge they had uncovered, and the strength of their shared commitment gave them a sense of purpose they had never known before. Together, they would confront the final challenge, knowing that their actions would echo through the reef for generations to come. As Adrian and Serena broke the surface of the water, the first rays of dawn touched the world, painting the sky in shades of soft gold and pink. The water around them sparkled as the light filtered through, casting a serene glow on the reef that had once been vibrant, but now seemed caught in a perpetual shadow. The vastness of the ocean stretched before them, and for a moment, all was still. An eerie silence hung in the air, as if the entire reef was waiting for something, holding its breath in anticipation. The weight of their discovery, the knowledge that they had uncovered the true source of the curse, settled heavily upon their shoulders. The journey to this point had been arduous, fraught with danger and uncertainty, but now they stood on the precipice of the final stage of their quest. Serena gazed out at the horizon, her thoughts swirling as the gentle waves lapped at the shore. The path ahead was clear, yet the magnitude of the task they faced seemed almost insurmountable. The heart of the reef, once a powerful source of life and balance, had been corrupted by the sorcerer's betrayal, and only by confronting this dark magic could they hope to restore it. The power of the curse still lingered beneath the surface, an insidious force that threatened not just Serena, but the entire ecosystem. She felt the weight of her responsibility, knowing that the fate of the reef and all who depended on it rested on their shoulders. Yet, despite the enormity of the challenge, she felt a quiet resolve growing within her. This was her moment to face the legacy of her mother, to break the cycle of suffering, and to restore what had been lost. Beside her, Adrian stood firm, his gaze unwavering as he took in the vast expanse before them. The sun's first light cast long shadows, illuminating the ocean with a strange, ethereal glow. He could feel the tension in the air, the uncertainty of what lay ahead. The ritual they had uncovered in the ancient scroll required precision and timing, and they could not afford any mistakes. The Heartstone, now safely in Serena's possession, would be their guide, but only if they could unlock the full potential of its power. Adrian's thoughts turned to the sorcerer, the one who had set this curse in motion with his greed and ambition. His betrayal had left scars not just on Serena's lineage, but on the entire reef, and Adrian knew that it was up to them to right this wrong. They had come too far to turn back now. The bond between Adrian and Serena had deepened throughout their journey, forged through shared trials and a mutual understanding of the stakes they faced. In these final moments, as the sun rose higher, casting a warm golden light over the water, their unity was their strength. There was no room for fear, no room for doubt. They had learned to rely on one another, to trust in each other's abilities and strengths. Serena had carried the burden of the curse for so long, but now, she was no longer alone. Adrian had stood by her side through every challenge, offering support and guidance. Together, they had become a force greater than the sum of their parts, and it was this bond that would carry them through the final, most difficult stage of their quest. With a final, resolute glance at the horizon, Adrian turned to Serena. "We're ready," he said, his voice steady despite the uncertainty that still lingered in the air. Serena nodded, her heart pounding in her chest, but a sense of calm washed over her as she met his gaze. There was no turning back now. The heart of the reef awaited, and they would face the sorcerer's curse together, with everything they had. The final battle was about to begin, and no matter what lay ahead, they knew they could face it as long as they stood side by side. With the first light of dawn casting a warm glow over the reef, Adrian and Serena stood at the threshold of the final stage of their journey. The weight of their discovery, the knowledge of the sorcerer's betrayal and the curse that had plagued the heart of the reef for so long, settled deeply within them. Their bond, strengthened through trials and revelations, gave them the courage to step forward, even as the path ahead remained shrouded in uncertainty. The dangers they had faced up until now were nothing compared to what awaited them. Yet, despite the fear and doubt that threatened to creep in, they were resolute. They knew that this was their moment, the culmination of all they had fought for. Together, they would confront the curse and seek the restoration of balance to the reef. As they moved forward, the once familiar landscape of the reef felt different, almost ominous. The vibrant coral gardens and crystal-clear waters were now overshadowed by the knowledge of the corruption that lay beneath. The Heartstone, still safely in Serena's possession, pulsed faintly with power, reminding them of the task that lay ahead. They could feel the presence of the curse, an invisible weight pressing down on the reef, and the sense of urgency in the air was palpable. The ritual they had uncovered required precision, the alignment of forces that could either restore the heart or bind it forever in shadow. There was no room for error. The path they were on would either bring salvation or doom, and it was up to them to make it right. Adrian's mind raced as he scanned the landscape, every shadow and ripple in the water seeming to hold hidden dangers. The sorcerer's influence was still alive in the depths, and the closer they got to the heart of the reef, the stronger the pull of dark magic became. The sense of foreboding grew with each step, but so did their resolve. They had learned, through their shared experiences, how to face uncertainty together. Serena's quiet strength and his unwavering commitment to her gave them both the courage to move forward. They had already faced so much and come so far. There was no turning back now. They had seen what the curse had done to the reef and the merfolk, and now they had the power to undo it. But that power came with a cost, and it was a risk they both understood. For Serena, the burden of her mother's legacy weighed heavily on her heart. The journey had not only been about breaking the curse, but also about confronting the fears that had haunted her for so long. Her mother's death, the betrayal, and the responsibility of the Heartstone had shaped her life in ways she had never fully understood until now. But with Adrian by her side, she felt a glimmer of hope. They had uncovered the truth, and they had the knowledge to set things right. There was a chance, a real chance, to restore the reef to its former glory. And for the first time in a long while, Serena allowed herself to believe that it was possible. As they ventured deeper into the reef, the realization of how far they had come was not lost on them. Every challenge they had faced, every battle, every hardship, had led them to this moment. Their determination, trust, and love had been the guiding forces, and now they stood at the precipice of their greatest test. There was no more time to waste. With a final glance at each other, Adrian and Serena exchanged a look of quiet understanding. They were ready. Together, they would face whatever the heart of the reef had in store. They would confront the sorcerer's dark magic, unravel the curse, and restore balance to the world they had fought so hard to protect. Nothing could stand in their way now. Chapter 30. The Dark Ritual. The early morning sun cast a gentle, golden glow over the reef, its rays filtering through the clear water and illuminating the vibrant coral beneath. Adrian and Serena sat side by side on a large rock, the ancient scroll laid open between them, its worn pages now revealing crucial information that would shape the course of their quest. The revelation about the origin of the curse had been both a moment of clarity and a heavy burden. It had provided them with the missing piece of the puzzle, the betrayal by a trusted sorcerer that had tainted the heart of the reef. But it also brought to light a new, daunting challenge. The curse was not just the product of dark magic. It was a curse that could only be undone by an intricate and perilous ritual. As they carefully reviewed the scroll's description of the ritual, their minds swirled with the weight of what they had learned. The ritual was complex, requiring precise alignment of magical forces and the Heartstone, which Serena now carried. It was not a simple task. It demanded timing, knowledge, and a profound understanding of the magic that bound the reef. Serena's fingers traced the ancient text, the urgency of their mission settling in her chest. The sorcerer's betrayal had been deliberate, and now it was up to them to reverse it, to restore the heart of the reef before the dark magic could claim any more lives. The pressure was mounting, but they both understood that the fate of the reef rested on their ability to perform this ritual correctly. Adrian, sensing Serena's rising anxiety, reached over and placed a reassuring hand on hers. The path ahead would be treacherous, and they both knew that they couldn't afford to make mistakes. But there was a quiet strength in their bond, an unspoken agreement that they would face this challenge together, no matter what it took. They had uncovered the truth, and now they had to act. With the first light of day casting long shadows across the reef, they felt the gravity of their responsibility. The curse had lingered for far too long, and it was up to them to bring the balance back to the reef. They had come this far, and despite the uncertainties that lay ahead, they were more determined than ever to succeed. Adrian and Serena moved with focused determination as they gathered their supplies, the gravity of their mission settling into their bones. They packed the essentials for their journey: water, food, and tools for protection, along with the heartstone that would play a crucial role in the ritual. The scroll, now carefully rolled and tucked into Serena's satchel, contained the specific details they would need for the ceremony. Yet, as they prepared, a sense of unease lingered in the air, a quiet reminder that their quest was far from simple. The scroll's warnings weighed heavily on them. There were conditions for the ritual's success, and failure to meet them would bring even darker consequences. As they made their way toward the water's edge, the scroll's details about the ritual's location echoed in Serena's mind. The ritual had to be performed at a place hidden deep within the reef, a sacred site where the heart of the reef's power once thrived. But getting there wouldn't be easy. The scroll had spoken of treacherous waters, raging currents, shifting tides, and dangerous creatures that guarded the path. These weren't just physical obstacles. The very waters themselves were infused with dark magic, remnants of the sorcerer's betrayal that had cursed the reef. The closer they drew to the heart of the reef, the more they would have to rely on their wits and skills to navigate the perilous path that lay ahead. Adrian, his expression resolute, offered Serena a steadying smile as he adjusted the straps of his pack. "We've faced danger before," he said, his voice low but confident. "We can do this." Serena nodded, her gaze fixed on the horizon, her mind racing with the weight of their task. The waters they would soon enter were no longer just the natural realm of the reef. They were a battleground, a place where the magic of the sorcerer had twisted reality itself. But together, they had overcome the odds before. The bond they shared, strengthened by trust and shared purpose, would carry them through the coming trials. They had no choice but to press on, knowing that the fate of the reef, and perhaps even their own, depended on their success. With one last glance at the safe shores behind them, they stepped into the unknown, ready for the perilous journey that awaited. Serena's words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of their next steps. Her gaze lingered on the distant horizon, where the waters shimmered with a quiet, deceptive calm. "The abyssal chasm," she repeated, almost as if the words themselves carried a warning. It was a place of legend, whispered about among the oldest merfolk, a deep, uncharted part of the ocean known for its perilous currents and the strange, dark creatures that called it home. According to the scroll, this was where the ritual had to be performed, at the very core of the reef's magic. But the scroll had also made clear that getting to the chasm was no easy feat. It was a place where even the bravest of explorers often failed to return from, consumed by the overwhelming force of the chasm's depths. Adrian glanced at Serena, seeing the resolve in her eyes, but also the underlying fear that this final journey would test them in ways they hadn't yet imagined. He knew the stories too well, how the chasm's waters were alive with the sorcerer's lingering curse, a twisted magic that made the sea itself a deadly adversary. He could feel the pressure of the unknown pressing down on them, but he also knew that they had no choice but to move forward. If the curse was to be broken, the heart of the reef had to be restored, and that meant reaching the abyssal chasm, no matter the dangers. "We'll need to be careful," Adrian said, his voice firm but understanding. "The chasm is dangerous, but we've faced impossible odds before. Together, we'll find a way." Serena nodded, the faintest tremor in her hands betraying the unease that lingered beneath her composed exterior. She appreciated his confidence, but the truth was undeniable. This was the final step, and failure was not an option. With the scroll guiding them, and the bond they shared strengthening their resolve, they set their sights on the abyssal chasm, knowing that whatever lay ahead, they would face it as one. Adrian's eyes narrowed as he surveyed the vast expanse of water before them, the weight of their decision settling heavily on his shoulders. He knew the abyssal chasm was no ordinary place. It wasn't just the perilous currents, or the deadly creatures lurking in the deep that made it so feared. It was the dark magic that twisted the very fabric of the sea, poisoning everything that entered its depths. The stories of sailors who had disappeared without a trace, the merfolk who dared not venture near, were enough to make anyone hesitate. But Serena was right. The heart of the reef could only be saved if they completed the ritual in its heart, and that meant confronting the chasm's dangers head-on. Serena met his gaze, her expression hardening with determination. The risks were impossible to ignore, but she knew they were the only ones who could do this. The curse that had haunted her family, that had warped the very essence of the reef, would not be undone by hesitation or fear. With the scroll in hand and Adrian by her side, she felt the steady pulse of their shared purpose, a beacon guiding them through the uncertainty. The abyssal chasm was a place of legend, but it was also the place where the final battle for the reef's salvation would be fought. Adrian gave a slow, steady nod. "We'll need to prepare ourselves for everything, physical and magical." He pulled his pack tighter over his shoulders, his mind already racing with strategies and contingencies. "The chasm won't let us simply walk in and perform the ritual. We'll have to face whatever the curse throws at us." He could feel the weight of the responsibility, not just for the reef, but for Serena too. They had come so far, and they couldn't afford to fail now. Despite the danger that loomed, there was no turning back. With a final glance at the horizon, he spoke again, quieter this time. "We'll face it together." Serena's eyes softened, her resolve unwavering as she nodded in agreement. They were ready for what lay ahead. The further they ventured into the heart of the reef, the more the underwater landscape transformed. The vibrant hues of coral gardens gave way to eerie, shadowed caverns where the light struggled to penetrate. Schools of shimmering fish darted past, oblivious to the weight of the quest that hung over Adrian and Serena like a thick fog. Despite the surreal beauty surrounding them, the gravity of their mission pressed on their minds. Each step brought them closer to the abyssal chasm, a place where the delicate balance of life in the reef had been upended by dark forces. The once thriving ecosystem now carried the faintest echo of the curse that had twisted it, leaving an unsettling stillness in its wake. Serena moved ahead with confidence, her eyes scanning the intricate paths that wove through the coral structures. Her heart pounded in her chest, the weight of her heritage and the looming ritual pressing down on her. She knew that beyond the serene beauty of the reef lay the dangers they'd been warned about: treacherous currents, hidden predators, and the ever-present sense that something far darker lurked in the depths. Adrian stayed close, his steady presence a reminder that they were in this together. He watched the waters with sharp vigilance, ready to act should anything unexpected arise. Despite the outward calm, his mind raced, calculating the risks they faced and the potential perils that awaited them deeper in the reef. As they continued, the environment seemed to shift, becoming more oppressive and foreboding. The soft murmur of the ocean faded, replaced by an eerie silence that felt like an ominous warning. The once vibrant colors of the reef grew muted, the sea life sparse and wary. The further they ventured into the labyrinthine corridors, the closer they came to the heart of the curse, and the more tangible the sense of danger became. Each moment, each movement, carried the knowledge that they were approaching a place where the laws of the natural world had been distorted by ancient magic. The beauty of the reef seemed almost mocking now, as if reminding them of the untold loss that had been inflicted upon this underwater world. But Serena and Adrian pushed forward, undeterred by the heavy sense of foreboding. They had a mission, and they would not falter. As they drew nearer to the outer edges of the abyssal chasm, the atmosphere of the reef changed drastically. The once bright waters grew darker, as if the very essence of light had been consumed by the depths. The vibrant sea life that had surrounded them for so long vanished, replaced by eerie quiet and the occasional flicker of movement in the shadows. The ocean around them felt alive in a way that was unsettling, its currents swirling with an unnatural force, twisting and pulling at their limbs as if the very water sought to prevent their passage. Every stroke of their fins seemed to be met with resistance, the powerful undercurrents threatening to drag them off course. The weight of the ocean's oppressive silence made their presence feel even more intrusive in this forsaken part of the reef. Serena, undeterred by the mounting pressure and the disorienting currents, moved forward with purpose. Her deep knowledge of the reef, its hidden paths, and its dangers became their lifeline as they pressed on. She navigated the churning waters with a practiced grace, each movement deliberate as she countered the currents and guided Adrian through the shifting tides. Her connection to the reef, forged over years of living in its embrace, allowed her to sense subtle cues in the water, the current's strength, the hidden threats lurking in the shadows, and adapt quickly. Adrian followed closely behind, trusting her expertise, though the strain of the journey was beginning to take its toll. The turbulent waters made it difficult to maintain a steady pace, and every so often, he would lose his footing, only to be caught by Serena's steady hand or a carefully executed pull. The deeper they ventured, the more alien the environment seemed. The weight of the water pressed against them as the dark chasm opened up before them, its vastness intimidating and foreboding. The further they moved into its depths, the more the reef felt like a place that had been abandoned by time itself. There was no sign of life here, only the oppressive force of the currents and the unyielding darkness that surrounded them. Despite the challenge of moving through these treacherous waters, Serena and Adrian were undeterred. They knew that the heart of the reef, and the final piece of their quest, awaited at the chasm's core. But as they ventured deeper into the abyssal chasm, the oppressive silence and the violent currents seemed to signal that the true dangers of this place had only just begun to reveal themselves. Serena's voice broke through the oppressive silence, steady yet laced with a sense of urgency. She pointed towards a jagged rocky outcrop jutting from the sea floor, barely visible in the dim light. The rocky ledge seemed like their last point of stable ground before the overwhelming force of the abyssal chasm claimed them entirely. The water around it churned violently, swirling in every direction as if the currents themselves were determined to keep them from venturing deeper into the heart of the chasm. The shadows of the reef seemed to grow darker, as if warning them of the dangers that lay ahead. Serena's brow furrowed as she gauged the distance between their current position and the heart of the chasm. It was clear that they were entering a dangerous part of the reef, but they had no choice. Adrian nodded, his face tense with determination. He could feel the pull of the currents even here, at the outer edges of the chasm, and the thought of swimming into the heart of it made his pulse quicken. Yet the need to break the curse and restore balance to the reef outweighed his fear. He glanced at Serena, his trust in her unwavering as she led them through this perilous journey. With a deep breath, he pushed aside the doubt creeping into his mind and prepared for what was to come. The next stretch of their journey would test them both in ways they had not yet experienced. As Serena motioned to the rock, he swam closer to her, the turbulent waters making each movement feel like a battle against an invisible force. The rocky outcrop offered little comfort as they anchored themselves, and the realization of the distance they still had to cover weighed heavily on both of them. The waves surged around them, crashing into the rocks with a thunderous roar, sending splashes of seawater into the air. Serena checked their gear one last time, ensuring that the heartstone was secure in her satchel and that they were both ready for the next phase of their journey. She took one final glance at Adrian, offering him a tight but resolute smile, though her eyes betrayed the unease she felt. The ritual could only be performed in the very center of the chasm, where the waters would be most volatile, and time was running out. Without another word, they both turned towards the dark, foreboding waters that lay ahead. Serena took the lead, her movements graceful and deliberate as she swam into the current. The water grew colder the deeper they descended, the pull of the abyss stronger with every passing moment. Adrian followed closely behind, his muscles burning with effort as the currents tried to pull him off course. The chasm's vastness was disorienting, and for a moment, he felt as though they were swimming through nothingness, swallowed by the very depth of the ocean itself. But Serena's steady presence, her guiding hand in the water, kept him grounded. Together, they pressed forward into the heart of the abyssal chasm, ready to face whatever trials awaited them at its core. Adrian's eyes narrowed as he studied the darkness ahead, the swirling abyss that seemed to stretch endlessly before them. The chasm felt like a living, breathing entity, its currents twisting and pulling with an almost malicious intent. The deeper they swam, the more the water seemed to close in around them, a suffocating weight pressing down from all sides. Yet despite the overwhelming force of the ocean's depths, Adrian's resolve remained unshaken. He had come this far with Serena, through dangers and trials, and he knew they couldn't afford to turn back now. The heartstone pulsed gently in his bag, its presence a reminder of the crucial task that lay ahead, the breaking of the curse and the restoration of the reef's delicate balance. Serena moved ahead of him, her strokes confident and steady despite the harsh conditions. She had always been the guide in these waters, her deep understanding of the reef and its secrets keeping them on course. Adrian followed closely, trusting in her expertise and the bond they shared. He could see the flicker of doubt in her eyes occasionally, but her determination was unmistakable. He knew the stakes were high, and and the journey would only get more perilous as they ventured deeper into the heart of the chasm. The dangers of the waters and the dark forces that lingered there were not the only threats they faced. The emotional weight of their mission pressed heavily on both of them. But Adrian understood now that they were not just fighting for the reef, but for each other, for the future they hoped to build, free from the curse that had shaped Serena's life for so long. With each passing moment, the water grew colder and more oppressive. The currents intensified, tugging at their limbs, making every stroke feel like a battle. Adrian's muscles burned with exertion as they fought against the current's pull, but he never lost sight of their goal. Serena was the beacon, guiding them with unwavering determination, and he was by her side every step of the way. "We can't turn back now," he thought to himself, his voice steady despite the strain. "Not when we're this close." The chasm loomed before them, its depths swallowing all light, but together they would navigate through it. And when they reached the heart of the chasm, they would face whatever waited there, knowing that they had come too far to fail. They paused for a moment, the weight of the task ahead settling heavily between them. Adrian adjusted his gear, ensuring his breathing apparatus and the small satchel containing the heartstone were securely fastened. The stone's faint glow cast a soft light on the surrounding water, a stark contrast to the darkness of the abyss that awaited them. Serena checked her own equipment with methodical precision, her hands steady despite the mounting tension. Every detail had to be perfect. They had no room for error. The Heartstone was their only chance at breaking the curse, and the ritual they would soon perform depended on it being in the right place at the right time. Serena's eyes, though focused, betrayed a flicker of doubt as she glanced at Adrian. The swirling currents of the abyssal chasm looked far more dangerous up close, a swirling mass of darkness that seemed to move with a life of its own. Yet, despite the ominous waters before them, she felt a quiet sense of calm. She had lived her entire life under the shadow of the curse, and now, with Adrian at her side, she felt something that had been absent for so long, a glimmer of hope. She met his gaze, offering him a small but determined nod. There was no turning back now. The task ahead was monumental, but she had faced impossible odds before. This time, she wouldn't face them alone. Taking one final, steadying breath, Serena pushed her apprehensions aside. The moment of hesitation passed, and she motioned toward the chasm's heart. "We've come this far. Let's finish this," she said, her voice steady. Adrian nodded in agreement, his expression mirroring the determination that filled her. The chasm's treacherous waters were now a challenge they would face together. They took their first synchronized stroke, cutting through the water as they plunged into the heart of the abyss. Their shared resolve, bolstered by their trust in one another, was the anchor they needed to navigate the dangers ahead. With every pull, they swam closer to the heart of the chasm, and to the final confrontation with the curse that had bound Serena's life for so long. As they descended further into the chasm, the once steady currents turned into powerful torrents, swirling around them with an unyielding force. Serena's practiced movements were a stark contrast to the chaos around her. Each stroke she made was calculated and precise, her body attuned to the rhythm of the water. She guided Adrian through the violent currents, her focus unwavering despite the overwhelming pressure. The chasm, once beautiful in its quiet depths, now felt like a living, breathing entity, its currents alive with the power to drag them under at any moment. The force of the water was relentless, and every move they made seemed to provoke the currents more, pushing them further from their intended path. Adrian, despite his determination, could feel the strain in his muscles, his breaths shallow and labored. The water pressed against him, each movement against the current sapping more of his energy. His arms burned with exertion, and his mind raced to keep up with Serena's pace. He tried to match her rhythm, but the currents fought against him, pulling at his limbs like invisible hands trying to tear him away from the path. The heart of the chasm seemed to move farther away with each stroke, and he struggled not to lose focus, to stay grounded in their mission. The stakes felt higher now, the crushing weight of the water reminding him of the immense danger they were in. Despite the exhaustion and the growing desperation, Adrian could feel Serena's unwavering presence beside him, her quiet strength guiding him through the chaos. She had led them this far, and he wasn't about to falter now. His resolve hardened with each struggle, the fear of failure, and the weight of their mission pushing him forward. They had come too far to turn back, and despite the dangers, they had no choice but to push through. With every pull of his arms, Adrian drew closer to the heart of the chasm, trusting Serena to lead them both to the final confrontation with the curse. The currents could rage, the waters could batter them, but together, they would endure. Serena's voice cut through the deafening roar of the currents, urgent and commanding, but there was a hint of strain in her words as she fought to be heard. The water seemed to grow angrier as they pressed on, waves crashing around them like the very sea itself was determined to keep them from reaching their goal. The distance to the center of the chasm felt endless, with the currents pulling them in every direction, threatening to tear them apart. Yet, Serena's determination never wavered. She had led them this far, and there was no turning back now. She gripped Adrian's arm, her hand firm despite the chaos, as they fought to maintain their course, inching ever closer to their destination. Adrian's chest heaved with each breath, the weight of the water pressing against him, but Serena's words sparked something in him. Despite the pounding in his head and the tightness in his limbs, he pushed on, forcing his body to move through the relentless current. The center of the chasm, the site of the ritual, was within reach, and the knowledge that their mission depended on them reaching it fueled his resolve. Every muscle screamed, every movement felt like a battle, but he wouldn't give in. Not now, not after everything they had been through. He caught a glimpse of Serena ahead, her figure a beacon in the chaos, and followed her lead with renewed determination. The chasm seemed to close in around them as they pushed forward, the water darker and colder the deeper they went. Serena's eyes were locked on a point in the distance. He could see the resolve in her expression, the fire in her gaze that had never wavered even when the odds seemed impossible. The heartstone, secure at her side, pulsed with a quiet energy, as if aware of the task that lay ahead. Adrian forced his focus back to the journey, blocking out the screaming winds of the chasm and the biting currents. The center of the chasm was just ahead, and the moment for the ritual was nearly upon them. There was no time to hesitate. With one final surge of effort, they pushed forward, the heart of the chasm within their grasp. The deeper they ventured into the abyssal chasm, the more oppressive the darkness became, swallowing the light around them. It felt as if the very walls of the chasm were pressing in on them, the weight of the water and the thick silence of the deep making each breath feel like a battle. The currents, now an almost tangible force, wrapped around them, trying to pull them apart. But Serena's grip on the heartstone and Adrian's unwavering determination kept them anchored in their mission. Each stroke forward felt like a victory against the darkness that seemed to stretch on forever. But the faint glow from the heartstone was a constant reminder of their purpose, a flicker of light in an ocean of shadows. Adrian's muscles screamed in protest with each movement, but the faint pulse of the heartstone spurred him on. The glow it emitted, soft yet persistent, seemed to guide their path through the chasm's twisting currents. It was as though the stone was not just a beacon, but a force of nature itself, tethering them to their goal. He stole a glance at Serena, her face set in grim concentration as she navigated them through the perilous waters. There was a quiet strength in her, a steady resolve that he admired, and it gave him the courage to push through his own exhaustion. They had come too far, and the heartstone's glow reminded them that they were not alone in this struggle. As they neared the heart of the chasm, the pressure in the water seemed to intensify, but so did the radiance of the heartstone. The ethereal light grew brighter, more vibrant, casting strange and shifting shadows against the chasm's walls. It was as if the stone itself was awakening to the task at hand, its glow growing stronger the closer they got to the center. Serena's grip tightened on the stone, her resolve solidifying with each passing moment. Adrian, feeling the weight of their journey, matched her pace, the light now almost blinding as they reached the final stretch. They were close, so close, that the very essence of the chasm seemed to pulse in time with the heartstone, as if it too recognized that their time had come. After what felt like an eternity, Adrian and Serena finally emerged from the relentless currents, their bodies fatigued, but their spirits steadfast. The oppressive darkness of the chasm began to recede, replaced by a strange stillness. The water, once turbulent and chaotic, had become eerily calm, as if the very heart of the chasm was awaiting their arrival. The moment they crossed the threshold into this quiet space, the change was immediate. The surrounding waters shimmered with a soft, otherworldly light, casting an ethereal glow that seemed to pulse with ancient magic. It was a stark contrast to the violent forces they had just navigated, and for a brief moment, it almost felt as though time itself had paused. The Heartstone, still clasped securely in Serena's hand, began to resonate with the light surrounding them. Its glow intensified, brighter than ever before, as if it were attuned to the very energies of the chasm. Adrian could feel the magic thrumming in the water, a vibration that reached deep into his bones. The stone's power was unmistakable now. It wasn't just a source of light, but a key that could unlock the magic woven into the reef itself. As they hovered in the stillness, the once muted glow of the stone seemed to grow in strength, synchronizing with the pulsing light at the center of the chasm. It was as though the two energies were calling to one another, the stone and the chasm's heart, drawn together by an ancient, unspoken connection. Serena's breath quickened as she felt the magic in the air. The calmness of the waters around them felt alive, as though the chasm itself was waiting for them to make the next move. The tension was palpable, the gravity of their task pressing down on them as they hovered at the center. They had reached the heart of the curse. This was the place where it had all begun, and where it could finally be undone. The faint glow of the Heartstone was no longer just illumination. It was a beacon, a force that would guide them in performing the ritual. Serena exchanged a brief glance with Adrian, a silent understanding passing between them. They had arrived. Now, all that remained was to perform the ritual that would restore balance and break the curse that had haunted the reef for so long. Serena's voice echoed softly in the still waters, her words laced with the weight of their journey. This was the moment they had fought for, the place where everything would come to a head. As she spoke, she looked around, scanning the area with a sense of both reverence and trepidation. The strange, pulsating light from the center of the chasm surrounded them, casting surreal shadows on the walls. Serena could feel the magic in the air, thick and heavy, as though the waters themselves were holding their breath in anticipation. They had reached the heart of the curse, and now they stood on the edge of what could be their salvation, or their undoing. Adrian glanced at Serena, his expression serious as he took in the scene before them. The chasm's center was a place of unimaginable power, but it also held an unnerving stillness. The silence was almost suffocating, broken only by the distant hum of energy vibrating through the water. The ritual they were about to perform would require precision, each step a delicate dance with the forces that governed the reef. Adrian tightened his grip on the Heartstone, feeling its energy thrumming beneath his fingers. He could sense its connection to the chasm, and though he knew they were on the precipice of something immense, a part of him was filled with dread. The power they were about to unleash was beyond their full understanding, but it was their only chance. Serena took a deep breath and moved closer to the center of the chasm, her eyes locked on the glowing epicenter. She could feel the weight of her mother's legacy pressing down on her, the knowledge of the curse, and the fear of what might happen if they failed. She began to carefully arrange the items they had gathered for the ritual: the Heartstone, the ancient scroll, and a few other key components described in the texts. Each item had a specific role, and the timing had to be perfect. As she worked, she glanced at Adrian, their shared determination giving her strength. This was the moment that would determine everything. She had to trust in the knowledge they had gained, in the bond they shared, and in the power of the Heartstone to break the curse that had plagued the reef for so long. With steady hands, Serena and Adrian worked together, following the precise instructions from the scroll. Every movement was deliberate, each step crucial to the success of the ritual. The Heartstone gleamed softly in their hands before being carefully placed on the central pedestal, its smooth surface radiating warmth as it settled into place. As it touched the stone, the entire chasm seemed to respond. The light from the Heartstone intensified, its glow pulsing with increasing strength, as though it were drawing power from the very heart of the chasm itself. The surrounding waters shimmered with a soft, ethereal light, a sign that the magic was beginning to align, and that their efforts were not in vain. Serena stood back, her breath shallow as she watched the Heartstone absorb the surrounding energies. The tension in the water was palpable, and she could feel the magic swirling around them, ancient and untamed. She glanced at Adrian, whose eyes were fixed on the stone with a mixture of awe and anticipation. The air seemed charged with electricity, and every second felt like it was stretching into eternity. Despite the calm surface of the chasm, Serena knew the danger that lay in the heart of the ritual. The slightest misstep could undo everything. But they had come this far, and there was no turning back now. As the heart stone continued to pulse, Serena retrieved the scroll and began to recite the ancient incantation, her voice steady but reverberating with an undercurrent of urgency. The words she spoke seemed to reverberate through the water, the ancient language coming to life as the magical forces around them grew more intense. The chasm seemed to awaken, the very walls of the cavern vibrating in response to the ritual's call. Adrian moved closer, his presence a constant reassurance, as they both knew that the final step was nearing. The stone's glow had now reached its zenith, and all that remained was to channel the accumulated energy into the heart of the reef, into the source of the curse itself. Adrian's voice cut through the tense stillness of the chasm, his gaze unwavering as he looked at Serena. His eyes held a mixture of determination and apprehension, knowing the enormity of what was about to happen. The flickering light from the heart stone bathed his face in a soft, almost otherworldly glow, and for a moment, the chaotic currents of the outside world seemed distant. But in this moment, nothing mattered more than the task before them, the final act that would either break the curse or bind them to failure. Every fiber of his being was keyed up, waiting for the signal to act. His grip tightened around the heart stone, which pulsed steadily in his hands, as if in response to his growing anticipation. Serena met his gaze, her expression resolute despite the uncertainty swirling in her chest. The weight of their journey, the countless dangers they had faced, and the burden of restoring the reef pressed down on her. But it was also in these moments that her resolve was most steadfast. She could feel the power in the air, thick with magic, as the ancient energies of the chasm surrounded them. She could almost hear the whisper of the reef's past, the voices of the merfolk who had lived and died under the curse's shadow. Everything had led to this point, and now there was no turning back. She took a deep breath, steadying herself before she spoke. "We're ready," she said, her voice unwavering despite the immense pressure. The words felt like a vow, not just to Adrian but to the reef itself, to the memory of her mother, and to the legacy of those who had been lost. She could feel the weight of history bearing down on them, but she refused to let it overwhelm her. Together, they had uncovered the truth, and together, they would finish what had been started long ago. Their partnership had brought them this far, and with the heart stone in place, and the ritual about to begin, Serena knew there was no other option but to succeed. Serena's gaze never wavered as she spoke, her voice steady despite the gravity of the task ahead. Every word she uttered felt like a promise, not just to herself, but to the entire reef, to the legacy of her mother, and to the generations of merfolk who had suffered under the curse's grip. The ritual before them was more than just a set of instructions, it was the final piece of a puzzle that had haunted her family for years. As she looked at Adrian, she felt a deep sense of connection, knowing they were about to share this moment, this pivotal act that would decide their fate and the future of the reef. There was no room for doubt, no time for hesitation. They had come too far to falter now. The heart stone rested on its pedestal, its glow pulsing rhythmically, almost as if it were alive, attuned to the ancient magic that coursed through the chasm. The calm waters around them hummed with an energy that felt both ancient and timeless, the air heavy with the weight of the ritual's necessity. Serena could feel it deep within her bones, the resonance of the chasm's power, the echo of the curse that had tainted the very heart of the reef for so long. But she also felt a spark of hope, a glimmer of possibility that maybe, just maybe, they were on the brink of something far greater than they had dared to imagine. The darkness could be undone, the heart of the reef could be restored, and the curse could finally be lifted. With her resolve solidified, Serena turned her attention back to the ritual, mentally reviewing each step one last time. She knew the risks. Failure meant not only the continuation of the curse but the potential loss of everything they had fought for. The currents of magic surrounding them swirled and shifted as if the very chasm itself was waiting for them to act, to perform the ritual that would either seal the reef's fate or set it free. Serena took a steadying breath. her heart beating in sync with the rhythm of the heartstone. "Let's begin," she said, the finality of her words hanging in the stillness, before they both stepped forward, ready to face whatever the chasm had in store. The first syllables of the incantation slipped from Serena's lips with a clarity that seemed to reverberate through the very air, her voice steady and precise despite the tension in the water around them. The words, ancient and unfamiliar, seemed to resonate with the chasm itself, as if the very walls of the abyss were waking up to the magic being invoked. Each phrase carried the weight of centuries, of untold stories, of betrayal and sorrow, but also of hope and redemption. As the incantation built, the heartstone on its pedestal pulsed brighter, its light responding to the ancient magic woven into the chant. The currents that had once raged around them seemed to still, as if holding their breath, waiting for the outcome of this final act. The light from the heartstone grew in intensity, casting long, luminous patterns that danced across the jagged walls of the chasm. Shadows twisted and flickered, merging with the glowing streaks of light, creating a surreal, dreamlike atmosphere. The surrounding water seemed to hum in response, vibrating with an energy that was almost tangible. Serena's heart raced as the incantation continued, each word building the layers of power necessary to undo the curse that had bound her for so long. Adrian stood beside her, his focus unwavering as he repeated the incantation, his voice a steady echo of hers. Together, their words wove a delicate web of magic that began to shift the very essence of the chasm, as if they were unraveling the curse's grip with each breath they took. The chasm's eerie silence was broken only by the sound of the ritual's words, and yet, as they continued, the heartstone's glow grew so bright it became almost blinding. The patterns on the walls intensified, cascading across the rocky surfaces like liquid light. The once still waters began to ripple, the energy swirling faster as the forces of magic and nature collided in a final crescendo. Serena's pulse quickened as she felt the heartstone's power aligning with the chasm's energy, the ancient magic being undone, piece by piece. There was no turning back now, the ritual was in motion, and with every passing moment, they drew closer to breaking the curse and restoring the heart of the reef to its rightful state. As the final words of the incantation echoed through the chasm, a powerful shift seemed to ripple through the very fabric of the waters around them. The darkness that had once clung to the heart of the reef began to unwind, like smoke dissipating in the wind. The heartstone, now glowing with a fierce, steady light, pulsed in sync with the rhythm of the magic being undone. The oppressive pressure that had weighed heavily on Serena's heart for so long loosened, and she could feel the curse's hold weakening, piece by piece. The air, thick with centuries of sorrow and betrayal, seemed to lighten as the energy around them transformed. The chasm itself seemed to hum, a low, vibrating sound that felt like the reef itself was exhaling, releasing the centuries of pain that had bound it. The waters, once turbulent and chaotic, began to settle, the swirling currents softening and shifting into a gentle flow. What had been an abyss of shadows and dread now felt like a place of rebirth, the once tangled currents now calm and serene. The oppressive weight that had clung to the reef's heart was gone, and in its place was a sense of profound peace. Serena's breath came easier, the tightness in her chest that had plagued her for years lifting as if the water around her were somehow lighter. The chasm, which had been a tomb of suffering and darkness, now felt like a sanctuary, its energy no longer corrupted but infused with the healing magic they had invoked. As the ritual concluded, a profound silence fell over the chasm. The glow from the heartstone softened to a warm, steady light, casting a golden hue over the waters. The once foreboding depths of the abyss now seemed peaceful, the darkness that had twisted and pervaded the reef now replaced with a subtle sense of renewal. Serena looked around, her eyes reflecting a mix of disbelief and wonder. The curse was gone, and in its place was the restored balance of the heart of the reef. The water felt pure, the currents gentle, and the once feeling of being trapped within the curse was replaced by a sense of freedom, as though the entire reef had been reborn. Together, they had not only broken the curse but had restored harmony to the very heart of the ocean. Serena and Adrian stood in the stillness that followed the final incantations, their bodies weary from the intense energy of the ritual. The heartstone, once blazing with powerful light, now began to dim, its glow softening to a gentle pulse. The magic had been done, and feel the weight of their task lifting with each passing second. The air around them felt different, lighter, more expansive, as though the entire chasm had exhaled a long-held breath. They exchanged a glance, both of them too exhausted to speak at first, but the shared understanding in their eyes said everything. The curse had been broken, and the heart of the reef was no longer tainted by the darkness that had bound it for centuries. The chasm, once a place of turmoil and fear, now seemed peaceful, its currents no longer aggressive but calm and soothing. Serena's hands trembled slightly, not from the effort, but from the relief of knowing that their journey had come to an end. The Heartstone's pulse slowed, now merely a faint glow, signaling the completion of its mission. The ancient magic that had once corrupted the reef had been undone, and the balance had been restored. For the first time in so long, Serena felt a true sense of peace settle over her, as if the reef itself had finally found its harmony again. Adrian, standing beside her, shared the same quiet satisfaction. Though they were both exhausted, physically drained from the intensity of the ritual and emotionally spent from the weight of the curse, they felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. They had faced impossible odds, battled the currents of the abyssal chasm, and performed an ancient, life-altering ritual. And now, standing amidst the calm waters, they knew they had succeeded. The reef was healing, the curse had been lifted, and the Heartstone's task was complete. Their bond, forged through this harrowing journey, was stronger than ever, and together they had restored peace to the very heart of the ocean. Adrian's voice broke the silence, and his words seemed to reverberate through the calm waters around them. "We did it," he said, a sense of awe and disbelief threading through his voice. As he looked around, the once oppressive weight of the chasm had lifted, replaced by an almost tangible sense of relief. The air, which had felt thick with centuries of corruption, now felt clean, infused with a lightness that made the waters shimmer in ways that hadn't been possible before. The Heartstone's glow had faded, but the peace it had restored lingered, filling the very essence of the reef with renewal. They had succeeded where so many before them had failed, and for a brief moment, it felt as though the entire world had exhaled in unison with them. Serena stood still, her heart racing with the realization of what they had just accomplished. She had always known that the curse's hold on her was more than personal. It had tainted the very fabric of the reef. But now, as the darkness receded, there was a profound change, a healing that spread deeper than the surface. "It's really happening," she whispered, almost to herself, her voice barely audible over the gentle ripple of the waters. She could feel the difference in the water around her, in the currents that no longer fought against them, but rather flowed in harmony with their movements. It was as if the reef had recognized their victory, and in doing so, was welcoming them as stewards of its rebirth. Adrian stepped closer to Serena, his expression a mix of wonder and disbelief. For all their struggles, for all the sacrifices they had made to reach this moment, the truth was undeniable. They had done it. They had broken the curse. His hand brushed hers in a quiet gesture of solidarity, and for the first time since they had entered the chasm, the weight of their journey felt lighter. The waters that had once felt dangerous and unknown now held the promise of healing and growth. The heart of the reef was no longer a place of sorrow, but one of hope. Together, they had restored what had been lost, and the future of the reef, and of their bond, was finally clear. Serena's eyes sparkled with unshed tears, the weight of their journey finally lifting from her shoulders. As she looked around, the waters seemed to embrace her, their gentle currents now flowing with a sense of peace. Her chest tightened with relief as she took in the transformation around them, the once murky depths now clear, the oppressive energy that had clung to the reef fading into the background. The Heartstone, having fulfilled its purpose, no longer emitted the blinding intensity it once had, but its subtle, steady glow still lingered like a promise of what was to come. Serena felt the quiet but undeniable truth settle in her heart. They had succeeded. The curse was broken, and with it, the heart of the reef would once again flourish. As the reality of their success sank in, Serena's mind drifted to the memories of the pain and suffering that had plagued the reef for so long. The curse had been a shadow over her life, a constant reminder of the past betrayal that had shaped her destiny. But now, there was a tangible shift in the air, as though the very ocean itself had been given a second chance. Her lips curved into a small, grateful smile as she turned to Adrian, her heart swelling with gratitude. "We've done it," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "The heart of the reef will be restored." It was a victory not just for the reef, but for her, for Adrian, and for everything they had fought for. The bond they had formed through this shared struggle was irreplaceable, and Serena knew, deep down, that they had made a lasting difference. Adrian stood by her side, his expression a mix of awe and satisfaction, his hands still resting near hers. He could feel the change in the air as well. The oppressive weight that had once burdened them was gone, replaced by an almost tangible lightness. His heart swelled with pride as he realized that they had not only restored the reef, but had forged a new future for it, free from the shadows of the past. He had come to this place with a purpose, but now, with the ritual completed and the curse lifted, he felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. The world around them was calm, the once turbulent waters now flowing peacefully, as if the reef itself was breathing a sigh of relief. "We've done more than we could have imagined," Adrian said softly, his voice filled with admiration. "And we did it together." As they made their way back through the chasm, the contrast between the journey's beginning and its end was striking. The violent currents that had once fought them now seemed like distant memories, replaced by the gentle flow of water that guided them forward. The oppressive darkness that had clung to the depths had dissipated, leaving behind an eerie, tranquil light that shimmered through the chasm's towering walls. The very essence of the waters had changed. What had once felt like an intimidating and treacherous place now felt peaceful, almost serene. As they moved through the calmer depths, the weight of their mission's success settled into their bones, lifting the exhaustion that had plagued them throughout their journey. Serena moved beside Adrian, her every step reflecting the deep sense of relief that had washed over her. The sense of accomplishment was palpable, and she couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh as she took in the transformation around them. The heart of the chasm, once a place of sorrow and darkness, now seemed full of possibility. The heart of the reef had been restored, and with it, the balance that had been lost for so long. Serena's thoughts lingered on the toll the curse had taken, both on the reef and on herself. But now there was no fear or dread, only the quiet satisfaction of having done what they had set out to accomplish. She glanced over at Adrian, her gaze filled with gratitude. Together, they had faced the impossible and emerged victorious. Adrian, too, felt the shift in the chasm as they made their way back. The journey had been grueling, filled with moments of doubt and uncertainty. But now, there was only the comforting certainty that they had succeeded. He could feel the peacefulness in the water, a reflection of their own inner peace. The chasm, once a symbol of darkness and danger, now seemed like a space for renewal and growth. As the two of them moved through the now calmed waters, Adrian's heart swelled with pride, not just for what they had achieved, but for the bond they had forged along the way. With the curse broken and the reef restored, their future together felt more certain, and he knew, without a doubt, that this was just the beginning of their shared journey. The journey through the abyssal chasm had tested Adrian and Serena in ways they had never imagined. The swirling currents, the oppressive darkness, and the constant struggle to maintain their focus had pushed them to the brink of exhaustion. Yet, despite the overwhelming challenges, they had not faltered. Their perseverance had carried them through each obstacle, their courage never wavering even when the odds seemed insurmountable. Every step they took in the treacherous depths had been a testament to their strength, both individually and as a team. Now, as they moved through the chasm's calmer waters, the weight of their success began to sink in. They had faced the heart of the curse and had emerged victorious, stronger than they had been before. With the curse lifted, a profound sense of relief settled over them. The heart of the reef, once tainted by dark magic, was now on the path to recovery. Serena felt a deep sense of fulfillment as the once turbulent waters around them began to show signs of healing. The waters, which had been a symbol of suffering for so long, were now clear and full of life once more. She could sense the ripple of positive change, not only within the reef itself but also within herself. The fear and uncertainty that had weighed on her for so long were finally gone, replaced by a quiet confidence. The knowledge that they had restored balance to the heart of the reef filled her with an unshakable sense of accomplishment. It was a turning point, both for the reef and for them. Adrian looked over at Serena, his heart swelling with pride and gratitude. Their journey had not only been a physical challenge, but an emotional one as well. The bond they had forged during their quest was now stronger than ever. They had faced their fears, confronted the darkness that had consumed the reef, and emerged victorious. The Heartstone, once a mysterious and powerful artifact, now symbolized their triumph. As they moved closer to the surface, Adrian couldn't help but reflect on how far they had come. They had not only saved the reef but had also found a deeper connection with each other. The path ahead was still uncertain, but one thing was clear: together, they could face whatever challenges awaited them. The journey through the abyssal chasm had been the beginning of something much larger, and Adrian was ready to face the future with Serena by his side. As they emerged from the depths of the abyssal chasm, the first light of dawn filtered through the water, casting a soft, golden glow over the reef. The once turbulent waters now appeared serene, as if the entire ocean was taking a deep, collective breath. The vibrant colors of the coral and the playful movement of sea creatures seemed to pulse with renewed energy, a visible sign that the heart of the reef was healing. The weight of their journey hung in the air, but there was a sense of peace and accomplishment between Adrian and Serena. They had succeeded in breaking the curse, and for the first time in what felt like forever, the reef seemed to shimmer with life. The moment was fleeting, but it was enough to reaffirm their hope. Despite their triumph, the knowledge that their task was far from complete loomed over them. The ritual had been a crucial step in restoring balance to the heart of the reef, but the final steps were just as important. Serena's mind raced with thoughts of what came next. The Heartstone, now a symbol of their success, had to be returned to its rightful place, and they needed to ensure that the forces of dark magic did not resurface. The reef had been left vulnerable for too long, and the stability they had worked so hard to restore could be threatened if the final stages of their journey were not carried out with precision and care. There was no room for error, and a sense of urgency was palpable in Serena's chest. Adrian, sensing her unspoken concern, met her gaze with quiet determination. Their work was not yet finished, but they were ready for whatever lay ahead. The journey had forged a bond between them, one that had been tested and strengthened by every trial they had faced. Now, standing together on the threshold of the final steps, they shared a mutual understanding of what was at stake. With the Heartstone securely in hand, they would return it to its sacred resting place, ensuring that the curse would remain broken for good. The sun's rising rays bathed them in light, casting away the shadows of the past and offering a glimpse of the future that awaited them, one full of hope, yet still demanding the bravery and resilience they had cultivated together. With the dawn's first light illuminating the reef around them, Adrian and Serena stood side by side, a silent understanding passing between them. Their journey had been long and fraught with peril, but they had come this far together, each challenge only serving to deepen their connection. The weight of their mission had brought them closer, and now, with the curse lifted and the heart of the reef on the path to recovery, they felt an unspoken strength in their unity. There was no turning back, no room for doubt. The final steps of their quest loomed before them, and they knew that only through perseverance and unwavering trust in each other could they ensure their success. As they gathered their remaining supplies and prepared for the journey ahead, Serena's thoughts were focused on the task at hand. The Heartstone had played a crucial role in the ritual, but now it was time to place it back where it truly belonged, in the sacred heart of the reef. The magical forces they had encountered were powerful, and they understood the importance of completing the restoration with care and precision. Yet, in the midst of the uncertainty, Serena found a quiet sense of peace in Adrian's steady presence. She knew that together, they were stronger than any force they might face. Their bond, forged through hardship and triumph, was the foundation that would carry them through the final leg of their mission. Adrian, too, felt the weight of their shared resolve. The path ahead was still fraught with risks, but the clarity of their purpose and the depth of their commitment to the reef gave him the strength to face whatever challenges awaited. Each step of their journey had been a testament to their resilience, and now, as they prepared to complete what they had started, he knew they were ready. The stakes had never been higher, But their connection, forged in the fires of trial and tempered by trust, gave them the courage they needed to see it through. No matter what lay ahead, Adrian was certain that together, they would restore the heart of the reef and protect it for generations to come.